Ugh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whether you're on the job or at home, Harbor Freight has the air tools and compressors
What
you
is
need
Fett talking about?
The Salt Lake City Major has quickly become one of the most controversial events in Siege, literally in just the past 2 days. For those of you who don't know, the Salt Lake City Major is the international event that follows the kickoff stage or the first Pro League stage of this year, 2026. It will be an event remembered in history, sadly, because of the problems that kind of came with it. Now, kickoff stage just ended. We were like hyped to go on the event. You know, Spoit made it, Stompin made it. Falcons, post Shiko roster move, crazy fucking timelines. Chinese League gets to play in here. We're hyped to go into this event. We're hyped to see how it goes. We're hyped to have another US major and the first set of visa issues come through. Wolves Esports, it's official. Our R16 visas have been denied, and as such, will be unable to attend the Salt Lake City Major. This is even the worst part. By the way. I'm going to get there. This gets much, much crazier. This gets much more insane. But the first thing that comes is Chinese teams start getting their visas denied. Okay? Entire team gets their visa denied. They just can't play. They qualify for the major. Fuck them, I guess. This is also right after, like, Wolves basically benched 2 players right after making the major with them because they said some shit when they were 14 years old that was slightly racist. Man, we Americans will not survive a day in China. They crack down on that shit. Regardless, Wolves get all their visas denied, and then Direction from Edward Gaming, EDG, this team from China, also gets his visa denied, and he was the top-rated player or something. Everyone says he's the best CNL player coming in from China. Really, really sad because he gets his visa denied, and unfortunately, this team has to find a substitute in order to play at the major. And for that reason, a lot of people counted them out in the predictions. They were like, Edward Gaming, they have to find a substitute. Their best player is gone. They're going to do shit, right? Another day. Now, around this time, a lot of people, obviously, it's in the off season. So people start making cryptic tweets, sad tweets. Usually when you get dropped from a team, you get making sad tweets like this. Dream potentially dropped from SSG. Packer potentially dropped from his team. Again, really sad days for both these players. Really successful. We also get shocking gifs like Twister throwing out a gif that kind of implies the same thing. Like he has a shock gif. And it makes sense at least for Team Secret. Like what the fuck would happen to Team Secret? Oh, they didn't do so well in the EML stage. They literally bombed out. They didn't make the event. Obviously disappointing stage for them after winning EWC the last year, but they did lose 2 fucking amazing players. So maybe that's part of it. Adrian made the major. Adrian made the major with Wildcard. Why is he tweeting out a gif that he can't get back into his own team? Well, my friends, today we got the news that Edward Gaming was able to find this up. Wildcard fucked up their visas and couldn't get Adrian to the event. What substitute player did they get for both teams? Edward Gaming got Noah, and Wildcard got Hot and Cold. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. I mean, these are literally the best 2 subs any of these teams could have gotten. Han Cold just got dropped out of M80, but he is the greatest thing to happen to North American leadership-wise in, like, the last
Fuck
recent
me,
decade,
bro.
basically. Like, he was the only 2 S-tier winners after becoming IGL for the Beast Coast, M80 Corp, winning Manchester and Munich, and he's living in for wild card. Noah, on the other hand, despite the fact that Team Secret bombed out of Europe, he was still top rated. This is with losing, by the way. Now, obviously, stat inflation being on a worse team, he
Wait,
gets them off of that win, but
what?
still, this is crazy. In a league full of Shikos and Stompins and Solotovs and EFACs and all these superstars, he is plus 32, 1.28, top rated in EU over everyone else, right? And this is who the fuck they got. That is nuts. That is nuts. Obviously, when this first came about, there's a lot of jokes being made, right? First of all, Noah, you already learned Chinese, buddy. I mean, I was told by their coach that they're going to try to switch into English, and I actually knew this was like happening all along, because their coach was messaging me for recommendations about who they should pick up. Obviously, I actually didn't even think of Noah because I didn't think that they would be able to get T1 players. But obviously, since they did, people are making a lot of jokes. Gunnar tweets out LFT for the major. I'm looking for team. Yo, any major teams, if you want to pick me up, I'm available. Because this is kind of unprecedented, right? Not only did Edward Gaming get Noah and Wildcard get hot and cold, Twisted Mind's gonna sub in guards. And this is hilarious because they are twin brothers. They're literally wait. They're literally twins. Like this is Dove and this is guards. And they are twin brothers. They literally just subbed him in for his twin brother. Archer is the 5 Fierce coach, so thankfully they didn't have to sub out a player. But Sean's kind of joking here, but he's not really joking. Because some people are actually upset, and they're rightfully upset. If you remember way back in the day, CL4L, a tier 2 team for the Montreal Major, qualified through open qualifiers and made it all the way through. And then one player on their team, Tristan, Chronic Dodger, did not end up wanting to go to the event. So they had to find a substitute. Now, when they found a substitute, they went with Uzi. Out of everyone, they went with Uzi. And we got a reasoning from Packer today on why they went from Uzi. Packer says, and he rightfully upset, says the ruling from Ubisoft and Blast is absolutely unprofessional. I qualified for the Montreal Major and had to get a player that didn't have an opportunity to make the major. This stage, I have to play a 4v5 in a game to make the major. You get any ruling if you have org backing. Packers rightfully upset. Back when they made that major, they had to get Uzi because there was 2 conditions. Now, I know these 2 conditions because I was talking to the people asking for who they should look for substitutes, and the time and the precedent was what happened with Uzi and Tristan is that they couldn't get anyone that vied for a major spot. What does that mean? So they couldn't get any player that played in Pro League to make the Montreal Major at the time, and not only that, already you can't get tier 1 players, any pro players. You can't get anyone that played in the major qualifiers, okay? So it's not only you can't only get T1 players, anyone from the
just
open
phase
qualifiers
1, I
that
think.
tried to make the major is also not allowed. You can't get a free pass to go to the major if you didn't make it in the first place with your original team, right? And that's why they had to get Uzi, because that cut out all the T3 and T2 players as well. So personally, at that time, I did think this was a fair ruling, but obviously people are upset because this doesn't seem to set a good precedent. It's like, it seems like the ruling is flexible. People are going to do whatever the fuck they want and just, oh, you don't make the major. Well, people could just, sub you whenever you want. Super Seth, coach for Shopify Rebellion, says the situation for teams with visa issues obviously sucks, but I fail to understand why teams are allowed to pick up players who themselves fail to qualify for the major and not asked to use players who were not actively participating in Pro League and the major qualifiers. Obviously, we're not going to blame hot and cold. If you're hot and cold, if you're Noah, you're going to take this opportunity whenever you get it. Another opportunity to play at a major that you just missed, fuck yeah, I'm going to go play. Like, why not? But it obviously raises a concern, right? Like, Fabian's joking, if you need one player, just know how to fill in practice for map yesterday. Top frag versus S tier team. Seth says, perfect. I'll snap Ambi's wrist when I get to Salt Lake. In game, obviously. But it sets the precedent, like, hey, if someone's underperforming right before the major, just fucking say they got a flu or something, and then they got hantavirus. I have to fly in fucking Bolo. Okay, Bolo's a bad example because he actually is retired and hasn't competed in T1. But I have to get I have to get Shaiko. I have to get fucking Spoit. I have to get Stomp It. I have to get an insane play. But I think we do have a real answer as to why this ruling happened.
At Planet Fitness, we know how important it is to take care of both your mind and body.
And I think it's a good answer. David V, shout out to him. He did a really good job covering it by covering a change in wording in the rulebook between 2023 to 2024 season, which was used for the Montreal Major, and the current rulebook, which is the 2025 to 2026 season, right? He said, some people were wondering why Hot and Cold, Noah, and Guards can compete in Salt Lake City. The answer can be found when comparing the rulebook used in season 2023 to 2024 to the current rulebook. Why talk about the rulebook used in 2023-2024? Because that's the rulebook that was used from DK Esports, Alpha Team, and Team Falcons had visa issues in Atlanta and Sao Paulo. Same with Montreal. Montreal in 2024 Same thing there, or I guess same. I don't know if the same rulebook, but similar rulebook wording. Back then, teams had to find replacement to the Visa issued kamikazes for Alpha Team Leader for
What's up,
Gameplay, and also
Bingo?
Leader for Team Falcons. Falcons
Yeah, I'm
being
probably gonna play a bit of
the
ranked, but then
Middle Eastern team, not the current.
I'm gonna be hold up. I'm gonna be we got the start. Oh, what the fuck? There we go. We got the start of Rainbow Six Siege, the Salt Lake City Major today in like just under 2 hours. So we're gonna be watching that, especially because Shopify Rebellion's my team. Can't lie. Can't lie. Real quick, Bingo though. Real quick. I'm gonna put something. I'm gonna pin something in chat. All right. I'm gonna pin something in chat. Go ahead and join this, my friend. Go ahead and join this. Go join that Discord, brother. Stay up to date. Or just fucking self-promote yourself. We only have like 2 people in here right now. 3 people in here right now. It don't really matter. If you're interested, we got 256 subs. So hopefully we get at least like, I don't know, a decent chunk of people. It's been created recently. Y'all can help me fucking make it whatever you guys want to make it. I don't care. Self-promote your stuff. Join the Discord. Do what you want to do. But yeah, we'll be playing a bit of ranked and then transitioning over to watching like I'm gonna probably be watch partying Pro League for the entire major. And then be playing ranked like in between or like on the after or before. Here for me at least, I am a Shopify Rebellion fan. All right. Not even just because I'm trying to glaze Spoit. But because what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Oh, because Penguin Zero fucking owns half like part of the team, so I'm a big fan of him. But anyways, Shopify's got a game in 4 hours. Falcons, which is going to be interesting, is playing Daystar, which is also going to be interesting because they're kind of sleepers. Daystar's kind of sleepers. They were at the invite, or yeah, the invite at least. But it's super odd. Like if I wonder if I can go to like where's the events overview maybe? Yeah. Wolves forfeited, bro. They forfeited the whole fucking thing. Forfeited. Ah, shit. Yeah, they forfeited, brother. Kind of wild. But it's good. Right now we're catching up on some drama from Fett. I don't know if you know who Fett is. Great dude. Actually, let me hold up. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know who Fett is. He used to be the coach of M80, I believe. They won a major. Now he kind of just goes over, not necessarily siege drama. He's more like strategical. Like he goes over like he'll do like watch parties of stuff like that. Pretty good dude. Pretty like informed guy. Super technical on siege. But right now he's going over a bunch of roster moves that are like kind of unfairly happening right before this. Because I mean, as you guys know, you qualify as a team for an event. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, I don't know, kind of shitty that like a bunch of changes are happening right before. Like I don't know if that's fair, but he's kind of going over that right now.
With effect. But the wording before is that a stand-in player can
Also, real quick, if you are in chat, what do you guys think about a face cam? Because I could just put one up right now. I mean, it'd be a bit of a, I'd have to kind of figure out how to do that, but I'm sure I could figure it out. Fuck it, why not? Fuck it, why not? Can't tell if this is the. That is. Fuck. Oops. Holy crap. Holy crap. There we are. There we are. Let me try to. Can it like not? Can it just not be annoying? Can this just not be annoying for like 2 seconds? Thank you. My word. I don't even know where to put myself, bro. Yeah, we'll rock it. We'll rock with it right there for right now. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, okay, we're taking a gander at this here fat sitch.
With another team that has competed in the same stage of the season against the team he is standing for. This applies across all competitions. So at the time, you couldn't get any players that played against your team, whether it was in quals or not. Now, in the 2024 to 2025 season rulebook, I actually don't know. Yeah, cannot be registered with another team that has competed in the same stage of the season against the team that he's standing in for. Applies across all competitions, so including qualifiers.
Bingo, brother. Go ahead, join that Discord, fool.
Or sorry, not SR, M80 with Spoil on it. C9 Beast Coast, OXG all played in that last chance qualifier. A stand-in player cannot be registered in the roster of another team that is competing in the same competition that he is asked to stand in for. So that I think that's just for the major, but that's the wording, right? So that means that at the time, because Packer beat all the good teams to get to the event, he was not allowed to play with. Now I don't know. This is actually a bit confusing wording. I don't know if that means that like if you played in the major qualifiers, you're not allowed it. I don't know exactly how specifically that is interpreted. But at the time, Packer was not allowed to get any T1 players because he had to get someone that didn't play in major quals. If this criteria was applied in this season's rulebook, Hot and Cold couldn't have temporarily joined Wildcard to take part in the Blast 6 Major Salt Lake City, as they both faced off in North America's upper bracket quarterfinals. Now, some people may be wondering why adding Hot and Cold in the first place? Agonis Stephani's the coach, temporarily take Justin as head coach. Of course, he was behind the players in reload, but rulebook used in the current season. So today,
Here, fuck it. Wait. Oh shit. Okay. All right, we're chilling. Yeah. Okay, let's run a few ranked games, but again, like fucking what is it? 2 hours from now? So face cam, Matthew, face cam. You already know. All right, we're chilling with it, but you guys got to kind of tell me. You guys got to kind of tell me like if you are good with the. Also, I just showered, so I'm sorry, but you got to tell me if you're like, holy crap, good with the placement of it. Also, Matthew, I don't know how long you're gonna be here, but we are doing the watch party. It starts in, I believe, like an hour, 2 hours ish. It probably starts at what, 12:30 my time. It starts in an hour and like 50 minutes from now. I don't know what time that is for you guys. don't know. But I could pull it back up. I can pull it back up. Dude, god damn, bro. Every cut of pork ranked worst to best, bro. George really fucked up my my shit here, bro. Really fucked up my shit. Let's go liquid yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. No, what the hell is going on here? Rainbow Six. Okay, you guys are gonna have to. You got back into champ. Bingo. I've been in and out of champ, bro. I've just been vibing. Why am I in a tournament portal? Liquipedia. S tier events. Salt Lake City Major. You guys got to tell me what time this is gonna be for you. Because it starts. First game starts in 1 hour and 47 minutes and 2 seconds. You guys got to tell me what time that is for you. Oh shit, dude! I kind of really gotta poop, bro. I can't lie. But I think I'm gonna hold it. Honest. Leia, what you doing, dude? What you doing, huh? Stinky. Hanny, you good over there? You want me to put on a movie for you? Hanny. Whatever. She's chilling. It'll be like 6 for you. Wait, I'm at work for another 5 hours, so I'll be here. Oh, bet. Again, we need this skin, bro. We need this skin. All right, what do you guys think about the face cam? Yes? No? Is it too much? Is it too much? Too much? Gotta ban it, but won't say my ooh, I don't need a whole lot giving you all this attention. Also, you guys know a good way to clean off a mouse pad, bro? Like for real. I need that. Oh my god, I left the other day without my license. Whoops. That was a mistake. Did I see the oh wait, no, I didn't see the other version of the skin. Hold up. You were telling me about that. You were telling me about I like cam greater, maybe I like the cam less. Maybe switch location with sub counter though. Like you're saying you like the cam less? Like you don't want the cam, Matthew? Also, the maybe it's this. Is it this? I don't know where the skin you're talking about is. The other version of it? You're gonna have to help me out, Matthew. I don't know. Oh, you like the face cam. Oh, okay, I got you. It's in currency packs? It's in currency packs? Currency packs. Brother, what? Matthew, are you just baiting me right now? These are just credits. These are just credits. Holy fucking Christ. Who's paying $100 for 150,000 or that's or 15,000 R6 credits, bro. That's a problem. It is bottom left in currency pack? Oh, I see. What the fuck? Sure. Did I just get baited? What the hell is happening? Under the 600 credit option? The 600 credit option? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. It's redirecting me to this. I guess it's wait. It says go wild with the playground's best weapon skin. Oh, so it's just a green version of it. You got to pay $100 for this shit. You got to pay $100 for this. You got to pay $100 for a weapon skin you can get hypothetically for free, and 7,200 R6 credits. Which what can you even buy with those? Honestly, I might be talking out of my dick, but like, bro, that's I could buy what 4 of these, and then I'm cooked. I spent $100 for 4 of this shit and a weapon skin I could hypothetically get for free in green version. Hell no, bro. What up, George? What up, Chief Mod? We got Master Matthew and Chief Mod. That shit ain't happening in the slightest, my friend. Ooh, fuck. Yo, Chief Mod George. And I hope you're still here in like an hour and a half ish. We got the first Pro League game on today. We got the first Pro League game on, brother. Dude, honestly, bro, I'd rather ban Villa, bro. Let's get Villa out of here. Yes, I'm okay with Canal. I'm okay with Canal. George, how you been, man? Sorry, I was not streaming crazy yesterday. Just wasn't a great day. Not gonna lie, wasn't a great day, and also, Master Matthew's gonna have to hold down the fort for a bit because I gotta go on holiday tomorrow. Oh, okay, that's fine. Cole, yes, it was, bro. We had a conversation about it yesterday in the Discord call. We had a conversation about it yesterday. Okay. I explained to you how it works. You know, playing this game. I actually just watched a video about it, to be honest. Some dude was saying how there's like I watched a TikTok about it. Some dude was saying there's like 3 tiers. There's like the copper to gold level where you're just like fucking around, and then there's like the plat to emerald level where you're like trying to figure out if you're fucking around or if you want to take it serious. And in that level, like it's fucking just chaos because all the people that are taking it serious have to queue with the people that are like just fucking around. And then there's the past emerald, like the diamond to champ level, where everybody just fucking hates everything. There's no enjoyment out of the game. George, I think Matthew's got it, bro. I think Master Matthew's got it. And yeah, Cole, I mean, send me a link, bro. Send me a link. I'll go to one of the camps or something. Isn't there like a rehab where they like random people come and fucking just kidnap you from your house? Is that a thing? I don't know. They like kidnap you in the middle of the night. They fucking freak you the fuck out, and then you wake up and you're in like rehab. George, are you actually, bro? Because you were putting on a fucking spectacle the other day. Oh, dude, it's just. Sorry, I was playing too much CS:GO yesterday. Yeah, I'm a king for that one. This isn't. Guys, we got wall open and we're selling. You dick. That was the motherfucker I downed too. Ah, we're selling. It's okay. Dude, George was putting on a fucking show the other day, bro. Who did oh yeah, you low key kind of slammed CNR's mod. Not to talk shit, but you low key kind of slammed CNR's mod, bro. What was his name? David, I think. Tough name these days, honestly. With the news. Tough, tough, tough. George, you got fucking crazy potential, bro. The shit I was seeing from you was actually wild. I don't know if Matthew's here, if anybody else in chat is here that witnessed George on full display. That was, I mean, it was power. It was definitely power. You had some fucking just raw siege energy, just fucking like emitting out of your body. Also, yo, Cole, if you're still here, bro, can you tell me how to clean a mouse pad, bro? Oh, I don't need a whole lot of you on it. Dude, Matthew, you missed all the ones. You missed all the 1v1s. Are you the one that went shield and got 3 kills? Bro, bingo. Do not be talking. Do not be talking crap. Oh, you put something about the mouse pad in the Discord? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Do not be talking bingo. Do not be talking about crap about Chief Mod George in the ones, bro. He did. There was no shields. Nobody played shields. I put it in the bath and use a sponge and soap. Okay. Whatever floats your boat. No, I'll probably give that a try because my shit's just covered in dog hair, bro.
Upstairs is clear line, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's not.
I'll join the white stairs, but you can probably go in. One's in closet.
Both inside.
Wow. That was wild.
She's
I don't.
door black.
I don't know if y'all saw that one. Did y'all see that shit? That's the first time I've ever. Yo, what the fuck was that, bro? Can I please tell me I have my? I don't even have my software. I don't even have my clipping software up. That sucks. Dude, George, we don't need the IGP, bro. I swear to God, that was luck. I always open vert there because there's always someone in that hallway, but I've never fucking shot him in the fucking noggin before. That's insane. My word. I, I mean, it wasn't a headshot, to be fair. Four bullets to the feet. Maybe bro shouldn't have been standing there, man. Maybe Broski shouldn't have been standing there. Wow. Okay. Hopefully, dude. Honestly, I was saying yesterday on stream late. I think all y'all were probably fucking sleeping. But I was saying yesterday how I put so many hours into this game. I need some sort of mystical deity to come and just like provide me with a reason to keep playing this game. And hey, man, that's the first time I've ever hit like a floor bang like that, bro. So just saying. I also George IGP. I have a TikTok. I just don't post on it that much. I have a Fat Man R6 TikTok. I'm just not active enough on it, bro. No footsteps.
No one's playing upstairs again.
Oh, he's on the fucking window. Yeah, this one. And garage door is also broken, watch out.
Wait, what
Watch out for
window?
watch out for garage door.
Tough. See, that I should have just gone above. I would have fried Thorn. I'm moronic. Bro, Twitch, just open up vert above, bro. They have a shield. You're using a DMR. Open up vert above. I literally. Nice. You can't fix fucking stupid, obviously.
On the building. Flank.
John Choi. Nah, you ain't shooting that, bro. You got a drone.
He's still on the left side.
Dude, just oh my word. I does it hang to the left or the right, Cole? I mean, honestly, I can't remember. Can't like I feel like I should know that, and I just don't. I would say I think a little to the right. I think I got like a nice 10. No, not 10. I think I got a nice 5-degree sway to the right. But I also think my left testicle is bigger than my right testicle. So, the more you know. George, bro, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I have to think about it. I don't really think about that all that often. Can you guys calm down, dude? Yo, Leia, Henny, can you guys figure it out? I'll come in there. I'll put on a show for you. You guys want to watch SpongeBob again? Ridiculous. Baby, listen, I just need somebody to love. Yeah, I don't need no fun. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. They're not too fond of being picked up, but I can do that. I'll do that after the game. I'll do that after the game. What rank am I? Like currently, or what's my peak? Currently, I'm D1. Currently D1. My peak's top 350. But we're just in it for a good time, not a long time, pal. Just in it for a good time, not a long time. We already hit our champ this season. Now we kind of just fuck around. We're probably about to stop. I mean, we probably got another few ranked games in us right now. Yeah, peak top 350. Yeah, 346. We probably got another few ranked games in us right now, and then we'll watch some Pro League. Bitch. Oh my god, bro. Snake's just in the basement. Tough. Yo, Leia, come here. Hey. Come here. Can you come here? Hi, Stinky. Wait. Alright. This is Leia. Say hi. Yeah, okay. She's like the biggest mud on the planet, and she's around, I want to say like 10 months old. Yeah. Pro League starts in hour 30. And then Henny's probably not getting up, bro. She's in a lazy mood right now. Yo, Cole, shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. If I had boxes through the wall, I feel like I'd be rinsing the ops. I'd be rinsing the ops, bro. Last year I was top 100, then I got super sick and was in the hospital for a couple months, just started back up. Oh, dude, holy shit. I hope you fucking stay healthy, my guy. That's sick, though. That's sick. My problem with ranked and all that shit is like once you hit your once you grind your number, right? Especially at the beginning of the season, you get your shit. Especially as a solo queue, it's hard to just maintain that because you're just gonna keep queuing up against the 5 stack of just fucking absolute pub stompers. Do you much about the free alpha packs for watching? I've never tuned into an official stream long enough to get any. I have no idea. I don't even care about the free alpha packs. Alpha packs, I fucking despise alpha packs, bro. I, honest to God, like, I used to just never open them, and I would get like 50, 60, 100, whatever. And it was boring to me to actually open them, like do pack openings. It's just, I don't like it. But I think it's more of a Twitch thing to do it. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I think you have to like link your Twitch account to your Ubi account, and then it'll track how much you've watched. And then if you achieve a certain like milestone or whatever, then you'll get the pack. Something along those lines. I'm not sure. I just need somebody to love. Okay, wait. If you're gonna be bandit tricking, I don't know if you're gonna be doing that, but I'll just move this. Yeah. I don't need much, just somebody. All right. I don't think you're bandit tricking anymore. I kind of wish I was playing Valkyrie.
Ooh, and,
Okay, yep, not happening. Not happening. Not winning that one. No, sir. No, sir.
don't swing it, don't swing it.
Well, this guy's over here telling me not to swing it, bro. And I hit a lifetime shot today, so I feel like I should swing it. Although I think there might be one on roof. I think there might be one on the roof. Nope, nobody on the roof. Let's go, team. Wow.
He's still in the window.
He's just
Guys.
stepped
Go ahead, don't swing, don't swing me, but. How the fuck would you swing?
You guys are selling, bro. Holy. My word. I did 111 damage. Bro, I sold too. Holy shit, I should have killed both the Finka and the Thatcher. And we lose, bro. It's okay. It's okay. We're having a good day today. We're having a good day today. What the piss, man? What the actual bro? It's someone fucking shit stain. Do we have any alpha packs we can open? The only reason why I'm opening them right now is because I want duplicates so I can get the renown so that I can buy this shitty ass fucking holiday whatever this fuck skin is just to irritate people. Because nobody likes it. Nobody asked for it. Nobody wants it. But I want it because nobody wants it. I just need somebody. I downloaded StatCC, but I only got damage report. But I only get the damage report. How do I get the leaderboard as well? Oh, the leaderboard, bro. I just hit the here. Bro, I don't fucking know the button name. This button right here. Can you guys see that? This one above tab. I hit that button and it brings it up. You see? See that? That's what pops the leaderboard, George. I think that's what you're talking about. I just need somebody to love. I wonder when they're gonna go live. Also, I need to figure out if I should make some food, order some food. What are we thinking here, pal? What are we thinking? What do we got in the old, what do we got in the old, What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Bro, I always look on DoorDash, bro, and I swear to God, I don't know why I expect anything to fucking change, bro. Where I live is actually such a piss stain for food. I'm pretty sure it's called a hyphen. I think that's the key name, and it's like the fucking backwards looking at apostrophe. No, that's not a hyphen. That's not a hyphen. It's the fucking like squiggly. It's the squiggly, bro. It's a squiggly, whatever the fuck that is. Joe Shimamoto. All right, I've literally been like begging just my body to survive until Pro League survives. I'm so actually hyped. It's such a refreshing new thing to do, Siege related, than play just sit here and fucking hate my life on ranked. Yep. Top of the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard. There we go. There we go, bro. 30 points at the top of the leaderboard. That's what I'm talking about.
Hello, team.
What's good?
Let's get this W.
I'd say fly the W, but I'm not a Cubs fan. Skiosh, brother.
Outside main breeze.
George, yo, Chief Mod George Skiyoshi is he's an old time friend. Damn, you got some fucking. Yeah, I reinforced it off.
They got me. They made it soft.
Is anyone connector or no? Damn, Vigil,
Is
he's
he close
fucking
rafters? The shield?
balls to the wall, bro. Hey, you're not dead, my fucking dick.
They're walking.
What?
You injured that guy. Nice shot.
I think we were over aggressive there.
Yeah, they can only come through one doorway. I don't know why two people walked in there. Just saying. Ranked experience right there. JD's in line. I'm in ranked experience right there. Yo, fuck. Fuck, I want food, man.
Vigil can you play below? Like breach?
Vigil, can you play below? But I don't want a burger, man. I don't want a burger. That's the problem. Like, should I just go make a pizza? My hands are in the air, bro. My hands are in the air. I don't know what to fucking do. See, this is the problem, bro. What time is it? It's 11:17. I can't even get McDonald's breakfast. So, and this is the time I want breakfast. Like, get out of here, bro. Super, super stinky poop, bro. Not liking it. Alright, Vigil, I'm gonna need you to figure it.
Yeah, we did it.
It's 4 for me. It's wait.
Yo, Vigil, can you play sword?
Okay. That's alright. That's alright.
Just shooting my shit out. Can you play below?
Oh, you ballsy boy. Oh.
He's still on the window.
I got breach, by the way.
Yeah, I tried to play below for you because the Vigil wasn't, and I don't know.
Can you just watch my, like, I might need to skip and just... I'm in reinforcements.
Now we're in the same fucking spot, bro. No, he walked in, bro. He just turned his back to you.
Just hold on.
Yo, Bandit, please, can you look over here, bro? This dude, this Monty has turned his back to you like 5 times.
Hold on. There's fucking people in IT.
Yeah, Bandit, bro. I don't understand.
Because you, bro, you can't fucking counter shield alone, or you dead ass. You're not playing.
Not when they're not when you're in the other. You're an idiot. You're actually an idiot. You're actually an idiot. You and Vigil need to be fucking just actually just eliminated from the planet, bro. Holy Christ.
You're crying, bro.
You're retarded, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Bro, he walked in smoke.
What are you talking about? He walked in through IT, bro, and you did nothing. You're just sitting in fucking electrical, jacking yourself off.
Bro, there's 2 more people in IT that are gonna swing me if I swing them. What are you?
You don't need to swing him. All you need to do is look through the doorway. Are you fucking moron? Holy shit.
Fucking swinging him. Are you stupid?
No, you're actually retarded. You're gonna piss me off. You're actually retarded. You're gonna piss me off, bro.
Nice man, fucking crying. Shut the fuck up,
You're
please.
crying.
Yo, all you guys are fucking retarded, bro. Go run at people. Fuck.
Oh, there we go. You're not even talking it out, bro. You're just fucking insulting, bro. You sound so fucking.
Yeah, no, bro. Hit top 350. Hit top 350, moron. Fuck you.
How old are you? Like 30, fucking crying?
Yeah, okay. You're off by a decent chunk of years there, pal. But I guess. Jesus Christ.
Allow me to swing something when there's two other people fucking waiting for me to swing.
Are we serious? Is this ranked?
Shield, man?
Bro. Oh my god.
It's embarrassing as fuck.
No, you're right. You're right. Just keep fucking jerking off. Here, I'll play like you did last round.
You get hatches, Vigil.
Let me just go play like this guy.
I think you guys are taking it a little too serious.
This guy's getting mad over nothing, bro.
Yo, I'm holding his EXO right now.
It's just a Monty. Chill out.
This guy's a fucking idiot. Oh, is the round happening? Is the round happening?
I got the wall.
Oh shit, is the round happening? You know what? Fuck, bro. Oh. Yo, is the round happening?
They got where the fuck that other
Like,
I'm
what
gonna
are
go
we
close
doing,
up.
bro? Morons. Genuinely. Fucking idiots. And this guy's a fucking idiot too, bro. Vigil, get the fuck out of my face.
Monty's 1 HP.
Good stuff.
Monty's a slither of HP.
Bro, place the shield there.
Coming down to site to help you guys. Got the call. Monty's 1 HP, gentlemen. Fucking pussy ass motherfucker, bro. I hope they win, bro.
He's going main breach on you, Vigil. Going main breach on you.
What the fuck is this?
Nice. Last is main breach, right side.
Bro, it took 80 million years to shoot a drone with a shotgun. Nice, bro. Nice. Good stuff, Cheddar. Good stuff. God. Just let this shit start soon, please. For the love of God. I hope this guy gets fucking fried. I hope you get fucking fried. Thermite's 1 HP, by the way, you fucking toothpick of a human. You fuckstick. My word, bro. These kids are getting muted, bro. Can I mute, bro? Thank you. Mute. Muted. Fuck. You can't, I mean, you can't make this shit up. These kids are champs, by the way, somehow. Champs, by the way, somehow. Can't make it up. Oh my God. I'll get their shit from below. Let's see if we understand. All right, wait. I need to go back. I need to figure out, bro. I need to figure out food. I need to figure out my food situation because I think this is kind of why I'm popping off a little right now. I'm hungry. Maybe I just settle for a big arch, bro. Let's see what. I'm okay with that, actually. I'm okay with that. Although I wouldn't really want a big arch then. I don't know. Just somebody to love. Yo, Shim, if you're still here, bro, join the Discord, bro. Join the Discord. Join the community Discord. Guys, if you are in chat, be sure to join that Discord, bro. Oh wait, I need to help on my team real quick. Honestly, I shouldn't, but it's a kind-hearted gentleman. I will. For these numbskulls. You're welcome for getting the bandit off the wall. Thermite, you gonna do anything about it? Thermite, you gonna do anything? Like, bro. I gotta answer that question with a question. Do these people have functioning brain stems? No, they don't. Why the fuck would they? And how the fuck do we win the round, bro? Honestly. No, Shim, I don't want to talk to my fucking teammates, bro. I don't want to talk to my fucking teammates. They're fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. It's like trying to talk to a goddamn alien and understand what he's saying, bro. Not happening. But the alien's pissed and is currently fucking probing your ass. That's exactly that's the conversation that would be happening with the teammate, bro. You're trying to understand what the fuck they're trying to speak to you because it's just gibberish and nothingness. And all the while, they're shoving fucking metal rods up your asshole, dude. That's the vibe. Ridiculous. You just can't make it up, man. And somehow we're playing a team that just doesn't know how to set up their site. They just leave a bunch of walls unreinforced or with no rotates. Like, these are the lobbies now, man. Ridiculous. Pro League can't come any faster, bro. Where's Chief Ma George? I need Chief Ma George and Master Matthew to kind of calm me down here. Those guys are they're some real G-spot jumpers. There's some real G-spot jumpers. Oh yeah, Shim, if you are still watching, bro, be sure to go give George a follow. Go give George's TikTok a follow, bro. He put it in the Discord. It's under the self promo. Go give Chief Ma George a follow. Yeah, you're welcome for fucking opening wall again. But no, we don't need to do that. Fuck the wall. We don't fucking care about it. Nice. Like these people. How is this even fucking working, bro? Shim, that's such cap and you know it, bro. Go give Chief Ma George a fucking... Where did G-spot jumper come from? What do you mean? Go give George a follow, bro. He's Chief Mod George to you, by the way. Chief Mod George. Also, Valkyrie. Maybe we should talk about it. I don't know how the fuck he didn't kill me there. She didn't kill me. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I just need somebody to love. Whoa. I don't need much. Just somebody to love. I don't need much. Somebody to love. Oh shit, dude, these farts are becoming way warmer. Bro, how do they go? How do they go upstairs again? What fucking planet are we living on? Genuinely, what planet is this, bruh? Okay. Oh. Walk in! Watch me, I'm about to fry this kid. Walk in! Like... Are we retarded? Walk in, Monty! You know he's over there. You know your teammate just killed someone over there. It's a real shocker. It's a real shocker. Wow. What the fuck? Bro just had to walk in. Bro just had to walk in. I don't get it. I don't get it. Did his keyboard fucking stop working? Just walk in. Who are you baiting? Like what is the strat there? I don't know. Let me just go walk. Let me walk in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out, so I can just fuck the person behind me. Meanwhile, doing absolutely nothing beneficial to the round. No, you just want to practice having sex with a door frame. Same guy. I think that was fucking just jacking off in the goddamn corner, bro. Unbelievable. Like, it's just... Nobody's setting up site, by the way. That's just me doing it. So these kids are garbage and can't, like, bro, whatever. Honestly, whatever. Yeah, bro. It's all right. I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care anymore. I don't fucking care. Good job. Good job, Fenrir. Your first reinforcement of the game. Nice. Pro League can't start literally. Pro League literally can't start any sooner. Masterful plays by Vigil. Bro, you have a perfect pixel if you just move to the right. Do we think Fenrir's gonna do it? No, because this dude honestly was born without half of his fucking brain working. Where's his teammate, by the way? Alright, so just so you know, if anybody walks in and makes a left, Oryx is gonna do nothing about it, by the way. Nothing. Now he will. Thank you. Nice. 2v2, essentially. Don't do whatever you're thinking about doing, Oryx. Terrible play. Yeah, okay. Like, somehow, bro. Somehow. Some existence. They just can't walk in and hit simple shots. Oh, I know he's to my left. Let me just walk in and not do anything about it. It's just fucking, like, bro, make it make sense. Someone. These kids are going to get a goddamn earful after this game, bro. But I got to be careful because I've been getting those like little timer bans or whatever for voice chat abuse or whatever it is. And I'm not a toxic guy. It's just people just drive you to a cliff and you just like, it's like, do I remain here and fucking lose my temper or do I just jump off and end my existence on Siege? So I like, you know, rock and a hard place type deal. Oh, fuck. Again, if you're just getting here, we got Pro League starting in an hour, I think, a little less than an hour, 50 minutes, roughly. Yeah, 50 minutes. So we'll be tuning into that. At least I think. Let me just double check here. Yeah, 48 minutes. 48 minutes. Actually, we'll just get this like we'll get it rolling. We'll get it rolling. This is why you need good teammates like me and Matthew and Skiyoshi. Yeah. Thank you, George. Honestly, yeah, it is. Honestly, it is. Because this is a fucking pain. This is a fucking absolute. This is painful, bro. I don't even care anymore. Like, I win or lose this game, I'm mad. I heard someone in here. I hear someone in storage. Someone's over here. Am I stupid? Bro, he's tucked right. Someone, just please, someone help me out. He's tucked right. One's coming left. Like, fuck! And he got my teammate too. I don't know how. Guy was at literally negative 10 HP. Dude was at negative 10 HP. That's our top frag, by the way. I guess. Here, I'll put on some TV for you guys. Put on some TV for you guys. What do you guys want to watch? Here. I'll put on a Wi-Fi bill. You guys can watch Steve McGarrett. He's a G. I promise he's a G. He's a good dude. And we're gonna go put in a pizza. Oh wait, boy, bollocks. Some stuff here. Bullocks. Wait. Here we go. Did we win or lose, bro? Please. Fuck! We still have to play another round of this goddamn bullshit. You said good teammates, but then you named me. I might have some game sense, but I'm still good. About to hit plat. Attaboy, Matthew. About to hit plat. Oh, I'm still gold. About to hit plat. Hey, bro. It's all an attitude thing, honestly. These kids I'm playing with in a lobby, they got bad attitudes, and they're missing fucking primary human basic functions. Like they're just missing it. Like it just wasn't encoded in their DNA or whatever. Like, you know, you guys know that Family Guy scene where like Stewie makes recreations of Brian and Stewie, and then they just kind of just melt. I mean, we're counting down the days for these fucking people to just melt because they're not formed properly. It's a fucking problem. I just need somebody to love. I don't need too much, just somebody to love. Yeah, I don't need just somebody. Alright, well, we can guess how this fucking defense goes. They just try to rush site through a fucking breach. We have this fucking moron. We have this fucking moron walking around upstairs, holding the fucking worst angles on the goddamn planet. Somehow, some way getting a pick. And then you have your boy Deezer115 Yeet, who just, that's an old name. Holy shit. Then you have your boy Fatman R6. You have your boy Fatman R6, and he's just, like, he just lost passion. Passion's gone. And Vigil's just walking out. Why the fuck wouldn't he be? Bro just turned all the way around, by the way, mind you. Yeah, my fucking taint, bro. My fucking dick. Yeah, I'm running the fuck away. I don't care. My fucking wiener, bro. God, thank fuck we're out of that. Thank fuck. So badly did not want to continue in that fucking shitstorm. Oh, wait, fuck. Whatever. Somehow we're remaining in Diamond 1, which I don't even want to be in, bro. Like, put me in goddamn gold, bro. Let me just murk some golds. George, put me in your lobbies, please. We can switch. You're a better champ than I am. You're a better diamond than I am. Matthew, let's switch, bro. You're better at this game than I am, bro. And I'm still all right. How much can it's scheduled? It's scheduled. It's scheduled. Just say it's starting at 12. All right. What is this for, bro? What is this for? What the fuck was that for, bro? I don't want to do the notify me thing. That's kind of weird. Yo, Pope. Let's switch lobbies, bro. Let's switch lobbies, please. Let's switch lobbies. My fucking word, bro. My word. This game sucks. This game sucks. It sucks. The people playing it suck. They're not even playing today. You watching it on YouTube or Twitch? I'm watching it on YouTube. My Twitch, like I have Twitch, obviously. I don't stream on it, but I have it. But for whatever reason, it's like just not letting me log in. I think I forgot all my passwords. It's been a while. Is that all right, George? Is that all right? Chief Mod? We good with that? We cool? We cool beans? We cool beans, Chief Mod? Are we all good with that? Chief Mod George? Leia, you liking Hawaii 5-0? You like that show? Goodness gracious. All right, you know what? Let's we cool? We cool? All right. Yo. Attaboy, George. Attaboy, Chief Mod. I still got 4 boosters for whatever this shit is, bro. All right. Let's fucking get some shit from McDonald's, I guess, bro. I don't even want McDonald's, though. I don't even fucking want it. want McDonald's. I don't even want McDonald's, but like, what the fuck? Fuck. 60 to 2. Where is my super soup? Nah, for real. Navy, federal. George, I know. George, I know I'm always ordering food, bro. I'm sorry. Yo, if you guys are new, drop a sub. I'd appreciate it. Join the Discord. It's pinned. Whatever y'all feeling. CNR invite. What you mean? What you mean? Go make some beans and toast. Yeah, I know you guys. I know you freaky guys do that shit. I don't get it personally. Don't understand. Make payments. Sorry guys. I don't understand it personally. 245. Oh. What do you mean? What do you mean CNR invite? King Prawn. Done. So it's 250 out of 5. Another 250. All right, you know what? You're right. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go put in a pizza, maybe. Pizza. Oh, I could eat a whole pizza by myself. I just fold. Like, I don't even cut it, dude. I'll just fold it in half and just, you know. Yo, King Prong, give me some guidance here. I don't know what you mean. I'm not following, bro. I'm not following, broski. Five minutes and 10 seconds, bro. The only thing that sucks about Siege, especially when you're watching like Twitch, whatever, or like Pro League stuff, the only thing that's just buns about this is we're waiting 5 minutes and then it's gonna start and it's gonna give us another countdown. It's gonna give us like a 30-minute countdown. So we have like a 5-minute countdown to the stream starts, which will then have a 30-minute countdown to when the game starts. It looks like there's only 3 games today. EP against Edward Gaming, Falcons, Daystar, Shopify against 4 a.m. I think that's what we're rocking with here. I'm gonna go put a pizza in the oven, bro. Honestly, gonna put a pizza in the oven. Let's see here. Yeah. This sounds like a play. This sounds like a good play. And we're not gonna cut it because we're built we're better than that. We're better than that. We don't need to cut our shit. But we'll take one of the more crappy ones. Oh yeah, this one's definitely for me only. What is the what are the instructions here? 400. Oh yeah, we could probably down this whole fucking pizza in like 2 seconds. What the frick? Do we have any other like food around that I can just like kind of fuck around with? You know what? I'll slide a cosmic brownie down the hatch, I guess. I'll slap one of these things down the hatch. I also do need to go to the gym, so I think after the Pro League stream, I'm gonna go to the gym, and then we'll kind of see what happens here. Kind of see what happens. I'm biased. I think every Shopify game is going to be the best game because I'm a fan. I got a heavy bias there, though. You guys know you can bet on this? Y'all can bet on Pro Siege. It's in Utah. It's like West Coast US ish. Ugh. All right, come on. A minute and a half. Actually, this is perfect time. I can just run some Clash Clans. I can just run some Clash Clans real quick. I'll play with the audio so you guys can get the raw experience. Town Hall just upgraded to level 13. Not to brag or anything, obviously, but like not to brag, not to brag, not to brag. One team is already out of the major. Yeah, so their visas were fucked. Their visas got fucked up. It's pretty messed up. It's Wolves. Oh. All right, I don't actually know what to. I get 2 scatter shots. Are we pissing our pants all over the place? Like what the frick? Yeah. Are we literally pissing our pants like all over the place? Like I don't get it. Sure, 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 sure. They should have hit me up. I would have expedited the process for the visas. Yeah, Matthew, aren't you in? I forgot what country you're in, but I'm pretty sure they're in China, my friend. I literally can't upgrade shit right now. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. I don't even know what to do here. Wolves is a football team in England. Yes, my friend, but they are a siege team in China as well. They are a Sagehi team in China, waiting for Rainbow Six Siege Esports. I, I don't want to watch the trailer. I just want to watch. I just want to watch Siege. What the fuck? Can this load, man? Waiting for what? What are we waiting for? My God. Oy vey. Face reveal. Yes, sir. I don't know about that one, pal. Don't know about that one. We're waiting for this fucking thing, dude. It literally said it was gonna start. I mean, the game doesn't start until let's check. The game doesn't start for another like half hour. But it said the stream was starting in negative 5 minutes. In negative 5 minutes. So I guess we're just getting lied to. Who is actually who is on Edward Gaming now? Because they just added Noah, yes, stand-in for their captain. I'm pretty sure they're all decent. I kind of got a shit now, dude. Daystar's got I don't know anything. Oh yeah, I know these two. I know these two. They're actually fucking goated. Wait. Oh yeah, facts. CNR, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Um, wait, calendar. Fuck. Wait. God damn, bro. Yeah, CNR, you said you're what? You're 20 now, I think, right? 20? What the fuck? Hell no. Still waiting, bro. Still waiting here. Oh, there's the pizza, my friends. There's the pizza. Ready to fucking go. Ah, shit. Whoa, fat. All right, let's see here. We got how much time? How much time? 17 minutes. We can do that. We can do that. No problem. 17 minutes. 17 minutes, and this pizza is in my belly, my friends. Fuck you. Take this off the thing without making a goddamn mess everywhere, bro. You know what? My dog's gonna enjoy the cheese on the ground. Leia, Henny, you guys want cheese? It's on the ground. There's cheese all over the ground if you guys want it. Fuck. There's cheese on the ground if you guys want it. Set alarm, set alarm, set alarm. 16. Hold up. All right, I was on the phone with my dad. Put that in chat, babe. But that is why you guys couldn't hear me. Lo siento. At least I think I put it. Yeah, I did. All right, we got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes, gents, ladies and gents. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes till Siege Pro League. Thank goodness. And we do have a break screen. We do have a break screen. I use it occasionally. I didn't think it was going to be that long of a phone call there. I wasn't ready for that. So this is awful music in the background, by the way. Super weird for Utah. Kind of weird. You know, unless is like banjo popular in Utah? Is the banjo a popular Utah? Oh, okay. I guess I'm just smoking wiener. It is pretty popular in Utah. All right, let's close out of Siege for right now, because fuck that game, it sucks. And let's watch Siege, because that game's goated, you know? Oh my god, yeah. Here we go. Can you guys hear the desktop audio now better? It's like as loud as I can make it, holy Christ. Can you guys hear that? All right. Okay, babe, I would just turn the volume up. I just tested it. That's pretty darn loud, pal. 40 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, 40 seconds. We got a pizza in the oven right now. We got professional Siege up in 30 seconds. I mean, just fucking milk my nipples of excitement. This is a good day. Come on. That's awful. That's an awful weapon skin. Not a fan. Cloud9's not even participating. Loud's, I don't think Loud's participating. M80's not participating. BDS, I don't think is even a team anymore. Why did it say Paris? Getting pretty hyped with this music, bro. Holy Christ. Maverick looks like Ryan Gosling. That's kind of accurate. I feel like I'm watching a cologne ad right now. This isn't it, bro. That was not it, bro.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Salt Lake City Major. We are here live in Utah. My name is XR Troika. I'm joined here by Jesse.
Thank you, Matthew. I don't know, bro.
To kick off the day, but we are ready to get stuck into things. We have got ahead of us a couple of weeks of fantastic Siege awaiting us, Jesse.
Yeah, we sure do, Ollie. Of course, the Salt Lake City Major, the first real big international tournament of the year here in our Siege calendar. So it's super exciting to be able to get things kicked off here in Salt Lake City. And of course, we've got some of the best teams from around the world starting in Phase 1 with some of the teams from APAC, from China. We've got some really exciting squads, some players.
Phase 1 is kicking off in sunny Utah. Like, they don't need to say
We've got a lot of players
bro.
that have never played an international tournament before, given that we have the newcomers inside of the CNL region that are joining us here for the Salt Lake City Major. So it's really interesting to see how those guys are going to perform.
They don't need to say that.
International level, it's going to be a big step up from what they used to. And then, of course, we've got all the usual thrills and spills from across the world. We've got great teams coming in from North America, from Brazil, and of course from Europe as well.
Yeah, it should be really exciting. And of course, we're starting things off with Enterprise and Edward Gaming. So we've got lots of games to be played today. Here's the schedule for you. Starting off Enterprise Edward, then we'll move into Daystar versus Falcons, and then 4 Angry Men versus Shopify Rebellion. All of those games, best of 1 first-round matchups, and then 2 best of 3s. The winner of those BO3s will be qualified straight into Phase 2. And if you're sitting there thinking, wait, why are there only 3 first-round brackets? Well, of course, that's because Wolves were not able to make it to this event, and so their first-round game has just gone past. We'll take a look at the bracket here, and you'll see that their opponents, who they would have been playing, Los, have gotten an immediate win.
So Los is playing against
upper bracket final to play the winner of Edward Gaming versus Enterprise.
Yeah, not a bad day to be Los or a Los fan, I guess. You know, of course, they've got that default win straight through with the unfortunate situation there.
That's tough,
of course, that does then trickle down
Los
into
is
lower bracket
lucky
as well,
as
because they can drop
piss.
into that lower. So whoever gets into lower bracket semi-1 will immediately advance straight into that lower bracket final. And as you say, Jesse, 2 teams qual today and 2 teams qual tomorrow. And then we're into stage 2
Los
where
is
we
lucky.
get into the thick of it, really. Some of the big boys come out to play then.
Yeah, exactly. It's all upper bracket today, all lower bracket tomorrow. So the stakes really do heat up on that second day, but still important matches.
All right,
today.
we need
You don't
Shopify
have
to just
fall that
qual
lower
upper
and
bracket,
then
bro.
You end up meeting a Shopify Rebellion or a
yeah.
Falcons down in the lower bracket, and things get really scary.
He said it,
for
bro.
you.
He
So
said it.
I think we'd start talking about these teams. All you can start talking about the rosters as they start to pop up. We'll start with
the pizza.
Edward Gaming, our Chinese newcomers entering into international tournament for the very first time. An elephant in the room.
Wait a second, Jesse. Wait a second. Wait just 1 minute. Now, I know that I don't cover Europe anymore.
Yeah.
I moved over to North America, but I do still know the players and the teams. Noah, it seems, has snuck his way onto the Edward Gaming roster. Of course, one of the players having a little bit of a difficulty, direction. Not able to find the right direction to Salt Lake City. He wasn't able to make it here, unfortunately.
No.
So Noah is going to be a last-minute stand.
You want to come watch Pro League with me?
Again, you've got to sort of contextualize that and take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, haven't you? Because you've lost your best player, you've lost your best performer, but look at what you've gained. But then you've gained someone into a team that maybe doesn't speak so much Chinese, or you know, the synergy isn't quite going to be there, is it?
No, there was a great interview posted to Twitter from Jays Wills
Leia.
Jonah, our interviewer here on site, and he was talking with Noah, and Noah said he knows a few words of Chinese, he knows some Mandarin, but really it's going to be on the captain, it's going to be on Mentalist to do a bit of translation work during the match to try to make things work with Noah coming into this
excited.
team. It's a tall task, right? There are big shoes to fill if you're Noah, but this guy was just in an SI Grand Finals. If there's anyone in the world you could have had to fill in, Noah's the guy you want.
Yeah, you've not got a bad replacement there, really, have you? But it is going to temper our expectations a little bit on this Edward Gaming side of things. On the flip side, we have got Enterprise, Mbappe, Brendo, Jigsaw, and Cairo. Now, a little bit more of a familiar team, a little bit more of a sort of familiar face. This is the regular 5 that we're dealing with here. So, you know, we can talk about these guys with a little bit more sort of seriousness about it, coming out of that host region.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to our Australian and New Zealand fans joining us around 2 a.m. to watch their favorite team. It's a tough life sometimes being an APAC fan, but they always put in the work to show up and watch their boys. And this is a team I'm really excited about because not only do they have this core established roster of Australian Siege players, guys like Brendo who have been around the block, Jigsaw who's traveled internationally, but they've also brought in Mag just this season, Magnet, the former captain of Fnatic, to coach this team.
This dude looks fucking weird, bro.
As they play their matches here in Salt Lake City. So there's a lot to be excited about, and this kind of feels like one of the best Australian
That guy on the left,
we've
like, kind of fucking weird.
Mag's an old name as well, isn't it? You know, that's one that you'll remember from sort of back in the day,
guys,
like, maybe even as far back as like 2019, something like that. So it's certainly going to carry quite a lot of weight with it. We get a little bit of a glimpse there into the players and their setup as well. I don't believe we are too far off jumping into the game, but we need to know what map we're going to be headed to if we're going to want to try and do that. Of course, all of these games today, the first 3 games, should I say, are going to be best of 1, and then we're going to move on to the best of 3s later, which essentially qualify or drop you down into that lower bracket, so you get a little bit of a better chance of things. But best of 1s to start off the day, and it looks like, Jesse, we're going to be headed to
best of 1s are terrible.
Okay, I like that. Of course, the newest map coming into the map pool, so for a brand new team like Edward Gaming, I think it's fitting to kick off their international debut on a map like Fortress. Both these teams should be evenly matched. They played it twice throughout kickoff, a win and a loss apiece, so both of these teams relatively familiar, neither especially dominant or neither especially poor. We know how these teams like to play, and there will be some VODs available. You maybe expect a little bit more unfamiliarity on the Edward Gaming side, just because they do have Noah coming in as a stand-in, and he might not know all the setups, all the strats, but I don't think this was a crazy pick by any team. I don't think this one will be a surprise for these squads, so they should have done some preparations. I don't think either team will be caught off guard by this map in RBO1.
No, we've got Edward Gaming playing it once, and we've got Enterprise playing it twice inside a kickoff, so it's been there, hasn't it? And you've got to contextualize that as well, and remember, kickoff, it wasn't the most amount of games.
Of course.
So it only being 1 or 2, it's still fairly significant. And like you say, there's still going to be a little bit of tape out there. And obviously for the side of Edward Gaming, this is where they have chosen, for the side of Enterprise, this is where they've chosen to go with Nighthaven being available as that last ban. So Edward Gaming obviously feeling like they fancy their chances a little bit more over on Fortress.
Yeah, really going to be excited to see how this one goes in, especially because we have a couple of newer players and older players mixed in together, right?
Yeah, you've got some really, sort of oldies and some young ones, sort of all kicking around there, and even in some cases
I'm not gonna lie, Border is pretty entertaining to watch in Pro League.
Stuck into our
pretty entertaining. They use the whole fucking map. It's pretty wild.
Favoring on that Edward Gaming side of things a little bit, as we can see there, they just have a bit of an edge there with the fans at home. It looks like we're going to be headed on in. Fortress awaits us with Edward Gaming starting off on that defense.
Well, Ollie, this is what we've been waiting for. International Siege returns to your screen, and of course, Edward Gaming versus Enterprise get to kick us off. I'm really excited to see what the bans might be, because of course, down in the CNL, China, we've got a bit of a different meta kind of evolving. They haven't really played against international teams before to a great extent, so it's always interesting to see what they want to take off the board. They'll start with a Ying ban. I think super respectable to come out against the
Also, if you guys
Edward
don't
Gaming,
know,
not going to have that tool available.
in any sort of comp setting or Pro League,
like
Pro League comp, whatever you want to call it, you ban 2, and then you ban your last one after round 3.
Ban here on the map too as well, but not being selected by
you got 2 off rip, which is pretty cool.
Of course, the final one banned out. So very
they just set the teams up in a whole room, a hotel room to play.
On
I think for this phase,
well.
yeah, because like
so important.
This phase is more of like a qualifier for the major. Like these are like the last
available at the moment inside of top level Siege.
These people didn't qualify for like the major yet. Like they qualified to come here to potentially qualify for the major. That's why like the top 4 teams here, like top 2 in upper bracket, top 2 in lower bracket, they both will qualify for like group stage, and then
it often makes things a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? So if the Monty is available, then the Mirror may be holding a little bit less impact. Hence the Azami coming out.
We've already got a little bit of trash talk. You couldn't see it, but while the lobby was getting set up, there was some chatter back and forth, both between the Enterprise guys and Noah as well, going for a bit of chatter. It should be spoken as well. Of course, Noah does have a little bit of experience kind of talking with some of these players on Edward Gaming. Mentalist, as we've mentioned, has played for English-speaking teams the majority of his career. So he speaks fluent English. There should be kind of that gap there that is being bridged a little bit by the captain. And then Nato as well, the coach, also speaking fluent English on the side of EDG. The rest of the players, it's a bit more mixed. Some stronger than others, but none quite as confident as Mentalist. So going to be interested to see if Noah does kind of play a bit on an island when we get into the lobby. Sounds like we are just having a little bit of an issue getting things set up, so we'll be delayed momentarily, but shouldn't be too long before you can jump into the lobby.
You can imagine that that's quite freeing for Noah as well, can't you? Because obviously imagine going from like playing under Twister and playing under Team Secret, where it's not like the most regimented, it's not strict by any stretch, but there's definitely a job to do and there's definitely like a plan.
Yeah.
You're getting thrown into this and it's like the reins have just been, it's like the lead's been taken off. You just let your dog off in the park and you just say, you know what, just go and have a run around, go and have some fun. Because that's how I imagine that they're going to end up playing this. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to just go out there and run about. And there's a lot of disruption that you can cause, especially in a best of one. Different when we get to a best of three, and different against differing levels of competition.
Here we go.
You know, obviously your more structured teams are going to be able to deal with that a lot better, and your more experienced teams are certainly going to be able to deal with that a lot better. But at least for this game, at least, I think it's got potential really to just be quite exciting.
Well, something that the team has talked a little bit about, and something Noah talked about again in that interview with Jonah, was that there is a lot of pressure on this Edward Gaming team. Like, yes, they are the underdogs coming in, right? It's their first international event. Obviously, people don't expect them to go for a super deep run, but at the same time, you know, they're representing their country on one of the biggest moments, the kickoff. It's the first time we're ever seeing a Chinese team here at an international event, so there is still that pressure to perform on Edward Gaming's side. And one thing Noah said is, like, he just wants to lighten the mood a little bit on this roster. Like, they aren't playing with the best of circumstances. They're missing the best player.
Who do you guys think is winning this first one?
Ideally how they wanted to kick things off.
If you don't like watch Siege or anything like that, just take a guess, bro.
His goal, partly in joining this team, is to keep the mood kind of light, to have fun with it, to enable everybody to play their best game. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's really about. You have to be in good spirits to put your best foot forward.
Absolutely. And then it makes it more difficult for the side of Enterprise as well, because they've obviously known who they're going to be going up against, known what they're going to be prepping, known roughly, you know, these are the VODs we've watched. We've watched this team play. We know exactly how they're going to play. Bam, you throw a super sub in there and you think, ooh, hang on a minute, this is probably not going to be exactly the same, is it? It's probably just going to be a little bit different. It looks like we've got all of our players back in the lobby, though, so we do thank you for bearing with us during that. And hopefully we can get
Who's playing? Who's going up first? We got Edward Gaming and Enterprise.
Through the Yinglaz, the Clash, and the Azami. And it's going to be Edward.
I think Edward Gaming is going to win because they picked up like one of they did some kind of shady low key. They have like a new player
for all teams internationally.
Who's pretty?
So
he's pretty good.
We will see the standard setup being played coming through from Edward Gaming, and you know it's always going to be exciting when these first round comes in and maybe the nerves start to get shoved off a little bit. Jigsaw, hold your breath. One way or another, this game is going to get started. We're going to end up playing at some point. But yeah, I mean, you've got to be so excited if you're these two rosters, not just for Edward Gaming, who we've talked about quite a bit coming into this matchup, but also for Enterprise.
Everybody voting EDG. Everybody voting EDG.
Some guys without so much experience coming through, you know, guys like Cairo, who haven't been around the block so much, even Bappin, who has been to some of those international events, but hasn't necessarily traveled the globe like guys like Mentalist or even Mag, or even to an extent like Brendo have on this OS team. You know, you do tend to see some of these players more commonly than others, and while I think most of the pressure is going to be on EDG, Enterprise have a tall task as well. They're also the only representatives coming through for their region, for their country, so I know they are excited to come through and play and show up once again for both Australia and New Zealand, which is being represented by Tuhan here.
It's a lot to take on, isn't it? You know, when you start thinking about
they need to get this game running, bro.
Regardless of the size of the region, they're a very loud region, and we know that. We know that. You know, it's they've got some really die-hard fans. They've got some brilliant support, and they've got some talented players. So when you're the only team that gets sent there from that region, there is going to be that little level of expectation because you want to prove the boys at home right that you were the right people to send and do the job. You know, you're always going to have a little bit of that as well, and then you're just going to want to do well.
What day is G2 playing?
Well, unfortunately, it seems like we're struggling to get ourselves into the game, but I'm sure that we're going to be figuring that out behind the scenes.
G2 is probably playing in group stage, which starts
big day to start off kickoff. We're a little bit fortunate, I guess, in the lost game and the Wolves is not going to be going ahead there. Unfortunate circumstance around Wolves for anyone that didn't see on social media. There was a bit of a problem with them getting their
Swiss stage.
The United
Swiss
States.
stage
they
is
weren't
when
able
it
to actually
starts.
field a team. More than just having one player.
A day and 23 hours. Probably they're probably playing in roughly 2 days.
Really
2 days
for the later half of the day.
Yeah, no, it
again
kind of is a good thing as well, I think, to get your first game out of the way here and maybe get the nerves shaken out because, as you just mentioned, the winner of this plays Los. Now, Los, they're not the best team in South America.
No.
Nobody's claiming that, but they're still a South American
They're
team.
a big upset team.
They really are, and
Yeah.
they've got some massive names on that squad, too. I think Dash has been fantastic for that team recently. I mean, both you and I got to cast him a bit down in the SAL, and I'm really excited to see what Los can do as sort of a Brazilian underdog coming into this first phase. They will be the favorites.
How long
I
y'all
no
think
matter
we
who
should
they go up
let the
against,
pizza
but
sit
whether
and
you're
cool down
EDG
for
or
before
whether
I
you're
start fucking
Enterprise,
macking into
getting
that
this
thing like
game
a
out of the way
burger?
first, being able to shake off the nerves a little bit, get a win under your belt, take that double on Fortress before moving on to your toughest opponent of the day should be really empowering for these players and should be able to, again, let them put their best foot forward, you know?
That's how I'd want to be entering. I wouldn't want to be entering anything less on an official game as a warm-up because you don't want to be going up against that Los team cold. As you mentioned there, a lot of talent, a lot of potential for an upset. They sit in that... it's such a dangerous spot where they sit inside of SAL because it's that 4th to 6th place. That's where I see that team. Genuinely 4th to 6th in whatever the tournament structure looks like, whatever the regional structure looks like for SAL. That's where they sit, and it just throws so much potential in for a big upset because of who they're going up against on a weekly. And then you've got to think about it. You've got to think, they're one of the teams that are here instead of a team like Team Liquid at the moment. So there's some big shoes to fill. Speaking about big shoes to fill in our first match here, it continues on throughout the rest of the day.
This is taking forever, bro. I hate the tech pauses, man. That's so
it's aggravating. Just for a bit, he's the one sitting in the bottom right there, lounging as he watches over his players. He's head coach for EDG, but before coaching Edward Gaming, he was actually a coach for Enterprise. Was able to be behind them for a couple of really big tournaments, including some SIs and some really important matches where he was able to assist Mingoran with that team on the coaching staff. So he's definitely had his share around the block. He knows what it's like to play up against these players, and I'm sure there's going to be even more trash talk coming in with all the different connections, both with Nato, then with Mentalist, then with even Mag going way back to the Fnatic days. There's a lot of overlap with these two teams, so it's quite fortunate, I think, that they are able to play up against one
another.
All right,
I think they're getting ready.
First match.
I think they're
Nato,
Gucci.
the coach, starts to give the fist bumps out to his players. It seems like they are ready to load on in. Mag on the other side doing just the same. So much experience behind those two great
they need to
coaches
fix
and a
the
lot
camera
of weight
that's
now on their shoulders.
Yeah,
in
as
this
you
room.
mentioned there, Mag, of course, a lot of experience as a player, a little bit less experience as a coach. Only really listed for Enterprise here. But in terms of playing history, I mean...
Dude, it's so obviously just a hotel room too. Like this is so awkward.
It's a proper click down the scroll wheel and whiz all the way down.
Like that's just a regular hotel room. Like they just took the bed out of it.
So
that's so
right back
weird.
to basically the inception of the game and the inception of a sort of professional play inside of Rainbow Six Siege. They have been around.
Yeah, I mean, Mag, really the founder, I would say, of Australian Rainbow Six. The captain of that Fnatic core for the better part of 6 years. I mean, that's an insane stretch to go on. And back when Siege was just starting out, Australia was, for a good period of time, considered the best sub-region down in APAC. It was still North America, Europe kind of at the very top, and then Brazil was starting to warm up as well back in the early days. But when APAC came onto the scene, it was really that Fnatic squad and then to an extent that Norarengo squad from Japan that were kind of the front runners coming out from APAC and setting the stage for what APAC Siege would have to live up to as they went forward throughout the years. So much history coming around from Mag, and it's nice to see him coming back into the scene to play, or at least to coach for the top team out of Australia. I know he spent quite a lot of time in Japan. I believe still lives up in Japan as well. But to be able to come back down, support the boys down
my
under,
God.
it's been excellent to see.
In the final, are they going to be playing on like a stage? Yeah, they'll probably be playing on a stage all of like
experience at that level to see how the game's developed over that.
All of
period
like
time,
the playoff
that we know and love,
stage,
but it
like
is
they're
still
all going to be
night
on
and day
a
different
stage.
from where it used to be.
And then
to where
even
it is
during
now.
like the
I mean,
Swiss
that's
stage,
the same
they won't
between,
even be in
sort of
this.
6
Like
to
this
8
is
month
literally
periods
just a
the game
fucking
will
joke
go
right now. I
under
guess
some sort of changes. I mean, for me,
Although
see
when I see
speaking about the game
Shopify
a little bit more now
Rebellion
while we've
in
got a
like
bit
their
of
hotel
time,
room, I'm just gonna
the
want to
game's
like
in a
be the
really-
carpet.
it's
Like
in
if
a
I could
really
be
fun
anything in
position
that
at the
room, I'd
moment.
want to be the carpet, so
But
I
it's
could just like.
also very different to what it has been.
For
And I
sure.
think the introduction of
Oh, the
Snake,
fucking
it-
feet
it
and
just
everything.
something that can't be
Oh.
ignored.
No, absolutely not. And I think you start to dial in not just on Snake, but on all the information operators that we have on the attack. You got Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi, even Lion to an extent. Like these operators that really
It's coming
assist with the roam clear, especially. Like it's a tough position to play off-site on your own as a defender right now. Like there are so many tools the attackers have, and then even beyond that, you know, if they know your spot, they could.
This
yin
is
you
getting
out, cap
fucking
tie you
annoying,
out,
bro.
Grim you out.
It's
There's
this
shields that can
fuckwit
be
right
brought
here
to
that
find
just
you
can't
if they
figure it out.
if they don't
This
want to
kid,
check every corner
this
with the
fucking
drones. Like
just
I do think the current meta
schmoop
is
of a
leaning
human.
more towards the attackers compared to what we've seen over the last few years, and a lot of that is just being boosted up by these really powerful information gathering operators that the attackers have access to.
A couple of players that I've spoken to ahead of this major have said that the game is attacker favored, and I think players will always dramatize it a little bit more, and they'll say it's very attack. You know, it's so attack. Like who loses around on attack now, sort of thing. And you'll watch these players and they'll go and lose around on
Matthew.
attack. But it is a situation.
That's too much
where
glaze on one
you've got
person.
so many different options now. You can either go down the information route, with Snake now rounding out a trifecta of really egregious information.
That's too much
operators,
glaze on one
or
person.
you can go down a let's get everything open route, and you can bring all the hard breach that the game has to offer now. Or you can go down a mega disruptive route, and you can bring all the disruption that the game has to offer now. There's really well-defined sort of subsets of attackers now. And even if you don't play them all at the same time, you've always got a nice combination of the mix.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And a player that I'm kind of focusing on when we look to those information operators has to be Bappin. You know, he's the youngest player in this Enterprise squad, only 20 years old, but he's really kind of dived headfirst into these aggressive information-seeking operators. His most played attacker is Deimos. His second most played is Dokkaebi. Like, he's going to be that guy who's leading the charge on attack. He's going to be that primary entry player, and he's really talented as well. You talk about skilled young players coming through from some of these regions that maybe don't get as much hype, don't get as much coverage, and Bappin, for me, really stands out as one of those stars. Was at a few different lands last year. Of course, was at EWC 2025, made the Munich Major, made it to SI.
Dude,
down
how
in,
long is
down
this
in
tech
Paris
pause
as
gonna
well.
last?
So, but still, that experience that he has in this server, and he's still a player that I think is waiting to hit his peak, is waiting to hit his full potential. Bappin is incredibly talented in his mechanics, but I think this could be the tournament for him where he starts to turn it on and really showcase what he can do as an individual.
Unfortunately, if you want to talk sort of star player for star player, as we know, the star player for the side of Enterprise for Edward Gaming isn't able to be at the event. They're not able to make it here, and it's almost a shame because it's kind of worth shouting out Direction in the way that they played inside a kickoff, because they were by far and away the best player inside of CNL, and it's not even close. Like, they've got plus 11 on the EPS to the next lowest, sorry, the second rated player. It's a 20 kill margin. Like, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. Same amount of maps, 20 kill margin. Now, surprise, surprise, have a guess at which attacker was most played by Direction. It was, of course, Solid Snake, and I think it just goes to show and prove how powerful in the right hands that an operator like that can be. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some bands of Snake throughout the course of this major.
Yeah, and it almost puts
they're
Noah
starting, bro.
Because he's the one filling
Fill
Direction's
those shoes.
Oh, no, they're not.
Yeah.
No, they're
and
not.
Noah is an aggressive player. You know, he's playing kind of the entry flex role
They're
on
not
this
yet.
team as
Bro,
he's kind of
what
moved
the
into this
fuck is
EDG
going
squad.
on?
But he wasn't really a big information player. He, you know, I'm lying. He played quite a bit of Snake, so maybe there is going to be that easiness to dive in. And
This
kind
is
of
literally
recover those
UB's
roles.
baby.
But
I
was
don't know
the
how they
second
fuck it
most
up
played
every single
attacker
fucking
throughout the
time, bro.
kickoff, so he has that experience on Snake.
But it's under a very different structure.
Absolutely. And I'm worried about Snake. A big benefit to that operator is getting information and feeding it to your teammates.
Yes.
That is tough when you have to throw a translator in the middle of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless there's somewhere really easy.
True.
There must be we must be able to just sort of categorize a few call-outs. Like, surely everyone can just learn what kitchen means, right? Because there's always a kitchen. There's always a kitchen. What else have we always got? There's usually a meeting room.
Yeah, usually like a bedroom is a big one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get the pizza, bro, because I need something to. I need something to stimulate myself.
Office. Garage is quite a popular one.
Yeah.
If you actually went down and wrote out, from the comp maps, if you wrote out some pretty standard-ish call-outs and understood, right, okay, this is there, that's there.
Yeah.
I know what kitchen is in Portuguese.
What is it?
Cozinho.
Cousinho?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only know that because I've read it about 1 million times casting Brazil over the years.
Won't be helpful to Noah.
Not going to be very good for Noah, unfortunately. I don't think that that's going to help them here.
Yeah, I would. You know, it wouldn't be a bad strategy if you were Noah to just come into this game with like with just a small cheat sheet, you know, of like 6 or 8 words that you can.
I think it's the pronunciation, though, isn't it?
Notice how I said 6 or 8? It's because Siege community is fucking so deplorable. They would have just 6-7 their way to
the Chinese characters. That wouldn't do you
just
much good. But
hell,
you know, if you can maybe try to write some words, we can see his desk nice and clean there. He doesn't have any of the sort, so just gonna be relying on the few English speakers they have on the team, and you know, I'm sure some of the players on EDG can understand some of those key English words too.
One of the benefits, of course, is going to be if you look at Noah's position
nice
in the room.
Nice. We're just gonna fold this in half and eat it like a sandwich.
Shoulder, granted, so it's not ideal. You can't, you know, you're not always going to be able to take your eyes off the screen if you sat on the 2 seats behind. But both players flanking sat either side, they're going to have a great view of Noah's monitor. And I think that's it's something.
We're just going to fold that shit in half, bro, and eat it like a sandwich.
LAN and people playing in the same room and in the same space. And you have a look at how these teams lay them. It's no accident. They don't just sort of rock up and go, I'm sitting here, you're sitting there. It's very
so
well
like
designed.
later,
It's
I don't know
very
how
well
familiar
orchestrated.
you guys are with Pro League, but like later,
needs to see everything
like probably during finals and like group stage and all that shit, they're going to be running 2 streams. So I'll have them both on different tabs, and we can kind of switch through. But that's going to be in a couple days.
We'll keep an eye on the player cams, but we might see Noah sitting dead on cams. Then he goes and
thanks,
taps
Matthew.
on the shoulder. Says,
Keep Chief Mod. Keep Chief Mod in check here.
His monitor, like you never know, whatever it takes to get the job done at the end of the day. And I think for a team who are coming in with the attitude of like, let's try to have fun, let's try to relax.
All right, no.
Like, that's
so
exactly
realistically, let's look at the brackets here
to boost them over the edge there and allow them to get this W over.
Let's look at the brackets here. In this,
players trickling back
right?
into the lobby, so don't worry.
Shopify, say Shopify wins. They play Daystar Falcons, right?
We've been working hard behind. Well, we have not been working hard. We've just been sat.
All right, wait. let's how do we make this the easiest?
Put it this way, and be rest assured, we've got.
We want
7 of the players
the worst player
8 of the players
or the worst team to lose. So it's probably gonna be Enterprise, or we want the worst team to win. So it's probably gonna be Enterprise because ultimately. Actually, no, it doesn't even fucking matter, bro. It doesn't even fucking matter. We want Daystar or no, dude. I don't fucking know, bro. We probably want Daystar to win this.
A little bit more time.
Shopify to win this, and then obviously Shopify win.
But I think you have to mention Jigsaw as well. Of course,
I don't know. I'm talking out of my dick.
He spent
I don't know.
a bit of time on
I'm talking out of my
Fnatic roster, playing inside of EU. Never really found the success he was.
All right, we're going for the pizza fold here.
Going in that import position and trying to qualify for some big events, but has now come back down under to play with his countrymen. And he's been to events since, right? Was at the Montreal Major back with Chiefs over in 2024, but it's been a hot minute since we saw Jigsaw really take the stage at this high of a level, and he does seem to still have it. You look back at the numbers and some of the gameplay from the APL, and it really did feel like Jigsaw was the guy who was leading the kill feed, if nothing else, for Enterprise in the server. He'll be on that kind of entry duo alongside BAP and getting involved in some of those early gunfights. And so if there's anybody,
I don't understand what the fuck is happening right now.
Side of EDG, if there's anybody who's going to be able to shoot back,
genuinely, what the fuck is happening?
Noah, I think Jigsaw alongside BAP are kind of going to be those two guys that you.
Let's see if anything's happening in the chat.
Be leading the charge,
like
and
people
will
are
be hopefully
understand
the
what the hell's
star
happening.
That can.
Okay. There's no way. There's no way. Can you guys still hear me? Are you fucking kidding? Shit just froze.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
Right now?
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Fine. Keep the beard.
Cars.com. Where to next?
On a vacation rental, if it's not listed on
I
Booking.com,
just
it's
fucked myself.
invisible to millions of travelers on our platform who can't.
Is there
book
not
if
a
they can't
chat
see.
in this
Your king
live
size
stream?
bed, invisible. Your pool.
We finally arrived. We did it.
Oh my god, I fucked up. Okay.
Excited. I'm excited, Ollie.
Here we
You
go. It's
are
still
as
round
well,
one.
and
Still round one. dude.
On land in an official match against an international opponent. Let's see how it turns out.
All right, here we go. There's no chat, so
They're gonna have a work cut out for them here.
All right, we want
on that
Enterprise.
Side, we've got Mentalist just
We don't, honestly, we don't even fucking care. We think Edward Gaming is probably gonna win. That's my opinion.
Attackers and what potential attackers have at the moment.
That's my opinion.
The defense has got some pretty good tools as well, Jesse. You know, you look at this lineup, it's quite gritty, isn't it? It's a bit techy. We've got some good trap-based operators in there that are just going to make clearing things a little bit more difficult. Noah already finding some pressure here. Deathmark Tracker out and ripped for just over half of his HP in the opening 30 seconds.
Where the fuck was he? How did he get
Enterprise
fucking
wasted
destroyed?
no time trying to get into some of these early gunfights. They hit a quick shot onto Mentalist through the barricade. That was the first shot of the game from Brendo for a little bit of damage, and now the hunt onto Noah has begun. We saw that Cairo kind of has that information. He's going to be hunting down the player, and there goes Jigsaw, the man of the hour, finds that opening frag and takes down the Swede.
There was a lot of potential, a lot of pressure on Noah there. Deathmark Tracker's coming out. Ooh. Razor Bloom there just saving somebody's bacon as Bottom Love is going to fall as well. Unfortunately, the Razor Bloom, the barbed wire, all of that just not enough.
Saving someone's bacon?
Mentalist now.
Oh, move face cam? I got you.
One of these kills back. You know, there's some good pressure coming up these central stairs. But Enterprise, they're not giving an inch right now. They're just very delicately extracting the players that they want out based off the back of all this info.
Here comes the push, just dropping. Mentalist will survive, and the refrag from Carpe, so punishing that aggression, but it still doesn't matter. Everyone falling.
Is that better?
July last in the 1v3.
Not an easy position to be in, but he's already found his first. Cairo, Brendo, Jigsaw, all chipped down, but you can only really call two of them as low. On July himself, a little bit less than half HP, targeted now by the Deimos. Deimos netting a good 3 kills there directly with those Deathmark Trackers. I don't think Jigsaw could have played Deimos much better inside of that whole round. That's exactly how you want to be working off the back of that information. And you can see the Enterprise, that little break that we had to start things off, it's not slowed them down any.
No, really, really good attack coming through from Enterprise to start things off here at the Major. And you saw how methodical it was. They took things one step at a time. First, it was let's hunt down the Roamer. Let's take out Noah early so that he can't be a thorn in our side later.
I got you, George.
They find a little bit of a gap. Unfortunate death onto Bottom Love halfway through. This one right here, you had to maybe hope that.
Kind of shocked that shotgun shot like
maybe an earlier
went for 100.
But just not quite aware of the positioning on the side of Enterprise.
That was just a
and then
one-shot,
Cairo
bro.
Really doing a good job both gathering the information,
not quite sure how that
hunting
worked
down
out.
some of those players, ends up with a nice little double for his trouble, and Jigsaw with a triple. So it's that kind of good duo of the information gatherer on Cairo and then the fragger on Jigsaw, who can work as a unit to make sure that that all goes to plan.
I mean, let's be honest, if that's the way that Enterprise are going to play this game, EDG are going to really need to tighten things up because they left themselves not in a position to be traded.
Yeah.
Very out there on their own. Okay, round 1 said and done. Let's see if we can make it a little bit different for round 2. I'd like to see.
Do you see how far they extend, though?
More togetherness
it's
in the
crazy.
way that EDG are trying to hold, because at the moment, I mean, at least in round 1, they gave up quite a lot of map control. And Enterprise were very quick to take that, and I think that's what we're going to expect out of this team. With the Monty available, with the fact they've got the Deimos, they've got a great ability to gather information. Jigsaw's even bringing the Snake into the picture this round as well. So again, that early map control should be easy to find.
Do not want to swing this.
It's so unlucky.
He hits the pipe. That actually does a little bit of damage on a Bottom Love. So it's a good bit of info that they'll have on the side of EDG.
Smoke's selling if he swings an SMG-11, bro.
Most teams will push from the north and they'll try to take full map control on the top floor, but all of Enterprise just playing out on the rappel, trying to go direct to site, not as interested in clearing out those roamers like they were in round number 1. So already the Australians switching things up a little bit, hoping to maybe catch EDG off guard and not let them adapt too quickly to the playstyle that they're bringing.
Brilliant position for Bottom Love here. Toxic Babe canister. Just going to cut everything off right now. The Flores drone is going to go a little bit far. Those two Toxic Babe canisters, excuse me, have actually been enough to force Cairo out of that window. He's expended the third now as well. Minute 45, all 3 of your Toxic Babes gone. It's not the best position to be in, but it stopped the Monty from pushing in on that side.
Yeah, I mean, job done, I suppose. He did use a lot of utility there. I felt like even just with the first Toxic Babe, probably would have forced the Monty out. Now Cairo can just enter back into Old Tower, and he's got this space with no more Toxic Babes to deal with. Other players have moved
Where'd
over.
Thorn just put that?
The Thorn traps, of course, and Noah can start activating some of those dread mines too. But you kind of have to worry a little bit without those toxic babes. How do you stop Cairo from walking?
Where did Thorn just? I'm pretty sure Thorn just got that shit shot,
a little bit of it as well, isn't it? Noah, unfortunately,
yeah, this is an L, bro.
Awful defense. Up one onto July as well.
Defense.
Oh, it's 3 flawless kills here. Make it 4 as Bottom Love down, but not out, and finish there by Brendo. Almost a flawless round, if not for Brendo falling.
Dude, what kind of hold was that?
Planted regardless. Jigsaw to pick up the last. Brilliant patience there from Enterprise. They recognize.
Where you bring one area denial op and you expend all of his shit in 2 seconds with the audio of the Monty getting out the window, knowing nobody's there.
They just tightened the net.
That was kind of dumb, bro.
Them back into the
That's
side,
kind of
back
dumb.
into the side, back into the side. Noah tries to make a play and drops. And
Also, whoever Thorn was, pretty sure their
here's
shit
the
got
tack
shot
timeout being called
when they
immediately
fucking tossed
from
it
Nato.
out.
Not liking the start that,
that
his
was
team
bad.
has gotten off to. So hoping to change gears a little bit in this early matchup. Remember, this is a best of 1. So if you lose 7 rounds, that is it. You fall to the lower bracket where you'll have to face a deadly opponent. Barring some upsets, likely Shopify Rebellion or the Falcons, depending on who loses that upper bracket matchup. Still plenty of Siege to be played, but yeah,
I really like
why
that
they say
because
Shopify Rebellion's going to be in the lower bracket.
Like Dez or Ace
Smoking wiener?
They would have said it's going to be SR. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just going to default give the win to Falcons. But you've at least got the respect. You've got the respect. I like that.
I can't not, right? I got to hold some hope for my NA teams, but no, it's going to be a deadly matchup no matter what. Here's a great replay of that second death that Toucan got onto On July, and a lot of these deaths, Ollie, they're kind of needless swings. You know,
why are you swinging?
Enterprise was stalling out a bit. You
Yeah,
mentioned it. The time was ticking down. They weren't in a great position. They had the Monty, which was creating pressure, but
that's not true.
Things weren't progressing for Enterprise until EDG started to go for a couple of swings. They started to give up their deaths. It was that opening pick coming through from Bappin, and I believe that was a
That's not true. That would have got so claustrophobic.
Below, killing him with the Deimos. But in any case, even in the 5v4, it's not a bad position to be in. I do think some of the things that were likely talked about in that tack timeout from Nato were just calming things down. You know, making things a little bit more calm, hoping that their players don't overextend a little bit.
Yo, George, Matthew, do you guys understand like the
right? Because round 1 was frantic.
the premise of this?
Round 2 was less frantic until the last
stage.
40 seconds, and then it got frantic again because people felt like they had to
Do you need more explanation, or you guys with
Sometimes
it? You guys know what's going on?
Sit back and chill, like force Enterprise. Because on the flip side, if Edward Gaming win that round, we sit here and say, oh, Enterprise, they stalled out quite a bit.
Yeah.
But because Enterprise win, we can sit here and we can say, no, they did a really good job of setting up and tightening the net and working for the picks.
Yeah.
It's so subjective onto which side it falls.
And you guys didn't get to see it, but there was a little bit of chatter coming through during the tack timeout, specifically from Jigsaw, sending some words over to Noah, who has yet to find an
so you guys have any questions about rules or anything?
In this matchup, 0-2 on opening death, so we do
Just
want to
send
see
him.
a little
Send him
bit
in
more
chat.
from the Team Secret Superstar filling in for direction
Okay,
on
George.
this team. He is playing quite
Here,
solo.
wait. I'm gonna mute this really quick, and
He's off on
I'll turn it down.
a lot of these
All right, George. So right now,
again, just kind of out
or a while ago, during like the NAL kickoff, like all of the kickoffs for this new season, if you came top 4 in each region, you qualified for this major. So top 4 in all regions during the NAL kickoff season qualified for this major. However, the bottom 1 of the 4, so like your 4th out of 4 who qualified, has to go through what's going on right now, called the like whatever phase this is, phase 1 of the Salt Lake City, Utah major. So all of these teams that are playing right now were in the bottom. Were 4 out of 4 who qualified for the majors. They have to go through this extra phase in order to get to group stage, which is the next stage. The bracket essentially works like it's a best of 1, so you only play 1 map. If you lose, it's a double elimination. So if you lose, you go to the losers bracket. You lose again, then you're out. The top 2 of the upper bracket, the top 2 of the losers bracket qualify for the group stage. So whoever loses this still has another opportunity, but if they lose again, they're out. Whoever wins this, again, plays 1 more game. I'm pretty sure it's a best of 3. Once they play that game, it'll determine if they qualify or not. If they end up losing that game, then they go to the losers bracket.
That's the question. Bottom Love takes the first. Brendo with that refrag. The diffuser was being attempted there for a brief moment, but I don't think there's the space inside of sight to do it. It's going to have to be a push through for some kills, but they are being
3v2. Okay, okay. EDG's bringing it back.
Gaming. They finally hold an advantage here in the 3 versus 2.
Wow.
Just as things trickle off, but Jig is still alive and still
Jigsaw with a
running
shot.
6-0 right now. Got a good idea.
EDG doesn't have sight,
two
bro.
Players are as well. Is just going to have to land a couple of shots. The diffuser is out of the picture for
Wow.
this round. Can Jigsaw land these finishing blows? He's
Yeah,
already
you
down
have him down, bro.
Noah
Someone
should
grab
be able to
defuse.
give the information here for Mentalist. The diffuser is going to need recovering if time is going to start getting this low. There's a big chance for Mentalist to actually hit the revive here and just to play this retake as a together move. But no, gets the kill onto Jig, but the plant is...
No
Can he
way!
land the shots? Brendo
How do
does
you
it,
not
gets
see
off
him?
the diffuser and lands the finishing blow.
Oh my
Mentalist.
God.
What a blunder. You felt like you could see his head there as the plant was
How do you
going
not
down.
see
I
him? You
thought
could
he
see
knew
his
where it
head,
was gonna
bro.
be.
Oh, a critical 1v1.
Oh,
to
dude, if
break
I'm
the lead
Noah and
to
I just joined this team, I'm
3-0
crashing out,
there,
bro.
Ollie. A massive play coming out from Brendo, able to clutch that one up, but of course Jigsaw as well. What a performance from him, taking down Noah in the mid-round, taking that 3v2 and turning it into a winnable situation. That was so critical from the guys on Enterprise. It really was the best look that we've seen from EDG, though. I mean, they had it in the palm of their hands. This position from Bottom Love was perfect. The Capitao Bolt from Tuhan is a little bit off there. He's hoping to push Bottom Love off that position, but because he doesn't, Bottom Love gets the opening pick. His Toxic Babes do some extra damage. There's a little bit of a push
What a
back,
shot.
Right? Tuhan gets aggressive, and Jigsaw here as
Ella
well,
whiffed.
taking down Noah. That, for me, was the most important pick, and then, unfortunately, Mentalist just doesn't see him. He's on the screen, but we get the outlines. He doesn't. It's dark. It's tough to spot that out, but certainly a winnable round from EDG. Slips out of their fingers, and Enterprise lead by 3.
What the actual piss was that,
kicking
bro?
himself twofold there. He's going to be kicking himself that he didn't see the player.
What the actual
and he's
piss
also
was
gonna be
that?
kicking himself that he
Mentalist
was
is
going
blind.
Noah.
True.
Because I think if he gets to the position to be there, and I know that the wall was open, I know there was a good chance that line of sight would have been there, but sometimes you just got to take a chance. And if you can sprint across and get that revive off, even if one of you gets out of there alive again, you're still in a similar spot.
Especially when it's Noah. You know, like, no shade, but if it was somebody else on that team, like...
Nah, leave him.
I don't know. Noah's, he was in the SI Grand Finals for a reason. No doubt the best player on Team Secret after June's departure, so... really unfortunate spot there, but again, you kind of have to take risks. You have to trust yourself sometimes, and didn't go the way of Mentalist in that round. But now they'll get a chance to adapt. They'll get one more round back on every single bomb site. They played a full rotation through the first 3, so they'll get to go through a second rotation now. And we'll hopefully see a bit of a different look on this defense. And immediately, we see Cairo opening things up once again.
This is going to be a
Bottom left
7-0.
down. He was playing those white stairs earlier, and just based on Cairo's current position, it looks like he might have been playing that same spot. It was a vert pick just up through the floorboards. That is a tough one to lose early. Another one from Bottom Love where he's going down before he really would like to.
Yeah, Bottom Love, he got the opening pick in the last round. Aside from that, it's been very...
Notice how they don't auto-ban the Mira?
That opening pick has been something that they've been pretty hot on so far. Especially
Just saying.
Considering that they're attacking into Fortress, right? It's not necessarily the easiest map to attack.
All 3 bans. Mira's still on the board. Just notice that. They don't auto-ban the Mira like any other fucking drones in ranks.
Whoever really wants it. And oftentimes, if it's the defenders that are losing their life, it's because they're being caught out of position, challenging onto windows where maybe they just don't need to be.
Definitely hoping to see more from Bottom Love, more like round 3, but we haven't seen it just yet.
Good Nitro.
Great Nitro from Carpe. Wasn't sure if that was going to land, but it does find Bappin, and then Tuhan answers back onto Carpe, so they're already fighting in towards the bomb site. This map line has done so much work for Enterprise. Tuhan a double, and that will make them a 2v4 advantage. Only Mentalist.
Dude, Noah's definitely just not warm. Noah's definitely just not warm, bro.
Again, a situation where Enterprise hold the advantage and can just take their foot off a little bit. Send some one phone calls out there. Mentalist going to find the first onto Tuhan, but that kind of gives the game away a little bit here. A couple of flashes going to go around.
We want EDG to win this, bro, because EDG, I'm pretty sure, are the better
really
team.
Looking to leverage that Maverick hold, but just gets a bit tunnel visioned on it and will be punished. On July now in the clutch, 1 versus 3. Don't think he's going to be able to pick Mentalist up. The plant going down just over his shoulder. Fluffs the first, and Brendo there to finish.
Big Tui for Tui in that round. A nice little
yeah,
double
bro.
coming out
Someone
from
did say thank the
captain
Lord
of
that was Mentalist.
Enterprise,
Yeah.
Tuhon on the Maverick. I love
Mira
that
Ace
play
or
coming
Mira
in from him.
Doge, always
It's
the
actually
first
something we
bands
saw a lot of
facts.
SI from Spiker on Wildcard, bringing that Mav here to Fortress just to give yourself an easier time opening those
Mad
lines
facts.
of sight, stop any bandit tricking shenanigans, help yourself on some of these really important walls.
Yo, this is
Tuhon decided to
crazy.
pick up that op for themselves, and it really just breaks the round wide open. And you should expect, like, that's
Also,
that
big
wall is kind of a
dubs. If
difficult one to
Shopify
play
wins
usually, 'cause
today,
there is
their
often a guy
first game,
in
we
that
watch them
left
twice.
position, but because they got the early pick onto bottom left, because they were able to hunt him down from outside the building,
We watched them
it
twice.
opened up that door, it allowed them to take that space, and it really made
My
it easy
word.
for Enterprise to start converting.
This
some
is
of
a
these
shot and a
angles,
half,
just
bro.
a
Look at that
powerful position
fucking
from Tuhon
flip.
to play here, really doing the most of it. And
Who
even
just
after
hit
he gets
that
smoked off
shit?
the
Who was
angle,
that, Brendo?
the trades are so perfect to come through from Brendo, so it just feels like Enterprise, they've got a really good read of this game, Ollie. They're finding the gaps, they're making the gaps by picking off one player early every single time, and then they're using
Dude,
that
people
space to convert.
watch the NBA finals.
This is space finding for me.
People watch
I think
the
way that
Super
they're
Bowl.
opening up the start of the round, consistently
People
getting
watch
that opening
soccer,
kill, and then using
the
that
World
as a
Cup.
sort of mounting position
Bro,
for the
I
rest
watch
of the round and how they wanna
Siege,
move
man.
forward. And even
Because
if
I'm
that's somewhere
fucking,
they're gonna
I'm
rotate
high
off like we saw them
IQ
do in round
like
two,
that.
we saw a pretty
I'm
significant rotate
my
in round
brain
two
is
because a lot of
bigger
defender utility had been used
than
in one area, and they
mindless
went, "Nah,
sports,
you know what?
bro.
Why are we gonna fight you
It's
here? We'll fight you
activated with
somewhere else
this
where you're a little bit
Siege,
weaker,
bro.
where you haven't invested so much." So it's not like they're committing to one plan and not being flexible enough to change. They're really, adapting on the fly.
This is going to sound like some copium for the underdogs, but I do think EDG have a great opportunity here in round 5, Ollie, because last time Enterprise went for a very direct-to-site take. They didn't get too
All right, let's see
aggressive
the
with
ops. Let's see the
pushing
ops.
onto this site. They didn't
Monty's
clear
good,
those
bro.
lanes across the map. They were very
Brendo on the
isolated
Flores.
where they were trying to push
Bappin's
from.
on the
And
Snake.
This is exactly the bomb site
No.
that Nato called his tac timeout for. This is exactly what they were talking about in those 60
what,
seconds
George?
that they had to talk with each other. So this should be where EDG have the easiest
What?
time adapting if they can rein things in, not give up those early frags. Play a bit more passive.
We don't need to talk
Maybe
about that.
Let them into small tower after they get a bit of Utso clear, after you waste some time, but just don't.
Yo,
go
no,
for some of
dude,
these
the
overswings
problem
right
is-
inside your site, trying to play behind your
The
flank
problem is
route. There's a
EDG
weak
is
on
getting
EDG.
shut down
Especially
so
with the
heavy
Mira
trying to
wing,
roam,
that's a great piece
and they're
of
just
utility
getting
to play
forced
behind.
into
Mira
all
hasn't been
anchoring on
managed
site,
the
which is
entire
dumb as
game so
fuck
far.
because,
You've got
like,
solid spam.
look at how
So,
claustrophobic it is in there.
you're
They have
not there.
everything open. They have
It's
breach
free real
open. They have the
estate there,
sidewall
just sit
open.
behind that, and
Or
you
they
can
have old
then
tower
see
single
utility
open.
from the back of
They
them.
already
You
have
see
the
four
rotate
rig
into
there.
that hallway
Just
open.
around
Like,
the
bro,
corner
they're
ready.
fucked.
Jigsaw.
Beauty.
It's only the
Great,
second time
great
he's fallen
nitro.
this game.
That might have
He's
just
gonna
saved the
fall for
round.
that C4 from bottom love. A little bit of damage there. Being attempted onto the
Oh
Monty.
my
No,
word.
You can't turn your back. Bottom love. He's hitting him
That
with the
C4
left
just
and
saved the round,
right.
100%.
Either side of the rotate. Make it 3 for him as he has come alive here.
And they just flawless.
Inside of round
All right,
number
good.
5. A
Let's go,
flawless
EDG.
round.
We want the
The
better
first
team
round isn't a
to
bad way
win
to start
because
things
it
off
provides
for
us
Edward
with
Gaming.
less of a
That's
chance
exactly
of
what
us
I wanted
running
to see
into the
from
better
bottom
team
left.
in
You know,
lower
he's
brackets.
a strong
In
anchor
case
player,
Shopify
Ollie.
loses.
He's not one of those guys that you expect to be
In case
roaming
Shopify
around
loses.
the map, and if he gets in those early gunfights, if he gets caught off, he's gonna die, and it's gonna put your team in a really bad position. But if he can just play anchor roles, he knows what he's doing. He hits some really
That's what
nice
I'm talking about,
C4s,
George.
hits some really
That's what I'm
good
talking about
swings,
right here.
knows when to get aggressive and when to play passive. That is what we are looking to see, and I think that's going to be the win con going forward. I know they only have one more defense round, but if you can just play like that more with bottom love, play around your teammates a little bit. You see, it's not just him going for these swings. He's got mentalists
That's
behind him. He's
such
got the whole
Siege
squad
timing, bro.
there in sight trying to work
He was
off
so
that
ready to
pressure.
fry
It
that
really
the
just
Mira,
opens the door for him to make those
and then he
plays
just
and
turned
catch
left.
Enterprise off guard.
That sucks.
If they can't find Noah off on his own, if they can't find Angelai off on his own, right? If they have to go into the site 5v5,
But dude, this
push with
I'm
all those
telling
players
you,
available,
I'm
it's
telling
going
you,
to
this
favor them
anchor
for sure.
strat from
Big
EDG is
round.
not the
I
play,
hope it's
man.
the start of a little bit of a comeback here from Edward Gaming because we don't want to see any of
It's
these
not
games
the play.
go one-sided. But for them to pick up that round is an important one. The best they're going to be able to do here now, though, is only going to be a 2-4 split, which then leaves them a lot of work to do on the attack.
2-4 is, you can work with it. You know, it's not
It's
a death
workable.
sentence. It's not a death sentence. It's not where you want to be, but it's good
Also,
enough,
just so you guys don't know,
especially for a team that's
the
playing their
coaches
very
can
first
only
international
communicate
match
with the
ever.
teams
Yeah.
during
You know,
tactical
We're
timeouts.
also speaking to, like,
Not during any sort of
Exactly.
technical
So,
timeout or tech
whatever
pause.
coordination you're
Not
open
during the
to
game.
on
They're
the
not allowed to
defense,
talk.
that
The only
can't
time
translate onto
is during a
attack's where you're
45
gonna need
second
it a little
timeout,
more.
and you
Yeah,
only
no
call
doubt
one
about
per
that.
game. You only get
So,
one per game.
Especially for Noah.
Per
like,
team.
He's
One per
1-4,
team
that's
per
gonna
game.
surprise a lot of people, but he is really out on an
Or per
island on a lot
map,
of these
per map, I
defenses.
should say.
So
So like
he's
you
not taking
playing a
1v1s,
best of
he's
3, you
taking
got
1v3s, 1v4s.
at most 3
Enterprise are
timeouts
working
you
as
can
a
call.
team, and they're really
But
being
again,
hunted
1
down
per
low.
map.
We saw a bit of an early fight with him over towards front door, but now the push has shifted.
Do they?
a bit. Enterprise making
1, 2,
their way
3,
through
4.
Hammam, Cairo
Yeah,
taking
I don't
the
know.
space on
Oh
the
no,
coast.
no, no.
There's one
They're
player that they
isolating the
have to worry
roamer right
about,
here.
and that's just gonna be. I think it's Mentalist just inside the door.
Bappin
here.
and Cairo are isolating the
What a great
Thorn.
spot for Mentalist to be in,
Oh,
but he's
good
supported
swing, bro.
on July,
Good
catching
swing.
the shield in the
That was
back. 2
ballsy,
rounds in
but
a
it
row
paid
there,
off.
We've seen shield players just falling from an angle that hasn't
That's
been
tough.
considered.
Brendo should have been
2-man.
holding that.
Next player to fall as well.
What the fuck was Brendo even holding, dude? He was looking at where
Again,
the
we see Enterprise
blitz was? I don't get it.
in a 3 versus 5 now, and the times where they've been down on man count haven't worked out too well for them. Okay, it hasn't happened a lot, but Edward Gaming have worked well when they've been ahead. A minute and a half of the round left now, and
Good
a
shots,
there to
Bappin.
kill onto Mentalist. Eventually
Mentalist
will
is
be found. But that was kind of expected at this point. He's been part of the problem, and they knew where he was. They don't know where the rest of them are.
That's right. I mean, the position is still not very strong for
Fuck,
Enterprise.
dude, I
they don't
really
have
gotta
any
poop.
top floor control, so they don't know about this player that's just sitting on the main stairs. That's going to be on July, who could go for a flank.
I
on
really
maybe
gotta
those
poop.
Hammam-facing players. That's where the defuse kit is. There is a bit of a dual push from both Brendo and Bappin, but then Jigsaw on an island across the map. He's not going to be able to work with his teammates much here.
Ooh, Brendo. Didn't really need too much teamwork for that one. Just catches bottom love down. Noah will find a kill onto Jigsaw, though. So that isolated player that you were talking about, Jesse, the potential for backstab has disappeared. Still with a man disadvantage here. Enterprise, fortunately for how quickly they worked through the early portion of the round, they've still got a good portion
shit,
of time
he has
here. They've
no
still got
idea
about
there's someone
40
on
seconds,
Central.
but it is going to be very difficult. Bit of information here. If Brendo can land
Yeah,
the
he's
shot,
gonna get-
that could be
yeah.
massive,
No, he had
but
no
he's got
idea.
no idea where the second player is coming from. And on July just swings from down those stairs and is easily able to take him out. Bappin frozen out right
Yo, real
now.
quick, guys. Do you think if I go
We
take a
see
poop, I should just
rare
leave the
use
headset
of
on
Tubrao
and just
Soto
watch on
canister.
my
Quite often we'll see Tubrao
watch
just
on my
played
phone?
for the DMR. But in this instance, why not send a little Zoto toward the breach as well? Bappin looking like he's going to fall in the same position that Brendan found himself, just at the bottom of these stairs, inside a main hallway, with multiple different angles to check. Everyone going for that one-tap final finisher, and we are going to see Edward Gaming there.
I could honestly, I could probably hold on to this Dookie until the
Yeah, an
until the game
impossible
ends.
spot for Bappin and a really inspiring round
Yeah.
for EDG. It truly feels like they figured out the formula towards the end of that first half, Ollie. It wasn't
Angle
perfect.
dedication. I like the reset. I like the energy.
Yep.
Okay. So I think we can win this. Don't doubt yourself. We can definitely win this after the last.
I guess they can
2
talk
rounds,
during
as long
halftime
as
too.
We follow the trends. We follow the same energy. We follow the same calm for the next half. Next half, I think they probably will play. So we need to expect exactly same for our plan. Play a lot of traps. They probably.
What do you mean
roll.
I can't?
They
What do you
like-
mean just
they-
the shit?
they
What do you
actually
mean? What do you mean,
really
George?
Likes to play killing stabs early. So spawn picks. Make sure check spawn picks.
Yeah.
Make sure we don't die early. And I think Noah has a very good plan before the game where we just bring the Ying within the Grim if they don't ban it. If they don't ban it, we just bring it. Use those gadgets to bait. We are going for a direct or we are going for a cross. They probably over rotating and we can play the cutoff and kill numbers.
Go
Right?
vertical, okay? The Denari could be really good on the fucking kitchen strat. They always go vertical, okay? But
Yeah.
be aware they could go horizontal. Apart from that, guys, listen. We're gonna. It's not 4-2 anymore. It's gonna be 0-0. Okay, we fucking start every round fresh. We've been resetting really, really good. Okay, and we just don't fucking let the pressure down.
Sir.
They're fucking scared out of their minds. We're on the fucking defense. Let's make sure we set the pace. Andres, what are we banning?
Banning Glad Snake.
Glad Snake.
I think if we just fill these rounds out and like talk about delegation round
Yes.
goals, that's all we need. Like,
Yeah.
the only
Yeah.
way the chaos fucks us is if we don't know what the fucking win
Like, is
round
missing
is.
one
You're
They're gonna have
really
a permanent
one round that
backstab
serious?
because this guy cannot defend his
Absolutely, bro.
teammates. So, within these chaos rounds, there's going to be a backstab.
George, this game is
and
my
this
life,
guy's
man.
gonna be panicking because he has no idea what's going on.
Okay,
game
give
is
me
my
10
life.
seconds. Guys, win con call is fucking important. And
Yeah.
if we're fighting, we fucking fight together, okay? No solo
Yeah.
shit, yeah?
Sir.
Fucking talk to each other. Let's go.
Officer
Let's go.
Glass. Officer Glad Snake ban.
Big tack timeouts coming out from both the coaches. Of course,
Glass
that is the
Snake ban.
halftime timeout
Interesting.
that we've added in this season. Both Nato and Mag getting 2 minutes to talk about this second half game plan on what they want to try to accomplish. And you can hear a bit of a different vibe on each side, can't you, Ollie?
I mean, I think that's an understatement, Jesse. I think there's a very different vibe on each side.
Enterprise maybe a little bit more focused on who they're up against, right? The mental on the side of EDG and the fact that, yeah, there is a guy subbing in who doesn't have perfect comms. EDG more focused focus on the specific strats, what they're going to play. Talked about that Ying play that is going to come through from
I will
from
say,
Noah. And it's
Noah is better than probably everybody in this lobby, but it is going to be like a huge fucking challenge
suggested by Noah
for him to come into a team that they don't even speak the same fucking language. Like, that's got to be tough.
An impact he has on those decisions.
I think calling it a strat is maybe a little bit of a stretch. Like,
they have zero team comp, and they don't even speak the same language. That's got to be pretty tough.
Bringing the Ying, bringing the Glaz. I mean, the Glaz has been banned, but trying to just sort of bait. Yeah, okay, it might work. You might pick up a round.
Sure.
But you're not going to be able to win, 5 rounds that are required to get you to round 7, are you? Like, you're not going to be able to bait every single time. From the Enterprise side of things, really interesting listening to Mag there. It's 0-0, it's not 4-2. We're going to, really try and define our win conditions. They're not looking at just, rolling this momentum over at all. They are treating every round like a brand new thing, and they are looking to improve on what happened last round and just sort of take away those positives from it. And it was very polarizing because it was a bit vibesy, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Because his team didn't qualify, and
first listening from Mag, of course,
the
he hasn't coached before.
Player that was initially on this team had his visa like revoked or something, so they needed to pick someone up, and they picked him. They picked Noah.
At least from what we got to hear from his POV.
Because he's a good-ass player. Like, he's a good-ass player.
For the second half.
Yeah, they
cannot
picked
let
Noah.
the momentum continue to spiral. I truly thought EDG took control of this game over those last couple of rounds. They had answers to Enterprise playstyle on the attack. Now as they'll swap things up, Enterprise move to the defense.
What was that, Valcam or something?
To EDG to try to make
what did you just shoot?
Here to try to find some of
Fenrir,
this
maybe?
on the offensive side.
I don't know.
Lots of information, lots of disruption. We've got both the Deimos and the Monty coming.
All right, I'd say EDG is in a bad spot on attack, down fucking 2 rounds.
I liked what Mike was talking about the chaos as well, because they were happy to play within the chaos as long as they were in sort of.
No, but you see the difference here? You see how much more extended?
I want to know what that chaos starts to look like here.
Enterprise is.
It's fairly standard. We've got a Monty bearing down. Mentalist, he's looking to try.
They're playing a lot more calm.
Out of upstairs. We've seen a C4 ripped and
less wild swings.
Jigsaw, but
they're extended. They're still extended.
They're still up, so again, information can be gathered, and these positions don't need to be entirely given.
It's already been a minute and a half into the round.
Bit of info there.
There's still an extension going on.
Selma out, but with this buddy system and with the way
meanwhile,
I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact, although, say again,
that's fine, bro.
Did try and make something happen there. He tried to save his mirror window and has paid the price for it.
Yeah, lots of util being played here. The Ace making some extra angles, but it's going to be Noah that strikes first. Traded out by Cairo. That's good team play and a second for his troubles. Mentalist gets his
it doesn't even matter. Now they're fucking stuck trying to pinch through fucking briefing with a minute left.
Successful so far for EDG.
Well, the diffuser's cold on the ground as well, so that's something that they can start to try and work toward recovering. I don't think it's in an impossible position. It's just on the other side of the wall there from where July is in his position.
Yeah.
Cairo, he's going to be keeping an eye on that. He's probably
now they have to force the rotate
down there and just wants to keep an eye on that location at the moment.
But zero pressure coming from the fucking main side.
Scary, especially because they don't have kit. They have to go for kills here. They've left it on the other side of the map.
Yeah. No, they just cooked themselves.
Will assist them in doing that.
Huge damage on the fucking.
Good portion of damage there. The Fenrir.
Where is it?
Nightmare when you can't
oh my
quite
God.
see it. And likely going to get caught out there inside of the smoke. Left.
Oh!
Two-hand has got his teammates back. July down for the count and bottom love. Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. They had to force it.
There, but he's only got 15 to play with. He has the kit, but now he's got to find himself 3 kills. There's been a serious stall out so far from EDG, and he's going to have to fit a couple of life shots inside of 8 seconds if he's going to make this one work. Gets a glimpse, but can't land the finishing blow. Two-hand believes.
Yeah, this is going to be a fucking wipe.
Sort of medium range, and is going to be successful there. Enterprise coming away with that first.
This is going to be a wipe, bro.
Defense.
We rise to 5. Really strong position to be in if you're Enterprise. And I think it just comes down to good patience, to good team play coming out there. Of course, we saw EDG. I really liked their attack.
Attack pause, bro.
Util was working well together. The Ace charges were opening angles. We saw the Monty coming out, which was gathering good information to come through as well from Mentalist. And then even with that Ying play, I mean, they had the read on the player tucked in the corner. They had that good intel. But in the end, it didn't really matter because the team play was just a little bit better on the side of Enterprise. Even when somebody came in, like the Ying should have been a free kill, Tuhan was there to cover his teammate, and I think that trade game in the 3v3, when the time pressure is being put on EDG, it makes things really awkward to try to convert, and you know, it wasn't a dominant round. Very easily could have gone the way of Edward Gaming, but Enterprise a little bit better when it matters the most.
I think Enterprise just look in control.
Sure.
That's the big takeaway for me. They just look in full control of the round and what is happening.
Ew, look at that
Something
Ubisoft dev.
You know, maybe a
Why he
little
wearing
bit of a
that, bro?
mark down. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't an A+ paper. Let's be honest. There was a few little mistakes in there.
Yeah.
I commented at the time, the Selma charge gets thrown on the mirror window. The way that was all positioned and set up, it was designed so that one can assist the other. And if one mirror window gets compromised with a Barnapelos or a Selma or whatever throwable hard breach you're going to try and use it, the other one can try and sort that out for you. Jig gave his life up to try and save the mirror window, and it just seemed a little bit
hell is going
sort
on?
of needless in a lot of ways, because I thought that was what the setup was sort of designed to do. It didn't end up holding a great deal of value into how the round actually
What the fuck is
played.
going on right now?
It was just that small little moment for it. On the other side, EDG, did they do the strat? Did they try and bait and then get people on cutoffs? Not really.
Yeah.
We didn't really see that, did we? It was a very flat approach. As soon as you bring in the Monty, as well as the Ying, I don't think that you're going to be able to be in that position of, you know, really sort of baiting things out.
Yeah. And, you know, I almost would have liked to see Mentals maybe get a bit.
That was a crazy kill by Cairo, though.
Like, had a lot of vision. If you at
For
least
Kiro.
like, bring down the shield, threaten a little bit, say, hey, I might be shooting you to the side here. That makes things a little bit more difficult for the defenders.
Yeah.
There, again, during the tech pause there, briefly, a bit of chatter going through, mostly from Jigsaw, directed in Mentalist way. Of course, 2 and 6 from the captain of EDG. He's not a high frag player. He's going to be on hard support roles, so we don't expect him to be popping off. But with the history between these two teams, it makes the trash talk cut just a little bit deeper, you know?
Absolutely. And, you know, Mentalist always finds himself in the middle of it, I think.
He really does.
It does kind of just feel that way a little bit, doesn't it, sometimes?
Yeah.
So
Bro,
we are
what
kinda used to
a
that little bit.
Fenrir
He's going to switch
spot.
off the Monty at the last second there and go over onto the
That
top.
would be
So
sick
it's
if
a
people
pretty
ever
good
go
result.
over there in
F2
ranked,
in
which
his
they
hand, one of the
don't.
best guns
But
in
I
the
guess in
game.
Pro League,
Oh,
bro.
Okay, DMR.
Huge.
Still, DMR. Any DMR.
They don't have an
are the best
IQ
guns.
either,
Still good.
so.
Still
DMRs
good.
are maybe the best guns in the game.
Yeah.
And then we just put all the other guns underneath that because, yeah, DMR superiority is certainly a thing.
Yeah.
That being said, we've got a couple on the other
Damn,
side.
that's kind of an
as
angle.
Well. Two-Hand are going to be bringing his. Something that's impressed me from Enterprise is the togetherness that they play with.
Yes.
There was a brilliant little bit of a trade situation where we had Brendo and Two-Hand. Like, I think it was Brendan that was like really tucked in.
Not
and just
shooting
trying to
any
nail into
default.
the
Didn't
wall,
shoot any
and
default cams,
immediately
lost
being
one of his
held.
switch
It
rounds.
just seemed like the whole
Yeah,
game
bro.
was hands
This is-
so
this is-
much. And of course, they do a great job of chatting a lot of crap inside of the all
Yeah.
chat because a little bit of a question mark there. Noah just, you know, what can you do? Poor old Noah. Kind of in a bit of a lose-lose, really, with what he's said that he will do here in terms of stepping in for someone in a team, because it's never going to be easy. You're never going to look great doing it.
It's been Tui and Jigsaw who have really taken control of this game, and they've been letting the opponents know constantly with that. Good opening pick. It's untraded to come out from Edward Gaming, so now they're going to try to work this play in 4v5.
But do you guys see how much more extended fucking Enterprise is playing on defense compared to EDG? It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You wonder why they're fucking slamming on D too.
They've got nades on July as well. Some of these have to be used to clear these roamers, and at this point,
Yeah, no, after that little blunder, bro, that's definitely
pushing these guys back. You
tough.
have to catch someone on a rotation.
Especially when you look now at what Enterprise
They
have got with
sold that round. It would have been
20
3-3 too.
to send.
Would have been a 3-3
That
half. They
alone
didn't sell
is
that
enough.
that
There's
round.
nothing else, by the way. It's just 20 shoemakers, but it's still a hell of a lot there. We, of course, got the usual Vulcan packs as well, but they are likely going to all be dealt with by the time we get to that final execute, or you at least hope so. Some good information being gathered on a drone, but again, do something with it now. We need to see Bottom Love get in and start to use some of those Selmas.
Didn't catch anybody on the roam game, so now it's a 4v5.
Yeah,
push.
they
Not
still
a
have
lot
an
of
open
positions to play
wall.
for Enterprise, but lots of crossfires set up.
Ooh, big kill there.
Damn,
from Carpe.
Jigsaw
Is
kinda
able
just
to
gave
take
that one for
Jigsaw
free.
down. It's one of the downsides of being hemlocked inside of the site now with all this time.
Look at that
remaining, but a
double swing,
brilliant
bro.
response, double swinging onto the player that had just taken down Jig. Carpe now going to fall. The advantage continues to stay in Enterprise's hands right now.
Beautiful.
And well, EDG, they're going to have to get a little bit more active than just watching these single doorways into sight, because there is
Dude,
no
it's
reason
wild, bro.
for Enterprise
It's genuinely
to lose
wild.
right now. They do not need to push.
They don't
Brendo
need to do
finds
that.
out the
Brendo
hard
doesn't
way.
really even need
He's
to do
able
that.
to flick and get a couple of points of damage.
Now
there onto
Brendo's
Ventus,
fucked.
but takes a few in return. Flash now being sent out, but Brendo anticipates it. Will
Literally
be traded by On July, but again, with that early pick, the numbers just keep working here in Enterprise's favor, and they will continue to do so. Bapping great down over onto Bottom Love, and well, On July,
bro, you have walls that haven't even been opened yet.
In there with no time
I don't
left.
understand.
Such a difficult push, Ollie, because they didn't have numbers, as we mentioned, but they also didn't
I don't
really
get
have
it.
much hard breach. They had one Selma charge that was being used kind of on the briefing wall to try to get into dorms, but the only real effect that Selma had was it allowed a flank from Bappin to come out and kill one of the attackers in the back. I mean, it really didn't have a lot of angles. The main wall that was still over towards the south side was closed. You know, we still had this main wall from briefing that was mostly closed.
All right, this is huge, bro. And then they double swing on Carpe.
Sure, but
fucking
a lot of these
fire.
players on the defense knew what was coming. This is that breach I was talking about. The one bit of hard breach that actually got used towards the site favored the defenders more than it did Edward Gaming. So that push just really didn't have the tools it needed
match
to
point,
find
bro.
success. Now Enterprise will have 4 opportunities to close out this game and secure themselves a match against Los later on today.
You've got to give the benefit of the doubt to Enterprise at the moment. I mean, not only in the scoreline, but the way that they played Siege, it's been good to watch.
Yeah.
It really has. It's been entertaining, and it has been well-coordinated Siege. This is obviously a group that has a hell of a lot of synergy. And I know that it's easy to sit there and watch a lot of APL and say, yeah, we know this. We see it in APL all the time. And once again, it's a different environment, isn't it? You know, it's international. They're against one of the CNL teams. It's going to change again when they go up against a team like, or if they go up against a team like Lost, which, let's be honest, is looking fairly likely at this moment. But it's good to see that the fundamentals and the basics are all still there. EDG on the flip side. No timeout left now, and really just looking to work on these vibes. That Ying play that was sort of heralded as the savior has really not seen all too much use or action. And I think we need to be looking a little bit deeper than just that. But they are going to be looking to try and take some top floor control here. That much is demonstrated by the fact they're bringing the Ram. And Jake, I'm not sure.
No, okay, but you guys see this, right? It's not just me.
Doing it for sound reasons.
Look at genuinely how extended Enterprises, how much more comfortable they are on this map, bro. It's a joke. Like, this is crazy.
Shut him down if you're EDG. He's the one roamer top floor. He's all by himself on an island. Very similar to how Noah was playing, and they've got him on a death mark. They've got him on a logic bomb. So they force him back towards that first floor, and now you've put the pressure on. You've not allowed him to make that really important.
Look at how much time he's wasting, bro.
And it'll be Bappin who opens things up onto On July. So it's a different player coming up in a different position. It's not just Jigsaw by himself. The team play is still there, and it's another opening duel for Enterprise.
Where is the intel on Enterprise's side, or on Edward Gaming's side, bro?
And the attackers move through and take all that space because it's free. If you've not got anything on the flank or you've got no one watching that drone, it's so easy for someone just to sneak up and get a kill like that. And Jigsaw, he's just provided the perfect.
Yeah, bro, this is game. This is game. This is game. This has got to be game. This has to be game.
The final round of this
There's no way.
Here. We are starting to see plenty of the floor ripped open though. But then again, what's stopping the defenders from moving out?
This isn't even that vertically heavy of a map, too.
Inside of this top floor, they're not holding the cutoffs down below.
And it's very similar to the problem we saw last round. I mean, they don't have numbers. They have 0 hard breach, so the hatch is going to stay closed this entire time. They have to just run at this infirmary player, and frankly, I'm favoring Tuhon as he's gone 9-5 through the first 8 rounds.
Ooh. That's why you shouldn't favor people, Jesse.
Yeah.
Jigsaw is going to be there to try and level
3v3.
things back. Mentalist hit a huge double kill here in this round, and it could be enough to keep his team.
George, you were talking all that shit on Mentalist, bro.
In pocket.
He just might have saved that round. This round.
Left now for EDG and how much they've got. Cairo taking a good portion of damage there. Noah is
Damn.
going to find the kill onto Jigsaw, but immediately he is dealt with. Swinging 1 for 1 right now.
JK.
Bappin and Cairo
Fat JK.
wrap up here. And that is going to be Enterprise advancing through into the upper bracket semi-final against Lost later on.
A big statement match coming out from the lads down under. They managed to get it done, and for Edward Gaming, it's not the debut they would have wanted, but it's a debut.
Dude, who is that Uggo in the middle, bro?
Start of a new era for Chinese teams here in Rainbow
Dude needs to cut his hair or something.
It was a difficult match from the get-go. They didn't have their best player. They will still survive down the lower bracket, but for today, their journey's finished.
We are ripping through these games here. We've got best of ones right up until we get through to our best of threes later on this afternoon. We're going to be back just after the break with Team Falcons versus Daystar. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, this is kind of a bop. Yeah, he did. He did, George. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a shit.
A 7-2 win for Enterprise over EDG, the opening match of the major. I'm here with Mag. Guys, you clearly targeted Noah. At least it felt like that from the outside. We heard it during the TAC timeout. Was that a focus at all going into this game?
It wasn't a focus going into the game. Obviously, when you know, Noah doesn't speak Chinese, Mentalist, you know, he can do some sort of translation, but when Noah was going to do his own thing in the game and the other four just do what they usually do. But during the game, actually, we talked about, you know, what if we just pick the Deimos, you know, we just target Noah at the start of the round, and sometimes we actually did that. So he didn't frag out and have a life game that we thought he could have. So we were able to deal with Noah very well.
Well, Mag, you mentioned Mentalist. You teamed with him, as far as I understand, SI 2020 on Fnatic a few years ago. Now you coached your team to a victory against him today. How does that feel?
It feels really good, to be honest. I mean, look, Pat and I, Mentalist and I, you know, we're really good friends and teammates. And, yeah, I'm glad I got the win against him. And really good that he is still playing, you know, unlike myself. And, you know, just really good to see him again.
The biggest difference from this team, I mean, you guys did not have the performance at SI that you wanted. You come in, go undefeated through the start of the kickoff, and now here with a win. What's the biggest difference with this new roster, how things have taken shape?
The biggest difference with the roster is definitely the fragging power of this roster. The old EP roster that I wasn't a part of, obviously, you know, we had some super support players that weren't able to frag out, like, you know, Cairo is now on the shields. But, you know, the individual skill on some of these players in the room is insane, and we will just be using that throughout the tournament, so please look out for it.
Well, speaking of, match up against Los in just a bit. Best of 3. Thoughts ahead of that one?
Can't wait to get the game on the road. Los, you know, they might not be warmed up as much as we are, but hopefully we'll take that and go on to phase 2.
All right. Thanks, Mag. We'll pass it back to Ollie and Dez.
Thank you very much, and indeed, welcome back over to the arena. I'm Dez. This is not Tim. Tim's got a lot bigger and grown some hair, it turns out, recently. How things going, Ollie?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Yeah.
Enjoy the first game?
Yeah, it was good.
Fantastic.
I was actually quite surprised by it, to be fair. I think I was holding a little bit more stock in Noah being the super sub and like sort of saving the day, and I think it's such a nice storyline to have, and when it doesn't seem to translate, it just kind of makes sense when you look at it in the cold light of day, doesn't it?
I'm really going to have to get used to looking upwards here. This is just weird. I'm so used to like looking there, and now I'm just like, I got to do this. Life ain't fair sometimes. But you know what it is? We've got a brilliant game coming up now for our second game of the day. Daystar against Falcons. Now, Daystar, it's fair to say, coming in, they feel like the underdogs. But anything can happen on day one of a major.
And it's a best of one. Anything can happen on day one of a major, and anything can happen in a best of one. If there's one thing that we know about this game that we all love, it's that best of ones can be terribly unpredictable, and it doesn't take too much. And, I mean, Falcons, yes, we hold them on a pedestal, but it's a bit of a dicey pedestal sometimes. It can be a little bit shaky as well at times.
Yeah, they've had a good few events recently where they finished second, and it's become a little bit of a meme at this point where it just keeps on happening time and time again. They can never quite seem to get it over the line. However, with it being the first day, you would back them to come out swinging here, right?
You'd hope so. You really would. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a really dominant performance from a premier org inside of Europe. Let's be honest. The fact that these guys have come into stage one is almost in some ways surprising itself.
Well, here our map vetoes are ready, so we'll take a quick look here at where we're going to start out this game, I suppose. And we're going to find things out in just a moment. Any ideas on where you think you'd like to see them go here? Anything you kind of look at when you see Bank and think, you know what, this feels like it really favours a given team, Ollie?
I mean, I can only look at the data, you know, and we can only be led by what we can see. Bank, for me, seems like a strong choice for Falcons, and I'm not sure how strong of a choice it is for Daystar. It feels like a weaker choice for them, just in sheer sample size of games played.
That's always a big thing, and also the fact you've got, again, it's not at all trying to put Daystar down, but they're coming up against one of the best teams in the world. It's going to be a tough battle no matter what map you step into. For me, for both teams, it's third in terms of preference. They both like playing on it. What I'm especially really excited to see is how June plays this out as well. Of course, we've seen him during kickoff. That was the big move after SI was, whoa, June's moving over. Shaiko's leaving Falcons. No one ever had that on their bingo cards, but it happened. And so far, it's going pretty damn well, so I'm really keen to see them show what they can do here on the international stage on a map like Bank.
It doesn't seem like we can go through a game without talking about a Team Secret player, really, does it? Or
they're everywhere.
Either a current or
they're
an
like vermin.
Yeah, even a current or an ex-Team Secret player. But Doom, of course, as you mentioned there, most recently known for being second inside of SI, only back in February in Paris, and has since joined this Falcons roster. And I think, to be honest, it's a change that was needed, because Falcons, for all their successes, for all that we've seen them do inside of this game, we are still yet to wait. We still wait for that dominant run and that multiple event win, or you know, whatever it might be, because there's so many times where we see them just get so close and they're unable to switch it over the line. And the June pickup, at least for the moment, feels like it's working quite nicely, feels like it's got potential to go somewhere, and it's now just becoming a time thing, right?
I mean, for me, it's a world. We had this conversation about Parlo and Ness for a long time. It's like, can you imagine a world where they don't win an SR, don't lift a hammer? I'm kind of feeling that way about Leakyfat now.
Yeah.
Like, arguably, okay, I won't say he's the best. Like, that's definitely an argument, a debate to have. But one of the best IGLs in the world, phenomenal gunner at the game. Like, he's got to win something at some point. But we always say it about Shaiko as well. Can you see a world where he doesn't lift a hammer at some point? There's all these players that deserve to do it but never quite get there. And yes, this tournament isn't about lifting a hammer, but it's the start of that year. It's the start of the road to the 6th Invitational in 2027. And they've got to start out strong here. Get the SI points on the board. Ensure that you're 100% going to be there. And probably making a statement, I think, is a good way to get things moving on day one. We'll be into things in just a moment. As you can see, there's Daystar getting themselves set up and ready. We have got every single player in the lobby, which is always good news. We'll get into things very, very shortly.
I saw an interesting graphic on Twitter earlier. Now, for the life of me, I apologize. Can't remember who it was that posted it, but it was talking about movement and player movement inside of different maps and whether that was on attack or defense. So defense was like the y-axis and the x-axis was attack. LeakyFact was like top right, like one of the most active players on attack and one of the most active players on defense. And it was based on movement units movement units used per second of gameplay or whatever it was. And they are very active. Now, we always knew this, but it was nice to see it put into sort of some context where you've got a real big hub of people inside of the middle, and then you've got edge cases of one, people that are either really slow and don't really move too much. I think Usus was probably down there as one of the players that moves a little bit less. But LeakyFact, for me, one of the players that you really want to sort of look out for. On the flip side, I look over at a team like Daystar, Des, and I think somebody like Binbin. That's someone for me that you've got to really keep your eye on because they have a lot of potential to be a real big upset player.
There's been a lot of hype about Bin actually as well, so indeed, very excited to see how they play today. On the other side, just to address it for a second, because you mentioned it, speaking about LeakyFact being a very mobile player versus someone like Usus, that speaks down, I think, a lot to the operators that you find them playing, where Usus often is the flank player. For LeakyFact, as I mentioned, he's the guy who likes to get involved in gunfights as an IGL. He won't sit on drones and kind of call out to the rest of his team. I can think of a few moments during kickoff on Cafe Top Floor, the one that always jumps out to me. He's playing Snake, he's up on Skylight, he catches out 4 players on one of his scans, and immediately, bam, he's vaulted over the Skylight, he's in, he's killed 2, his teammates are cleaned up the rest, and I'm just like, this is again just the genius of him seeing what's going on and immediately knowing what the right call is, when to tell the team to go, when to move himself and get himself involved. He's not a very passive player, he does want to be involved in the mix of things.
Something I'm already looking forward to now, and I really don't want to wish the game away because I'm looking forward to the first 6 rounds. But at the halfway point, we get to listen to the players and the coach.
Yeah.
And I thought it was so insightful in the first game, and it's going to continue to be insightful because some of the timeouts become a little bit legendary in some cases, don't they? And it's a real rare glimpse that we get as players to actually listen in.
I remember messaging Harambe about this, actually, the coach of Daystar, and I was saying, I remember you from SI still. I don't, truthfully and respectfully, I had not a single clue what you were saying, but you'd occasionally drop an F-bomb in there or a shit in there or something like that. And he was just always like, guys, chill, all the time, trying to calm them down and just get them focused. And I had a chat to him, and he was saying, like, look, kickoff went well for us. We're coming in here. We know we've still got a lot to learn. We want to play a lot of big teams here to continue learning and growing. But you will see a better Daystar than what you saw back at SI. And I was like, wicked. Can't wait to see it come out. And this is certainly a big first challenge against Falcons. Let's get into our operator bans to see who's not going to be available for this first half, Ollie. So nearly called you Tim then again.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's like when you call your current partner by your ex's name.
Oh, does that happen a lot, does it?
It's never happened to me. But I can
why was that the first example you went to then?
Because socially, I think that's one of the examples, isn't it?
I think more like you'd probably call like someone who lives in your household the name of a pet or something. It's probably a more relatable example.
What, so you've done that, have you?
Admittedly, no, but my mum does it all the time. When we used to, before our dog died, it was me and my 3 brothers and the dog would just get mixed up all the time. She shouted and says, Kate, Des, and I'd be like, what? She's done it again? Yeah, okay.
Is that because you were just stood at the back door waiting to go out?
I think because there's just 4 of us. Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Pissing on the floor
just
as well.
Scratching on the back door.
Having a torrid time of it. But the bans have come on through pretty thick and fast. We've had Monty and Glaz taken away by Falcons from Daystar, and on the other side, pretty typical bans for this map. The Kaid, of course, to look towards those action aisles, and the Mirror also being taken offline.
Always good to see the Mirror taken out nice and early. It was available for what felt like far too long in Fortress on both sides of things, and it is just.
I'm just thinking about standing at the back door now and whining.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine. That's the thing is, I can actually imagine you doing it. That's the annoying
Why
part.
would I do that, Ollie? Come on now.
That's the annoying part.
Give me
of it
some
all.
credit.
Falcons going to be kicking things off here on the defense. Got LeakyFact just doing a little bit of drone hunting and sight set up there. Users on the Echo as well. So those Yokais are going to be kicking around. I think he was just putting a barricade out up there.
Playing this operator won't help his movement per second, Ollie.
It's not going to, is it? The movement per second. I'm going to have to find out who did that and give some good credit if it's going to be something we reference.
It's because there's been a lot of tools, open source tools that have become available now that can analyze replay files, and it's really fascinating the level of depth that we can get out of the game now as well. So I really look forward to seeing how analysis develops throughout the year, the kind of info that we can access about different teams. It's going to be fascinating for sure. On the other side, though, my eyes naturally go towards Souffle running around here on the Nook, but more importantly, Seal on that solid Snake. That's a lot of essence in one sentence. A lot of teams have been waxing absolute lyrical about this operator. We saw him a lot throughout kickoff too. And my question to a number of coaches that I spoke to was, do you think we'll see a lot of bans? And they said, maybe, but the problem is shields are still a thing. There are other operators you need to also remove, and while Snake is really good, is it like so oppressive that he has to be your must ban? Not quite.
It's like banning out new operators. I always say the same thing. It's like you're playing a game from 6 months ago with no bans.
Yeah.
Because if you're just using one of your bans on a brand new op, then you've got all the other tools that you used to hate playing against. You've got all the other stuff you didn't like doing. And it really starts to disrupt things a little bit. And I think, yes, it is worth a ban, but on the flip side, you do get other things. Would you want the Monty or the Glaz in place of the Snake? Maybe with hindsight, potentially, but at least for the moment, you're going to risk that Snake being played. Seal,
they have to know.
He's not seeing too much impact from it at the moment, but LeakyFac is hanging around on this top floor.
Yeah, they couldn't see him on the back of the Snake scanner either as well, but they know that someone's around. They had a couple of shots.
Oh my God, I'm back.
HP. This is really where the Blackbeard has got to be the one leading the charge. Of course, capitalise on the info that Seal might be able to feed across, and now they even see him on a drone, and they still can't find the kill, but the trade is there. Good bit of team play by Daystar.
Low key, we want Falcons to win this.
Seconds of the round have gone, and they've gone.
We want Falcons to win this.
Top floor. That's a win.
Oh, no,
for
no,
Falcons
we
in
don't. JK.
I'll take that trade as well.
We want Daystar to win.
Packs, they're going to be down there.
Absolutely.
The Bees, they are still.
We want
in the
Daystar to
pocket
clutch
of
this shit.
And they
sorry,
are going to be needed to
bro,
try
I had
and
to
keep
drop
these
that
players
dookie
out.
for a
As you
minute,
say,
bro.
The time being a factor as well.
Ooh.
Okay, the hatches are open, the cade's removed. You've potentially not got anything that's going to slow you down there. Solotov's still got 2 of his Zotos, so whether they've been used or not, it's not really going to be of too much consequence at the moment because the time has done a majority of the work. Souffle with a great
what can you do,
backstab
man?
angle. But again, LeakyFac down. Who's users playing? He's playing Echo, so there's going to be info for him to work off.
I feel like they know that he's here as well. Of course, you can't always see the Nook on camera. It's kind of the whole point of the ability, but no one's exposing themselves to him too easily here. And as soon as he makes that step on forward, then you've got to worry about a swing coming in from the other side. Repopping that gadget and stepping out, trying to find anything and anyone. But as it stands, no one's giving their way over. I tell you what, Solotov, I thought surely might go down there. No, but Souffle's eyes were on towards users. Attempted trade comes on through, loses half his life, and June gets Seal elsewhere. It's down to a 3v3 with 20 seconds to go.
Damn.
A great second shot on this Garage flank. It took 2 minutes to come online, Ollie, but it's got 2 kills. This is theirs for the taking.
The problem is now he's 1 HP, and Joom is immediately going to swing the corner and deal with the problem. Bin has the kit, but he's not going to be given the space to plant. Really sent the Toxic Babe canisters down. Joom's on for a triple, and now it is all down to the low.
Joom's so good.
Joom
is so good.
When you've got a player so deep inside a garage and you've already got someone planting in non-default, you can't afford to be all the way
Joom
back
is
in
so
server.
good, bro.
You have to commit to the flood.
You know what? Falcons win the round, but I was actually really pleased with how Daystar approached that round. Admittedly, a little bit slow, I think, on the top floor clear. If they get that done 20 seconds quicker, they give themselves so much more time down in the basement to make that execute happen. Because I think without the pressure of the clock becoming that 6th man for the defenders of Falcons, they probably get away there with actually managed to get a couple more kills. You don't see Joom floating around and getting the 3K that he did. It was a wonderful round from him, and without that 3K, this could have been a bit of a disaster for Falcons.
LeakyFac needed to be killed there for free. The fact that LeakyFac went 1 for 1 is what
I think Falcons.
Because Souffle can come in. And
I think Falcons is ultimately better now without Shaiko and with Joom, and I think G2 is ultimately better with Shaiko.
You've not really been
you know what I'm
able
saying?
to deal with the whole problem.
I think it was a good move on both teams.
Then they've still got the bees. They can still.
At the start of the game, do they still have map bans? Yeah. Except they ban up until they choose their last map.
Not able to really get himself.
It's a little different in BO1s and BO3s.
That's the big problem for me.
Well, into the second, we'll see how things build out from here. Joom being down at 1 HP at the bitter end of things just goes to show that a couple of meters may have made all the difference there. If that kill comes through, we're having a very different conversation right now. Up to the top floor we go. Falcons are getting themselves set up with the electrification. On the other side, we've got Souffle jumping across to bring along the Carly to help deal with that. So I imagine route 1 is going to be Pecan getting himself up on the windows. Those Selma's going down once that ball has been blasted out by the gadget of Souffle. And then we can start to get a movement onto the top floor itself. Main thing to worry about.
I'm not going to lie, this is my second least favorite map in the game.
To help counter that. Doesn't mean
second
that it's going to
least.
be easy to pin Bride down though.
I hate this map.
No, Clash on this top floor as well, very difficult, just through the sheer length of the angles.
It's so uncomfortable to play on.
Dealing with very long angles,
so uncomfortable.
And that's somewhere that Clash can just plonk the shield down and play behind it, or indeed just make those rotations nice and easily. Already opening up the majority of those CEO windows there. LeakyFac's Castle Barricade's not really coming to too much. And unless we see a successful bandit trick, which we may do, brilliant timing there. And again, just an example of a bit of desync on this Daystar side. It was the same in the opening round with the first kill. We didn't see it come through quick enough. And Uses is now being allowed to sit here and bandit trick. I tell you what, if someone can get under there and open that hatch for him and get him out of there, he's done a wonderful job.
This is how Siege goes sometimes as well. It's down to the second as well. If that Flores drones is in place half a second sooner, they probably get away with that wall already being opened up. But they only committed the one Selma, so have managed to now at least get the left side opened up, which still gives you that sight line you want right down that long hallway, so you can see any rotation coming from Falcons players down there. It restricts the movement of the defenders. Now you re-drone in, get info on where the players
on the clash,
are, and that's when you can start thinking about what an execute needs to look like.
Problem now is that you're headlocked into using that Kanto angle. You've not got any ability to open up inside a square, so anything that isn't open already is going to remain closed, and we can see
yeah, this is tough.
Is going to be locked off. So
this is tough.
These window players, yes, they're going to see a little bit of value if Falcons peak, but if Falcons don't peak, Square can be watched purely by Brede right now.
Nice.
You can just plant that Clash Shield right down. It's going to be so difficult for Daystar to make headway now into the site.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Anytime they try and step in through the windows, there's always someone ready to try and challenge here. If he can work in his way up and knows that there's one inside the elevator, but now they know he's there as well. He wins out the 1v1 though. Zoom quietly going about his business again though. Things remaining.
Oh!
3 apiece here with the shield still standing.
How is Liquefact still alive?
Janitor, and this is looking a little bit comfortable for Falcons in the dying 40 seconds of this round. Zoom another couple of kills in this round. Feeling unstoppable so far.
How is Liquefact still alive, bro?
But it's been a solid
dude, I do not like Bank at all.
There must be something about being 1 HP on Falcons that just gives you superpowers, because I think Liquefact got 2 or 3 kills there and he was on 1 HP after being banged through the wall. It was Doom inside of round 1. It really is just a little secret buff at the moment. Again, so much of that round coming down to one single event.
Again, if you're new to the stream, feel free to drop a sub, join the Discord. We're going to be streaming pretty much Pro League for the next week or so, and ranked in between.
They had everything they needed to stop that wall from being tricked, and they weren't able to do it because of the desync. The fact that they had to use all the Selmas on that single breach made it so that there was no option for redundancy. There was no like, well, you know what, we probably should still open Square because it's going to make it a little bit easier for us at a later point.
Nah, I am
Daystar,
okay with
approach.
all of those maps.
It's been good. It's
honestly
definitely been to a stage that you'd expect of a team trying to compete.
Emerald and Skyscraper, I'm okay with both.
If you struggled a little bit against Falcons in the Diamond.
I like Emerald more than Sky, but
every individual player on this Falcon side is the one that you would trust being in a 1vx. They're the kind of players that can clutch up and go big. They can walk away with a 3k or a 4k in a round, like we've just seen. Zoom in round 1 with a 3k, leak it back in the second with a 3k of his own. Now we get to see if they can complete the trifecta, all 3 sites, get a 3-0 start here, and then go into that second quarter, most likely drawing a tack time out of Daystar, because they cannot afford to be going down 6-0 here, which is exactly how the game could head. We've got Ben jumping across on towards playing on the Blitz. The shield, of course, being banned away in the Monty. Still get a little bit of what you need from that in the form of a Blitz, but it's a little bit more aggressive. You need to be going that little bit quicker. And here
Zoom literally is winning their rounds for him. And Liquefact. Zoom and Liquefact.
Sight is down on that first floor. It's over towards open area that we're going to be focusing on.
You're telling me, yo, you're telling me you think Skyscraper is too big, but you like Bank. You don't think Bank is too big.
I don't know what it is, but you never really think of Bank and Blitz as being like a match made in heaven. You always think of Bank and the Monty. And the Blitz, I never feel like Blitz is having a fantastic time, but we'll see how Bin chooses to use it. It looks like he's maybe going to be looking to get himself in through that spiral stair and get onto that top floor and work through that way. But there's still quite a lot of time gone here, and we've not really seen too much happen, Des. There's a bit of a stall out here from Daystar. It looks a little bit unclear as to what we're exactly going to be going for.
We're going for a horizontal push?
Move through this main lobby. Is the target upstairs? Is it downstairs?
That sucks.
It's one of the reasons why the Blitz is no good. You've not got enough coverage, and there's too many extended angles.
It's a bit of a heartbreaker, especially you've got things like the Lion inside there that really could have supported their push on forwards. Use this into a second as well.
There's no way he got that kill.
On the Ash, he was the one who was alongside Bin on his push forward on that Blitz.
How did Usus get that kill, bro?
2 in the round. So I feel like for the 3rd time this game, Ollie, we're in a 3 versus 3, and they're the ones that are starting out with the advantage. Leak it back on the backside, now down to a 2v2.
Bro, you gotta swing it.
Boys, it's going to be now.
Yes.
Side, Seal good for 2, and Brede has got to hold up. But think about what I said at the start of the round, Ollie. Any player on this team can clutch. So I'm a little bit nervous for Daystar, but
it is OG.
Can hit the 4K.
There's quite a bit of time for this as well. And that kind of favours both sides at the minute, right? Because Brede can find a little bit of an off slot.
Bro.
We can see that the kit, forget about it. It's all
all right, if Daystar pushes together, they're chilling.
Well, they wouldn't be
but they're not, bro.
A little bit more vert to be made, bit of distraction, bit of noise. I doubt that Seals are going to end up using that angle. But
if Bride
there's always the
isolates this
possibility.
one
Picanzu, the way that
on
he's
Pekin,
circling, it feels like he knows that something's up right now.
I think
We've
they
got Seal
lose.
moving down those main stairs as well, but Bride's position is not known at all right now. Little bit of info there on the Tellus Fenrir. Is he able to land the bang through the wall? Can't quite get it, but he's got the time. He can readjust, he can reset, hit the reload, but Seal. Lightning reactions there.
That was close, bro. That was close.
They would have kicked themselves at the bottle that one, but he just knew where Bride was coming from.
That was too fucking close, bro.
Daystar do at least get around off the back of that quarter. It's only one attacking round, but against Falcons, personally, I think I'll take it.
Well, it's the off site as well, so it's the side that you're expected to win as the attack.
You're good, Matthew. You're good.
The primary site or the secondary site every single time. But those third choice bomb sites, they're the ones you need to be starting things off with. And it's not uncommon to see attackers win the first round of the game on round 3 and then start to build up from there. They've already seen what's going to be going down inside of the basement. They've already seen what's going to be going down upstairs. They know what they're going into now. And again, it means it's a good time to take a tactical.
Yeah, that would have been fucking wild.
Yeah, no surprise at all. See if we can have a listen in a moment as well to what's going on there. But to summarize that.
How did he hit that shot? That kind of pisses me off. Usus just got blessed.
Falcons, as reminded though, are just that team that are a bit too scary. June and Likafak, especially in round 1 and 2, really dragging their team through what could have been otherwise a tough few rounds to come out.
That was ballsy on Seal too.
Spotted in the heat of the moment there, but wasn't really worth calling at the time. Might be worth calling now. Bride's little pocket bulletproof camera.
Yeah, I pointed it on the screen. I was just like, what?
I'm not sure that we needed a view of his pocket at that point. I think we would have quite liked a view of just anywhere else to gain a little bit more of something. It's not the reason that he lost the 1 versus 1, of course, but could have shaped the round a little bit ahead of that. You start thinking about the double kill that Seal was able to get, and a bit of information in and around that area might not have been a bad thing. But
bro, that's weird Falcons merch right there. That like
timeout, of course, Falcons getting a little bit of
Letterman's jacket.
To have a discussion during that time as well, and back into the basement we go.
I do want to talk about the bans that have come in, because Falcons didn't play as Army once during that half. It just isn't something they use. So I'm a bit like, why now? And I think it's more because they expect going back into the same rotation of 3 sites, they're going to see some different strats that they know they've seen Falcons utilise in VODs, and previous times they played on Bank. To take it away now, so you haven't got to worry about it. On the other side, the Snake being taken away, that is not going to be the first or the last time that, well, sorry, not going to be the last time that we see Snake being banned away at this event. As mentioned earlier on, a few teams have been saying, I think you're going to see that ban rate increase now as teams learn more and more about the new operator and how best to use him. He's only going to get more and more potent, and Falcons are a team that I spoke about at the start of the show. They absolutely love playing Snake. Of course, it's not them that it's taken away from, but they know what the power is, and just keeping it out of Daystar's hands, never going to be a bad idea.
Yeah, you know, we are going to see the Snake ban. It has to happen in some instances, and Falcons just saying, you know what, we're happy with you having everything else. You can have access to whatever shield you like as long as it's not Monty, but we are going to be taking that Snake away. Bin, speaking of shields, is going to be back on that Blitz. We didn't really see the desired impact from him on that operator back in round number 3.
I mean, bro, Falcons is a 2-man show right now with Joom and Likafak.
Bit of a full map clear, which is a strange call to make after you've already seen 30 seconds. I'd like to send players straight onto the roof if that's going to be the case, because with these players dug in at the moment into open area, it just furthers the time, because the time has been a factor for Daystar. They have been a little bit slow on these attacks.
I think it's more how slow
you're good, George. You're good.
First engagement into force players away. Like think about Likafak up on that top floor in round 1. It wasn't until the 90-second mark that we saw him actually dealt with. A similar story starting to build out here. We're 60 seconds in, and this is where you think, okay, let's get a player on towards Janitor, on towards Electric downstairs, start asking questions onto the double door and towards Staff. That should force players.
Falcons playing nobody up top.
They can't hold this area too strongly, given everything else that's going on around them. But as it stands, we're 75 seconds in. There's been no real pressure.
Yeah, Falcons playing nobody up top.
Players hanging around on this first floor, Ollie. No one's been forced to drop away just yet. This could not, again, prove to be a case where Daystar just run out of time because you've got users on the Goyo, you've got the smokes on side, trap operators. Looks like Pecan's trying to bypass all that though and said, right, drop into me. I'm waiting here with a shotgun. So it was a good bit of set piece play, but Joom's there with the trade back.
I'm telling you, Joom is doing everything, bro.
To get that entry, now
they kill Joom, they win the round. They kill Joom, they win the round.
As well, there's always something to do for these Falcons players.
It's okay. It's fine losing the Ying. They didn't lose any.
Plenty for him to watch there. He's got his own Valkyrie cameras and, of course, 2 bulletproofs as well. I'm sure that Twitch will have seen to a little bit of that, but at the minute mark, still vying for control on those main stairs. It's still not entirely clear where this push is going to be coming from. Just giving a couple of options.
Yeah, bro, you knew he was going to rotate. Joom rotating back off.
Joom immediately gets himself into open area. likely will find at least one. Does grab Souffle. Souffle coming out of the
All right, they
drone
kill
there
Joom.
to be met by Joom on the Legion. But that's all the damage that Joom will be able to deal. But again, he'll take that trade. There's 35 seconds left, and all it does is leave his team even. They're still in a 3v3.
It's really well capitalized. I don't know if they're identified. They managed to chew through all 10 drones in the round so far, but there are none left here for Daystar. So that flank was absolutely
Sounds good, George.
perfect.
Sounds good, brother.
Gets rid of one, brings it down to a 3v3.
Bad
eventually.
smoke.
But again, June's not going to be too bothered. All of his goo mines will be down. He's done his job here. Now the other three are able to distort. They've got a C4 to play behind. The last smoke comes out here with about 15
gotta
seconds
plant.
to go. They're going to tuck in and try and get this one happen right at the very back of sight. And surely Falcons are a bit wide to this one. As I mentioned, that C4's on
Bad
side. It
nitro.
comes out and over, but doesn't quite find the man that they need. This
No,
one
just-
should get stuck. Azuki did pull off for a second, but with a bit of shield cover, this one looks to be
Wow.
getting done. We're into
Dude,
a
I'm telling you, they
post-fight
kill Joom and they kill
Very
Licky
good
Fact,
to be
they
able to
win.
Get that done down behind the Blitz, and with Seal on that Overwatch, 3 kills on the round. We've spoken
Good
about
baits,
1vx's. We yet to see a massive one.
Dumb.
Takes Bin
Bin
Bin.
Bin.
Now. That was a bit of a misplay. You can afford it though. You're 3 versus 1.
No, you
Surely we
can't
can
afford
allow
it, bro.
that. Seal needs to get himself onto the hatch. Finds the head, but Seal was the win condition.
Jesus
Heart in my
Christ.
mouth there, just hoping that Seal was sprinting.
Dude,
for
it's
all his
Joom and
worth
Licky Fact.
upstairs into open areas to play that hatch.
If Joom dies, they're fucked. Or Licky Fact dies, they're fucked.
Yeah. If they'd bottled that one, I don't know. There's no coming back from that one mentally. A bit risky from Bin. Like, you know, you're taking the, I think he thought he'd flash pre-dance. I thought, oh, it's a free kill. I can end the round. All well and good, but there's no need to go hyper-aggressive there. You're the ones in the winning situation. It's on the other side where they've got a 1v3 to win in a post plant. And I know I said every single player on Falcons can clutch up big. You almost gave him the chance to do just that. It was a very scary moment, but thank God they managed to have the presence of mind to get Seal up on the hatch. And now things get interesting because it's 2-2 on the scoreline. Falcons started out strong. Daystar have battled their way back in. That was the most convincing round of theirs so far.
I will say,
Now
bro,
we'll
if
see what
Seal's
happens up on
2
the top
seconds late
And despite the time as well, because it was something that we criticized.
and Bride goes to the other side of the wall and diffuse from the other side,
leaving themselves enough time. Now, sure, everything happens. in
Daystar
19
loses that
seconds,
shit.
But if you get in the round win, it doesn't really matter. To the top floor we go then, and a slightly different layout of things. We're actually seeing the Maestro be brought this time. Maestro sees sort of varying pick rate. A lot of the negative and downside to, of course, playing the Maestro is a Brava. It can be very devastating. And
damn,
oftentimes,
Solitov
you
is
are
playing
just
like
giving
shit.
information away to your opponent because Brava can very easily scan and hack those Maestro cameras, and very quickly you've lost any advantage that you were looking to gain by bringing them. That hasn't happened this time though, and Joom has managed to sneak it on by. So information shouldn't be a problem here for Falcons. They should have that aplenty. Speaking of
The good thing is, if Shopify plays one of these teams,
now, top floor and back,
like say they win
some
against
other
4
places
Angry Men, if they play one of
to
these teams, they go into BO3 and they're way better at BO3s than BO1s.
I was speaking to Eden over breakfast this morning, actually. He's coached one of the teams. And he was saying, I think you're going to see a few more round setups coming out of a few teams. Now, whether he's saying that in the sense of they've got some or he's seen it in scrims, I didn't want to press and pry too deeply. But he was saying you might see a little bit more of it throughout the event. And maybe this is why. Maybe he's seen a couple of things coming out of Daystar or potentially other teams at the event and what they've been doing with her. We'll see how this one rolls out. But you mentioned like Util on the other side. Yeah, Leak of Fat being on the Solus to me is just like bread and butter. Goes so well together. Even when we had Solus absolutely down and the dumpsters and nerfed to heavens, well, Leak of Fat was still running around playing it. And then the bus came on through and he's like, oh, great, I can keep on playing it. And now just even stronger. Pair it up with Joom being on the Maestro, as you mentioned. They should be aware of almost everything coming their way, unless Daystar pull off a pretty quick execute here. Maybe that's what they're looking in for, although only one Raura comes out, nothing out of the Capitale, so not quite yet, a bit of a false alarm. But they've got so much utility they can use all at once in an execute. I really want to see them pull this off as well and just show that they're growing into this game and can bring a big challenge to Falcons.
The problem is there's a lot of stuff to use for an execute, but on the counter to that, there's a lot of stuff to use for denial. Falcons are very well set up. It's almost the sort of lineup where you sit back and go on then, plant your diffuser. We'll deal with it.
Oh,
and
bro,
we're gonna know
check
where
the
you planted,
check the feed holes,
and
bro.
we'll deal with it
Someone's
from that point onwards.
someone's stuck in Jan
Feels
right
like
now.
A bit of a retake setup from Falcons at the moment, and that may be a worry. It seems to have come at a really good time for us as viewers. Bad time for one of the teams, I'm sure, but that's the sort of setup that we feel. It by no means is a quick move, though. Daystar, again, taking their time by it. They now know that there's a Solus. That's been tracked out. Azuki has got that death mark, so Leaky Fact going to need to find some sort of safety to try and get away from that. And for the meantime, Bin Bin, control the square. There's a chance that you could try and walk in and make something happen, but you've always got to keep your eye
Watch
on
the
that
flank,
defense
watch the
and it
flank,
is
the
in
Solus
Narnia.
flank.
The thing is, Falcons now know about every single operator on this Daystar side as well, which sounds like a weird thing to say, but they've seen a bits of utility coming out. They've heard players in certain places. They know what's going on, and they know that this just screams there is
Dude,
an
nobody is
execute ready to
watching
happen
this flank.
at some point or another. They'll be ready for it, and yes, a lot of the utility has been softened up, but look at that. Even Leakerback underneath, as you've sort of alluded to, Ollie, is ready to deny.
There's Solitov, 0-5 Solitov, 0-5 Solitov, by the way.
Azuki, just to force him away that will now let the diffuser go down. But Souffle's the one in spot trying to make that happen. Do they know about June off towards the left? Not 100% sure they do. Yes, he does. June goes down into maybe a second as well. This has been brilliant, Ollie. It has been a slow and controlled round, but no! How have they let it slip? That was beautiful. It was a 4v1. Diffuser was going down, but no one was on the diffuser. The player was down.
Dude, they better get under Breede's desk and just start fucking
their round signed and sealed.
Sucking his meat, bro. That's crazy.
A few stray shots and time running the rest. That 6-man we often talk about for the defenders. And again, heartbreak. Because you look at that and you think, Daystar, they didn't have it made, but they had a really good idea of what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
They had a very clear strategy.
Look at Souffle here.
Souffle just gets killed. Breede, star of the only one kill that matters in those final 4, and it's the kill that Breede gets.
That's it.
And it does just go to show.
And to be fair, the second onto Bin, because if Bin had got the kill onto him running in towards Janitor, round's over. It was 4v1 at the very end of that one. That would have been it, done and dusted, and Daystar still would have got the round, even with the diffuser going down. So again,
Breede just saved their life.
1v5. It might not be.
All right, so this is the Breede, Lickyfac, and June show, bro.
Daystar again leave things until the dying moments. Time really has been their enemy throughout this game. All that said, they've still got 2 rounds on the board. Could make it a third here, which would make that second half really interesting.
It would, wouldn't it? Final round as the sides currently sit at the moment. Daystar. Now, they were successful last time down here. Again, comes down to a 1 versus 1. Breede in that clutch again. That time wasn't able to win it out. But it was a really confused push. And I'm already liking the differences that we're seeing.
What got me a little bit was Souffle was the one getting the diffuser down on the Capitao. He had all utility, every bolt still in back pocket. Smoke onto the wall, fire, anything just to force the player and Janitor back from getting that swing would have been beautiful.
You're still analysing the last round.
I am.
We're on the next round.
I'm on about this one, because that's the thing that really bothered me about it. Like, it's a bit, both teams have had that moment of leaving a little bit of utility still in back pocket, but these are the small things that really matter at the top level. Anyway, Ollie, carry on this round. Go on.
Well, all I was going to say is that I like the fact that we're seeing the Blackbeard instead of the Blitz. Because the Blitz has been terrible. Bin, we've not seen the desired level of impact from a Blitz player. On the Blackbeard, it might be a little bit different. They need to try and clear this top floor. It was something that they kind of struggled with. It was kind of a little bit confused. They just tried to walk up spiral stairs and sort of make it happen.
Looks like Falcons got a bit more of an extension this time.
As a couple of the Falcons players were picking one another up, then it would have been a bit of a different story of a round. As it stands, they were successful last time we saw this in round number 3.
Because Falcons gave top floor up immediately
taking their time
when Daystar won bottom.
And it just gives space to players like June, because all of a sudden, look at him. He's starting to move up. He now knows that someone's there. He's got the hatch as an option to drop back on. Hello, users! Oh, dear.
Pressured out and forced back a little bit there with the Blackbeard running into him. Had no choice but to try and flee down White Corridor, and it's handedly dealt with. So another good bit of play out of Daystar, but as I said so many times, it takes them half the round to get towards this point. But this site, admittedly,
Daystar's got to speed this shit up.
You can take a couple of minutes up here, getting yourself the top floor control, looking towards a hatch drop execute if you really want to. But I imagine here there's a more complete plan in mind for the side of Daystar. Seal now getting yourself busy on this top floor, getting the last of those couple of these drones down to go rolling on through the floor. And, of course, rip up those floorboards, giving more vertical angles over to the other side. Now, Zuki has found himself off towards another, is coming in for a challenge on towards Sully. But, again, it's a 2v1. Another great bit of play coming out from Daystar as a team. Leakerback slip in the net, gets rid of Bin. A 4v3 for Daystar. You'd think they can get this one done, Ollie.
It should be fairly straightforward from this point onwards, shouldn't it? They've got a man count advantage. Just get onto the site and start.
A 3-3 half for Daystar here is crazy.
Available. June there getting taken out on the bottom of those main stairs. Breede and Leakyfact with it all to do.
Wow.
Down for the count. We're starting to see a little bit of pace out of Daystar, and it's working for them. Leakyfact, he's one Toxic Babe canister left, but there's already players flooding the site. He can try and cut off those angles. Caught out on the drone. Everybody now knows where he is. There's 15 seconds. Daystar
he's cooked.
Beautiful flash, though, comes into the perfect spot, and that should give Seal the ability to push on forwards here. They have to know where he is, and sure enough, Pecan with a wonderful round sees Daystar ending the half 3-3. What could have been if not for a couple of clutches going the other way?
It's been quite a close game on the balance.
It has,
hasn't it?
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Daystar. Really good.
It's been strangely close. We are going to get a listen in with the teams right now.
或是你们觉得需要扮演大盾或是赢也可以，反正你就变掉 ，OK？
I think Daystar takes this, bro.
一个小改变就是
a 3-3 half.
OA 的时候啊，就守1楼的时候。
Low-key should have been a 4-2 half attackers.
Like I said, from Harambe, all I've known like historically is the occasional F-bomb getting dropped, the occasional shit in there. He drops the word relax a lot as well, from what I remember from SI. And what I'm really sad about, he's not wearing the hat. He normally rocks like a beanie. He looks like super cool, super relaxed all the time. I said to him, you've got really good energy. Like, keep it up at the event. It will keep the boys bouncing. But
have you been outside?
What did who say?
What? It's
it's not hot weather, mate.
Did you say Harambe? Is that what you're asking?
He's got an aircon unit in the room. He can rock it. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. But no, honestly, I think at the half here, like, he's probably feeling pretty confident. Like, the boys have done well there. They've got themselves those 3 rounds. The only worry is you're now coming again into a map that Falcons are still very comfortable on. Like we said at the head of things, for both teams, it's their 3rd highest preference.
We're going to ban Azami and then K Dormira if they ban our
Let's
breach
have a
or
listen in here.
So we have like full opportunity to make pressure around the map. We can abuse exec. We can go like full Loka, Demos, Solid Snake. I'm saying this, but you know what I mean. Just like play default. Don't think too much. And the com, mainly the com. I feel like we're a bit, how to say, like, not nervous, but you know it's the first game, you know. So be focused on the com and on the who have what on late round. What do you guys want to do and stuff. That's just this, in my opinion.
Yeah. The adaptations as well, no, based on the depends, you know.
Yeah.
If they've been like again, AC Burnham, we have Mont, you have Glass, you have like everything, okay, basically everything. So just remember the pins and between rounds, if you can see a gap, you know, like I said, especially Glass types.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
3-3 half is not where I want to be right now.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. 80. That type, no? That type.
It feels like a different vibe, doesn't it?
Just describe, please.
Well,
humor me.
It always makes me laugh a little bit where we just get players and coaches that just say, just play default. Do you know what I mean?
One sec.
I think that Leaky Facts kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit by saying it's hard to explain, but it's the first game.
Yeah.
They obviously feel like they just need to warm up into it a little bit. And every team's going to feel that today. That is kind of what day one's all about.
Yeah.
And, you know, it'll be what day one of stage 2 is all about for all the players and teams that haven't played in stage 1.
Yeah.
You've got to get that first game out of the way. And they know that they're maybe not performing up to their potential at the moment, but they seem very comfortable in where they're going to be able to go. The bans was a big factor, and I think we heard we need to abuse the snake quite a lot. That's likely going to be something that we're going to see, and you know, Falcons are one of the teams that are going to love to do that.
Oh yeah, it's a go-to for Leaky Fat normally. In this round, maybe not, but he will play that snake given the right opportunity on at the appropriate site. And for me, again, it was a piece around just talk to each other. This has been a thing. Like, you know, we've been obviously very, very blessed to see these guys in a number of grand finals, and the constant thing that everyone has always said. Too many players are quiet on that team. Leakyfax losing his marbles. He's screaming. He's really trying to big the team up. Solotop's half there with him. The rest of the team, silence. And you can't have heads dropping and voices going silent when a game starts to get tough. And I'm not saying that's happening here completely with Leakyfax. It's the first game. There'll be a little bit of nerves while you kind of get yourself rebalanced. It's a different environment to be playing in official in as well. Of course, they're used to playing at home, maybe at a boot camp, or of course, normally at events we'll have the like booth set up. So it is a little bit different to get used to. And there will be these little things to figure out as we go through things, but you can't really be affording too much silence. And I can guarantee you, as much as they're playing default, they're probably counter-prep for those defaults, which is why I'm slightly nervous of Falcons here. But they are also one of the best teams in the world. So let's see how things kick off from here.
I think that's why I always find it strange when teams just say, we're just going to play default, because surely the defaults is known. Surely that's what your opponent is going to be expecting. We need to see a little bit of flair, something that maybe isn't too default. Now, you know, maybe we're just reading a little bit too much into that, but time will tell. The snake has been brought. Oh, Jim didn't need solid stakes. Soliton scanner to see that foot
through. That's a lot of S's as well.
There's a lot of S's.
Ooh, that one.
Information there as well.
Check his PC, boys. What the hell?
That's some old school info right there. That's somebody on a drone giving that sort of shout out. That's Brede putting in the hard yards. Or maybe users.
Potentially. As much as we were speaking in the first half about pace on the side of Daystar, it's kind of the same for Falcons here. They've been a little bit slow at forcing these boys to drop away, although now they do it. Tell you what, 75 seconds ain't all that bad. But they know full well that as soon as they try and push them towards elevator, that player should be dropping away. They're looking in for the swing here. It could be pretty big for them. Leakyfax already rounded his way down main stairs, almost trying to bait out the other side here. But Azuki, yeah, he's now away and in a spot where he can not have to worry about getting aggressed on from above just yet, especially with that laser gate in place at the same time from Bin. And here we go, with LeakyFat now getting himself a good angle in towards the basement, hoping to find someone, anyone, that's just not paying full attention. And sure, I tell you what, that's heartbreaking. Player in your sights, and Souffle spun and found him at the perfect time.
It's partly LeakyFat's fault, though, because there's nothing else going on at that time to assist the distraction. If the hatch is getting opened at that moment, or if there's somebody walking down those main stairs, or something happening, then yeah, sure, you stand a better chance of success. But it just feels like Falcons are trying to do a little bit too much, a little bit too soon right now. It's the 50-second mark, and we're only just starting to see these hatches get opened. We're starting to see some of this Deathmark tracker come online from Solotov, but we haven't seen the Deathmark sent yet. We've not seen it used.
They had one on towards the smoke, but it doesn't tell you anything because he dug inside the site. And I just looked then for a second. There's 3 or 4 players all sat around square here. It looks like they're trying to figure out a plan. They don't really know what it is they want to do. We've heard the call on just play default, but is default working out? No, it is not. Daystar into a 4 versus 2, and it's all fallen apart from Falcons. Great play by Daystar so far to keep them at bay. They've got a C4 and a smoke still to play with here as the final dregs of utility come out from Yuzus. A drop has to happen. BD's making this go down, but with 4 players on side, surely they can't stop it all the way through. No, they cannot. A C4 comes out, and although Yuzus might get a couple of kills with only 5 seconds to go, Daystar should be able to secure this round. Indeed, they do. What a great first round for them.
What a strange round from Falcons. It looked like snippets from 3 different attempts at attacking that site. Because we've got Brede getting the plant down in the end, not being covered by anyone, no real chance. Probably should have just gone for kills with Yuzus, but wasn't in a position to. We've got LeakyFat trying to backstab before anything's even started to stab. You know, he's gone for a preemptive backstab, which...
Yeah, I can appreciate a little lurk, you know. I can appreciate it.
Can you?
But you need a bit more when
there wasn't enough info, though.
It reminded me of old school BDS, interestingly, when Shaiko would be the go-to. Like back in the Iana days when she was super in meta, he'd like push by himself slowly. The other forward all push the other side of the map. I got flashes of that coming out there, but timing was the big issue.
It was like a garage push with no garage element and just walking down main stairs. And instead of... Oh, yeah, you didn't die to garage, you died to the guy near over towards ramp and corridor, didn't you? But again... Yeah, default ain't working.
Shit, Daystar took that round
as well, because if he gets that kill onto the Rooney and then spins for Souffle inside the side,
how was it? I missed it. I missed it. Someone fill me in. What happened?
Oh, what a genius backstab play! He's learnt the hell out of this round and won it for his team. Siege is a fickle game. You can look amazing, or you can look like the worst player in history at the click of your fingers.
Someone fill me in.
It does come down to a matter of milliseconds sometimes. All that matters is Daystar are in the lead. That's the big one to keep your eye on. And imagine if they bring down Falcons. We've already said it's a best of 1. Anything can happen.
Glad she's cuddling with you. I tried hanging out with her earlier. She didn't care about me at all.
To qualify towards the main stages. That'll be incredible. Towards phase 2, towards that Swiss stage. That'll be amazing.
Ah, George, come on, man.
Very.
I love it. I love them, though.
I love the chaos of it because I've got no horse in the race. I'm just here for the chaos. But for the players and for fans, it is very scary indeed. Nice little angle here from Souffle. Thought he was going to be able to just find a couple of pixels there, but doesn't want to move too much. Good castle barricade set up here as well. It's going to need dealing with in some way.
The only thing I'm worried about for next game with the Shopify 4 AM game
work that at range with
is, bro, Shopify is the team that always, without fail, gets like
when he's on the other side of things.
Like
There's a bit of info kicking around here for Falcons, but they don't want to overcommit just yet. They need to try and find a pick.
Gotcha, Matthew. Thank you.
To blindly just repel
Shopify is always they lose to the underdog. Without fail, it's always them that loses to the underdog.
In that first half with the Solus, of course, feeding the info, but then all the stall coming out from
they get underdogged, bro.
Everything else that's going on for them. They've got
so that's what I'm a little nervous about.
And a lot that Falcons need to chew there.
Solotov finally doing something, it looks like.
It didn't have a wonderful start, admittedly. 0-6 a couple of rounds ago, but
at least it was on the castle for Daystar.
Now that we switched over on the half.
That's probably the least impactful operator he could
have. Find someone else peeking out. LeakyFat good for a second. This
second.
Like the Falcons
nice. Bin.
Bin equally finding his first kill in the game as he finds one, but it has very much crumbled away pretty quickly here, Tim. We're down to a 4-3 versus 2. I told you it was going to happen at some point, but this one feels like Brede getting a bit bully. Get that shield up, big man, and just hold yourself in there because you've got teammates coming around to give a bit of support, and we know exactly where these last couple are. A C4 over the top. They're trying to bully him out as best they can, but cannot finish off the
Daystar can maybe take take this.
Uses,
Not anymore.
He has the
Too
angle. He has the winning formula. Can he
Oh.
land the last shot? Unfortunately, no. Brede going to start to get that plant down, though, and to try and split
Oh.
Seal's attention. But Uses eventually makes good from that little main stairs lurk that he was on. Falcons looking far better there, far more coordinated. Was it more default? I don't know, but they at least worked those angles. There was not a heavy overcommitment. There was a very good information exchanged, and let's be honest, they used Brede for one of the things that he is the best at, and that is getting that Monty shield in and gathering that info.
I honestly think a lot of it came down to Solotov on the entry. The fact that he got into Banana so freely there and was able to contest 2 or 3 players at the same time was what really set the rest of the team up there to make things a little bit easier for them. Knowing that there's pressure and he's soaking attention from the other side by making that pressure on towards him on Banana just means everyone else can move that little bit more freely. And you look at the other side and say, well, how the hell did he get in towards Banana? And I think it was the elevation.
How many times is this guy going to say Banana?
Really cost them there. If they manage to hold on a little bit longer on towards lobby stairs and slow things down, don't let them get on the windows so easily, maybe we're having a very different conversation. So I think a small slip of attention there from Daystar has opened up the door, and Falcons have just bulldozed their way through. Back up to 4 apiece.
All right.
This one could be an OT game if it carries on.
This is a fucking barn burner, bro.
I love that because that's what we're here for. That's what we want to see. We want to see really close games and real fierce battles.
It's a freaking barn burner.
To get in through that upper bracket as
Gentlemen,
well. The benefits
hi
that
Leia.
has when we start to move into
Hey
that
dear.
Swiss stage.
I'm sorry you can't have any of this food.
Time will tell.
Baby, you want some of this pizza?
Well, at least for Falcons, they're going to be going with something
Baby,
quite tried and tested.
you want some of this
at
pizza?
moment in time. If there was ever a default lineup,
Yes.
you'd look at it and you'd say, yeah, that kind of falls into that category. It's a little bit more
Okay.
chaotic over on the Daystar
It's the
side.
I chose the one you wouldn't want because I was eating it earlier.
Element of trap, that element of
Like the
difficulty.
cheese.
And that's essentially what's going to do well for them because throwing those
I didn't put it in
obstacles up,
pieces.
It's something that we did see Falcons just struggle with slightly in the early portion of their attacks.
No, it's
I
not
think
in
we're very much
pieces,
in the trap,
babe.
Matty. Every coach I've spoken to prior to the tournament was saying, oh, you know, defensive meta is very much defensive meta right now. It's very trap focused because the game feels like it's very
Babe,
attacker
I
leaning,
folded
especially
it and I'm
with
eating
Snake
it like a
looking to make that even
calzone.
worse and more punishing on defenders. It feels like we're in a place where you need to find a way to slow teams down, and so often trap off
Oh,
is
okay.
a great way of doing
Okay.
that. Souffle, though, was caught out super early as that nade came on through from Solotov, has got him down. Not yet finished off, so could be recovered
Alright,
here.
I'm gonna unfold
That's
this.
what Pecan's trying to do, is
Yeah,
find a
okay,
way to get his teammate back on his feet, but it's always risky territory here when you haven't got full intel on what's going on, and sure enough, they know that you're here. Got to be quick about this.
Well, they now know where 2 players are, not just 1 down, so that's going to be even more advantage if June can find this second.
Oh,
Does
good
able
fucking
to shoot the Razor
thorn
Bloom out and knows exactly where his player is. Look at the info and the utility that
Oh,
June is soaking
Falcons
up
is
right
steamrolling
He's
now.
saying, hey guys, look at me, throw everything this way, and he's going to clear the path for the rest of the team. Seal
Falcons
will
is
be forced to
steamrolling
drop off
now,
there
bro.
back in toward open area. And if you look
Shit.
at this from a time perspective, Falcons, they've moved a lot quicker and they've gained a lot more than what we saw Daystar do on their own attacks.
Good shots
They
on the
now
gym.
have 1 minute and 15 to start working.
Would've been
this
huge.
5 versus 3 advantage.
It's been wonderful. And again, it's the pressure that was created by Juma on side of square that freed Brede up from the outside the building to be able to get the second kill. And if you've lost 2 players in the roam inside 90 seconds, there really isn't too much saving it, not against a team like Falcons. So unless one of these final 3 players, and to give it to Seal, he's been having a wonderful game so far, unless someone can clutch up and go big, I don't see Falcons.
Yeah,
letting
feels
this one
bad
go.
for
Not with 50
Seal, bro.
seconds still on
Seal
the
and
clock.
Souffle are doing
it's not
everything.
Like they've got a C4 or anything like that they can try and get 2 off, or a real
Oh.
big cheese play. Solotov there, still working these vertical angles, will be able to take down Akazu, and that's just going to be a further nail in the coffin right now. It's looking likely to
Devastating.
This round. Pikanzu holding
Nah.
a bit of a nasty angle there. Seal will find one, but Brede there with that finisher. And Falcons have definitely switched on since switching sides.
That last one was such a siege timing moment. Watching the verticals the whole time, you look away for half a second, and that is when someone steps onto the angle and kills you from it. Just classic. Falcons now back in the lead, though. After they still had that 4-3 lead, that's been 2 rounds
Yeah,
in a row
dude.
going over to
Matty,
the
that
attackers.
shit was kind of clean,
Back
bro.
in that first half, we had that 2-1 first quarter towards the
Leia,
defenders.
dude,
Then
you
we saw
can't have
Daystar
any of
with
this
2
pizza.
attacking
I'm
rounds in the
sorry, it's
second.
mine.
We've got to see the flip happen here because Falcons have had those 2 attacking rounds. Daystar have got to find
It's
2
mine,
of their own
Stinky.
if they want to have any chance
You
of
have
sending
your
this
own
not just to
food.
OT, but
Papa gave you
potentially
your own food.
in getting the round win. But I think Falcons are just cooking a little bit too freely right now, taking away the castle that has been played in all 3 of those rounds, just to unimpede them a little bit more, give them more flexibility and ability to move through the map at a bit of pace.
Hi,
it's not
Annie.
even something that slowed them down, really, has it? Because we've seen them
Hey,
deal
cutie
with the
patootie.
castle barricades really well.
They've not really been a bother, have they?
They've not been a problem.
Damn.
It's going to be a comfort thing, isn't it?
I think this might be an OT game. It's either going to be an OT game or Falcons is not dropping another round.
Going to directly be able to deal with them quickly and effectively. I mean, even the Ash, we only saw it brought inside of round number 8, so it's not like they've been forced onto that operator every round either. And likely going down to the basement, and yes, we are for round number 10. Falcons maybe just trying to clear the decks a little bit. This was the site that we've seen them struggle with. And it's not unusual, is it, Des? You know, it's basement, it's bank. We know that this can be a very big fortress for defenders. But you'd like to think that Falcons have got an idea for it. And I'm not saying that we saw their best attempt at it back when we saw it in round 7, because let's be honest, it was pretty terrible. But you'd like to see they've got a better attempt than that in their locker.
Did also see a Soufflé 4K. Sounds wonderful to say that. Soufflé 4K. Back in that round, off the initial spin on towards Leakyfax because he came down main. So, you'd assume this time around they're a bit more prepped. Won't see them just charging their way through. Looking at the lineup, they have definitely got something cooking here. In towards the Monty on side. The Thatcher, these days, back in the day of old, we just see Thatcher brought along in general. Good operator can help you move through the map. These days, it's more looking towards things like C4 denial or, of course, anti-wall denial all the time. It's more often than not part of an execute. So, I think Falcons have got something very specific in mind.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially given that, you know, you've got hatches, but we've got no cade. We're not going to see that be a real big factor. There was a Vulcan pack placed on top of one of those hatches as it was reinforced.
Oh, my.
Soufflé getting lucky. I think it's Solotov that's already taken some pretty handy ground there inside a garage. June's been softened up a little bit as well, but already cutting through those sites. Solotov's position is going to be incredibly strong indeed. But with Sens going, I'm not entirely sure where users died there. That's going to be a bit of a loss. We've still got Pikanzu hanging around on that top floor, so I can only assume it was up there.
It's very reminiscent, actually, what we saw back in round 1 when it was Leakyfat roaming upstairs, playing on the Goyo. We had a Nook trying to push their way. It was Soufflé actually in through Garage and doing a lot of work from that spot. It's actually looking very much the reverse. It's just the teams have swapped sides. Pecan, though, with a wonderful shot on towards Leakyfat. That's the Thatcher gone as he's looking in for
I don't know how
well.
much you're going to like it, but you can have it.
But instead, vaults over the banister.
If you do like it, you can have the rest.
Straight to try and rejoin his team, but could still be under a bit of threat. Just the fact that he's relocated here just makes things even more annoying, because now they've got a redrone, they've got to figure out areas, or potentially walk into him.
Was that for the dogs?
Lose their life just like this.
Did you say excuse me to both dogs?
They don't lose those. He comes out on top, but the damage is done. They've lost 2 players and over
Which
half
one?
the round has passed.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to go for plan A anymore. It is going to be a firm plan B option. We are seeing Toxic Babe canisters used now. Seal, close quarters with the shotgun. Will be able to
Joom is literally one tick.
But Joom on 1 HP can't take another breath of that toxic gas. Otherwise, he's going to be out of action. Activates his scanner, is able to see 2 players on it.
Dude, I can't lie, bro.
That are going to be unaccounted for. Great kill from Solotov, but immediately
if I'm Seal right now,
Daystar can trade these
on the smoke.
That's exactly
I canister off bottom
throughout this game. They have been phenomenal.
Blue and run out.
Set piece plays or the trade play off each other. It's been a big part of the gameplay. It has seen results for them throughout the game. It's why
and just hang in fucking dirt. That's what I would do. 100%.
Joom has got to go nuclear here on 1 HP, and sure enough, he might be able to do just that. Brede going in deep. They want to try and play the kill by the looks of it, rather than trying to go for a plan. And I'll tell you what, it's just Brede again. Steps up with another 1v1 on the shield, comes out on top as Joom clears up elsewhere. That felt unlosable for Daystar, but Falcons are the ones who
I'm telling you, Falcons is not dropping another round right now.
I'm crediting Joom. He's 1 HP and he's able to pick up 2 kills. Again, it shows the value of Snake. Without that scanner, without the Soliton scanner, they would have had no idea what to do there. Because they were able to find, hey, there's 2 players inside a server. Okay, what are we going to be able to do now? Right, we drop into the middle of site, blah, 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 we get a kill. Oh, we'd seen a player in server only a couple of seconds ago. Let me just jump onto the scanner again for the millionth time in the round and find where that last player is. Both players
Soufflé's got to hit that shot.
Those individual 1 versus 1s, and both doing just exactly that.
What?
Again, you said it. It's unlosable from a Daystar perspective, and still Falcons found a way.
Yeah.
I think by trying
to
just
warm it up?
I didn't expect, because there's Daystar naturally there. You think, okay, they've got a Monty on side. They're in a 2v3.
Just hide.
They probably can't win gunfights because they'll play for trades. Let's instead try and go for a plant. So Daystar will
no, but mine and your pieces now smell very different.
Sprinting off in towards Cash and was like, well, I don't want to be around for this anymore. Left his teammate inside of the hallway. He then dies to Joom. A little bit of a desync there at the very end of things. And this is what I think you'll see with these lesser experienced teams in those moments like that when it really matters. That's
I
what
now
Dennis can
smell
away.
it from the
Falcons now
piece
with
you
a
just
great
brought
chance
me.
to close this out 7-4.
Gotcha.
But Daystar, I think, are definitely going to give a few teams reason for concern if they were to go down to the lower bracket.
Absolutely. They've played some brilliant CJ today, and there's still time for them to redeem and take us into an overtime. But Falcons, again, just showing that different class, that extra level. They are that team that is, you know, able to do it against the odds sometimes, and I think that last round was definitely against the odds. Back to the top floor, we're going to go there.
Fuck, I got a bug, bro.
Beat the final round.
I got a crazy bug.
Toward CEO. Fair spread here. We've got June playing on the glass. We've got Leaky Fat this time. Going to be on the Deimos. So again, going to be looking for
seeing a information
game. We're seeing the
just seen
again. We didn't really
Pox
get to see
vid
the full
and you're
intention
in
behind
it.
the
What is
Thatcher.
that?
I
What is
agree. I
Pox?
think it was more of an execute base. This could be more getting the wall open, but again,
What is
it's
POX?
execute based as well. There's no C4s
Bingo.
to look to deny, but it isn't a bad pick nonetheless. Pikanzu falling early in what could be a very important
What does that
round
mean?
here.
That's the real heartbreaker for them, losing that DMR to not ideal. You got the Glaz on side, but Jumu, of course, wants to make great use of these smokes here to step on forward, ignoring the clash off towards his left, and Jume steps forward and gets a kill onto Souffle. That is bonkers. The trade is there, but it's a crucial kill because the man advantage remains for Falcons. 4v3, make it a 4v2. Falcons really starting to cook here, and this one feels like a good starting win for them here at SLC.
Solotov now can just start to hold this long angle. Knows where Seal is. Seal on the clash. Not the best op to be in a
Pox
2 versus
unlocks
4.
games?
You can place that
What
shield
was I
up to
doing
try
in
and
it?
work around it, but otherwise you're a little bit slow. You're not quite as mobile as you may.
What was I doing in it? Oh no, bro.
Falcons, plenty of time. Leaky Fact threatening on those main stairs. Still information for
Was it
Solotov to
recent?
work with. Didn't have the greatest start of this game, but he's looking to finish it in a strong way indeed as he picks up the down. Can he find that final kill? Seal will find one onto Leaky Fact, but at this point you expect that to be impactless. Brede nailing that diffuser to the ground. And well, this should be all she wrote for this game. Can the final kill be found? No. Solotov there.
I told you, bro,
swings the
they weren't
corner,
losing another round.
finishing it strong here.
Yo, bingo, bro. What
Solotov
happened?
to close it out, as you were saying, a very quiet first start, but really
Was
made
it a
himself
new
known
vid?
in the server in the second. A few shaky moments, but I'm sure Falcons will look at that and say, you know what?
Was it a new
Job's done,
video?
7-4. Didn't leave it down to a crazy overtime win. They now go on later to face off against the winner, I believe, of 4 Angry Men versus Shopify Rebellion. That could be a fantastic best of 3.
It really will be, and we will be getting there very shortly. We're going to hit a short break, and then we will be back with our third best of 3 of the day.
Oh, I'm in it. Okay, I'm watching.
There we go. There's that sled with the shotgun terrifying. It's actually just one over there. We know the Ashes also are there, so we keep more vehicles around. We're getting going. So we actually got around that little. They actually missed drone me a little bit that first time, right? Maybe we'll get that drone, which is too bad because we'll be able to use it later. Careful, friend. Try to find the snake.
How did I play in this game, bro? I'm watching. I'm specking it.
What's up for this?
I know I'm on the T-Bird. I probably get murdered. I'd probably get murdered.
Decided to come in from here. That cat, yeah, nice. They might be going for a backside. This if he rotates into piano, he might actually get back to side. I think I'm just gonna leave the fuse. The more we can help our, well, I could kill the. I don't. Technically, they just definitely hold. They have a drone on me, which is tough. Above this time. They have a lot more help on this roam clear. I know my visa side's good though, so I can fall off towards it, right? Benefits of checking a default cam. I'm not sure where that drone was, but it was somewhere in lobby, so obviously they can clear me pretty quick. Those replace drones, which are being very effective. It's definitely holding the. Good job, right? Like, we're distracting the fuse, we're distracting the Deimos, do the full clears, they all work together. They get baiting out this diffuse. I mean, he can't long arm it unless the guy's yellow. He's gonna have to just stay with it. Good work from the team. Woohoo! 3 single. Right, so it looks like we'll probably team's defense. Windows. Nope. We can take the perfect time to drop. Plus, we're gonna cover the sound of our drop. I'm just gonna swing out the nade. There we go. Sit back up off that when we do this take. Play. I'm worried about my flank a little bit. You know, I don't have the utility to watch that, obviously, like we do with the gridlock when we do this take. There we go. We see the other one bathroom side. Easy peasy. Walking in with that spear suppress. The Melusi didn't even know I was there because of the no bullet tracers, right? Just careful for this guy to swing through. We just hold an angle from spiral side. Gonna be a fun
Big
video.
dubs. Your boy's dubbing up. Yeah, it is. George, it is.
Team that Daystar came to play, but Team Falcons take the win 7-4 in the end. I'm here with Joom after the win. 11-7, good performance from you overall. Did they have a fight than you were expecting?
I think they definitely did. I think we could have definitely still done more. Like still, I think everyone was still, you know, warming up, getting used to the alarm build and stuff. But I think we should what we can do.
And overall, how do you feel you have been land build and adjusting? I mean, here on the international stage again, how are things going so far?
Great, I actually love it so much. Yeah, so good.
We saw you guys competing, I mean, well, all match long, but looking ahead, we've got some scary potential matchups with maybe Shopify Rebellion. How do you feel about that one, potentially here in Phase 1?
I think it's good.
This was all team chat the whole time. I thought he was just talking to the other
still
team.
beat them, obviously.
Look at chat because I got my glitch.
Talk to me a little bit more about this Phase 1 dynamic. Some people say, oh, it's good to get warmed up. You might have an advantage going into Phase 2. Others say, oh, it's dangerous. It could.
I think it's definitely
Oh my god, he's still going. He's still going.
A bit of a UK, but for me, I
So one time I played like ass, everyone else is the worst.
In Phase 2.
Yeah, the one time. I'm sure it's the one time he's done it, guys.
Well, we go to Shopify Rebellion and 4 Angry Men coming up right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here once again. Well, I'm here once again. Ace,
I'm here for
Tim,
the first
you're
time.
here for the first time. This has been a rotating door. It's been a revolving door, a merry-go-round of casters coming in from all around the world to come and work with me today on these best of ones. We have now got quite an exciting prospect ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it. We've had some couple of good games already, and I don't think this one's going to disappoint either, to be honest with you.
No, it shouldn't. I mean, 4 Angry Men, I mean, that sounds like a fantastic recipe for anything. Put them up against SR, one of the best teams in NA. And I'm sure we've got a recipe.
Dude, I clutch up with a thorn at the end of this. At the end of this, by the way.
For this matchup, of course, we're in the best of 1 territory at the moment. This is actually the last best of 1 of the day, and then we actually move into best of 3s, which will then qualify teams in toward stage 2 of this wonderful major. We're going to be headed over towards Border.
I think this actually suits 4AM a little bit. I often say this: if you've got a team where
4AM at Border,
let's be honest about the expectations. A lot of the expectations here are that Shopify Rebellion should come in and win this. You know, they should be coming in and being a dominant team, given the players they've got, the status that they've got within the game. But that said, I think going somewhere like Border, it kind of removes a lot of that strategy. It removes a lot. You know, you go into a gunfight heavy map, it's small, there's room to get in there and just take a few gunfights and see what happens. So I think that kind of suits 4AM down to the ground, really, versus something like a lair or maybe something a bit more complex.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's a straight-up gunfight, isn't it? You jump onto Border, and what do? You're just going to shoot some heads. And I think, like you say, it's a good leveler map for when you're getting into those sort of situations. Obviously, SR, there's going to be a bit more tape on them on Border than necessarily we've got for 4AM. I can't really find many plays of Border for 4AM in the data that I've got, but I can certainly find them for SR because obviously we know that team by this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, for me, I think coming into Border, it's going to have to be pretty clear for Canadian to step up and RGL them through it.
Absolutely. We're going to hit a very short break and then we'll be back with our game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Wow, this guy is just, he's having a whole conversation with himself this whole time. We didn't even know. Maybe you freaked it out.
I went 6 and 8. Fuck. No. Why? Yeah, I know. I remember playing this game, bro. I vividly remember this game.
A good play. Do like teammates instead of just which is like, you do not become a better player by focusing on how bad your teammates are. You become a better player by focusing on what you can do to play better in the round, right? And it's honestly just sickening to see that like 99% of people are constantly talking shit about their teammates instead of just taking some accountability and reflecting on themselves. It's not even about taking accountability, really. It's just about changing your focus from outward to inward so then you can then change your actual reality. If both of them focus on themselves, we'd probably be just, like these guys are spending the entire game shit-talking each other instead of thinking about...
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me. He's saying I'm spending too much time shit-talking my teammate. Listen, I stand by my shit-talk, bro. Bro was coming after me for no reason. Bro was coming after me for no reason. Of course I'm going to shit-talk.
Play better individually. If both of them focus on themselves, we'd probably be destroying. We'd probably be absolutely lighting up this game, but it's all good.
I don't know. Why am I getting so much hate, bro? It's this Pekin dude started it. Alright, let's get into this last game here. This is bro, I'm rolling up my sleeves like I'm gonna do something during this. I'm rolling up my sleeves like I'm gonna be doing something here. I'm actually so excited. If, you know what, like, maybe I should just assume the identity of, like, the Tyler 1 of Rainbow Six Siege. Just saying. Could be a way to be. That could be a play. Just the Tyler 1 of ranked Rainbow Six Siege, bro. This is the last game of the day, and no, it is not. This is the last game of the first round of today. After this, there should be 2 more games. Both of them will be best of 3, though. This is a big game, though, because if Shopify wins this, they play again today. If they lose this, they play tomorrow. I'm excited, bro.
And I, for one, am looking to get stuck into this. We're slowly starting to dribble in.
Listen, I am like Shopify's biggest glazer. All right, like if I could have.
Obviously, Tim nearly called you Des then. Nearly
if
called you
any team,
Des calling you, Tim.
If any team actually had a penis, I would have Shopify's just in my mouth. I would be brushing my teeth with it, bro. Like at this point.
Can be.
I glaze this team out
let's
the
see how
ass.
awkward it's going to be for Shopify Rebellion here on Border as we get into it. 4 a.m., of course, one of those new CNL teams that we've seen coming through. Are they going to be able to provide that surprise, that shock factor, or is it going to be business as expected?
Genuinely, this is it. This is it right here. Yo, if you're new to the stream, be sure to leave a sub, fucking join the Discord, do whatever.
We've got to call it as we see it. That would be the expectation, that Shopify Rebellion should be coming through with a win here.
Yeah, Shopify is playing now, George. Shopify is playing now. And it's just like,
a few people may be surprised that Shopify
like that's all I want.
Are in phase 1 at
That's
all.
all I want right now.
A direct qualification through to phase 2 for them. Same as we've just seen from Falcons in the last
Absolutely. It's worth highlighting for anyone that isn't like super familiar with the format.
That is all your boy wants.
To be in stage 1 isn't the best position to be in.
It was a 4th place finish in kickoff.
Yeah, it required you to lose games inside a kickoff or lose games inside of that qualification. The best teams, air quotes.
All right, whatever. Okay, we're on attack first.
Usually all
okay, Canadian on the capital.
Portion of games, and you just straight
probably going to be the lowest performer in this game.
And you go on toward the live stage or the finals.
But that's his play style, and he
sort of position,
like
bit of a shot. But then again, someone has to be here, and depending on how they go, we all know.
No, it's not Spoit, bro. It's this man right here, right down here, Ambi, bro. Ambi is fucking crazy.
Inside of phase 1, now it is their chance to try and fight the way out of it.
I've got a feeling that 4AM are going to have a rough start here on Border. They're going to have to, for me, play this a little bit aggressively, get themselves involved, get up to those boundaries.
All right, let's see kind of what Shopify's kind of going for.
I'm just looking straight away at Ambi on Ash. That to me screams, we're going in here. We're going quick. We're not messing about.
Ambi's about to fry, bro. Ambi doesn't give a fuck.
You know, in terms of the players
Ambi's about to fry.
4AM, of course, Gotti will be one that I'm sure many of our viewers may recognise the name, having seen before.
Ambi's about to fry,
there's
bro.
There's going to be a few new ones along the way as well, so we'll see how they do. But for now, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion on the attack, and as expected, Armory will be the first site.
Armory the first site, and again, CCTV going to be the first point of pressure.
Surf, little chip damage on Surf.
Here from 4AM that are going to be
I don't know where you got that from.
They have an ability to
Surf on the Sens, which is going to be...
isn't really mounting just
no, Ambi just got shut down by a... Oh, God.
Ambi, second kill onto Surf, third kill onto Spite, and they drop like flash. A flawless round to kick things off here for 4AM, as soon as SR press that go button, as soon as they use the Sense ROU projector, as soon as they take one step into the building, Tim, they fall like dominoes.
Well. Who's preparing the near airport copy pasta? Might be a bit soon yet. Well, no, it was a rough round for Shopify Rebellion, like you said.
A rough round. They just got fucked on.
You got to fight them at the boundaries. You got to prevent them getting in the map. And
they just got fucked on.
Absolutely ready to do. Super aggressive, right up there, ready to take the challenges, and that doesn't surprise me. We just saw a shot of the team there. You could see that Eden was the coach as well. You know,
I'm telling you, I think there is, bro. First off, Shopify is the team to lose this game.
Along with Gotti in the
they
side,
just
this
are.
Is a team that are
and second,
with that.
They definitely let their guard down way too early, bro. Like, they definitely came in today and were like, we're going to fucking run through this team.
So I don't think they're going to turn up here and just, be completely overawed.
Surf playing the Ash now, Ambi on the Snake. Ambi's a demon on the Snake, so we're chilling it out, hopefully. We're chilling it out. We're chilling it out.
Punched in the mouth. The question is, how do they react?
Dude, they haven't been punched in the mouth. Shopify Rebellion just had a nice, swift fucking stroke shoved in their ass.
You can't, right? This is probably
that wasn't just a mouth punch, bro.
Best of one map that I mean, they're all dicey because
that's why I said
it. But it's Border.
It just suits them down to the ground for it.
Rounds like that can happen.
Are we even droning people in? Like, is Surf even droned in?
Gets caught out on the wub, but has a chance at putting a few shots, and he knows
that's not a wub.
Over there toward
is Surf? Did anybody even drone in Surf?
Thinks better of it. Maybe
no, bro. Yeah, dude, these guys are being like, they're
just slightly
Shopify's playing way too aggro.
Wasn't anticipating that to be in the position.
They think they're just gonna steamroll, and they're just not.
We'll grab
it's just not happening.
Camera, the Banshee. There's plenty for a Brava to be going at and confirm the location.
One playing security. Hasn't rotated a break yet. Good drone.
Intel is
dude, part of me wants to hit like fucking 5 and just go hop on that drone cam for Rexon.
You can see from the outlines of these 4AM players how aggressively they play in this. On this top floor, somebody in CCTV, somebody right up against that triple office wall, somebody in Fountain. They're backing each other up. They've got crossfires.
Dude, I'm fucking...
There's nowhere safe for Shopify Rebellion to enter the map here, and that's why I say
I'm clenching so hard right now.
On Snake, which is really going to help because they need to make sure that they're aware of all these positions and that they're challenging them in numbers so that they can create those advantages, those sort of lose-lose situations for 4AM. And that's what Ambi's going to try to do as he walks up here. But again,
attaboy, Ambi.
Can't take advantage though. The Banshee.
Attaboy, Ambi.
His position and approach,
good double.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's go, Surf.
Goes in at the same
oh no,
time.
Canadian just dropped defuse. Let's go.
As 4AM try to hold on, but Shopify Rebellion, a lot more of what we would have expected there from them. They get the round done, and that's going to be 1-1.
I think our replay
that's what I'm talking
very busy this game because it seems like as soon as one kill happens, boom, they all happen. A lot of the action happening in a very condensed period of time at the minute. In round 1, it was for 4AM. They're inside of round 2. It took a little bit longer, admittedly, to get to that action stage, but as soon as it starts happening, as soon as that first kill comes down, it isn't long until we're wrapped up and we're waiting for the next round to start on up. SR there successful in round 2, mainly off the back of Ambi just being able to walk up those main stairs. Like you said, Tim,
Canadian dropping defuse there could have been devastating.
But sometimes that's just an occupational hazard, and it isn't going to be the first time that
could have been
activates
devastating.
A Banshee and then has to, guess what, carry on past it and push through it because he knows there's kills at the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that's going to be the play here for Shopify Rebellion. If they are playing into a lot of that kind of utility, you can see they've got the FNATs.
All right, Ambi off the snake. Surf's taking the snake. I don't know why we do that.
Utility. I think sometimes it's about recognizing
they need to leave Ambi on the snake.
And then just using it as bait almost. It's
nah.
Like, yeah, I've triggered the Banshee, so I know somebody's going to
just leave Ambi on the snake, bro. I don't get it.
Step, I'm actually going to take a forwards one, and it worked beautifully for Ambi. And we just saw
Surf doesn't play.
Going to creep in for 4 a.m.
Surf is not the snake player on this team. That's a dumb call.
A good team and a great team was that reaction. Ambi gets the kill at top.
You gotta give your best fragger the opportunity to fucking
in the back. The
make those big fucking plays on the snake.
Going in through small office window, maybe not quite there, and that's where Shopify
and Ambi's 100% the big fragger here.
They now need to be.
I don't know anything about any of these 4 a.m. players, by the way.
Activating the Soliton scanner there, and then jumping into some old-fashioned tech, a drone. Not often that we see a snake with a drone out, but even sometimes there is things that the scanner can't quite grab. A lot of drones being played inside of round number 3.
See,
we're going to be switching over
our fastest player is now delayed, having to take all of this utility. Huge, good play, Surf. Good play, good kill.
Quite nicely to that.
Maybe I stand corrected. Maybe I stand corrected.
Back into position to do something about a potential plant going down. Darsley.
Oh, if you would have re-peeked that.
East stairs and will be able to rotate himself back into office, but this is really the danger zone.
They have to know. They have to know he's in office.
Yes, they've got Canadian downstairs.
Yeah, they do. They know he's in office. Oh, he gets up.
That isn't the main
Surf's about to get slammed.
It's these players tucked in.
Surf's about to get slammed.
He's likely going to swing the corner here, and if he does, he'll have a field day.
Surf's about to get slammed. Yep.
Too easy.
Nice.
Stray on
good refrag, Spoit.
And again, creating that good position.
Go pick up Surf. Someone go pick up Surf. Someone go pick up Surf.
As Ambi manages to find Lider as
well.
Oh,
beautiful Canadian. Big bad Canadian over here.
To matter here as we get ourselves down to Rockstar versus the World. 1 versus 3 at the moment. Just takes his pot shots through. No. Oh, it's an absolute beauty onto Ambi. He might not get the round, but at least he gets to keep that.
Can't take that away from him.
Oh my God. Pucker my lips and call him an asshole, bro. Holy shit.
Won't be able to affect onto those players upstairs.
What a shot.
So well. Canadian and Surf, though, both super low. And 50 seconds. It's a lot of time. Rockstar can find a bit of space.
Yeah, dude, he can win this. He can clutch this, bro. Shopify's the team that sells this.
That's going to back him up if anyone tries to.
I'm telling you, Shopify is 100% the team that will sell this.
To get themselves into the site and will start to get down. Spoit, the drone, the bait. Beautiful stuff. And another round there for SR.
Yeah, round 2 and 3 looking absolutely leagues apart from round 1. I think, you know, like I say, just a little bit of jab to the mouth on round 1, but Shopify Rebellion have responded well. They've run headlong into it, and we're now starting to see them control the border a little bit. And the reason I say that is these positions that they're creating. I said at the beginning of things, you know, that this
not nice
strong performance from Troy.
Not nice, dude.
To be going in there, and because there's not a lot of space on border, so to find those gaps, find those opportunities.
Not nice at all.
His team to act on them
Super
quickly.
mean.
And that's what we're seeing there now. The little gaps that are opening
Holy
up, those
shit.
little opportunities, those little 2v1s that they can create. As soon as they've got somebody isolated,
God, so
making
beautiful.
that goal, right,
What a
Ambi,
refrag.
pushing together, and they're moving in together, they're getting those kills, and they're getting the man advantage. And 4 a.m., you know...
That was some siege time right there, though, on the split. Went to shoot the drone instead of holding an angle.
They're definitely up for the fight, but I think the problem is they're going to really struggle in those sort of man disadvantage positions. If anything, they're the ones that needs to be 5 versus 4, 4 versus 2. You know, they're the ones that need to be building.
Come on, Jones. Come on, Jones. Come on, Jones.
I think they are going to find it, you know, increasingly difficult to win from behind against a team like Shopify Rebellion, who will, you know, they'll dot the I's, they'll cross the T's, everything will be done, and they won't give much of an opportunity for that comeback.
I'm looking forward to seeing a bit more of round 1, by the way, because
well, it was so quick. It was kind of just over, wasn't it?
I've just double checked. It lasted 4 seconds.
Yeah, essentially.
From first kill to last, it lasted 4 seconds. So
our observers, they're great. I'm surprised.
I will say, Shopify Rebellion is really good about like having a bunch of shit rounds and just like not mental chalking. Like they're not a mental chalkable team, but they still somehow are the team that will lose to every single underdog on the planet. Like they get underdog, bro. Like it's fucking crazy.
And I think that's kind of all you can say about it. SR weren't really pushing in the best possible way, and nobody won a gunfight. That was the big takeaway. We're going to see a little bit more here inside of round number 4, and even still, it's going to be a slightly different approach. We've got Canadian. He's rocking a shield now. Interestingly, we've not seen them ban out the Monty against them, but Canadian hasn't been, you know,
Big Bad Canadian on the
to play the Monty
on the shield,
we'll see a
on the
Monty
BB.
up, and that's all they'll kind of
Does
do.
he
So nice to see them
have his
moving
shield
around
on
a
his
little bit.
back?
Okay,
What
it's
the
border,
fuck?
so it's maybe not an every round sort of requirement. But Monty is very
good
synonymous
pick,
at the
Surf.
moment with SR and this team. Surf kicking things off, and Canadian already finding
Canadian,
a little bit of
brother.
trouble. That's not an angle
What
you want to
the
challenge.
fuck?
No, that was always going to be a difficult.
Good refrag, Rexon, but literally, what the piss was that?
3 versus 2. There's a couple of kills going.
Attaboy,
He
Surf.
manages to get one, but Surf is there for the trade again. Something Shopify Rebellion.
What the fuck is Canadian doing, bro? Hey, let me just throw a nade, miss him wildly, and then just like take 4 days to ADS and get shot in the face.
Player for them through that CNL kickoff. He's
Are we
really been
fucking
top of the pops in
smoking
terms of
wiener,
the
Canadian?
numbers.
Come on.
They need a big moment from him here, and again, Shopify
Good plant.
Rebellion,
Good
just
plant.
being they're being so clinical about this. 3v1, could they have gone for the kill there? Of course they could. Did they? No. We're going to move in. We're going to use the position. And, you know, I often say you're only playing the team that's in front of you, and you've still got to play your game, and that's what Shopify Rebellion are doing so well now. Just getting in there. The space is there for a plant. We don't care if we, 3v1.
Huge.
We don't care who it is that's left. The best move here, the peak move here is this, and that's what we're going to do. So really well played from them. A tough finish to the round for TI. It's always going to be a tough challenge if you drop
Ironside BB. Ironside BB is a thing.
Yeah,
Ironside BB is a thing just because the ADS time is a little quicker. It's a little faster.
If you're just dropping your shield while, so I think he was hoping.
But that was dumb as fuck.
He was hoping that there might be, a little bit of distraction.
Awful nade. Awful nade. Awful nade toss.
I can get in there and get aggressive, but no, they weren't having that.
Awful nade toss.
One of the beautiful things about SR for me is that you've got that. You've got that sort of polar opposite spectrum, haven't you? Because you've got Canadian who'll do that on one side, but then on the flip side, you've got Ambi, you've got Spoit, you've got Surf, you've got Rexon.
They're going to rehost.
All do that.
They're going to rehost.
The other way, they'll do the flashy bit.
Yeah, they're the one hitting the headshot.
They'll do the flashy side of things.
They're going to rehost.
Speaking of Rexon, I think he unfortunately dropped
that
out
shit was
there.
so
We're now
fucking.
gonna have to, get all the players back inside of the lobby, but yeah, a gentle respite.
Yo, someone spec their fucking coach. Make sure he ain't talking during this tech pause, bro. Someone spec him.
But you got to throw into it. Border.
Someone spec this man. Someone.
First round, I was sat here thinking, oh my goodness, what are we about to be in for?
Someone spec Seamus here.
I joked about it after
his name's not Seamus, but we're just calling him that.
A few North Americans
Someone spec him.
after round out that were just like, not like this. I know we're only one round in, but not like this. Yeah. But no, look, Shopify Rebellion are looking every inch of the professionals at the minute.
Dude, this guy has been in like every single game, bro. He just wants camera time. This guy right here, he's probably intentionally just dossing the server just so he can just be on camera.
I spoke about the importance of man advantage, about this man count for 4 AM particularly, and not playing like off the back foot as much as they can. And this is a little bit of the problem that they're starting to find, and that is that the entry battles are all going against them. Apart from that first round where, yeah, it was a little bit crazy. Round 2 through to 4, it's been Ambi and then 2 for Surf that have been getting those openers. And that's something really that.
Bro's probably like, I look clean with his belt. I look clean with his belt. I'm gonna DOS the server and fucking.
Oh, you need to go and win more.
Hop in. This dude is more like it. Like he's got the official shirt. You know he's just doing his job.
I understand that.
Where's the other dude's official shirt?
Some of the best gunners in the world here.
Where does it say official on his shirt, bro?
So it's always going to be a tough one to say. Just go and get some entry kills. But that's one area of the game that they can, and they really do need to improve. I'm looking towards somebody like Gotham.
Kinda seems sus. Pretty sure he's DOSing the server to Aura Farm. DOSing the server to Aura Farm, this guy.
On the flip side of it, I'm really happy that SR have shown a little bit of attention towards those
legit.
Because it
legit, we got an official, and he's got the R6 hat, official
and
R6 hat.
Being the most recent data that we've got to go
fair.
Off,
He's
SR
fixing
being the only team
this fake Aura Farmers. Right now, he's dealing with the DOS. This guy is dealing with the DOS caused by this fraudulent Aura Farmer. Look at him. He's the closest one to the camera. Coincidence? Closest one to the camera. Coincidence? No official T-shirt.
Finding themselves because they do end up attending majors.
Trying to Aura Farm, flicking his fingers like he's just playing piano behind his back.
You imagine how good they could be.
Bro's trying to Aura Farm.
Nice to see them working on that here. It's early days. I hope that it continues throughout the course of the major, but it's already something that I've noticed.
Well, I mean, hold that thought.
What do you guys think?
Because we don't.
This guy has yet to move and/or turn around. The Aura Farmer, he's walking all over the place.
Because those
and all he's doing is texting.
Who love a bracket, those amongst you.
There he goes. See, no look at the camera. Doesn't even want to be there. He's an official. He's officiating.
Well, I'm sure no.
Let's see if we pull up the Aura Farmer again. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about
Shopify
this?
Rebellion continue in the current trend and get themselves a win here, they will be playing the Europeans in the best of 3 later on today. The winner goes through and qualifies to stage 2 of the major. So
Spoit marks him, dude.
You know, an opportunity.
Absolutely,
to see that
Spoit's a handsome man.
here with Shopify Rebellion.
Willie is a handsome man.
Well in the entry game now against 4AM. The question is, can they then do it against a team like Falcons, where I'm not down talking any of these players on 4AM. We've got some great players there in the server, but you're going up against Falcons and you're going up against Doom on the entry. You're going up in entry battles against users,
Holy
against
moly.
Solotov. Some of the best gunners that we've got inside of the game. So yeah, that entry
thanks,
stat
George.
is going to be
Stop
thoroughly
it.
tested.
It will be
in the next match.
I might just stop.
Should they win this one? They've
I
got to
might
win
just
this
stop
let's see.
testing it now, if that's all
Just
right,
call it a
guys.
win.
And I'll just say they've worked on their entry
They've
really
improved
well.
it.
They've improved it.
Yep.
How was that?
I'll take that to the bank.
Great
How was
stuff,
that?
SR.
Because you never know what might happen.
Great stuff.
As you say, if this game keeps going this direction, we are very likely going to see that Falcons and SR match, which feels like a bit of a treat for day one.
Oh, it does.
Like, let's be honest. I mean, I don't feel like we deserve that. We're not putting enough work in to get there just yet.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Start as you mean to go on.
Everybody get your
Start as you
wieners
mean
out
to
and
go
in your
on. Plenty of
hands.
big games in
The
phase
round has
1,
started.
And then I love the chaos of Swiss in phase 2. I always love that format. For any of you that don't know,
George, you liked it,
it's
bro.
going to be. We will have Swiss in phase 2, where you basically go through winners play winners, losers play losers, and then I think.
All right.
Qualification game is
Surf
best of 3, every
on the
elimination game is
doke.
best of 3.
Spoit still
So,
on that
there's a lot
plank
fun,
watch.
but, we've still got phase 1.
Big Bad Canadian back on the
Yang.
Yang.
And a half left. So today we will see the best of 3s that are the upper bracket finals, essentially, which we'll see.
Ambi on the Brava, bro. I'm telling you, Ambi needs to be playing a faster operator.
We will see the lower bracket played out.
Ambi is getting hurt playing this slowly. But if it works, it works. I'm just saying you're not playing into your best fragger strengths by putting him on the Bravo.
That's it. Swiss takes a while to get.
My personal opinion.
You've got to get through these games, so we need to be rattling them off. And
like, if anybody should be on that shit, it should be like
SR.
Spoit.
Slightly slower approach this time. We're seeing about the 50-second
or Surf.
We've not really got people making significant headway into the building just yet. Surf will be droning out up there inside of office. We've got Ambi.
Ambi is your entry, bro. Ambi is your entry, and he's out providing.
Which probably means he's going to be walking
nah,
the
dude.
stairs, doesn't it?
I'm telling you, nah.
It's Ambi. He'll have done his job on that Brava drone, and he'll be looking to try and make a bit of a move off the back of that.
Spoit's insane.
Opener this time does
Spoit's
go
crazy.
to 4AM, so let's see how they can build off that now. It was an area that I wanted to
Ambi's
see
dead,
them
bro.
improve.
I'm
They
telling you,
came
put him
out
back.
straight away
They
and
banned.
got that
Did they
done
even
in
ban
round
Snake? Yeah, they
5.
banned
Can
Snake,
they
bro.
now
Put
hold
Ambi
on
on someone
and keep
different,
that
bro.
advantage? No, they
Attaboy,
can't.
Surf.
Got it. Taken
Top.
down by Surf, but a trade
Essentially
there.
a 3v3. We can do
Taking
this.
a leaf out
We
of
can do this.
SR's
Spoit.
book. That's something the North Americans have done well, hitting those trades so far.
Almost
4AM
Rexon.
managing
I guess
to do
technically
the
it's a
same,
3v2
keeping
because
themselves
Big
4
Bad Canadian
versus
just
3
ain't
now.
him right
It
now.
can become a game of attrition for these defenders. They can just keep themselves in place, try to make it as difficult as possible for the North Americans to approach them. I love Rockstar's position here. We've seen it played so often, and it is really tough to clear them out as it is. SR do a great job.
Yeah, there's
of it,
Big
but
Bad
look at
Canadian,
that
bro.
Again, immediate
Essentially a
response from
2v2.
4AM.
Come on, Spoit. You hit
He's
these.
going to get caught out in the FNAT. That's going to give the game away that he's walking up onto that armory wall. Lydia, big round from them as well. 3
Down.
kills. Spoit, been a little bit quiet so far this series. Haven't had the Spoit round just yet. Are we about to see it here in round number 5? He knows exactly where the player is behind that half wall, and it's just like aim training for him. He's just waiting to play whack-a-mole as soon as they jump up. There's still 40 seconds, so he's got a good portion of time, and the player that he's already got downed is trying to crawl and scurry away. Couple of shots there getting put in. Can he land the finishing blow? Yes. Not been revived, so another kill can now go through. Lydia only on 1 HP.
Both
They're
1
already
HP.
jaded. They've been in 3 engagements so far, Tim.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy finish, but look at that! Super cool, super calm! Just waits for that vault animation, and it's
they're all
practically
because they had to rehost the
freebie.
server.
Spoit gets taken down low.
They had to rehost the server.
And 4AM, they managed to get themselves a second round on the board, and as if Not by an accident. It comes on the back of getting that entry. Not only getting the entry, but keeping
that was a bit of a
themselves
tease of a
in the
round. I told y'all to
advantage
get the wieners out, bro,
almost
but
all the way
clearly.
through. SR were able to turn it round at the end there, and it needed that clutch
Tough.
moment from Lida to
Oh,
come out.
what the
but
hell?
Ultimately, great round from 4am.
It was Lida's position for me inside of CCTV that really.
I know. I thought he might have had that.
Brilliant angle to be holding there as well, because you think about that position, that fountain road.
Spoit was low-key moving, though.
Options.
He was low-key moving.
You know what's happening in CCTV. You probably know what's happening over toward East Airs, and you can affect on each and every single.
Yeah, they had to
one.
rehost
The only
the
way
server,
Spoit wins
George,
that is if he
so
goes through the door,
everybody's
and I don't
stats just
think Spoit's
reset.
got the info
Because
to know
they
which
essentially just
players are
remade the
knockout.
game. Like, you can fix, you can
Pretty close.
set the rounds back to normal, you
Shooting
can't set
in
the actual
dark, aren't you?
individual
So you've just
stats.
got to go for what feels right in the moment. Can't blame them for that one. Another round there going toward 4am. There's chance for this to be an equal half of Border, which, again...
It would feel like a steal.
It would. But you look at Border as a map and you think...
All right, again. 3-2, bro. 3-2. If you're a Rebellion fan right now, if you are a Rebellion fan right now, time to break out them Johns. Break out them wieners. Get ready. Get ready to fucking bust.
It is daylight robbery.
Get ready to bust.
SR so far have been the much better team. The rounds that they have won.
Put them above your head. Break out those wieners. Put them above your head, bro.
Yes, it was a good round from them, but it still required, you know, that sort of clutch moment at the end to close it out. Whereas where Shopify Rebellion,
Spoit is the only one not switching off.
I really would expect them to take.
I'm pretty sure Spoit's played Nomad every single round.
Absolutely nothing is a given. We're going to be looking at a.
Yeah, if you're new to the channel again, would appreciate a sub. Join the Discord if you want to. We do like self promotions. Fucking send in your clips, whatever you want.
That could maybe improve on that entry stat. That could be
It's
one
surf,
of them
bro.
to start
If we go
driving
3,
things
dude, I'm telling you, if we 3-3 this shit, I think we're still gonna win, but that's kind of embarrassing.
The opening kill
Ambi,
has been converted in every one of the rounds so far as well, regardless of anything else that's gone
Ambi,
on.
bro.
He's just hit his second. Ambi now down for the count, and well, this doesn't look great. Rexon should be able to be recovered here, but it's going to require Spoit getting out of position to do so. He's only going to come back on 20 HP.
Time
I'm
is
telling
the big
you,
factor.
Shopify is the team to fucking lose this shit. This whole game, Shopify's that guy.
They've lost the Dockerby, they've lost the Lion, they've lost some real key utility there. Canadian
Fucking miserable. Canadian, you
can
just saw him.
do a
And of
job
course,
for
Big
them
Bad
still.
Canadian.
Knows that there's one inside a small office,
Spoit.
but the timing being doesn't manage to quite
Good
get
plays,
his
good
man,
plays.
but it doesn't matter.
We
because
might,
he feeds the intel
we have a
to
chance,
Rexon,
we have a
who
chance, we have a
does
chance, we have
find
a
it.
chance.
And we see the utility
Rexon
continue
is
to pour
low
in. We
as
hear the
hell,
Candelas
though.
pinging off in the background, but
They've
no
won crazy
further
round. They still have a
kills for
minute on the
Shopify
board.
Rebellion.
They've
As
won
I
crazy
said,
rounds. They still have a
4am
minute on the
able
board.
to keep hold of this advantage. They haven't kept hold of top
What
floor.
is
but they
what's
have
wrong with
kept
Big Bad
that
Canadian,
man
bro?
advantage.
He had a
You can
thorn
see
trap or
them,
something?
They're kind of playing in an arc around this site. They're not
And did
playing
Rexon hit a
inside of
frostbat?
there,
Like, what the
they
fuck
are
is going
holding
on?
angles throughout it.
We're once again asking
Oh, no,
for a
Rexon
lot out
got
of
down.
Spoit here.
Rexon got
He's got
down.
a big opportunity
Rexon got down.
to affect through that main door.
Come on, bro. Spoit, you find one pick, this is winnable.
That's the case right now. The players, the vert, that's too much. They can't afford to occupy the space.
You find one pick,
4am.
this is
They've
so
retreated.
winnable.
They're at metal, they're in customs, they're in supply. They're in these off-site positions where they can very quickly get in and start
Big
to
Bad
affect.
Canadian's literally
Canadian,
in.
he's hit the drop and he's going to start to get that plant down under the cover. of
Nobody's
one of the
covering.
Candelas going off. Rexon will be the next player to fall.
Oh my
Spoit
God.
has to find the kills here because Canadian's only good for one. Spoit needs all 3 in 15 seconds. They're kind of lining up for him, but again, putting in these impossible positions, and you just can't continue to ask that of him.
Flip to the pistol, get that final kill done, and that's going to be a 3-3 half. And like I say, it feels like a little bit of a steal coming in there for 4am. Shopify Rebellion for 3 rounds of that definitely have been confidently the best team. But then round 5 and 6, I love that from 4am. They've really dug deep.
I mean, what the piss?
Then they hold their positions, okay? So we talk how we deny their positions, we circle them, crossfires, use gadgets, deny their positions, okay?
What the piss,
They
bro?
love to contest east, so beware
Okay.
of
Okay.
our east
Okay.
take. Hey, we need to be fast.
Okay.
Okay. We need to be fast on first phase. Then remember, darkly be responsible
I know,
for
Matthew.
transition
I know.
from entry to clear and side to
Dude,
clear, okay?
I swear to God,
yeah.
if Shopify loses this game, I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do, bro.
It's good the com we have, and we try to play together, so nice.
Yeah.
Why is Big Bad Canadian going for a plant with no cover, bro?
Was hold up.
有一个回合我巨紧张，我不知道为什么，就那一个回合，我那个枪都上天了，兄弟，差点。
没事，我们绝对赢了，我们干3番。
确实。
Different push.
Yo, Willie, stop mogging, start fragging, bro. Come on. We can't hear a word, bro. These kids are can't hear a word they're saying right now. And Ambi, bro, this man back here, Ambi needs to pick it the fuck up. Someone let him play a fragger operator, please. I don't understand. Are they selling on purpose? Do they just not want to play Falcons? I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand.
Let's go.
Genuinely don't understand.
Certainly seemed like there was a process there for...
Guys. There'll be 7M border here, bro. No Fluxo border.
Hell yeah. Aggression.
Let's get it.
Breakdoor bees. Oh, you're gonna get freebies, dog.
Certainly seemed to be a process for 4am there, where it was Eden sort of.
Bro, they're like talking like they're talking like they're fucking chilling, bro.
Contribution was.
You are
then,
tied
we had the
on defense on border
I think probably
to a team that genuinely does not exist in the same league you do. I don't understand why they're relaxed.
Right, because you can have a minute there.
Someone needs to fucking shove a boot in their ass, bro. I swear to God, it's ridiculous.
Translate that and to sort of spin it around and figure out.
I mean, congrats to the no mental chalk, but like, bro.
Hopefully we can get Seth and Mike, because I was kind of looking forward to hearing what they had to say. But yeah, I can imagine it was quite different, because Eden's timeout was very much like, yeah, we're playing well. We just need to keep going. Maybe one of those positions where it's not that they can't believe that where they are, but they're thinking, we've actually got a good chance.
Ambi on the
Let's not try and
Wamai.
overwork too much. Let's not try and overcomplicate things.
Wait on the Thorn, Nadian on the smoke. I kind of prefer Surf on the smoke over Nadian, but
they're going to know now that they're going on to that defensive side.
They banned Clash. They did not ban Clash. Shopify might save the Clash pick for after the third ban.
Already we've got Spoit playing on Thorn. We're going to get those Razor Blooms out there.
Shopify might save that for after the third ban, low-key.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think, looking at what we've got the smoke, we've got the Tubray, we've got the Razor Blooms, like you say, maybe, try and surprise them with a play or two here and there. But honestly, I think you just play to frustrate 4am as well. If I'm Shopify Rebellion here, I'm expecting to have a deeper strat book realistically, and that's no comment on 4am. I'm just expecting a Shopify Rebellion to have, plan B, C, D, all lined up, all ready to go. And so,
dude, I just don't see this being very good. I'm actually getting goosebumps, and I'm fucking overheating at the same time. This is like a horrible feeling. Dude, look at this. Can you guys see that?
Bring your lesions, bring
Attaboy, Surf.
Bring all that sort of stuff that can slow them down. Surf.
No, you're good, Horizon. You're good. You're good. Chill. You're chilling.
Position. I spoke about this earlier.
Attaboy, Surf.
And often
get active, bro. Get active.
To try and hold that is the Aruni with the DMR, a couple of laser gates to give that warning of any.
This is the big. This is the second biggest game potentially. This is actually probably the biggest game of today.
Just gives himself away 4 versus 4.
Who just died? Ambi, bro.
Player on the side of 4am so far in this fixture. 7-0. Can only imagine that's since the rehost.
All right. The good thing about Shopify is they have depth. If Ambi isn't fragging, Spoit will take the fragger. The only problem is Spoit is kind of inconsistent in Pro League, so if Ambi's not fragging and Spoit's inconsistent, then they're genuinely fucked. Surf and Rexen are great on the support and the flex, but it's just they're not your Ambi and they're not your Spoit. You know what I'm saying?
They're not going to be as big a factor as they could have been. Canadian in a very dicey position
good
here, but a nice
shit, Nade. Attaboy, big bad nading you, baby.
Onto Lida. That's now got to be the time for Canadian to get out of that position.
Yeah, Canadian, you gotta flex back to site, bro. Yo, come back to site.
He's just going to play this
come back to site
from deeper.
Oh my, you fucking
as well. So he's really nothing more to offer to that position other than his life, and he doesn't need to give it away.
Yeah, thank
Given
you.
that they're 4 versus 3 with a minute to go, as you say, they can sort of start to drop back back now and just play for that advantage. The big thing that they've got in their favour is Spoit still in this position. He's the one that you leave out. Let him
Horizon, I have Shopify's
have
Rebellion. I have their full penis in my mouth, bro.
Push in through that
I'm the biggest glazing.
As long as you're keeping hold of CCTV, you're protecting that west breach. That's Spoit's job. And I think at the minute we're starting to see it play out. 4 AM becoming frustrated now and stalling out at East.
Nice.
Definitely. And still with Canadian now. He's
still haven't even entered office with 30 seconds remaining. Good hold, guys.
He's got the backup from Rexon, just playing inside of Archives. C4 ripped and ready to go over the top. That's only a moment.
Beauty. Beauty, Rexon.
Basically lands at the lap. We're seeing a couple of Thorn gadgets go off there now as well, and that's
Attaboy,
Spoit's cue to call. He doesn't need any invitation to pick himself up a freebie.
Oh, Nadian's about to get fried, thinking he's got this.
Players to find, and I'm not sure he'll get through the first.
JK, bro, big bad Nadian, big bad Nadian. Someone send him a
pings the head and secures the round.
Yeah, starting to see what could be sort of the differentiator between these two teams now that we've got Shopify Rebellion on defense and playing.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. My tummy sweats is going crazy, bro. I could fucking build a swimming pool in my belly button, but I am a happy boy.
An inability or a failure to deal with that position in CCTV to clear Spoit out earlier in the round really came back to bite 4 AM. We saw him pick up that kill towards the end of the round because it was kind of that moment of like, we really need to put
Horizon,
some pressure on the
you've been AFK for
here. We can't just come in
a hot minute, brother.
Direction because we're going to lose these fights. So now we're just going to have to rush somebody into CCTV.
Yo,
and
Horizon, go ahead, join that Discord.
Always going to make that difficult for them.
Go ahead, give yourself some self-promotion. Send in some clips. Whatever you want. Join that Discord though. I'll be putting up updates in that, John.
A little bit more of that lead that they have let slip a little bit on their own attacks. We were kind of expecting this from SR. They're attacking win percentage.
This is a BO1. If they win this, they'll play again today in a BO3 against, I'm pretty sure, Falcons.
So it's a little bit less than 50-50, but coming out 3-3, you could say that that's overperforming.
Shopify Rebellion has the chance to qualify for the Swiss stage of this major today.
So it is the side that we're expecting them.
If they lose, though, they're going to have to qualify tomorrow, or potentially they just lose out. But I mean, like, that's not happening. Like, who are we joking, bro?
Okay, the Solus underneath is going to need to be dealt with. Ambi is going to be playing down there. We saw him just using that scanner. He's going to feed all kinds of intel.
Ambi had one good round. Ambi had one good round on border. And that was when he was on the snake, bro. What did I tell you? Ambi needs to be playing on a fragger op. Solus is Ambi's op. Solus is a good pick for him.
They will have
$20, Ambi drops 2 this round. Actually, I'm not betting anybody any money because I don't have it, but 20 Monopoly dollars, Ambi drops 2. On this round.
Anybody underneath as and when a push comes, but for now, 4 AM are shaping themselves up outside.
Dollars to donuts, my man.
Getting themselves prepped and ready. Drones are going in. We've got Lion in position. I think it will probably be on the back of one of those E1D scans that they then try to move in through detention and take a little bit of space.
Rockstar there just doing his thorough drone work inside of supply. Doesn't really want to leave anything to chance at the moment. We've already seen how slippy the SR players are being here.
All right.
Not really tying themselves.
Minute 40 left. No damage done.
Ambi sort of moving around
have they taken any bit of sight? They're just breaching into detention, all of them?
It's taken a while to materialize, Tim. We're at the minute 30 mark of the round, and we're only just starting to get players looking to try and move through. I believe that we may have lost connection to the game, but it could be one of those situations. The game has not proceeded either. I thought it was one of those weird ones where
we sometimes
lose it,
another rehost, bro.
Okay. It looks like we've just lost everything.
Yeah, so we'll get back into that one just as soon.
Also, Horizon, you said nothing about the actual cam. What do you think? What are we thinking?
How it shapes up, and
about the face cam?
Everybody back in and sorted. But yeah, I think looking just at that first defensive round that we had from Shopify Rebellion, my concern and kind of what we saw of that round, my concern here for 4 AM is that inability to kind of play on the fly that you need.
Dude, here we go again with this fuck stick, bro. He's DDoSing the server. This guy, he's literally hitting up his boy. That's why you see this guy not on his phone like that.
And everything has to be a little bit more dynamic on the attack. And sometimes I think just the more you've played as
is he a sleeper agent? Now we're seeing his face
at this level. Which it's their
maybe he's a sleeper agent
like this for the majority. I think it becomes a real difficult skill.
Phone back in the pocket. Phone back in the pocket.
To just be able to say, we've seen this before. this is how we're going to
Maybe
do
he
this.
watched
You know,
my
you know,
stream and
yes,
was
you
like,
can prepare
shit,
for
I
the
got a
teams
Mog
you're
now.
playing, but I think, you know, once you're in there,
I gotta show my
and you've
aura.
got Spite locked in CCTV in the corner on the door, you've all of a sudden, within 3 minutes, got to solve how do we take down one of the best gunners in the world so that we can push West Breach.
Here he is again.
You know, there's an easy
bro, he's
answer of
contact.
let's move
He's
to the other
texting his
side,
contact,
but
his
when you move to
DDoS
the other side
contact.
and you're going up against a
Bro,
wall
yeah,
with
yeah,
4
yeah.
players who know
Dude,
you come
fuck
in
this
and
guy.
have just
I already don't like him.
beautifully, really
I already don't like this guy.
organised, and they're pushing back into you. It's
You
very,
can't
very
be
difficult.
doing
So I
this
think we might
when this
just
man
see-
is sitting right
I hope we
here.
don't. You know, I hope that 4am come in here and can really start.
What are you on
you know, putting
Discord?
some
Is bro on
dynamism
Discord right
into
now?
the server on these attacking rounds.
Yeah,
and
he's
show
just
that
fucking around.
flexibility that we know we've
He's
seen
just
it in
he's
the
trying to
CML.
act like
You
he's
know,
trying
we
to act
know
like
that
he's
they're
doing something
capable
on
of
his phone.
playing
Look at
it.
that.
They've now
He's
just
doing
got to
nothing.
deliver it
He's
here.
doing
Again, I
nothing
think it
on his
starts at
phone.
that entry. Get
He's trying to act
TT
like
in
he's
there,
doing something.
get
He just wants to be in the
TX in
same.
there,
He
get
wants to
them
be the
picking up
same
some
area
kills,
squad, bro.
and then build on
You're
the
a
back
little.
of it.
You're a little. Oh, we
That's absolutely
see.
it, and it kind of goes into
We see
what
you,
we
bro.
say sometimes you just got to do nothing. You just got to sit still and do nothing. And it's a very easy thing to say. It's a very difficult thing to do because when you're looking at Spoit in that CCTV,
We see that man doing
where
that
his
shit.
trigger to move is 2 razor blooms going off, and he hops on a desk and he knows instantly where the player is because everyone's already half pushed him, then decided nope, it's too difficult. We're gonna
Dude,
push
yep,
this side,
George.
come up against
100%.
on the SMG.
Scrolling the weather out, bro has got nothing on that phone. That's
Him
important.
and Rex, and then you think, oh, okay, hang on a minute, we maybe do need to go back there. You've still got to be sat there doing nothing, even though the action's going on elsewhere.
All right, Shopify, I believe up
teams
4-3. Yes.
increasing quality,
So
particularly
now
when you
all
start
of their
getting some
stats
of those
again,
stage
George,
3
should
teams,
switch
that's something more
to
that we need to
0-0
see, and it
once
will
again.
keep
So
teams
I really don't know the
no
stats.
end. Hopefully we're going to be back ready and waiting. Fortunately, we didn't have any kills go down in round number 8, so
fairly straightforward.
it should be fairly straightforward to just repeat from where we left off. It was a slow round though, and we had seen over half of it and not really too much action.
All right.
A little bit of space had been gained.
Yeah, kills all
but it
reset,
wasn't
George.
significant.
Kills all
No,
reset.
and this is exactly what I'm saying for 4am. You know, we need to see them coming in here with impetus, with drive,
All
to
right.
be able to take space quickly.
Again,
It's Border,
new to the
you know, as an
stream.
attacker,
If you're new to the
you're not
stream,
getting
drop
in
a
through
sub,
those
join the
doors, through those
Discord,
barricades, you
turn
are
on the
going to
notifications,
seriously
whatever you
struggle.
want.
You've got to
I
have a plan in
appreciate
mind.
y'all.
This is our beachhead. This is
Currently,
where
we're
this is the space we take,
we're
and
busy
you've got to
rooting for
execute that
Shopify
quickly,
Rebellion.
and then you build from there. That's how you win on board.
If
as
you could brush
attackers,
your
by
teeth with a
going in and
wiener, it
taking
would be
space.
theirs.
You know, it's not one of those maps where you can kind of, you know, play a slow burn through the round. As a defender,
The link says expired. All right.
Best fight on a
I'll
defensive
send a new
side
one.
of
I'll send a new
Border,
one.
You stop them getting in the map. You know, you've got to take those fights right out there. So 4am, their focus now has got to be let's
send
move
out
a
a
little bit more
link.
quickly. I'm not saying you have to rush into site, but in this case, they're attacking onto bathroom tellers. So ultimately, you want office. You do that by clearing CCTV and moving across. They've got Spoit in this position. Shouldn't come as a surprise. He was there previously. So
All right, just
let's
repinned
have a
it.
plan. Let's go and deal with Spoit and get that kill. Let's push from
I
multiple
believe that
angles.
is the new
Let's use
link.
our utility. We've got the Grim, we've got the Capitown, you know, we've got the Deimos. Let's make it a nightmare for him to stay in there, and we can take CCTV, and then we can push into Armory, we can push through to Archives, we can start that verticality. They don't have too many vertical options, which is also a concern for
Ambi
me.
on,
So
bro,
I think
I'm
we're going
telling
to see
you.
a lot of horizontal pressure.
Why?
And I'm
No,
just
no, no.
not sure
Whoa,
that
whoa,
we'll get
whoa,
the
whoa.
job done against Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi playing at the bottom of these main stairs now. We'll be looking to try and move up. It's Ambi's
Ambi
favourite
off the
spot. If you're
Solus.
wondering where he's
That
playing,
kinda seems
he's main
sus.
stairs. Attack or defense, it doesn't really matter. He
Why
likes to
why were
play
they
that
allowed to
little
change
link
ops?
area.
I don't think
It's
that's
gonna be retreating
whatever.
upstairs
Fuck it.
for now. as
Kind of wish
this
Ambi was
is
still
just a
on the
horizontal
Solus.
push.
Dude's a demon.
SR can make that work for them. They can open some vert, they can open some hatches, they can start to try and retake into customs and into workshop.
All right,
So
come
there's
on.
always that option as well.
We got a
Again,
minute
double, triple
45
drone
left.
of these areas and
They're not
taking
doing the
space
same
behind
detention
it.
push. They probably
4am
realized that
need
was
to
a
start
fucking
getting a
L
little bit more
move.
confident. I've seen 3 drones now in supply.
Looks like
and
they're
customs,
trying to
and no one's
directly
moved in
hit.
off the back of any of them. It's a little bit of a problem. Lider,
That's my
first
guy.
player to be taken
That's my
down
guy.
there.
That's my
the
guy. I
good
said he
knock.
would have. I said he would have
He can
2. I
start
said he
to
would have
loosen
2
up
on
a
the
little
Solus.
bit.
He's on the.
Freed up that little bit of
Granted,
pressure.
that round got
Maybe
canceled,
it's
but he's
back
already
down
got
to the
1
main
this round.
stairs. Looks like it.
He's already got 1 this round.
Spoit
Spoit,
still
of course,
in
on the
position
Elo.
here.
He's a a demon on the yellow.
Have a plan, I don't think, to clear in. They're just going to put one onto the window for now.
They have an
Definitely
Elamine on that
considering
window.
a
He's
little
cooked. This
Look
boy's
at his
fucked.
door, but he hears the air jab. Doesn't
Never
matter.
mind, bro. He's just better.
The air jab, it's on the wrong wall.
The Zoto. It's going to freeze it. He's going to be able to get that thing anyway. The teamwork is impeccable. Ambi comes
Ambi
in
with the Zoto canister to freeze the air jab to allow Spoit to swing.
Everyone linking for
oh my word.
And you've also then got 4AM that
oh my word.
That's gone unsolved.
Big problem.
Not only have you lost the player, you've got this problem that's gone unsolved.
Canadian,
really well played again from
Rexon,
Rebellion, as you said. Teamwork
Spoit,
just
baby.
absolutely, tip top at the minute. Flawless round,
talking
playing for each other all over the map.
Horizon, I do not know what to tell you, man.
Crossfires creating situations where they can be in a win-win, and they are winning and winning. 5-3 at the moment on the scoreboard.
Matthew or George, if you could help him out with that, that'd be sick.
Pick up an attacking round at the minute, given what they've shown us in those first couple. I think they're really starting to struggle now. They're playing into Rebellion setups. We'll see, whether that changes. I think they just need one of those flash moments. They need like Gotti
what a
to go in
crazy
and just pick up
Zoto
a
canister, bro!
and
Oh my god!
Rebellion a little bit and get
That's got to be
around,
the craziest play I've seen all day.
catalyst. Like we saw in round 5-6, they got the first, and you saw them play really well in the next round. So I think they just need that confidence builder, but I'm not sure that the North American side is going to allow them to get it.
And the problem for me is that's the best we've seen SR look so far today. Attack or defense.
Yeah.
Regardless of how they're at, the teamwork and the synergy and the way that everyone was just doing their job. There was no one overextended. There was no one overreaching. There wasn't even a flashy play. Everything was perfectly calculated and mathed out to be in their favor. Yeah. It's not like what days gone by where you just watch Ambi walk in and get a 4K and you're like...
If someone could, George or Matthew, if one of you can add Horizon as a friend on Discord, maybe try to invite him that way.
Polar opposite. It's been based off the back of really good synergy and really good team play. 5-3 now. 4AM still yet to find a round here on this attacking side.
Ambi on a brief little run out there. Let's secure OT before we start doing stupid shit.
Straight away, we're going to have that detention wall opened. Nice and easy with the secondary hard breach in pocket. Darsley going to get on the drones as well. And not going to get them very far as
Ambi on the Solus.
Favoured mid,
Huge.
There's position, and he's there ready to take.
That's my dog right there. Ambi on the Solus is my dog.
Obviously wanting to build behind the Monty here, and I don't feel like it's necessarily a bad pick here, the Monty. I think, you've been...
I can tell you right now, this Darsley guy does not know what's going on. He's like, I'm just hoping to God I manage to somehow hit someone in the head with that.
Again,
it's being weird. It doesn't give me the option to add my current friends at the moment. Maybe Discord's like having issues.
They're not really hiding as to where they're fighting and which areas they're holding.
Maybe Discord's being weird.
It tends to be very similar areas. It's border. Let's be honest. You're going to be holding the same areas round in, round out. You're always going to have someone inside a CCTV, and it's been Spoit consistently. They're worried about what's going on in stock, but they've got no idea that there's Vert here, and they've no
Horizon,
idea
put your Discord, your actual Discord username in the
As it stands, Rockstar's gotten away with
put your Discord username in the chat, and then we'll see if we can get you added that way.
Working his way through customs now and taking that bit of ground. But the question is with a Monty always, how are you going to apply pressure? Monty's got a couple of jobs. One is to feed intel.
Damn, over a minute 30, they've just pushed into customs.
Somebody working with you, as it is in this case. The sense is going to be backing him up. And
big dubs, bro.
Because otherwise, you don't really.
Although Shopify is a little no, Shopify is going full vert hold.
Take those fights. So I think good play.
How are they going to do this?
How
the fuck are they going to play that? Yeah, this is stupid.
Go well though, as Ambi manages to find the
kill
onto the Monte.
Oh, there goes Big Bad Canadian, but that doesn't. Oh,
in no man's land.
Ambi, you got to hit that shot, bro.
Rebellion still able to hold on from
above. Ambi, you got to hit that shit.
Canadian has fallen here in that fight, so it is going to weaken things.
Okay, they're going to retake upstairs. Or take it for the first time. Ambi, there's two on the Solus. What did I say?
I believe Spoit's still upstairs inside a CCTV as well. There's a lot of laser focus on these vertical angles. The diffuser has been recovered now and will
Ambi, get on that. Get on that shit. Ambi, get on that shit.
And the sense wall providing perfect cover. The plant likely going to go down here, but at this point, SR have had to kind of let that happen because they have to rely on this double man count advantage to take them over the line.
Yeah, that's it. They're now going to play on
what
the
a beautiful
retake.
shot on
Beautiful
Rexon.
Shot with the DMR up on the reverse angle to take.
This guy copying whatever I fucking say, bro.
23 seconds left here for Rebellion to fight their way back in, and that's a good start as Surf manages to take down the Sens. 20 seconds left. They've got
as long as they don't throw individual ones. Someone just hit the defuse, bro.
They won't have time. 10 seconds as they hunt, trying to find this last man. It's the Twitch. It's Lider. What can they do? They win the fight. That was the essential one, but no. Are they on time?
He got it. He got it. He got it.
They have
He
like
got it with
half a second to spare
0.15
serve with
seconds.
a big double in the retake. Rebellion take round 9.
That was very dicey. For a 3 versus 1, they played it well because they won it, but at the same time,
And
they
it
didn't
said,
play it well
I'm
because
sending
there was a
friend
very
requests
fine margin
too quickly.
to whether that got disabled or not. I was expecting, put one body disabling the diffuser,
hell?
flood the guy with 2 from either side. Even if he picks up both kills, he's probably not going to have time to do the rest.
Oh my god.
There was, I agree with you, but I think the problem
Shopify's
there
just
was,
edging
they
the
had
viewers.
No idea where Lida was.
No.
They just had no idea where the Twitch was. It was like, you know, have they sort of gone to retake upstairs?
It was a
Or
bit
they-
of an off
but
angle, though.
It
Like,
was,
let's
you know,
not-
it's
'cause I
like
was
just
looking, I
out
was
in
thinking,
customs. It was a bit like, but I think that was a big part of it because, you know, we saw him
All
come
right,
through
now
and
they just
Amber's
gave
kinda
Clash to
watching
Canadian,
from
bro.
above and
Canadian,
looking around, he just
Canadian,
gets
hop
shot
on that
in the
Clash,
back.
bro, please.
But it was at that point that they knew
What a
exactly
shot.
then what they needed to do. And so again, it's another positive for Rebellion. You know, yes, there was a point where you think, are they going to get this done? Because
Thank you,
they don't
Surf.
know where this player is. But then the second that they did, they worked so well within
Surf
what was
got on that
a serious
with
time
point
crunch at that point
1.5
to get
seconds.
it done and still win the round. You know, it was so reactive.
Here,
They were
I'll
just
try
waiting for that
Horizon.
little bit of intel, and you kind of look at it and think, 4 a.m. funnily enough, might have actually won that had Lida not killed Ambi.
Done nothing.
Had he just
Yeah.
done nothing? Because
Backed
I
up.
don't know that they would have jumped on the diffuser. Mate, look, maybe they would. Maybe they would have still won it. It's such. I
They'd have
know
put
it's
one
like,
body on it, and they'd have had 2 body blocking,
yeah,
and then
it's-
you're playing a dice game.
yeah,
there.
like, I
You
know
play,
it's
you know.
it's like hypercritical.
Oh
and
shit!
I'm
I
not
just said it. Just
faulting
said
Lida
it. Just
for
said
taking the kill.
I. It
If
just
Ambi
said I
stood there in
send
front
friend
of you,
requests
you're
too
always gonna
quickly
take
too.
it.
What the fuck?
But it kind of feels like that was the.
I said, "Whoa
catalyst
there,
for
buddy."
Rebellion to win, right? It was like, right, he's in
All right,
customs,
guys, sorry,
bang,
I guess
kill into
Discord's
blue,
being
get
fucking
on the defeat, and it just
shitty right
gave
now.
them that bit of intel that they needed.
6-3 then for SR. We could be barreling toward an SR win right now as 4 a.m.
Let's go.
On this
Come on.
attacking side. Yet to
Ambi with a
break the
3-piece
deadlock.
that
They
round,
got
or
planned
2.
down in the previous round,
Surf
and
with
even
2.
That wasn't enough. But it was one of those occasions where they kind of had
I think
to
Nadian
let
had
that
1.
happen, and
I
SR
don't know.
happy to play that retake. That was the win con.
Yeah,
They
I think
played it to
Discord's probably
perfection.
like fucked right
As
now.
it stands, though, we are going to need to see something out of 4 a.m. And we've seen glimpses, Tim. But
All right, come on.
The age-old one has been
This is it.
struggled with moving
This is
players
it,
from key
gents.
areas. They're bringing
Again,
them
if
onto
you
this
are
time.
new, drop a
It's
sub.
Lida that's on it. Now, he's
Try
their
to
top
join the
performer
Discord.
by
I think it's
far
bugged right
this
now.
game on Border. I always
So
find
if
it
it is,
strange when you
then
see your top player
tough.
on a
I don't
shield,
really know.
But is that going to be what's
I think it's
needed
pretty
to try and
fucked.
force
I think it's
some
pretty
of
fucked
these
right now.
SR players out of position?
And
Ambi manages
enjoy
to
some
take
Pro
down the
League
ace. That's gonna
commentary
be
here.
Rockstar off the board, but they do manage to
We are
find a
Shopify
trade here
Rebellion
for
fans
AM,
here.
so they keep things to
Okay.
4 versus
If you're
4,
rooting for
and
anybody
they've
else,
still
you're
got the
just,
shield
I
on the
mean-
board as well. So the initial plan with Grim,
I don't know
with
what to tell
Deimos,
you. You're just
and
rooting
with
wrong.
all persists, all continues. The only question is, are they gonna
Huge
be missing
Nitro.
any
Almost
heartbeats?
killing
Lida
the
taking
Monty
a
there.
ton of damage there from the Nitro, but how about that? Absolute beauty with the pistol to take down Canadian. Leaves them now 4 versus 3, but the Monty
Big
is
bad Canadian.
hurt at this point.
You
About
need to
15,
figure
20
your shit
HP
out.
left.
What a
How
run
about
out.
that, though? You've got to stop the jump outs. You can't let Wrexham
No,
play like
bro,
that. However,
fuck.
the trade is there again. Could be
Spoit
around
in a
for
1v,
4 AM on the
Spoit in a
way.
1v4.
Another big round here. for
Essentially,
Sport. We've seen him
1v3.
put in this position a couple of times.
He's on the
already
DMR,
today.
which
Players
may be
now recovered.
advantageous against the
Lida
Monty.
and
I'm not
Darcy
sure.
Both super low. 2 brow.
Deathmark failed.
Zoto
Nice.
canister there, destroying the death mark. Spoit
Good shots.
picks up his first location now known, but he's got some information to play with here. Lida's going to start to get this
Huge.
diffuser down, but he's got the DMR. He's going to continue to put himself in these Zoto canisters and try and stay alive. Bit of a flunder there as he tried to swap weapon, had to hit the smoke, but it's a very broken up 1 versus 2 this.
No
He's
way.
got a massive chance. C4
Oh.
just going to go wide, and it allows the plant to go down.
That C4 was the moment. That was the one for Spoit. If he gets the kill onto the Monty there, even with the diffuser down, he leaves
just reload,
himself
Spoit.
in a
Reload,
1v1,
reload,
but
reload, reset,
not
reload, reset.
managing to hit the mark, not managing to find his man, now leaves him in an almost unwinnable situation. Lida with that shield, of course, can just hold him at bay. The death mark coming through again, but going to be failed because of the Zoto canister. But now Spoit is left just running, trying to find anything,
Yeah, this
scratching
isn't
for
happening.
whatever he can get out of this round. The nade
Oh,
is going to do
bro,
the
that
job.
Nitro hits
TX
different
is
game.
to pick up the final kill.
That
but
Nitro
it was
hits
really
different
well
game.
played by 4am there at the end. It's
He
not
froze
easy in
himself
a
so that the
2v1
death mark
situation. I
scanner
talk
wouldn't
about
have
this a
scanned
lot.
him.
When you have to plan
So he blocked
for that 7
3
seconds seconds,
Deimos
you are
scans.
leaving your other player in a 1v1, and that is the moment when the plant is going down. That That is always the moment for the defender.
He blocked
in that situation,
3
in
Demo
that
scans,
1v2.
bro.
And
What
Spoit
a
knew
king.
that, because if he can get in position and hit that Nitro a second sooner, put the diffuser down
and
on
if
the ground,
fucking-
that
if-
advantage is then
if
completely
Rexon
swung
just
in his
kills
favor.
that
And
dude,
4AM didn't allow
different
that
round
to
too.
happen. They were decisive. They got themselves into position early enough to put the diffuser down, and I like
And if
how
that
they were
Nitro
able
is
to
2
close that out. So
centimeters
well played
higher.
from 4AM. They get themselves another. It's 6-4.
Super close stuff. Can we not just watch Spoit try in 1v4? Because I could quite happily just sit and watch that for
Spoit's
some
having a good game.
portion of time.
Spoit is having an Ambi
Brilliant
game
to
right
see
now.
the way that he tried to navigate it, and like you say,
Spoit is having
if
an
that-
Ambi game.
If that Nitro was a second earlier, if
Hi,
it hits,
Leia.
he's then in control of the diffuser, and the narrative
Hey,
is
Stinky.
very, very
Hey, Stinky
different.
breath.
But we're finally seeing 4AM win a round on the attack here.
Spoit is
Could
having an
be the
Ambi game right
start
now.
Of a couple. SR, no strangers to taking a bit of time to close out a game. They haven't been the most convincing during kickoff, hence one of the reasons why they are here inside of stage 1. But they only need one.
What
round
you getting
to
mad
they've
at,
got a
Henny?
lot of different bomb sites to try and get that done.
Who you getting mad at outside?
Gonna be headed downstairs
All right, we got
this
Nadian
time.
on the striker,
Downstairs towards
or the
Backroom.
sentry.
Hoping for them.
Ambi on the yellow. I
kind
kind of wish Spoit was on the yellow, but Spoit's on the
Yeah, so
Thorn.
I
Surf
feel
on
like
the
we've
Goyo.
seen,
Surf's a good
better
Goyo.
couple of rounds there from 4AM.
Rexon on the
using that
Malusi.
Monty over the last couple of rounds and kind of the space that it's given them.
Dude,
This
they need to
time,
give
they're
Nadian
not
the
gonna be
clash, bro.
bringing
They're probably
Shield
gonna bring him
along.
out.
So the
We're
question
probably gonna
is, can they
give
continue
Nadian the
doing
clash.
that?
Like,
Can they continue having that same sort of impact, or do we go back to kind
show
of
us the dog.
pre-Shield
I did.
4AM,
I did.
where
I
they're
showed
struggling to
Leia
deal with
earlier.
problem
Henny is too
spots,
lazy to come over
struggling
here
to
like
deal
that.
with those
Leia,
difficult
Leia.
positions and take space. Time will tell.
Come
Spoit
here.
is one of the
You
positions
wanna watch?
that I'm thinking about.
You wanna
because
watch
that was
Pro
something
League?
that they weren't able to deal with the last couple of
You wanna watch
occasions.
Pro League?
Spoit's played there on the Thorn. He's played there on the Ella.
Come
He's
here.
had success both times.
Come here.
Consistently seen success inside of CCTV, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to replicate some of the same.
Come here. We're
TX taking
Leia,
a
we're
good
Shopify
portion of
Rebellion
damage
fans here.
there, as once again, it is just a spot that's being avoided. They're not even trying to deal with him horizontally or vertically. It's just, we're just going to let him exist up there and just take our chances. Ambi's cottoned
smell
on to
like
this, by
dog,
the way. He's
bro.
thought, you know what, we can't have
Come on,
Spoit having
Ambi.
more kills than me. I need to get in on this action and start to play the
This is Leia.
customs as
She's
well,
named
because
after
it's
Leia
a
from
big
Star
entry
Wars.
point at the minute for 4AM. As it
She
stands,
does not
it
wanna
looks
be
like
up here
TX has
anymore.
been able to slip
Okay,
that net.
okay.
Canadian primed and
Come
ready.
here.
Brilliant spot for a
Good
C4
girl.
here. Just
Good
at the
girl.
bottom of East, you can thread it all the way up through. The beams are in a good orientation for you to do so. And if he times this right, he might find himself a couple.
Yeah, he's just waiting for that little bit of information.
she's a
I
little
think he's going
schmuck.
to be playing it on sound mostly. But as soon as he hears
Come on,
those
Ambi.
footsteps
Come
coming
on,
in,
Ambi.
actually, no, Ambi can feed him the intel and
Oh.
tell him when the pressure is coming onto that door. So again, it's another example of just great team play from Rebellion. Nitro
Too
goes
early.
out. It's going to be just that little bit too soon. A fraction of damage done to the ace, but it's not going to be the end
What
of
a
the world.
punch
However,
hole.
55 seconds left to go. 4AM have been
Rexon on the
stalled out for
rat?
quite a long time here.
Oh,
Lida
no.
manages to get one onto Spoit. They clear that difficult position, but
Huge,
is it gonna be
Rexon.
too little,
Huge.
too late?
Rexon finds one. Levels things out right now. HP advantage is certainly with SR, although
Oh,
after
no.
losing Canadian, I'm now not too sure. Gotti and TX super low though. 33 seconds. There's still time here to work with for 4AM, but they're just looking a little
Oh,
bit
Surf, you gotta
disjointed.
hit those.
We've still got Surf playing upstairs inside of Armory. We've still got Ambi playing on that 90 corridor.
Surf,
We've
you gotta
still
hit
got
those,
players
bro.
moving through now. Ambi continuing his charge. It does know that there's going to be a
No,
a
siege
nomad charge
time,
there,
bro.
but isn't going to be able to do anything
Surf!
about it. Surf comes
No!
out with the next. It's all down to Rexon, but everyone's so low.
Fuck.
TX is able to find him there, tucked inside of the bathroom. I think Rexon just doing his best to try and
Now
stay
Henny
alive
gets up.
there.
She sees something outside she
TX
don't
and
like.
Gotti
Now she
making
gets
the
up, bro.
absolute most of what little HP they both had. You said yourself they were in a situation where
Henny,
despite
come here,
having
hey,
advantage,
come here.
They had those two
Come here,
low
Henny.
HP players, but it was those two players that
Come
were
here.
alive
Hey,
at the
Henny,
end
come
of
here.
the round and picking up those final kills.
Come here,
and
Stinky.
bringing us in
Good girl.
to a
Hey,
12th round. And we
You're
are
gonna be a bit.
see
You're gonna be a bit heavier to pick. Oh no, come
I
on,
think it's high time
Henny.
that we get the time
People want to say hi to you, dude.
Don't think
Can
we
you-
were able to listen into the
Okay.
timeout specifically.
I don't know if you
It's
guys can
just
see
a
her there.
midway one.
Henny, come here,
But
come here.
topic of conversation
Come
here
here.
has to be, look, guys,
Come here.
close this game out.
Oi.
Shut the door on it, because the longer it drags on, the more time we spend
Ah.
in the
Leia.
There's still a best of 3 to be played at the end of this.
Yeah, Henny's probably not coming up here. She doesn't like being picked up, and she's a big girl. She's like 60 pounds, 65.
I hope they're not fatigued in map 2.
Mentally, you don't want to be letting this drag on.
Are you okay?
It just
That's
needs
the
to be
key.
put
Are you
to bed.
okay?
That's the key. Because what if you play border against Falcons as well? You know, and you start looking at that and thinking, right, we've just been taken to overtime on border by 4 a.m. and now we're playing. You know, it's like you say, it's all those little mental games.
Henny is. She stinks like
I'm still surprised
Fritos.
at the map, and we're going into round number 12.
I mean, look.
You smell like Fritos, don't you?
Again, it's another one that you look at, and we could look at this and say, you know, is this
And
an
you just smell like
prime map
like
choice for
you
Shopify
eat
Rebellion,
poop, Leo.
or you know, does it maybe give
All right,
4
come on,
AM
please,
that
God,
little bit of an opportunity
please.
to
We
get
have been on
themselves
match
into,
point
like
for
you said,
2
Border,
rounds.
great leveler.
Just close
You
it
know, I
out.
used to say the same about Corsair
Just
when
close
was in
it
the
out,
pool
bro.
as well. It's one of those gunfight heavy maps where teams can just come out.
Shopify's
and
just
kind of win
edging,
things,
bro.
but
Shopify is literally
you've gotta
just
look towards
edging.
the rest of the tournament as well. You know, we can't just look at this
Please.
situation in front of us. You've got to
Close
think,
it out, Shopify, please,
you know,
God.
there's a whole game plan here for the rest of the tournament. Rebellion are playing a 5th choice map here because they're probably looking and thinking, we can get that done against 4 AM.
Exactly.
That's
And
what
it
I'm
does mean is that
saying.
we're not showing
Exactly what
more
this
of
bro just
the
said.
maps
I
we
was
really
saying the
wanna
exact
play,
same
when
thing.
we
I was
might
like, they're
need
going to
them
go
for
into this
map
with
3 against
too
Falcons,
much
for
confidence.
example. You know, so I think there's a lot
Going
of
into this
things
with
that
too
play into
much
it. It's not
confidence,
just
bro.
about
I'm
the
telling
game
you.
in front of us. But yeah, it's been, look, I think I'm certainly looking at the positives here for 4 AM.
They're
think
dragging
the
it to
rounds
make it
that they've
interesting?
won,
Dude,
they've been
I don't
good
know.
value for the wins. You know, they certainly
I don't
haven't
know.
been given anything.
Dude,
by
this-
Shopify
I'm telling you,
Rebellion.
bro. Oh my
It's
God.
not been an easy time for them. They've had some difficult problems to solve. They've had some, you know, difficult clutches to make at the end of rounds to get stuff shut out. And I think they've done a great job of it. So, you know, win or lose, I think 4 AM come away from this pretty happy with the performance.
Rockstar going to be positioned at the top of those east stairs along with the Monty. Looking at using this as their beachhead for this round. They've really been quite heavy focused on toward customs and detention area to be that first sort of entry point. And it's, you know, not really
Honestly,
worked
Thermite,
out
I just
too
only
good
shoot
for
your
them.
Monty in the
They've done
dome.
all right on the attack. They picked up 2 rounds. So
Canadian
can't say
needs
it
to get
hasn't
on the
worked
Clash,
at
bro.
all, but it hasn't
Canadian is
assisted with the big
genuinely
problem.
selling
The big
by
problem
not being
has
on the
been
Clash.
Spoit playing inside
There's no
CCTV.
reason.
With Ambi
Add
as
up,
the
boy,
lead. You can't
Ambi.
just stand
Huge
there
pick.
either. You've been the best
Huge
player
pick.
so far for 4 AM, and you just flat stood in break door.
On the Deimos of all players to lose.
Beautiful.
You know, such a key component.
Ambi
of
on the
any
castle, frying the
attacking
Deimos.
lineup,
Huge.
And he just
Huge.
gets caught completely off guard as if there wasn't going to be any
I can't
attention
start
towards
shoving
it. Ambi's peaked that
fake
door
wieners in my mouth
every-
yet, bro.
every
We haven't won
round.
this shit.
He's been playing there. Big mistake coming in from 4M. And look, it's lessons like that they are going to learn from as
Dude,
a team.
pick
as
up the
players that are
nitro,
new to this level of
save
play
it for
at an
later.
international
You are
major
not getting a
against
pick with it
like
there, bro.
Rebellion. You're going to be punished for the
Good. Chill.
fractional mistakes. You better believe you are going to be punished.
Chill.
You're not
Everybody
gonna
needs
get
to
away.
relax.
You
Everybody
sat
needs to
in
relax.
front of break door for more than a second, and you
I was thinking the same
and
thing.
you
I like
deserved
them.
it because that's
But
the
I rarely
level
see
that
them.
you're at right
How are
now.
those tiny little
There's going to be
Pokemon
an
card
attempt
charms?
here
I have
from
no idea what you
Barsley
guys are
to
talking
try
about.
and make a little bit of progress, but with that castle barricade from Ambi, it's going to be really difficult to transition through that as a Monty. He can smoke it off, yeah, sure, but still there are going to be players that are able to work through it. There's a C4 going up from below, for goodness sake, as kills continue to come here for SR.
Yeah, it's looking
Come on,
good
let's
for the
close it
North
out. Let's not be
American side.
stupid.
At this point, Gotti has got
Nobody
the
give
world on his
Canadian the
shoulders right
opportunity to
now.
fucking get this
4
kill.
AM,
Just
if they can't
fucking
get
give
this
Ambi
1v4
this
done,
freebie.
1v5 technically, but Spoit is down but not out. You know, if they don't get that, they will drop down to the lower bracket, and they will then be only one loss away from exiting the tournament, but it was always going to be a tough start for them. But on the side of Shopify Rebellion, it has been pretty great so far. I think you're going to be more than happy. The North American side managed to get the job done. They get it over the line. We've seen some great teamwork from them. We've seen some great individual moments. Yes, I'm sure there are elements there that they will look at and think there's room for improvement, but overall, I think you're going to be pretty happy with that as a start at the Salt Lake City Major.
And the job is done now. They have cemented that fixture against Team Falcons coming up shortly or later on this afternoon. And of course, we have already got all of the best of three decided for the afternoon as well. Lost versus Enterprise. We're going to hit a break and then we'll be right back.
Oh, thank you, God. This shit goes hard, bro. Dude, imagine winning in a Siege game, like a pro game, and this shit just comes on, and you're just like... Dude, oh god. I'm actually sweating, bro. I'm so happy right now. Thank God. All right, Shopify is playing again. Dude, I'm sweating, bro. Huge dubs. Huge dubs. Now we got a bit of a break. I'm pretty sure Shopify plays at the last game of tonight. So I think we watch... Who is it? I can't remember. I can't remember. Damn, dude, that shit goes hard, bro. Yeah, now it's BO3s. Yep. Stop, dude. I feel like a wait has... Dude, I feel like I just played that game, bro. I feel like I just played that. Only problem is they are playing Falcons in a best of 3. Oh, yeah, okay. It's Enterprise versus Los. Honestly, I think Enterprise might take it. I don't know if you guys... I think Matthew and George were here earlier when we watched the Enterprise Edward Gaming. Enterprise was looking good, bro. They were looking clean. I think they take this. But it is a BO3, so completely different. Completely different. We'll see, bro. We'll see. Holy moly. I'm actually, like, my whole body is sweating right now. Like, I don't think you understand. That had me so nervous. I feel like I'm about to go to the gym. Like, I'm off pre-workout right now. That's what I feel like. Let's see how the brackets like look, even though we already know, but like did it just fucking freeze again, bro? Again with this fucking shit. I don't understand. Close window. Again with this. We'll go what is it? Fuck, what is it, bro? Liquipedia R6. S tier events. Yeah, no, it's not you, Horizon. It's not you. The fuck? Salt Lake City. Blast R6, Salt Lake City. All right, let's see if they've updated it. Okay, yeah, so Shopify will play Falcons. Enterprise is playing Los. Of course, Edward gets the free win against Wolves, bro. That's some bullshit. Of course it wouldn't. Whatever. That's just kind of fucked, in my opinion. But it's 4 Angry Men against Daystar. Daystar is 100% winning that. So Daystar is going to play 4 Angry Men. They're gonna beat that, and it's going to be Edward Gaming against Daystar. Daystar is going to beat Edward Gaming. So Daystar is 100% qualifying. Edward Gaming looked like shit. Daystar is 100% qualifying. Oh wait. No, I'm an idiot. So Daystar is gonna play 4 Angry Men. They're gonna win. Whoever loses to... Yo, we might be chilling. No, we're not. Fuck. Okay, so Los and Enterprise are gonna be playing Edward Gaming. Whoever loses this is automatically pretty much gonna qualify because Edward Gaming looked like that hot of ass. Daystar is gonna be right here. So Daystar is gonna play the winner or the loser of Falcons Shopify. So it's gonna be Daystar versus, most likely, because they should rake against 4 Angry Men. So it's gonna be Daystar against Falcons or Daystar against Shopify. Either way, Shopify or Falcons should take the dub against Daystar, sadly. Because I did predict Daystar. I think I did predict Daystar would qual. Because it's gonna... Yeah, bro. Interesting. This kind of fucked me. My predictions are kind of fucked. All right, let's head back to YouTube. Let's head back to YouTube really quick. I don't know why it keeps fucking fucking me over when I try to like minimize the screen. Why the fuck do relegation Wolves have a team in R6 LMAO? I thought they were good in Val only. Why the fuck do relegation? I don't know. And Wolves does have a team in Siege. They forfeited out of the entire tournament because their visas got fucked. They didn't even play. Like if you look right here, it says forfeit. Esports not being able, Wolves Esports not being able to attend due to visa issues. All of their matches will be recorded as forfeits. So Lowe's took an auto dub. Edward Gaming took an auto dub.
Ciao.
Find your kind of unfair on Cars.com. It's fucking professional Rainbow Six Siege, so nobody cares.
Our circumstances here. That's Los, the Brazilian team that qualified through SAL. They haven't yet played a single map, but their opponents, Enterprise, looked pretty good in their matchup earlier against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I was casting that, as you say, with Ollie, and obviously that was a tough game for EDG because they had to play without their best player, and instead they had Noah, who couldn't.
Hell no, I don't have YouTube Premium. You know what? If when I start being monetized on YouTube, I'll get YouTube Premium.
Because they're still alive in the lower bracket, and of course the champions of
but we're around
will now be facing
243 subs away from that, and like 2,000 plus watch hours away from that.
No more best of one.
So until then, absolutely not. I am not paying for YouTube.
To Chalet and finish
Premium.
on Cafe.
I'm
think
sorry.
A relatively unsurprising map veto coming through here, Parker. Bank is a really interesting pick to come through, I think, particularly from Enterprise, because it's been a really rough map for
I don't want to
Los.
watch Bank
They played
games,
it
bro.
twice throughout kickoff, losing it both times.
Whatever.
So
Chalet is
Los
going to be
are
interesting.
on Bank. And EP, I mean, sure, they're playing down in Australia, not the strongest opponents, but they've still been very good on that map throughout kickoff.
They absolutely have. I would have loved to have seen a Fortress just to see how these two
Hey,
teams match up on
Leia.
it. But before we can get into map number one,
Stop.
we got a break ready for you. We'll be right back.
Leia. Leave your sister alone. Come here. Come here. Leia, come here. Good girl. Good girl. Leave your sister alone. Hey, fix your ear. People are going to think you look stupid because your ear keeps flopping inside out. Sit. Sit. Good girl. You a sweet little girl. You're just a little puppy, aren't you? All right, so we got 2 minutes and 30 seconds until Los Enterprise. Use Brave browser, big dog. No ads. What is that? The fuck is that? Listen, Horizon, I hate to break it to you, bro. I'm not a tech guy. I'm not a tech connoisseur here. Not a tech man. Oh, dude, my butt is like wet right now with sweat. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the gym today. I'm going to go into... Hopefully it's open. Hopefully it's open. Actually, I think I can figure out how to get in there. Go to the gym. I'm going to work out after this. Going to the gym, working out. Hitting back and buys today. Then I'm going to walk into the like common area. Grab myself a coffee, come back, play some Siege. I think that's going to be the play. Today's what? Thursday, right? Oh no, today's fucking Friday. Today's Friday, isn't it, bro? Alright, I'm working tomorrow. Fuck. That just killed my vibe. I'm working till like noon tomorrow. Tough. You do hate to see it, bro. It's just Chrome, but different browser that has no ads for YouTube. Think we will be asleep by the time you do all that. Yeah, you probably will. Which is fine, But still tough, bro. I did not want to be working tomorrow. And I'm working a double shift tomorrow too. Unfortunate. It's okay. It'll buff. It'll buff.
All right, time for our very first map and the debut of one of these two teams. We saw the Enterprise matchup earlier today, as you mentioned, going up against the Edward Gaming squad that lost their best player, Direction, who was going to be competing with Edward Gaming, failed to get a visa, and because of that, they had a stand-in. Now, Noah is about as good of an analog as you could get. The guy has been frying people over in the EML, but obviously there's going to be barriers as to how he will be able to succeed.
Yeah.
There was a caster behind the scenes who said something. He said that Enterprise looks like FaZe Clan right now in their matchup. And I'm not going to say which caster it was, but really, it did look like one of the best we've ever seen of Enterprise on an international event. Is that going to hold here against Los?
Well, I mean, I think for their fans, they're obviously hoping so, Parker. This will be a tougher game, but there's a couple of advantages that they have that we talked about in the last match that I want to re-hit here. Number one, they're going to be warmed up. Right? Los are coming in cold, and I think it is absolutely to the advantage of Enterprise that they've already played a game today. And number two, this is not the exact same Enterprise that we've seen of years past. They've made a couple of player swaps, but most importantly,
having Shopify and Falcons meet in the upper bracket, though, is clutch because I know Shopify can beat every other team. Falcons is the only one that I think is going to, they might have trouble with.
6 years. So
but at least they go automatically into another BO3 if they lose this, so that's
really
good.
Had at international events before.
Is there a 3 or a 4? Or?
No, I said 2.
Okay, well, if we had a 30 turn upside down, that's an M for Magnet. So there you go.
Whoa.
It's nice to see him back. I know some people, maybe some of the casual observers who don't watch all of the OS games, especially if you're a North American fan, it is brutally difficult to watch those Australian games live just because of time zones, right? They're usually happening at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning. And because of that, a lot of people don't know that Magnet is coaching for them. Now, I will say, I do think he can be a secret weapon here, and I think he's played all over the world. He literally learned Japanese.
We're trying to legitimize Siege, and we're over here just fucking around.
But just because you're a good player does not necessarily mean that's going to translate to being a good coach, and this is going to be the biggest test for him. Is he's got an Enterprise team that is very hungry and are a single best of 3 away from qualifying for Phase 2.
Yeah.
They're not in danger of going home. Neither of these teams are.
Correct.
But you're going to be going up against a team that maybe is less of a known
I
quantity.
assume around the same time.
On land, but I think it's
sorry,
easy
I
to
just
say.
scratched my
This
butt
Los
crack.
team has a lot
Let me
of land
check.
experience. They've got Dash back on the team.
Oh no, it's
He's
gonna
a
do the
major
thing.
winner.
It's gonna do
He's
the fucking
experienced
thing.
multiple regions. This might be a significantly harder game for Enterprise than they played against Edward Gaming earlier today.
Yeah, it absolutely should be, but the vibe
what the
should still
fuck
be
is
high.
this? Why does this keep happening?
I think this Enterprise
Oh,
team, they've
it
been
didn't fuck-
looking
it didn't
really
fuck
good
up.
so far. You saw it in their last match, like how active they were in the text
Alright,
chat, how engaged they were with each other, and I was honestly surprised by how good
What time did they
Magnet
play
was as a coach in his tactical timeouts when we got to listen in. Just because, you know, this is his first time coaching a team. Kickoff with Enterprise was really his first time. but this is
Tomorrow,
his
first game
test, of
should be
course,
at
a big
same
event,
time,
so
same time as
It's
today.
a big change up for him. Now going
Same
up
time as
against
today.
Los. I mean, this is also a team that is not the highest of highs when it comes to South America.
Same time
Nobody
as today.
really
Yo,
thought Los would
Liquipedia is going to be
qualify,
your
not because
best
they're a bad
bet
team, but just because they play
to
in the most
knowing when
competitive
matches
region. I mean,
are,
there's
what
so
matches
many
are
good
going
teams in
on.
South
Great
America
site.
who did not make it to this event. Team Liquid, the first one that comes to mind.
All
But Los earned their spot here, and they have something to prove in their opening game. 76% of you are giving it towards Los. That is kind of to be expected, but watch out for Enterprise, because they are a deadly roster.
This is a familiar refrain.
How many
for
fucking
those that
tabs do you have?
listened
I have
to the
2
previous
Horizon.
SI
I have 2
cast we did
tabs.
Earlier this year, when Enterprise came in, and we said they had a pretty decent shot of making top 10 or top 12, I suppose, because technically the top 6 go to the main stage, not the top 8. You know how it works. But Enterprise was also playing that series knowing that they
Unbelievable.
were going to be making pretty big changes from a coaching and a player perspective. How many teams have come into
All
an
right.
event where
Edward,
they
or
know
I'm
they're
sorry,
gonna make a
Enterprise
roster
was
move,
low-key
and it has
cooking
sunk them
earlier.
before a
Ryzen, you
single
weren't
shot
here,
has
but
been
George
fired
Matthew
in
were
their
here.
game. So it
Enterprise
didn't
was
really give
low-key
us
cooking
the
earlier.
best vantage point of how Enterprise would do, and now we've got a team that is 5. You know, it's 5 fighting guys. They've got Mag on the team. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to rise to this challenge. The person that I'm going to be watching though is on the side of Los here, Jesse. Perez, who is puzzlingly the only player not in the lobby right now. So
Yep.
I guess
we're gonna look for him.
We're gonna look for him. We're really gonna look for him, really, really hard. Where is he? One of the statistical best rated players in one of the statistical, if not the most statistical competitive region.
Man, here we
which is
go, bro.
Brazil.
Again.
You highlighted it. People didn't expect Los to
Tech
make
issues every
not because
fucking
they're bad,
second with this shit.
but because
bro.
there
Ridiculous.
are 6 teams that could very easily make it. You highlighted Team Liquid Alienware. What about Fluxo W7M?
True.
They also could have easily made this. Now, granted, they lost Volt.
Thank
There's
you.
An identity change on that team.
Thank you,
But the
Horizon.
core is still there.
George and
Both
Matthew
Team
were
Liquid
glazing
Alienware
bank
and
earlier.
Fluxo W7M could very easily have made this event. They did not. Hugzord will be behind the bench for this Los team as they bring Dash back on for his first LAN game since playing with Wildcard several months ago. He left Wildcard because he said he was a little uncomfortable living in America, away from home. Can't blame him.
And
It's
yet he
hard.
comes right back.
Tell them to
Here he
pause
is
the
in
tournament. I'm
Utah.
about to go walk back
Suspicious,
home. I
if
just
you
got
ask
off work.
me. Maybe he just didn't like
Matthew, I don't got that kind of sway, bro.
Nobody's saying
I don't got
Jesse,
that kind of
you thought it
sway. I'm
odd
sorry.
that Dash is now back in America when he said he didn't want to be here 4 months ago.
Let's get the
And you would say,
257
yes, I do
subs
find
to
that suspicious.
sign a
Thank you very
petition.
much, but nobody would ask you. Nobody's asking you that question.
Pause
Okay.
attorney.
Either way, Dash is back on the team. He's been doing some calling for the squad as well, picking up those shields,
He's the
providing leadership for the team. How will that pay
All
off?
right,
We'll
we
have a
don't
good
really
glimpse of
care
this
too much
very
about this
early on.
game.
This is
So,
Los's
I mean,
map,
yeah,
so
we don't really care too much
Enterprise
about this game.
should have a small advantage.
If anything, we probably
it's
want
kind of a weird
Los
map
to
pick from
win
Los, just
or
given
to
that they
lose. I
haven't
mean,
won it ever as a team, but I'm sure
no,
they're
we don't.
confident.
We
They must
genuinely
have
don't
been
care.
screwing it behind the
JK,
scenes,
we don't care.
and so we'll
This
have to
doesn't
see
matter.
exactly how they come through with it.
I mean, it's still
love
a
the
good watch,
drones we're seeing
but for
immediately
Shopify,
from
what I'm
Enterprise.
saying,
This is going to be
it doesn't
dark.
matter.
Caught on a Tuberau, and Perez caught
Oh.
on the window punch. Cairo shuts him down early. This heavy roam game from Los is super weird for a bank bottom floor defense, and it's not working for them.
It's with the drive-by question mark.
Oh,
Tough.
they've been doing that all day.
I know,
Parker.
but I know, but that's just you mentally boom when people hit you
Yeah.
with that. That's the top player on the side of Los who's down for the count. So not an ideal start for them, and now well over 2 minutes for Los to try and figure out how
this
to
is a
play this
freebie.
at an even number.
Oh, Dash, that was a
just there on the
freebie.
drone. He played fantastic in that opening game. I believe dropping near double-digit kills if he didn't quite hit it. Was very, very close in their opening match. Going to be an important player to watch out for, but it seems like everybody's started to fall off. They waste about a minute on the roam, and they lose a body. I'm afraid that's not quite good enough, Parker. This roam game really wanted to get more. Now they just have to rely on those C4s to lock down the site.
Nuxka's in a very familiar
Yeah,
spot
let's see.
for
Okay,
Smoke, which is
they
top
have.
blue stairs. He's still got
They're
all
playing the
three of his
basement
gas
site.
canisters
They
in
have.
pocket. Smoke now also has the deployable
All
shield,
3
so we
gases
might see
left.
more
They have 1,
diversity.
2,
Secondary gadget brought
3
from this
nitros.
operator for the time being.
3
Blue,
nitros, 3
you're
gas
gonna wanna put
canisters
down
with a
that
minute
barbed wire.
25.
You're
This
gonna
is
wanna
mad
do a little bit
doable.
of damage. You're going to want to use the sound cues and slow them down. The big thing for Nuxka now is either throw out your gas
If he
canisters,
can get a
waste
quick
time in this
pick.
position,
Oh,
or
and
get
they
back
have
to
the
site with
Goyo
your
set up. Yeah, this is mad doable.
Big moment for
If
Dark.
he can get a
knows that there
nice
could be
pick
somebody
right
just
here, this
peeking
could
on
be
this hatch. They want to get it
crazy.
open as quickly as possible, but they're struggling with it just a little bit. The time, of course.
There goes
will
one.
be
There goes one
slowed
nitro.
By the Tuberau for using the Maverick.
I kind of
but
like
still a
this hold,
slow
low
tool to
key.
open up that hatch. This has burned about another 60 seconds, meaning we're into the final minute of this round. And we're just
All
starting to look
Goyos
at the bomb site for
unpopped.
Enterprise. Nuxka still survives.
Now he's
as
gotta
well
fall
towards
off.
top blue,
Tough.
so that's going to be a difficult option to try to push.
2
through.
nitros,
A lot of this execute is
2
gonna
gas
have to come either
canisters,
down through the main stairs
all the
or through
Goyos
the back
remaining.
hatches.
Yeah, the more that this time ticks down, the more I worry for this Enterprise assault. They've got good tools at their disposal, but how do you apply them?
One more gas canister, nice.
From Nuxka.
Last
On
one's
the top
tossed out
blue,
too.
Still got 2 silhouettes nearby. Nuxka could go for a swing here, but he doesn't know if anybody's watching that position. Cairo had turned
So
his
they're
attention
playing
to that
to
spot. Now Nuxka will head
hold
back
that.
down
He's about to get
safety
fucking forced out.
of the bomb site. 20 seconds left on the clock. Enterprise still with 5 players up. Rubber will meet the road. Dash takes down Jigsaw. Slow peek on main stairs. Tuhon trading out Nuxka. And now it's Tuhon in the middle of the site. Looking to catch a cross. Here's defuse kit getting planted. Tuhon shut down by Daffo.
Dude, someone needs to
Bappin getting defused
use
to
the
halfway point.
nitros, bro.
Tuberau charging out. Huge coverage from
Huge
Cairo.
kills.
And Brendo will seal the deal. Enterprise
Dude, I'm telling you, Enterprise, I
taking
think's
the
got
first
this.
round with a scramble in the final seconds.
Yeah, it's close, Parker, but they get it done in the end. That's a really difficult round from Enterprise, and it kind of goes back to that first game that they
winning
played up
first
against
site
EDG this
on
morning,
attack,
where
basement,
their strength really
bomb site
came on
on
the
bank
road
is
clear.
a
They were doing
fucking
a great job getting the opening pick.
definite.
They were working themselves into man advantages consistently.
Definite,
but
like,
sometimes on their attacks, even against
fuck
EDG,
you to Los,
the
bro.
execute was a problem. If it was a large man count execute, they would sometimes stumble at the last moment. Los, whether they read into that just because of the previous matchup or because that was how they saw the round playing out, ended up
Definite
playing
fuck you
in a
to
similar
Los.
direction, and that execute got really scary. But importantly, they took that space through server. They finally cleared up that pick onto Nuxka, and then the coverage from Cairo, just absolutely fantastic.
Whose
3-0
map
to
is
start
this?
game.
I think this is. Damn, this is Los's map.
Cairo was the one brought onto this squad that a lot of people didn't have the
Wow.
most familiarity with after SI, and immediately huge statement kills, taking down Perez right off of the rip. The secret weapon of Los, their top player by a country mile, was not able to do all that much. Again, you pointed out, I think quite correctly, how much of an ego peak that first engagement was when you don't need to do that. I mean, maybe Los was worried about playing too passively in the site. That is a real possibility for these teams. And hey, if you think that your opponent is just objectively weaker than you,
Wouldn't you?
why not
Wouldn't
go
you wish that?
for spawn peaks? Why not go for early aggression? We see this in the interregional matchups.
Yeah.
How many times it was top team like? I'm not going to reference examples because then it would obviously put down other teams, but how many times are you watching the NAL? How many times are you watching OS and you see a team that is in first place spawn peaking one of the lower teams? Los might think that of Enterprise. That could have driven Perez's decision.
I think it's a good vibe check for the round one. You know, this is a long best of 3. It's not like our last matches where it's BO1 and everything is on the line immediately. You know, it really is a long game here. It's a marathon.
Bro, Brendo could
not
probably
a
hop in
sprint,
and just
so
fry this
plenty to work with. Now, Brendo
first
just
on the
spotted an
clash.
opportunity on his drone. He's going to hunt for that as the back of the clash
Oh!
pointed his direction, but some attention's been paid.
Yo, Warden.
It's being a 1-for-1 trade. That's huge. To be able to
Warden
get that
just watched
one
him
pick on the side
cross.
of Perez, but man, that could have been so much scarier.
That was
if Brendo
dumb
was a
as
little faster.
fuck.
Nuxka spent most of that first round on very limited HP. He will be in the same predicament here now in round number 2, Jesse, as he is on a sliver playing that clash. Again, a very high-value utility operator for Nuxka. Expect that to continue, whether it be on the smoke or the clash or beyond.
Yeah, and this shows really good prep work coming
Bro,
out
they're
from
over here
Enterprise
glazing
as
Perez,
well.
and he just
Nuxka
literally got his
often
fucking
plays the
whoever that
clash
fucking
on
was
this
killed.
site. 67% clash pick
Like,
rate.
what the
defending
piss?
top floor of bank, so that's clearly something they read into. They put Cairo on the Collie specifically for this reason, and it's worked out well.
Enterprise will now open up
Breach
one of those
open?
two-panel walls over by Square Stair as Tuhon assesses his magnificent job. Double
If they
sniper
can
is something
fry
that
this
really
clash,
only shows
bro,
up
they
on a
should be
couple bomb
chilling.
sites on a couple maps. This one is the place on bank that you will see it most frequently. You can also potentially see it on open area down below, though it is usually more a destruction-heavy lineup that will get brought, and obviously that's something that gets missing when you have to double up.
They
on
can
the
fuck this
Colleen
clash up,
and
bro,
the
I'm telling you.
Glass. It sounds like smokes will go out from the attackers. Dash
Ah,
picking
tough.
on Vapin. Los doing pretty okay here, surviving this initial onslaught.
That was
Yeah, they need to
Bippin,
kind of
no?
get some picks back. Here's Cairo deal of takedown dash.
Wasn't it-
Really good trade game so far coming through from both teams, but now 45 seconds. The rubber needs to hit the road. This is so close from Jigsaw. Has the ping, but just misses the angle barely. If he doesn't get this, this push could be really late coming in once again from EP.
And that was a great
There's
flash.
the clash.
Nuxka rotated to try and cover Perez, swinging over towards Conference. Daffo was his lone backup. Perez is just so good, and Dafo's been permitted to exist in this
Jigsaw's
position
got
for
a
so
fry.
long. He finds one. Perez will now be hunted down by Jigsaw and this death mark, playing the fadeaway. Daffo
Unlucky.
looking for the opportunity, and he'll get it. Jigsaw
Unlucky.
making a ton of noise, charging his way forward. Los will tie things up.
Yeah, really close round once again, Parker. This game is going to come down to the wire is what we're learning early
Very
on from
unlucky.
these two teams. And I
Tough.
think it really comes down to Enterprise maybe not getting quite enough value out of that Deimos down below. It was Jigsaw playing that position, of course, and he's kind of struggled this game. He was probably the most active player that we saw in their opening duel versus EDG. Didn't top frag, but was certainly the top typer in that lobby and was backing it up, frankly, with his kills. Haven't seen him come alive just yet through the first 2 rounds here on Bank. So hoping
What
to
up,
see a bit more
Matthew?
out of
And
Jigsaw.
Horizon, I heard the
By
comment.
far the
I
best
saw
player in
the
Oceania
chat,
this season.
and I said, wouldn't you?
I mean, how many times when people talk about Enterprise, they talk about Tuhon?
Sure, yeah.
Do they talk about Bapin? Do they talk about these players who aren't necessarily right now the names we've said the most frequently? I mean, Cairo's been the most impressive performer so far through 2 rounds. That 3K, obviously hugely impactful. was great at paralyzing those defenders on the Kali in the previous round. Sometimes it's not about kills. Sometimes it's about denying rotates, cut, or mailbox.
All right, I'm not going to lie, bro. I want this game to go over so fast. Like, if we could just get a 2-0 from one of the teams, I don't care which.
Who's just going to sit and hold a position.
Yeah.
Old heads
That'd be
will know that
great.
there's a certain dog that was named
Just so
after
we can
that
watch the
spot,
Shopify
that
game.
spot was named after a certain dog back in the day, where your goal was to just stand there and hold across. That's all you got to do. And it evolved over time to become maybe a flank position, and now it's gone back to the position it's in.
Actually, no, that's a lie. I want Enterprise to win. They're the underdogs here.
Caught in that exact cross in the previous round.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it didn't end up
Oh,
resulting in a
I got
victory
you,
for
Horizon.
Enterprise, but it was still the right idea. There were just other deficiencies. So that's something that you have to credit Cairo for.
I'm a little surprised.
All right,
with
peace,
the
George,
first three
peace.
Site rotations, Parker, that Los have really just been playing the same strats that they brought throughout SAL. This is their map pick, so you'd kind of expect them, especially since this wasn't a strong map, to change things up a little bit. But so far, it hasn't been working. Now, as I say, Perez goes on a little bit more of an aggressive roam. He loves the Valkyrie on this site. That's not new, but the position is. Gets a bit active, takes down Bappin, now 0-3 to start this best of 3. And it might give Los a little bit that edge that they've been missing over the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the Ram being gone on this middle floor bomb site is really quite devastating. You need the Ram to be there for your soft destruction. You got the Buck. And I don't know what Nuxco was thinking there, Jesse. He's got Dafo for backup, 2 floors above. Nuxco might actually be retrievable, but Brendo and Cairo have other ideas. Brendo finds 2. Suddenly, Diffuse Kit is going down. All of this has distracted not only us, but also Los. Cairo pulls that off. Shield now turned towards the 2 remaining defenders on the side of Los, Dafo and Dark. Dafo with 4 kills leading the way on the team. A 5th is added to that tally as Tuhan is dropped. Brendo and Cairo, the 2
Monty just needs to stay extended.
Monty in this particular position is oh so strong. They need to be worried about Brendo. Dark was able to stop him for the time being. Cairo's in trouble.
Monty
Brendo
needs the
cannot
help,
come to his
bro.
assistance. He's down over towards blue. Shut off again. This is so good by Los to buy time. Dafo getting on Diffuse Kit. Dark will need to shut him down and will do so.
How do you sell
Los,
that?
an incredible post round, and they will take the lead.
Really good round coming out both from Dafo and Dark, but I gotta give it to Daffodil in particular, Parker. Such important kills in the midst of that round.
How
I
do
thought
you
Enterprise
sell
had
that,
found
bro?
a gap. You know, their execute was really good. So many players were distracted over on that hatch, but somehow Cairo was sneaking in, getting that plant down. But Daffodil continues to impress. He's playing outside of his country.
Yeah,
just
I
for the
feel it
first
too,
time
Horizon.
ever
I'm
in
feeling the
his
same
career.
vibe.
It's his second international event, but his first was Reload, which was still in Rio de Janeiro, so doesn't really have a lot of experience on an international stage. He hasn't been moving too much. He is in a bit of a new environment here, but still finding the same success that he found domestically down in South America.
They said it.
Oh, they've been saying a lot.
They said the thing. I've always appreciated that the Aussie teams bring that Australian sense of humor,
Yes.
the tomfoolery that comes with a lot of. If you ever watch Aussie sketch comedy, sometimes absurdist humor, it really is quite great. We are obviously missing our Australian compatriots who are not here in Salt Lake City. They are presumably enjoying, I don't know, good weather.
They're probably asleep. It's
in
like 4
Australia.
a.m. for them.
Or they're on
enjoying their
DGen
bed.
Gamer Hours and they're watching. I don't know.
True, probably.
You never know.
It is the
Clocks don't stop for Siege, baby.
3rd biggest tournament of the year. I'd stay up for that if I was an Australian.
What else do you have down there?
Snakes,
Animals
spiders,
with health bars.
Yeah, scary things.
Animals that want to kill you at every opportunity. Great beaches.
Sure.
Drive on the wrong side of the road. You know, just usual stuff. But either way, I like that Enterprise has brought that
Yo,
style. of humor
let
to
me
Los.
let me ask y'all a
The
question.
Los
Say
team
you were
over
a
there,
pro
Strikers,
gamer, right?
Dash always
You were
historically had a good
say
sense
you were
of
one of
humor.
these
Perez has
people
always
in one of these matches.
as well.
Do you think your
We as English
parents
speakers don't often see a lot
would
from
watch
the
every one of your
Brazilian side
games,
things
like
because
how
we
like
don't speak
normal
the
professional
language, we don't
athletes
speak
are?
Portuguese.
Or do you think they'd be like,
But
bro,
if
it's a
you ever hear
video
them
game,
on
like get
Oz's
over
stream
it?
and you get somebody to translate.
Because I don't know how
Even
my parents
FaZe
would be.
Clan, who's, you know, maybe unfairly.
I think they'd watch like
earned
one
the title
game,
of being
like my
a bit
first ever game, and they'd be
boring
like,
because
I don't
they
know
are
what the
so
fuck's going on.
clinical. They are
I'm done
also
watching it.
Some practical jokers here, so expect more of this from Los.
The game plan's not boring from Los, that's for sure. 2 roamers here on the top floor. It's Perez and Dash playing up on these other angles, and it's definitely known about by Enterprise. Their droning today has been excellent. The shot's not quite enough. Too long with the shot. He does find Dash, though. That's what they were looking for on this roam game. It sends Perez running for the hills, and he gets caught on the rotate, too. Really nice angle being played by Brendo all the way out on this garage rappel.
That is a crazy
Massive
angle.
pick to force this roam game running away.
We have a fuse, shield, and a Hibana shotgun clearly
that's what I'm saying.
out open area. What on earth are we watching? Embrace Australian and APAC Siege, baby. And it worked. It completely cleared that portion of the map away. You had Brendo outside of the building. And this is something I actually wanted to credit Enterprise with through all 3 rounds, Jesse, which is that even though Enterprise has had issues inside the building, holding angles outside of the building has been a huge strength of theirs so far.
Yeah, no, they've been fantastic with this, and now they've got a 5v3 advantage. If I'm Los, we kind of have to get aggro here, and I don't know how you do it. It's not an easy position to be in. Maybe challenging these hatches is going to be your best bet. That's certainly what Dark wants to do. Going to stop that fuse charge from coming through. Not quite.
Oh,
a single puck.
Okay, good,
a single
good.
puck.
Got the majority of it and can stall this continuously from opening up with those Zoto canisters. So time is the name of the game, or it would be, but we're running in and we take down Nuxco 1-for-1. That's good for Enterprise.
Davo and Dark still
I don't think they
alive,
know
both
he's
of them
down.
Holding, well, it's a TCSG. Let's just say it's a DMR. I know that the gun nuts are going to get upset by that, but played very effectively.
I don't think he knows he's down.
Both of these remaining defenders who are upright.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking know.
Nuxka is not retrievable
There we go.
at this point in time, and don't really think you need.
Does YouTube allow you to set up super chats? Yes, it does. I don't
You've
know
got great
even know
weapons
what
in
the
the
fuck
hands of
that
these
means though.
defenders. They can very easily.
I don't.
get two
I don't
kills
think I can
without a
set up
reload
super
to
chats
see
until
force
I'm
through.
monetized though.
Lots of things working here.
Which is gonna take a minute.
Final 30 seconds. And
But yes,
really
it does.
Become incumbent upon Enterprise to find a safe way to get that diffuse kit planted. The job will get much
If you could
more difficult
explain,
now due
that'd be
to the
sick.
Goyo canisters. That's 20 long seconds. 20 seconds that you don't have if you're Enterprise, and almost all the ways into the bomb site now denied. The only opportunity is Tuhon on a single point of HP. Dark jumps up and might have just saved the round. 2 still standing for Enterprise, but Jigsaw finds him. Dark wanted information about whether that diffuse kit was being planted. Really good response from Enterprise, and a nail biter of a round.
Oh boy.
Yo,
they
what
were
do super
so
chat? Can you
close
explain
with
to me
that
what
one,
super
Parker.
chats
They had
do?
it in the palm
I don't
of their
understand.
hands. Brilliant play coming out from Dark to stop that plant in its tracks, but ultimately it just doesn't matter as they hunt down that kill. 4 seconds and they find the kill. He could have ran and hid. He could
Can you
have hid
explain
and
what
set a
super
gold.
chats
He
do?
had the opportunity, but I think he just didn't know where those last 2 players were. You know, the gold hatch may have been open. He might have thought.
And
somebody
I will,
dropped
whatever
it
they
in
are,
some
regardless, I will.
elevator. I think his
I haven't got a
calculus
clue
was
on
just,
setting 'em
I
up, but
don't
they
know
allow
where
viewers
they're
to
gonna
send money.
be,
Oh,
so
really?
I'm gonna hold an angle. I'm gonna
I'll
take
set
this
'em up.
fight. He chooses to peek, and it
I'll
is
set
the
'em up.
wrong call. He dies.
I can
with,
check
I
really
believe,
quick.
under
Here.
2 seconds on that clock. Indeed, less than 2 there. So he absolutely could have made it away if he just ran and hid.
Whoops.
Tragic to come through in the end and wielded a tie.
I think
game because of that
until
mistake.
Tragedy is the right word here, because the call should be, oh, if they're planting, you have to check.
Yeah.
Right? You've surrendered control of that part of the bomb site.
Yeah.
Walk
All right.
in, the diffuse
So in
kit
order to
is
have it, I
open
need
wall and the door
500
connecting to the
subs
servers. You can very
and
easily check that.
3,000 valid watch hours. I'm at 319 valid
If
public
Dark's
watch
not there
hours,
to
and I'm at
stop it, you know
257
that one of
subs.
those 2 defenders, the one not
So that
planting
is the goal.
diffuse kit down, they're going to be sitting there waiting for you. That's
I don't
gonna put
expect
Dark
anybody
in
to super chat me though. That's the
unwinnable
thing. Like
position.
I don't
So
really.
I think the call
I'd rather
ultimately
just
was
make money off of like ad
correct.
revenue
Have to peek
and
for
whatnot
info
than
and
supers.
hope that you can win a 1v1 off the rip. Because if you don't, it's
But that comes later. That comes after
ultimately
that.
it was a lose-lose
There's like a separate.
situation for Los.
Uh,
Best attempt you could muster, but Enterprise are able to tie up.
what's bullshit? What's bullshit,
Well, this was
Horizon?
the double sniper setup brought by Enterprise last time we saw this top.
Yeah,
four
this is gonna be a
bomb site
close-ass
with the
game,
Glaz
bro.
band. They will peel off and go for a different approach. Bappin moves off the Glaz over to the Flores, and many other players.
Was
have
his
changed
name
their
not
bombs up
Bippin?
as well? So it will be a different look.
2 hours ago?
altogether.
I don't
It really
understand.
seems like they want to get a plant down in through square. They chose not to reinforce this square wall. They maybe could have shot that Selma off, but didn't end up going for that play. Instead,
Hey,
they're
Matthew,
kinda
I'd
just
appreciate
letting
it.
Enterprise have their way with this site. They get a nice pick from Jigsaw, finding Dash, and the entry points have been made really nicely too so far from EP. So if you're looking at Los now, what's the game plan? What's going to be the strat to stop this push from coming through?
I think Dash was hoping that he might take a little bit of damage, but it would be okay beyond that.
Sure, yeah.
The threshold is set up super.
Move, they won't see
Yeah, it's not that
This
big of a
cool
threshold.
Flores
I've been
tech,
going up like
goes from the roof.
8
straight
hours
into the
of
window
viewing
by
a day
scaling
just
the
because of
building. If you
how
haven't
much
seen
I
it before,
stream.
that's really sick.
Like the only way to get valid public watch hours is they need to be long form content,
Perez
so
is
like
gone now,
like
Jesse, so
videos
you
or
had
streams.
speculated, how do
And
they
like
fix this? They're gonna have
say
to do it
one
without
person
their
views an
2
8-hour stream, it's
They're
plus
gonna
8
have to
hours.
do it
Say
with
2
their
people view an
traditional
8-hour
best
stream,
player,
I'm pretty
but
sure it's
Dark and
plus
Daffo have
16
been making
hours.
some serious
So
noise.
I've
10
been moving up pretty
kills
steadily.
apiece,
The
or 10
larger
kills
the
total,
stream
5
gets,
kills
the
apiece
more
for
it's been
these
moving
two.
up, which has been good.
A little bit over a minute still left in this round. Enterprise presumably
And then the
on
subs
better
have been
side of
like
bank here, at least their
they've been good
preferred
too.
side, we should say, because we
Like
won't
2 weeks
have
ago,
data
3
from
weeks
this
ago, I was at like
international event.
110.
All we can go off of is the kickoff stats, and again, you highlighted that during kickoff, Los was not particularly good on this map.
Yeah.
So why do you come
So
here?
it's all
Well,
it's
there's
it's
gotta
been
be a
it's been
reason
great.
for it. Maybe
We've been
Los
growing
ends up
pretty
losing
fast
and
in
the
my
map
in my
is
opinion
just
at least.
still quite weak. That's something we'll find out as we go deeper into this.
I really hope Enterprise fucking slams Los now because they were talking mad
not
shit.
budging from it just yet. 40 seconds to try to make this execute happen, but Enterprise have done it with low time before.
Leia,
He's getting held by Cairo.
nobody's scared of you.
Shot from Bappin from top square. This seems like it could be a good entry point, but with Cairo still on the windows, he's going to have to rappel in. Maybe that's the win con. Down the Blackbeard and then go for kills.
Dark will swing because you have to at this point in time. You cannot allow your opponents to settle in. It's all up to
Huge.
Nuxka now in a 1v3. Out goes the last gas canister. A reload on the SMG-11. No time for that.
Bro.
Bappin guns him down. Enterprise stitching 2 together. They have regained the lead now. Neither of these teams showing that they are objectively better than the other. This is a dogfight.
Although I don't know if this
round that we've seen so
is
far
going to
coming out from
count.
Enterprise, start
This
to
stream
finish,
is going
they
to
have
count
full
towards the public
control
watch
of
hours
that
because I
round.
don't know how it
Really
works
good
when you're
early picks to come
streaming
through
like
around
other
Square. They get a
content.
nice frag early on to Dash, and frankly, that's been something that has been talked about quite a bit for this Los team. Is that Dash, despite being the IGL, is a very active player. He has a ton of early engagements, now back-to-back opening deaths here in this matchup versus Enterprise. And, you know, it's not surprising given what we saw of him from kickoff. He actually leads opening deaths out of all players throughout all regions on kickoff, so he's been really active dying early. But that's kind of his position, you know, and he's comfortable calling from the grave. That time around, of course, wasn't able to call for any adaptations that ended up working for Los, but keep an eye on that stat now because back-to-back opening deaths is a bad look for Dash. They do want him getting a bit more active in these early gunfights.
Yeah. Essentially, if it gets copyright struck, then I'm cooked. But I don't know if they will or won't. I don't know. I don't care. I think this is entertaining.
So if you were dying early on
Doing it with y'all is fun too.
also have active
Like I
gadgets,
already
because
like watching
unaware
Pro
an active
Siege.
gadget is
It's
one
more
that
fun
you
doing it
need
on
to
stream
use
because I get to
yourself.
interact
A
with
passive
y'all.
gadget is one that's
And then
so
also
range
like
when you die. Goyo,
I'd be
passive
watching it
gadget,
anyways. I don't
also
really give a
active
fuck.
gadget. If you're dying on an active gadget operator, which thankfully for Dash in this particular round is not the case on the Irish Thorn, then you die with all your value in your pocket. You basically afforded nothing for your team. That is a terrible, terrible spot to be in.
All right.
Just wait until the pocket Goyo comes out, Parker, and then
If Enterprise can go up 4-2 on the half, win Los's map, and then go to Chalet their own map, bro, this could be a 2-0, man.
And then shoot them out of midair. I think that would look spectacular.
That's the next Goyo tech coming.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Scary. Bosch G isn't what it used to be.
No, it's not, and neither is limb damage though. So I guess it kind of balances itself out.
True.
You get that foothole over towards electrical, and there's no.
Yeah, I know, right?
That is
These guys are just so fucking good.
Yeah, they don't know.
Wow.
Outrageous. Cairo gets taken down by Nuxka and allows Perez to get away. That Monty was living on borrowed time. Look at this full court press for the moment. Enterprise is not hitting their shots with that Los with 2 minutes still left in this round. Very well positioned to tie things up in the first
4v4, lost the Monty, or no, 4v5. Lost the Monty, no damage done to anybody on Los. Looks like a 3-3 half now.
Panic, that distraction that eventually takes down Cairo. Now it's a man advantage for Los, and we start to get a bit awkward on the side of EP because they've dedicated 0 resources for taking top floor. They've dedicated 0 resources into the site so far. They have a lot of positioning outside the building. Great. They've got a lot of angles.
I think Enterprise is
opened
trying to
up,
go
but
for a
they
bit of a
need
rush.
something to start this push. They need a way to actually
Trying to
get into
negate
the building and get that
the
plant down.
clear,
Right now, they
force
still don't have
themselves into sight through square, and it did not work out, bro.
All calm now as Enterprise scrambles to find a new way in. Without that Monty, you are spot on. This is a tough position to be in. They will go with this upside down Skylight Rappel, which, by the way,
how is he
works
not dead?
more often than you think, and Bappin gets the pick.
Nice.
Back to even
4v4.
footing with a minute still to go.
That's full top control too, Parker. That is something they didn't have previously. This wasn't the initial game plan, but they've had to pivot since losing their Monty, and now they can start to go for a
Pivot's low-key working. Who is this? Is this some bottom Bottom marble?
Very active on these main stairs
Oh,
as well.
that's
Watching
tough.
this position as he'll have the cross.
They're gonna
as
think
Brendo
bottom
gets
floor is clear because
closer
fucking the
to
ace
the
was down
bottom
there
side.
earlier.
Give himself away.
Brendo's
Should
probably
be
gonna
soft
think it's clear
wall
because he
leading
literally
into
was down there earlier.
Teller's portion of this map.
Yeah.
Staffo tucked in a position
Yeah, I
to
don't see this
continue
one
to
working.
run
Yeah,
that
Brendo
match.
just got
Dash pops up. Down goes
slammed.
Brendo. Bit of a late EE1D, but used as a desperate attempt with 20 seconds to go. Los holding the advantage, but just
Damn.
like that, Bappin will trade things out. Nuxco with one of his own onto Tuhon. Jigsaw's down, and Bappin will need to clutch. Bappin with 6 kills.
Not
That's
happening.
all he'll get in the
3-3
first round.
half.
1 per round, though. That's not that bad. We got a TeamSpeak listening for you.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. 3-3, boys. All good. Yes, sir. That's not bad.
3-3 on their map is
Boys,
good.
Everyone listen up. I need everyone right now to take 3 deep breaths, especially you, Cairo. Guys, we are getting way too flustered, okay? We just need to calm the fuck down, okay? We
Yeah.
still have a lot of fucking options, okay? But forget
Not
about
the
attack.
Cairo name drop,
We're gonna
bro.
go defense. Make sure we're deep breathing while I'm fucking talking, okay? For basement, guys, they're just gonna do a default, but we just need to be careful of the Nook lurking lobby or going garage, okay? On the CEO, we're gonna have Harry on Warden, okay? They're gonna sprint in with fucking Blitz, or we need also just need to care the quick plant on CEO, okay?
Yep.
Other than that, we're gonna be running our new strats anyway, yeah? For open area,
Not new strats.
we just need to make sure we don't get pushed and pulled too much around, okay?
Yeah.
But for now, guys, listen. We were in the driving seat for the fucking whole half, okay? We just need
Yep.
to calm down and play together, okay?
Fucking
Make sure on
shitting on
defense,
Cairo over here.
Picking our win con-
Não, a gente vai no mira, é verdade.
Tá bem mira? Ah,
É.
então, perfeito, então.
Então,
Tá
dá.
ótimo.
Valeu.
É,
A gente mira, mano.
a
Aí,
defesa TV, pra mandar bala.
defesa TV, aquela recuadaça deles, a gente vai fazer nossa caçada padrão com o Dafo, comigo de capitão, Dafo, você de green. E lembra que o cara passa pra trás do server pra rodar atrás do server, então a gente vai...
Dude, I'm telling you, if Los wins this, or I'm sorry, if Enterprise wins this, it's a fucking
Yeah, I mean, definitely trying to calm the
2-0.
nerves
Los
a bit,
wins,
eh?
it's
Like,
going to be a
we
2-1
know
Los.
that this is a young team still here on bank, and particularly calling out Cairo to maybe dial things back a little bit, try to get a bit less in his own head. That's so important, especially for an IGL.
Yo, what's up, guys? If you are new, be sure to try to join the Discord. I don't know if it's still working. Horizon or Matthew, let me know.
This is only his
Try to join the Discord. If not,
Montreal major back
drop
in
a sub.
2024. So it's been a while since he's been
Enjoy
kind of
some
at
Pro
this
League
level as well.
It's a good day to be
I'm
a
glad
Siege
to hear
fan
that from Meg. You know,
because
from a six-year
you're not
veteran
playing
who's
Siege,
been
but you
around
get
the
to
block,
watch
who
good
has done
Siege.
so much for Australian
Nobody
Rainbow
fucking
Six
likes to play
identify
Siege
that
anymore.
and try to calm
That game
things
just
down for the next
makes me want
generation of OCE captains.
punch
It is
myself in the
really
balls
important
repeatedly.
to hear that coming through from
Just
tap
use it
timeouts.
as one of those
You heard
speed
beyond that,
bags.
of course,
Just
focusing
speed
on
bag the
new
shit out of my
strategies, worry
testicles,
about
bro.
some of these open area
That's what
defenses,
fucking
but
Siege
still
is,
in
bro. Just
control
fucking.
of this game. This is Los's map pick. Don't
I'm
forget.
a
So
fucking
if Enterprise
nuts.
can come out of that first half 3-3, if they can come into the second half,
And I don't
with,
even care.
with
I don't
still
even
some
care.
gusto,
I'll
I mean,
still
they're in
do
a
it,
good
bro.
spot in
But
this
this is a better day because we're
Yeah,
watching
I mean,
Siege.
you
Thank
haven't
God.
gotten any closer or farther away
Thank
from
God.
victory, which again is a bit deceptive depending on these maps. You know, if the defenders are supposed to win 5 of the 6 rounds, for example, and you come out of the first half with 3 wins as a defender, you're technically no closer to a victory, but that's bad. That's very bad because you are falling well below your expectations. So again, Bank is a tricky one because I feel like it has among the most volatility of all the maps. There are times where teams will look like juggernauts defending this, you know, cavernous map, and then you'll have times where the attackers are just running roughshod over them. When you've got a team like Los that has played this map a number of times, never really seen a lot of success, they're making their very first play here at Atlanta, and then you get Enterprise who... Well, they're used to playing.
Oh my God, that's so annoying, bro. Let me try to add you again.
Well against Brazilian squads.
Let me try to add you again.
Match up well against other international events. It can be a bit tricky to try to determine which
Yeah,
side is
dude.
better.
What
but
the
given that it
fuck
was
is
Los's
going on
map,
with
Enterprise
Discord?
wanted to go on
Discord
attack.
just sucks right now, I
That leads
guess.
me to believe they were hoping
Who
for
knows?
more than 3 rounds. And I mean, 4-2 is usually the most common scoreline.
Like, this doesn't.
If you're
why
not
the
achieving
fuck does
that,
it take you
most
to
of the time you're in
Oh.
bad shape.
Plenty still to do here on the defensive side, though, and I
I
do
don't
think
want to do
Bank
that.
is one of those maps
Okay,
where it
I
can
don't want to do that. No, I just fucked myself. I hit my own link. I hit my own link. What am I doing? No. No bueno. No bueno. Yeah, chalk Discord, bro. Chalk it.
On a vacation
Now we
rental,
gotta watch
if
the ads
it's
again.
Not listed on Booking.com, it's
If you-
invisible
hey.
to millions of travelers on our platform.
If you guys are going on a trip,
Don't let
man,
your
be sure.
vacation rental be invisible. Get seen, get booked. On
Booking.com.
Booking.yeah.
The AJC is a cornerstone of news here in Atlanta. They're the only reason that a story is even there to be told.
Just this week, more than 100 new laws took effect here in Georgia. Let's dive into some of the more interesting ones.
Hi,
Journal's
we're
got
All
some hype
Modern.
music.
We sell all styles of modern furniture and decor. Then we deliver it all.
Well, we've got another best of three.
Booking.com, Booking Night.
This
Yeah.
matchup, it's Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. Falcons had some struggles against Daystar earlier. It was a 7-4 scoreline for Falcons when they ultimately persevered. Shopify Rebellion had some problems with their matchup. 7-5, I believe the scoreline it was, if memory serves correctly.
It's never easy for SR fans.
No, and I mean, again, whether it just be that, you know, Troy with his ties to Dark Zero and never letting a single map look easy, maybe it just continues no matter what org it is. Obviously, I'm trying to, you know, make a joke here. But
yeah.
Maybe not the funniest of jokes, but either way, I mean,
That's
it wasn't
crazy
easy
tech,
for either of
bro.
us, frankly.
That's crazy Aruni tech right there.
Intentional drone suicide from Nuxka to try to clear that out. You've gotten rid of it now. That's a tricky trap.
fuck was the nade
Rooney,
for?
'cause You can stand below it on the little case that's down inside a server, and you can unactivate it if the Arbor gets put on. Wasn't being played that way, but you do need to clear that gate out as soon as you can.
What do you think that frag grenade was for?
That's what I just asked. These guys are
I
listening to me.
genuinely don't know. I feel like...
I think he fat-fingered because he's playing a recruit.
Yeah. He might have thought he had EMPs. We'll have to get his thoughts on it after.
Either way, that's one piece of utility that's down.
All right,
and
3-3
we've still
half.
got plenty of nades remaining. Nuxka with 2 in pocket. Perez has 1, 2. So you've got some fallbacks here. Not the end of the world if you have to rely on somebody else to do it. You've opened up a small portion of the wall, and out goes the Goyo canister. Or rather,
Typical
the
Chonka
flames
strat
from
here.
Chonka. I'm so used to that being a Goyo, but there's no Goyo present for Enterprise.
Typical
They will just
Chonka.
try to use those Molotovs as effectively as possible. Kairos
Oh.
still has 12 of them.
Brendo's
down to
safe.
So he'll be able to blanket that area. It doesn't do as much damage.
They might be able to
as
pick him
you'd
up.
hope, but it can still be really good at disincentivizing.
Going for the
competition in
drop.
this direction.
Everything
A
is
drop now in
open.
From Dash, a pre-fire,
Wow.
and he comes away. 2 kills, 3 kills now for Los. Only 1 answered by Enterprise. The second will fall. Cairo and Vapid on the board, keeping this one as close as it can be. Diffuse kit is planted, so Nuxka and
This
Dash
is
will
close.
find
It's a
themselves
close game.
guarding that case. A nice play
Nice
by Vapid to
shot,
find his third
Vapid.
kill. And
Last
now it's all
one's-
up to Nuxka, who plays
This is a
rat
crazy angle.
Oh my goodness, this is a tight one to hit if you're the defenders. Firing away, giving his position up. Out goes
Good
the
nade.
nade to dislodge them. Tachanka will
Good
take
shots.
the engagement. Cairo goes down.
He's cooked.
Vapid looking to break
He's
10
cooked.
kills. He can do that if he gets Nuxka here.
Yeah, he's
but
cooked.
Nuxka's playing the Blackbeard on the angle. There was no hope whatsoever.
Fuck.
Los take the lead.
Yeah, really advantageous 1v1 from Nuxka. He's got the timer on his side.
You're
plays
good,
it
Horizon,
really
you're good.
nicely there. A little scary because it got down to the 2v1, but ultimately works in their favor. Great little attack to come through from Los. It's not so worried about all the
Fuck.
stall. You know, they got top floor for free. They saw what they were playing up against. They saw all of those Aruni gates and Zoto canisters and Tachanka fire. Like, there was a lot to stop that plant, but it didn't let them stall their pace. They were able to get things down relatively nicely. Whether there were some maybe misclicks with the striker or not, they managed to get the job done, and it's a really nice plant to come through despite the best efforts from Bapin. Good little closeout to come through from Nuxka, a player that we sometimes do worry about when it comes to the kill department, especially on the attack. Out of all the players attending the major here in Utah, Parker, Nuxka has the worst offensive KDR out of all of these players. The attacking stats have not been his game. He is a shield player, I want to preface that. You don't expect him to be getting a ton of kills on the offense, but when he needs to, he absolutely can fire back,
What a
and that was a
chode.
good example of it here on the first attack of Bank.
Yeah, I was going to say you could have fooled me there.
Fucking on the Monty, bro. What a fucking
Man went on a
chode. This
heater.
guy's a chode.
I don't know if nerves played a part there for Enterprise. I mean, that was the big focus.
Your
for Mag. We only got to hear
your
a
shield player is a
portion of the
chode.
timeout
Like he
before
is
we go over to
chode. They're
Los's
great,
side
but
of
they're
things,
they're chodes. Like, and
yeah,
they
I
know
mean,
they're
it's-
chodes. If
It's
you're a
tough
shield
to
player, you
diagnose
know
what's
you're a
going
fucking
wrong. I
chode.
mean, not a lot is going wrong.
100%.
This is still a relatively competitive series.
Yeah.
There's still at least one more map to play.
And you
Shallow
love your
picked by
chodes, too.
Enterprise, but if we don't, if we
like,
don't end up
if
seeing
you're
that
not a
third
chode
map
and you
that
have a
is Los
chode, you
walk
love your
away with
chodes.
Both of them. It is possible that the side swap really does benefit this Los team. They don't have the best track record on Bank. We've said that a number of times now. I might come up yet again in one of our in one of the remaining rounds, but
Yeah.
Los did look a little bit more comfortable with the way that they were playing around the entirety of this map.
And that is reflective of kickoff, right? 30% defense win rate on this map through kickoff, 42% on the attack from Los. So it's not great on either side, but it is better on this offensive side, which might be part of the reason why Enterprise wanted to start on the attack here up against the Brazilians. But in any case, you play both sides in a game of Siege. It's going to be the same one way or the other. Dafo starting to work on this elevator wall, and it might start making the positions a little bit awkward here on the top floor, being spread out by Enterprise. With that wall opening up,
nobody is playing in elevator
zone for Enterprise to play around, and it kind of forces them to sit a little bit more passively, a little bit more steady inside of the bomb site. They can't get aggressive as they might have wanted to.
All right, we want them to hold. Let's go, Enterprise. They are the underdogs here.
Meta right now on this bank map, but seeing upside down repels are just so goofy. Oh my! He wasn't in the building. It wasn't on the skylight, but Dafo takes care of Brendo, and that might be an opening now for Los to get far more aggressive.
Yeah, here comes the Chode. Chode's walking up. Chode's walking up, and they have a Glaz. They have a Glaz Chode combo.
This top floor,
what a
governed by Dark, looking through his scope. Down goes Perez at the hands of Tuhan. The Monty now spotted by Jigsaw as he's prone. Dark taking damage from places he's unaware of.
Nice, there goes their Chode. Nice, there goes their Glaz.
From the same position. Now he has to deal with Dafo and Dash, one of whom isn't even in the building. Dash still outside, not far removed from the Azami. An upside down repel from Dafo will come in, almost taking care of Bappin, who did break double digits. We'd mentioned that that was something that he was looking for.
They're just floating in the air. Bro is just floating.
He repelled his entire way down that skylight, or that in main lobby. What an incredible moment from him. Dash and Davo now as there go the smart glasses, and they snap their fingers. And
beautiful.
We're tied yet again.
We go back and forth and back again, Parker. It is Bappin, the hero of that round, to take a bad situation and turn it into something winnable. Really
homogenous right there. Homogenous.
Main stairs from the youngest player here in the lobby, just 20 years old. Bappin has quite a lot of experience despite that. Throughout the years here on Enterprise, he's the longest standing member
homogenous.
of
Hi, Leo.
Joining in June of last year, and it really does kind of showcase in his gameplay just how comfortable he is with this roster. It's something I praised them for in their earlier game versus EDG. I'm going to praise them again here today against Los. The team play on the side of Enterprise is really
Did you like
sharp.
going swimming yesterday?
You can tell these
Did you
guys
like
have
that?
been putting in the work
Do you have a
together
fun
to
time?
be able to trade off each other's comms. They look
Oh,
really
shit,
comfortable
falling
playing
off.
as a unit. If one guy dies, someone else is there really quickly, frankly, to come through and get that kill back. And I won't say it's a weakness of Los. Like I haven't noticed any major mistakes where they're not playing together. But Los is a brand new roster of 5 players who were
Just
not
hopped out the
playing
shower.
together
What have I
3 months
missed?
ago.
Matthew,
This
so
Enterprise
far it
squad
is
at
a
least have their
4-4
roots
first
going
match.
back, even if they made a
Enterprise
few
versus
roster
Los.
changes.
We're cheering for
Los, they're a
Enterprise because they're
brand
the
new team
underdogs,
coming
and
in,
Los
so
was
you
shit
might kinda
talking
look at
earlier.
that and say, well,
And so
when it
just
comes
fuck
to
them.
coordination, when it comes to the team play, Enterprise actually are the better team, and it's keeping them alive in this game.
Yeah, and again, this isn't their map.
Exactly.
So you've got,
Welcome back, though.
Los playing
Welcome
on
back.
what should be familiar soil. It is a familiar map for them. There's no denying that, Jesse. But the familiarity doesn't necessarily net a victory here for you. It just simply means you know this map. But if you lose it every single time, you still know it. You just don't know how to win it. And I mean, Los's numbers really do speak for themselves. So Enterprise in the position that they're in right now, likely feeling pretty good about this. But again, I look back
Fuck
to that
your
first
drone,
half,
Nux.
and if you chose to attack, you probably want to take more than 3 rounds. So they are already behind where they wish they could.
Damn,
be.
they only have 2
Still
drones
time to
remaining,
make
bro.
up that difference, though, and it looks like that's the intention right now.
This could be a rush strategy from Los, Parker. They've got Dafo down below on the Amaru, looking at that hatch that he's going to pop up. It's not an immediate rush to the building, but Nuxgon, the blitz is close. The nades are coming through. Here's
Coming
the
up.
push.
And the
Coming up,
slingshot
pry
in,
him.
Dafo looking for
Yes!
a trophy. He doesn't find it. Nuxga on the board with the shield now put away. As Babbitt has died, Cairo will join him in the afterlife. Perez finds another. Jigsaw ends his reign of terror. A swing in now from Dark, as they are looking for additional forces to help out. Only 2 remain for Enterprise.
Yeah, this
Jigsaw
is tough.
and Rendo do not have 2 guns that you want to be holding in this position. A Roni and a UMP, that's not the machinery that works super well, especially against an R4C, especially against a DMR, and with a shield on the board, this could get mighty tough. Good news, though, for Los. You got plenty of time. You can wait.
Brendo, you got to hit that
minute and a
shot.
half still on the board. Jigsaw last man standing now as Enterprise have been reduced to but 1. Nuxga getting defuse kit down. Jigsaw looking elsewhere. That obscurement from the Sens of Dash, paying dividends, and now into a post plant we go. A nice kill from Jigsaw. He's got Nuxco with the shield still up. Dash will be the one that he will have to find next if he wants this to possibly work out. But Jigsaw doesn't have a lot of information. He's got an idea. He thinks there's one up at top blue. He'd be correct. Shield nearby, and Nuxco gets the job done. No hope whatsoever for Enterprise. Los takes the lead again.
That's a brilliant rush coming out from Los.
Tough.
Well executed, well crafted.
Tough.
I mean,
Overall
they had
tough.
exactly what they wanted to do in the back of their minds. 5 players pushing from 4 different directions. They had so many different angles that Enterprise had to work together.
Overall tough.
They had Dark playing the windows up on the top floor. Of course, they had Dafo playing the slingshot up through the hatch on the Amaru. They had Dash pushing in through the
I appreciate the
closet, and then it
sub,
was that
whoever just
duo
dropped
of
that.
Nuxco and
I
Perez
appreciate
coming
you.
in
I'm
through the
sorry,
window that
YouTube's kind of bugged right now. It
really
won't show
dealt
up,
the damage
but
as all
maybe it
eyes
will.
were
I
in
don't
the
know.
other directions. Those
How many
two were able
rounds to
step
win?
up and really cause
So it's
havoc
first to
inside the
7,
bomb
but
site.
if it goes
Nice
6-6,
multi-kill
then they go to
from
OT,
Perez
and then
in
it's
the midst
first
of that,
to
certainly the star of that push. And frankly, in the 3v2, with how much map control Los had over on that cafeteria side, there was no
9?
hope to win things out. The plant was free. Enterprise's position.
Basically, it's a best of
really, really
7, and then
bad.
OT
From start
OT is
to
a best
finish,
of
that
3.
rush did exactly what it had to, and it gives Los the lead.
Perez has had a very quiet game. The depth on Los has been paying off. Dafo leading the charge here, as you can see. Perez finding 2 kills under the cover of darkness, while Enterprise was fixated on that shield, asserting itself over by Break Room and staff area.
Darkest.
Ultimately, these teams are both
Darkest.
really well balanced, which means that there is still a high likelihood that one of them will make it out of phase 1
Alright.
into phase 2.
Honestly, this is just like
It's just a matter
this.
of
This
who's next,
entire
right?
game
Our
is
next
just
matchup is gonna be Team
the
Falcons
calm
from
before the
EML
inevitable,
versus
just
the
like
NAL team
horny
of
storm that
Shopify
comes with
Rebellion.
fucking
One of
Falcons
those 2
Shopify.
teams will clinch a spot in phase 2. We'll be
Like-
saying goodbye to some teams tomorrow. It will be a bit of a sad affair, but we do need to start sending teams home.
Yes.
You seemed upset.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the loser of this game plays the winner of Daystar versus 4 AM. So not a free game, but I think the winner of this, or the loser of this, will still be favored to make it into phase 2.
Don't you think it's kind of silly that 4 AM has to play with only 4 of 5 players because of their name? Like, just call yourselves like 5 angry players.
No. It's 4 angry men, so that means just one guy is really chill.
Oh.
One dude is so relaxed. The
Not
other
angry.
4 are pissed.
4 angry men, 1 mildly perturbed.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's go, Bappin. Huge picks. Huge picks right
If
here.
I was funnier, I would have come up with other puns, but...
Well, it's okay, Parker. You don't have to be funny.
The
when
ass
you're pretty.
cheeks are clenched right now, man.
I'm not.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Really, just not anything of column A and not anything of column B.
Perez playing the Jackal for the first time that any Rainbow
Oh.
Six player has picked this off in almost 5 years, so really nice to see that coming out. It's Jigsaw taking the Jiggle Peek up against Dark with some long range
Dude, I wish I could Jiggle Peek
firepower
like that,
going
bro.
both ways, but
My word.
ultimately Jigsaw's position does not have to be given up. This roam game has been really committed to sticking around, and so far it is successful.
Yeah.
Only person who's taken any real damage at this point in time is Dafo, who is leading
Nice.
the way in, as he's done many times now.
Good
on tap.
shots.
This is a good stalwart defense
Huge.
from Enterprise.
Huge.
Dafo, the only one on the board
Bappin
so
with a
far.
huge fucking trade right there.
Really consistent kills across the entire board for Los here, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, this roam game's been working together. They've been playing off the Yokai
Huge
cameras
trade
from
against the
Cairo. They've
fucking
been
Blackbeard.
active.
Fuck Nux.
We see Tuhon on the top floor, ratting inside a CEO, still just activating the mines that he wants active. And whether they know he's here or not, Parker, this is going to be a huge threat. I think they're aware that he could be, but they don't really have the time to clear him out. 65 seconds on bank basement? Like, this is one of the most stall-heavy bomb sites in the entire map. The fact that Tuhon has been left on the top floor means they can't really think about him. He is going to strike at some point in the next 55 seconds, and when he does, it's going to be devastating for Los.
Well, they still have someone on the
So
fucking
what are we looking at
roof.
here on the side of Enterprise? Lots of passive gadgetry still up. Some good guns in hands. Yokai drones.
One person's still on the
likely
fucking
positioned
roof.
to assist Cairo.
They have to know. Like, that guy has to know. Unless, did he drop? Did he already drop?
Cycling through where he wants
No,
to
yeah.
position this. It looks like
Darkest
blue is where
must
that
know
Yokai
that
drone will
Bappin's still
go, and
upstairs. Or,
Dash just
I'm
missing
sorry,
an
Tuhon
opportunity.
is
He'll find the
upstairs
next
still.
one.
He has to.
That's one fewer
How the
gadget
fuck
for
would
the
he still be up
defenders.
there?
20 seconds remain. Enterprise still have time to get those Yokais that were on the main floor.
Oh, he just dropped back in.
Site as Dash will attempt to get the plant down with Dark and Dafo watching. Dash still.
Do they have
a little
any,
bit outside of reach.
denial?
Now, there we go. Diffuse kit going down.
Nope,
Nice
there's
play
one.
by Jigsaw. Cairo getting in as well, but Nitro Cell will get
Last
them
one
all,
above.
except for Dafo. who's covering from above. 2 of the remaining 3 players.
Oh, someone hop on
Enterprise
defuse.
now looking for this middle
Someone hop
floor
on defuse.
retake. Dafo wanting to break double digits. Nobody attempting to get onto that defuse kit. Timer still running away. They don't have information on where Dafo is. Nice play by Brendo to time
Good round,
things
good
up.
round.
We're going to need all 12 rounds of this first map as it's 5-5 with Enterprise tying us up again.
Beautiful little defense coming through there. I was really excited to see what the Fenrir would be doing up on that roam, but he just came back to sight through the gold hatch Parker. And to one extent, maybe you're thinking, well, he could have gotten a little bit more value on the roam game. But I think it's the right call from EP. Just playing it safe, you know, not knowing that you're in the advantage. They've got very little time. You can deny that plant with C4s. They didn't.
Yeah, and they're putting up a
deny it in
crazy
time,
fight
but I
on
mean,
Los's map
3v1
right now.
Post plant, 2 guys running up towards the top
Crazy
floor. That's
fight.
losable, but it's still favorable for EP. So I like the way they played that in the end. It's good enough to get them tied at 5. As you said, now all rounds of regulation will be required. And I think it poses a bit of an interesting challenge for Los, because if that's how EP are going to play the rest of this map, if they're going to be quite aggressive, they're going to be roaming around the place,
Took a fucking
what's your
controller swing right there. Holy.
EP have just tried a very aggressive strategy. It worked incredibly well for them. And
Whoever
now,
that was,
as we
Darkus or
enter
whatever,
the
looked like he was on a
second
roller.
last round of regulation, they will not go back to the top floor. They will not go back to open area. We have brought out archives and tellers for the first time here at the major. So this could be a huge turning point. It's a bomb site that is relatively weak, especially if you're just going to anchor it. But if you extend outwards, if you try to play aggressive, just like EP did in the last round, it can be very tough to crack open.
Jesse, it's talking about opening kill time, my favorite time of the day, second only to round number 11 where, you know, well, actually this right here is round 11 because the team that wins this goes to match point. Yeehaw! The opening pick has been consequential in 8 of the 10 rounds. Only twice has it fallen short, once for Los and once for Enterprise. There's an extraordinarily high likelihood that if you can get that first opening pick, and it is not a trade. Granted, there's only been 1 opening pick trade, and that was back when Enterprise lost that round after getting the opening pick. If you do not trade, you got a really good chance of going all the way. So look for who can strike first. It's relatively even across the board. 5-5 for both of these teams, so would stand to reason. Even in the rounds where they traded out, the opposite won, and we're back. It's great. I love when numbers do this, Jesse. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
On all stats, it shows just how evenly matched these two teams are. It's been a great game of Bank so far here in Utah, and we're hoping to see a little bit more of that through 2 rounds and hopefully some overtime as well. Dark gets in the building. The C4 rips, but it will miss quite a ways away, but that's okay. Just got in as fast as he could on the side of Dark to take that space and avoid the Nitro Cell. Job's far from finished, though, Parker. Great you've got top floor control, but most of this defense has been committed to the main floor. The hallway over by elevators has been absolutely filled with utility. I like the IQ from Perez. He's spotting out these echo cameras. He's spotting out some more information, of course, with the Mozzie as well. He'll find the Banshees. He'll find Jigsaw if he's activating his gadget. So it's a really high-value pick to come through from Perez. If he can use that to work a pick or clear out some utility, it might open the door. But for now, all the util still remains from Enterprise, and I think they're in a pretty good spot in this round.
I like the Oryx. I like how active we're seeing these intel operators from Enterprise as well. Don't see a lot of Oryx. Certainly don't see a lot of this bomb site. Yes, Jesse, you did reference the fact that it's archives tellers, but it does bear repeating because it appears as often as, say, I don't know, Jackal.
I don't think Babin's in a good spot here.
Or Oryx. The purple operators reigning supreme.
Wow.
First down, and it'll come in a pair.
Huge.
Cairo and Jigsaw both removed. Perez, the only one to strike on the side of Los. Enterprise will get those 2 picks and immediately reposition. Jesse, that is huge. They took out the shield. They took out the ram. And the floor above their heads, the ceiling.
Yeah, bro.
Is safe.
I did
Dafo
not
will find
like
an opening as
Babin
Babin
playing there,
sitting
bro.
at that front teller's desk is punished from that position. Talked about how close this is. Enterprise struck first. High likelihood they'll carry on to win the round. Logi bombs will go off now, running out of time. Dash getting defuse kit down. There goes Dafo. Dash manages to survive it for moments. It's all up to Perez now as Enterprise has swept through what remains of these attackers. A really poor showing compared to what we saw domestically for Perez. He will have 3 players to find in order to win this round. He's not going to get a single one of them. The final 3 on Enterprise survive without barely a single point of damage done in the final moments. And the Aussies will go on to map point.
Really cool strat coming out once again from Enterprise. You can see how well they've prepped for this map, Parker. It sounds like we'll get attack time out here. Probably the one from Los. We'll see if we get a listen into this one. As we're
All right,
seeing
6-5. 6-5 Enterprise. Wow. If you were a bet man, I would not have bet on this.
I'm hearing nothing. So
I'm not hearing anything either.
I'll take it as an opportunity to hype up how that defense was so strong once again, Parker. We talked about the Oryx, and it's really not a common operator, but he has two big strengths that no other operator in the
I would
game
not
has.
have bet on this
Number one,
outcome.
he can jump up hatches. Just a completely unique ability to defenders that can only be matched by our
Yo,
Marauder
what's
on
up?
the
If you're
offense.
new,
And
be
two,
sure
he
to
can
drop a
bash
sub.
those shields, so he's a
Try to
really
join
good
the
counter to
Discord. It's
Monty,
linked
and
in
both of
chat.
those
Discord's
factors
having problems
came
right now,
into
so I don't
play
know
in
if you'll
that
be
last
able
matchup.
to.
We watched Jigsaw
Just
rotate
catch y'all up.
the
We are
main stairs
watching
on the
Pro
Solus. He got a
League.
big pick by making that aggressive move halfway through the
It is
round
day
to
one
disrupt that
of
push.
the.
But at the same time, Cairo
Fuck, I
jumped
forgot what
up
the
the
phase
hatch
is. Like
from
first
open area
phase of the
into
Salt Lake City
stock,
Major.
and he managed to make a huge play, killing.
We're
the
Shop
Monty
Fire Rebellion
in the
fans
midst
in
of
this
that push.
in
And
this
once
Fat
they had
Man
that two-man advantage,
YouTube
it
channel
was
here.
so tough for
So
Los to convert in the 5v3
they're not playing now. They
deficit,
play
just
next
being
game.
really
They played
awkward.
earlier today
I don't know
too.
if Cairo actually used the dash to kill the Monty. I think he didn't need it in that moment, but in any case, he uses the jump up from stock to be able to make that play, and then also comes through to be able to
Keep them
stop
weens
that
locked and loaded,
Monty
gents.
up
We got
on
Shop Fire
top
Rebellion
floor.
coming up next.
Really impactful play coming out from both of those roamers, and if Enterprise can continue that, if they can continue
Yeah,
to
we,
get
Horizon,
aggressive
we.
in the midst of those rounds,
We.
while Los are still setting up their execute,
The
it could
community.
really set things up to
Us.
make things difficult for Los. This is back-to-back
Us.
rounds now where EP have played quite aggressive, and it has given
Us.
them the win con. Los need to find an answer now, or they will be going down 0-1 in this series.
It's a tough one to be for Los. I would have loved to have heard what was being talked about by Enterprise, Jesse, but alas, it will remain forever a mystery. Do or die now for Los. You were right to point out how challenging this map has been, and it really does speak to their map pool if they have to rely on going to maps like Bank and ultimately fumble it, right? There is a glaring hole in your map pool. Either you got completely beaten in the map ban phase by Mag
Horizon,
and
okay.
Enterprise, or
I will be right back.
I don't know, you think higher of a map than you should?
Yeah.
It is a bit of a mystery here, but you pointed this out. This is a newer team. This is a newer roster, all coming together to gel, so there will be growing pains.
Well, it's going to be tough to come back from this. This will be Los's third straight loss on Bank if they do manage to fall in this contest, round 12, up against Enterprise. So we'll see how it comes through for them. They've got to have a good plan to stop this aggressive moves. They've gone top floor on the side of EP, and they've brought out this clash from Cairo, which was first seen by Nuxka earlier on in this matchup. It was the Collie brought out by Enterprise, which really shut down that play, but this time that isn't really being brought by Los. They don't have any great answers to this clash other than just playing Vert or trying to get behind her. If Cairo can survive, either by playing over towards Square or even over towards Elevators, he's going to be a real menace that they don't have a good response for.
A lot of it is going to hinge on this shield play. You are absolutely correct about that. Right now, on Repel, one of the slower rounds, opening picks have been happening in the twos, which means they happen within the first minute of play when there is still a 2 in front of the timer. Right now, as you can see, we are after the halfway point, so time burning very quickly, and that is a problem for Los because Enterprise would be very glad to spend the next minute and 10 seconds not really doing all that much. Defenders win the round if the timer hits 0, so Enterprise is saying, all right, take all the time in the world that you need. They're trying to isolate the clash now. As you can see, multiple players are focusing on Cairo. Now Perez has his hands full down below. Tuhon to the rescue, punished by Perez. Perez finding kill number 8. Out will go the flashbangs. Bappin moved out of his position, now flashed yet again. Expecting a vault in. A little belated now here and an easy pick, but he's killed by Dafo. Perez also on the board. Enterprise, one player trailing in numbers. Jigsaw will survive that flash on the ground. Dafo finished off by Brendo. A 2v2, but Perez is still on the board. He's been awfully quiet, taken out by a Nitro Cell. Dark last one standing in a 1v2. The Aussies just need a single kill and they go up 1-0. Very limited time remains. Dark with no gadgetry remaining, does not hold that defuse kit. He's being slowed as he now plods his way through the CEO office. Finding the Warden, oh my goodness, getting away from it. Brendo just needs to hide. Do not overpeak, do not overcommit. but Brendo finds him anyway. Enterprise takes Los's map and go up 1-0 on the series.
A statement for the Australians. What a game to come out 7-5 as the underdogs. They may be from Brazil, but that doesn't mean they're unbeatable. APAC stand tall here in their first map of the BO3.
At least one more map remains, maybe two. We'll find out after this.
Oh shit, shit, shit. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm guessing Enterprise won? The Enterprise win? Brendo aced? Ah, okay. Did Enterprise win though? Yeah, I was about to rewind, bro. Did Enterprise win? Can someone, Horizon, bro. Can someone in chat answer that question, please? All right, 7-5, sick. Yo, did my dog come in here and steal a piece of pizza? Did you guys see that happen? Fuck. Leia. Ain't no way. Leia. Or Henny. Did one of you guys do something bad? Little schmucks. There's no way they ate it that fast, right? Come here, Leia. Come here. Come here. Come here. Did you eat Papa's pizza? Leia, sit. Leia. Yeah, she did. She did. You're a little schmuck for that. Ridiculous. Horizon, that is not how we spell her name, by the way. It's Leia, like Leia from Star Wars. All right, so get with it. Typical. And I know that schmuck ate my fucking pizza, bro. I know it. Leia, did you eat my pizza, bro? Are you eating it off the ground, right? Did you eat my fucking pizza? You little shit. Did you cute little shit eat my pizza? Ridiculous behavior from the schmuck. Yeah, she did. She's literally licking the carpet where the pizza fell on the ground. Wrong spelling. Get out of here, you schmuck. Got down to a 2v2 Enterprise Nitroed, so it was a 2v1. Low snuck up on someone, turned it into a 1v1. Enterprise popped the last guy, and then peeked the corner. When he peeked the corner, nice. Thank you, Matthew. Horizon's a bit of a fucking rage baiter. I feel like I'm riding a horse right now, bro. What is this? Oh, yeah.
All right, well, map number one was a grinder between these two teams. 7-5 the victory for Enterprise, taking Los's map. Yeah. And that sets us up for Enterprise now to possibly seal the deal with a quick on their own map of Bank. Now, you can talk a little bit about Bank or Chalet, but before we get to Chalet, I want to talk about Bank. What happened there? Why does Los keep going to this map when they keep losing, Jesse?
It's a big question, Parker, and it definitely felt like we were a little bit more prepared on the Enterprise side than we were on the Los side. I mean, you even heard it in the halftime timeout. Mag talking about all the different strats that they had on Bank, the new things they were bringing, and Los, frankly, were bringing a lot of the same setups that we saw back during kickoff. Now we'll move into Chalet. It's again a map where the VOD advantage is going to favor Enterprise. We've seen it quite often from Los. They played it 3 times throughout the kickoff. They beat INTZ. That was great. Then they lost back-to-back matches versus FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe Clan is the world champions, okay? They're a very good team, so I don't want to overhype those losses, but it's still one that we've seen a lot more footage on from Los than Enterprise. Enterprise, undefeated, have yet to drop a single round on Chalet, 7-0ing the Barbie Boys back during kickoff.
Barbie Boys.
All right, you're coming in the other room.
FaZe Clan. Corporate is asking to see the difference between these two, and there is no difference.
More or less the same.
There's no difference here. I would love to be one of the Barbie Boys. With a map like
Henny,
Chalet,
come here.
though, on deck. Chalet is
You
obviously
guys want to meet Henny?
differently
Let's see if
from
I
a
can
map
get
like
it.
Bank.
Let's see if I can
Chalet's
get you to meet Henny.
significantly
Henny, come here.
smaller than Bank is. But
Henny.
one thing that is going to remain the same between these maps is
Come
the
here,
amount of
sweet
action
girl.
that happen
Come
outside
here.
of the building, right?
Yeah.
We saw
Come
round
here.
after round
Hi.
after round between these teams on Bank, where there was somebody on a window, somebody on rappel, somebody on a skylight, getting a kill before actually stepping foot in the building. The same can be said for Chalet. Big window, bathroom window, library window, all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for those
Oi.
defenders. We expect
Sorry,
the
Henny.
Zombie Band to come through to make that even more
Guys, say
powerful
hi to
for
Henny.
attack. Los will be the team starting on the offense, so
Little
that
drama
might give
queen.
them a bit of the edge. That would make sense, given that this is Enterprise's
Leia,
map
don't
choice,
stop
but
biting her,
really,
bro.
it's gonna
Stop
come
making
down
her
to
fucking
how
do
you
this.
stay alive on the defense. This is one of those maps where sometimes as an aggressive defender, you
Henny
can't get
Bobani.
shut down because there's
All
so
right,
many
we're putting Henny
angles that
down.
you have to worry about
Leia's
from
attacking
outside
her.
the building. If you're trying to get a little bit more active, if you're trying to be out and about,
Just
it
the
can be
forever
very
dog
awkward.
beef
So you look
between
to
Leia and
more
Henny's
aggressive players
crazy.
Enterprise. You look to guys like Jigsaw, you look to guys like Bappin, who like to play those more aggressive roles, and you start to wonder, are they going to rein things in, or are they confident enough in their gunplay
Henny
to just do it
Bobeni.
anyways?
And we were wondering where we were going. Why did stuff get banned? So here's the map veto for you. Los.
Hi, Stinky.
Los picked Chalet? Huh?
Wait, what?
Okay, we might have a change up here. I mean, that would make some sense.
That would make sense.
Yes, that would make some sense if it was
That
Los who chose it.
Would make sense. We were very curious as to why Bank was picked by Los when they have such a, I don't want to say such a poor record, but ultimately a poor record on it. Enterprise picking it would make a lot more sense. This going now to Los's map would once again make some sense.
Yeah,
But
Henny's a
either
big
way,
girl.
We know that we're going to Chalet. It doesn't matter. We'll figure out eventually who picked this. And
We
then, of
actually took
course,
them swimming
cafes
yesterday to a
decide
pool.
Should it arise? It is not our only best of 3 today, so if you
Henny
guys
went to
see, you
jump
guys
in,
see 3
immediately
best of
went
ones. Now
vertical,
we
and
are
just
in the
sank, bro. We had to jump in and get her.
Tomorrow we will be in the qualification and elimination games, which throughout this entire
So
event
she's
will
a
not be
she's a
played on
hefty
best
one.
ones, we played on
She's
best
a hefty
of
one.
twos.
Leia accidentally
The
fell
first
in too,
team
so
could potentially
both
be
pretty clumsy.
Enterprise. If they go out
Both of them are pretty
2-0
clumsy.
in this series, they will be the first team qualified to join of the 4 for phase number 2, which is that Swiss phase, which already has a whole bunch of teams that are just now starting to arrive. When I was leaving the hotel, I saw some of the wild card guys arrive because they're just getting here now because they don't have to play today. So
yeah,
they got some time to settle in, get some flights, maybe stay with their loved ones, and then fly in for, the Swiss stage will be kicking off in just a couple days.
Yeah, and reminder as well, nobody goes home with this best of 3. It's only the first match the Los have played in the tournament because they did get that forfeit win over Wolves to start the day. So this is their first time playing. Enterprise got an earlier game
Excuse
against
me?
EDG. That was early this morning that many of the fans might have been too sleepy to watch down under. But if you're just waking up now and joining us, you'll be happy to
They
know
loved
that
it. They had a good
Enterprise have
time.
yet to drop a map in a very comfortable position. If they do lose this series by dropping Chalet and Cafe, they will go down to play the winner of, I believe it's 4 Angry Men versus Daystar in the lower bracket. That'll be a best of 3 played tomorrow. The winner of that will be in phase 2. The loser goes home.
I mean, obviously the debut from these Chinese teams has not been the best, right?
Sure.
All of the CNL teams have looked like they're a bit behind the rest of the regions, but any ball knower will tell you that that's pretty normal for a new region.
Horizon's cruising for a bruising right now.
It took years for Brazil to be the point where they were regularly contending for these top 4, top 2 positions. With the exception of the odd bright spot here or there, Brazil needed about half a decade to warm up. APAC has never reached the heights that Brazil has reached now. There's multi-world champions coming from that region, Jesse. But APAC is still making some steady improvements. Daystar, an APAC team that will be playing later. They're one to keep your eye on, but let's keep our eyes on Chalet. Map number 2 underway. Enterprise versus Los. Enterprise enters up 1-0.
We'll get right into the operator bans, and for Los, you've got to keep your eye on these aggressive players for Enterprise. While it was a back-and-forth matchup for the majority of Bank, when we got to those last 3 rounds, Parker, it really was the Aussies running away with it, and they did it with an aggressive playstyle. They did it by maneuvering quite a bit openly on the map. I'm thrilled to see an Azami ban here. That is kind of the one operator that will enable those more aggressive playstyles on the defense. I wasn't 100% sure if we'd see it because it can go either way, but I'm so happy to see that taken out. It's going to make things a lot easier for Los. Often paired with Amira, we see Denari, we see Clash ban sometimes on this map. There's a lot of different ops that you can pair with the Azami, try to take off the board. It will be the Clash this time around being removed by Los, and then the double shield bound from Enterprise. It was really something that Nuxco was doing quite well with back during Bank. He had some successful rounds, some unsuccessful rounds, but there's no doubt that Los are one of the heaviest shield teams that we have here in the meta, so seeing that get banned out twice, not a surprise.
No, and I mean, you speculated that we'd see an Azami ban before we even queued into the map.
Yes, I did.
You are smart.
Well,
and that is the only nice thing I will say about you all day.
It is probably the single highest operator map ban that we see across any map in Pro Siege. I don't think there's a single pair of operator plus map that gets banned more often than Azami on Chalet. It's a menace, Park. It's rare to see a game without it.
A very strong operator, and unfortunately off of the board. So now we go to Chalet. Enterprise in the first position of any team so far today.
What the fuck?
To potentially qualify. So could have an Aussie team in Swiss phase coming up. There are 3 phases to this event. The first one is the play-ins. We're in that right now. You see the teams competing from their practice rooms, and some of them will be going home tomorrow. Flew all the way here. Maybe your flights were far, maybe they were a lot closer. We do know that there are 2 teams competing in our final best of 3 of today. One of those teams will be just the second to qualify for the Swiss phase. That's going to be either Team Falcons or Shopify Rebellion. Remains to be seen which one of them will ultimately do better, but both of them having some challenges today, neither of them making their matches look particularly easy. It was 7-4 for the Falcons and 7-5 for Shopify Rebellion to get to this point. So how do they fare? What are you laughing at?
We're just already running out the building. I mean, this is the style of game that Enterprise want to play, isn't it, Parker? Very aggressive, and the C-Force coming through too. The Grim has got a good information onto Cairo, and there are 4 players, all 5, the whole team staring at his spots. They will eventually get the kill.
Down goes Cairo to Nuxca's utility. Tuhon on the Ela will now push up. He's going to lose some of the protection around him, turning and looking over towards Big Window. As those Grim Bees will fly on by. Perez now holding in this position. A beautiful shot to take down Tuhon. Oh my goodness. Out will go the smokes, and in the midst of that cover,
it's going to be it, bro. I think it's going to be it.
Dash taking a little bit of damage, but so far it has been a perfect entry for Los until Jigsaw blows up Dash with a Nitro Cell. Now Brendo swinging through that trophy window. He's got more work to be done as he and Jigsaw are the only 2 remaining for the Aussies. Nuxco was attempting to get that defuse kit down, but falls off. Jigsaw's gone. Brendo will follow. Perez
Los
the final
is
kill.
slamming now.
And that's all she wrote in the first round. The Brazilians
Los is
sharpening
fucking
their spears,
slamming, bro.
and it's an incredible first round on Chalet for them.
Yeah, Perez comes right into second map here, and he looks pissed off from what happened back in map number 1. Jigsaw even just typed in the server, oh, he's mad. Yeah, I think Perez is kind of mad with how that first map ended because he knows how good this team can be. They don't expect to be losing to Enterprise and hit some really nice shots in what was a relatively basic push. I mean, Los had players on the trophy window. They had players on the Astro window,
just did it. They just did it.
They literally had 2 positions as they went
solar over, bro.
Really not very much map control at all, but they didn't need it. They had a guy on big window too.
Yeah, pretty much, Matthew.
But
Pretty much.
still,
and then you can
really
see when the
just used a couple
bomb's
of
being
spots
planted
there to
too.
force
So
these
it's
picks
pretty
onto these
advantageous
players.
to be
Hit
playing
some
like
brilliant
vertically
shots with Perez being
with
able to
Solus,
be
and
the
then
real
also you can just
ringleader in that
identify
round.
like
And it
Claymores
makes
pretty
sense given his
easy.
experience. You know, Perez
She's
was
got a
on
lot, like
that
she brings a
loud
shotgun
core
and
on
impact
Bronze
nades.
Company
So like
Academy, E1,
your
whatever they were
vertical
called at the
destruction is
time.
very
He's been
good, especially when
to
trying
a
to
number of
deny
international
plant.
events alongside that core, and he's even on that old Black Dragons roster that went to Yongshiping way back in
It's
day.
also good to
So
just
if you talk
find
about
like
players with
any sort of
experience
flank
on
drone that
Los,
they
of
be
course
using,
Stash
you'll be
comes
able to
first,
locate
but
it. Like it's
Perez
pretty
is
good op.
absolutely one of the most experienced players.
When
in this
played
tournament
right, it's
as
pretty
well,
good. Pretty good
and he's
op.
going to be expecting a lot more from his team than what we saw back on map 1.
All right,
Bit of a
let's
rough
go
first
Enterprise.
map
Come
for
on.
him, right? He's
Humbe,
now
Humbe,
12
Enterprise.
and 11 with that series of bank in the books. He did have some good moments in the final portion of that map.
Yeah.
You'll recall, but 9-11, oh my gosh. That was his scoreline for map
Okay,
number
Matthew.
1. And with 3 kills already, he's gone positive. So if Perez can have a monster game here and look a lot more comfortable and a lot more confident, then stocks for this Los team will continue to go up. Dafo walks in. Goodbye to Cairo. Nothing to tell us that this second attack won't be just as
That
formidable
sucks.
as attack number 1 was, Jesse.
Yeah, Enterprise really not the start they were looking for. I almost wouldn't be surprised to see attack timeout called from Mag after this if they do lose it, but we'll hold off for a moment. It's just so early that Dafo got that space. An attacker in piano like that is very rare to see so quickly, and then it's a brilliant shot with the DMR. Didn't have much of a target, but finds the head one way or the other. And it puts them into a really strong position where they have a lot of this top floor control so quickly, and they can start putting pressure towards mezzanine. They can start putting pressure towards blue stairs. They can put pressure towards library. All of these positions that Enterprise are actually playing, they're dealing with players a lot earlier than I think they would have liked to, and not even halfway through this round, Los are not far away from their execute.
What is
What
the?
I say about the play outside of windows, right? Perez is holed up in that position, waiting for somebody to cross. He's looking over towards library, over towards that very top of blue on the second floor. The fire will go out. Dark now eliminating Jigsaw. Los not suffering through too much. They'll lose Dark at the hands of Tuhan. The only casualty, and it's the Deimos. That's a big one, though, for Enterprise.
Yeah, certainly you don't like losing Dark,
Come on.
but I mean,
Come
they
on,
still
Enterprise,
have
come
all
on.
the tools they need, Parker. Over a minute, and they've got library control attacking this. The flank
Fuck.
does nothing from Bappin. Dafo's ready for it. They're expecting that play to come through. Tuhan and Brendo, frankly, have an impossible position. They've got a nice mirror window.
This might be a
window,
fast,
but
like,
who
7-1,
cares? That game's
7-2
window is not
game.
going to be where this push comes from. They're going to be vaulting over Mez. They're going to be
They're
walking
going
down
to the
blue.
side of
They're gonna have
Los.
all the time in the world to get this done.
I mean, Enterprise has had 2 players with their backs against the wall many times over, and this round is
Who
no
did they
different.
bring?
Los looking
Warden?
for a very
Yeah.
quick 2-0 lead, only suffering a handful of casualties along the way. They'll lose Perez. Suddenly, the guns from Enterprise come alive, but Brendo will need to clutch up in a 1v2 with Dafo still alive.
This is a tough
4
clutch up.
kills for Dafo.
It's doable,
as they
though.
Pushed Brendo off of this spot, harassing him with those bees. Now that they're fully gone, it's the Blackbeard charging in pursuit. You cannot turn the corner on him, or else he will punish you. Nuxka gets the job done, and Los up 2-0.
Nice try from Brendo there, but just a really tough spot to be in with all that time left on the clock. The pace from Los has been explosive to start this matchup, and you got to wonder, for an Enterprise fan, what do they do to stop this? How do they stop this from spiraling out of control? Because they've been very dominant wins through rounds 1 and 2. It's only 2-0. You know, it's not a huge deficit in the scoreline.
Nah,
but,
bro, it
this
looks
is
like
the
it's going to
point
the side of
sometimes
Los,
you'll see
bro.
attack timeout called to prevent things from spiraling out of control and getting to a scoreline.
Looks
that
like
you're
there's gonna be
worried
3
about.
maps.
It doesn't happen. Mag is going to hold on to his sack timeout, deciding not to use it here after just 2 rounds. But there needs to
Looks
be
like
an
there's
answer
definitely
one
gonna be 3
way
maps
or
here.
another. With how quickly Los have been pushing through the building, with how fast they've been taking space and clearing roamers, they're just left with too easy of a task when it comes to these executes. So I want to see Enterprise change things up. I want to see them find a way to slow down these pushes. We'll get to see a kitchen defense coming through from them now, and I'm looking at a castle. I'm looking at
We
a
need to hurry
Cade.
up, yeah, I
This
know.
might be exactly what the doctor wanted
Matthew,
to
I
make
know.
that slow happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to slow them down, bring the operators that do that so effectively. And I mean, Castle is a tough one.
I
to
agree,
get through. It
broski,
will
I agree.
necessitate a response by Los to bring a bunch of explosives and soft destruction. The alternative is that you just bypass that entirely and go for maybe a more linear or direct site hit. But a big part of why you bring that castle, Jesse, is because you want to force people into disadvantageous positions. Yes, you could slow them down, but there are multiple reasons. What?
Does that cover anything? I guess maybe the window from West Main, although it's castled up. It looked intentional. It didn't look like I was a
Yeah, I mean, he lined it up deliberately with...
We'll keep an eye on it.
Maybe we are simply not good enough ball knowers. And there's something that it was accounted for that we don't know.
Very possible.
Entirely possible.
So far, though, I mean, this top floor clear has been slowed down dramatically. This is not the same pace we've been known to expect from Los. The castle did get popped over towards West Main. This one, I think a little bit more clear. It's going to stop that Case's window from shooting anybody off of the bathroom window where we often see attackers try to post up on this top floor clear. That sends makes a whole lot more sense, and it's Perez who strikes first yet again from the same position as round 1.
And there goes Brendo. The castle is gone. Active versus persistent gadgets, and in this instance, you're going to have those still in play.
Bappin,
Dark goes
nice.
down to Bappin, who's holding this position now over by Kitchen. Sitting inside of Dining, will back his way towards the hallway. He's got coverage of the Kaid of Tuhan, not far removed. I think they're able to get the hatch
Ooh.
here. Jigsaw, nice shot onto Perez. These two have been trading words in chat all match long and now trading bullets in that round.
Yeah, it's okay for Perez, though, because he got the hatch open. That's really your main job as the ace. After he gets that job done, he can be a bit more aggro, and then his teammates there for the follow-up anyways. Jigsaw wants to get active in this game. He
Sounds
knows
good,
that
Horizon.
playing
Sounds good.
passive is
Appreciate
not
you.
really his play style. It's not what won them bank. He wants to be able to get aggressive, but Lowe's has just done such a good job of shutting him and the rest of the roamers down on the side of Enterprise. 3v3, this is the best look EP have had all day on Chalet. They've got a good opportunity to stop this plant when it comes down, but they got to be careful. Nuxo with that diffuser is going to work his way down the trophy stairs and will be going for a plant around Kitchen.
Nitro Cell. Nothing.
Hive deployed.
Holding it.
He's still holding it. I was wondering if he'd be able to get 2 with it. Maybe a bit too belated. It goes off. No target to be found. Daffo yet to die. Comes to blows with Tuhan. Who wins this fight? Daffo does. Not before Nuxka's in the ground. It's Dash and Daffo as the last two standing. Dash yet to find a kill on his roll again. Not the end of the world, but you do expect him to frag a bit better as he'll pick up that case. He's used all those ROU projectors so effectively. Good patience now by Cairo as he gets one. Almost finds a second, springing up on them. He hits the deck, but the win comes
Let's go,
from
baby.
Enterprise. My goodness, very nicely played. And the Aussies are on the board.
So one thing we talked about back on Bank, Parker, if there's one advantage that Enterprise have over Los, it's got to be their team play. And we saw that coming through in the 3v3. It's chaotic. It's messy, especially with those Sens walls. You don't necessarily know exactly what angles are open and what angles you won't be able to fire through. But in the end, it is that duo coming through at the end from, I believe it was both Cairo and Bappin, the hard support and the hard entry coming together in the late round to be able to make things happen in the 2v2, trade out their teammates when one goes down, the other is there for the response. It's really nice to see that team play coming out from Enterprise, and it wins them that first round on Chalet.
If not slowed down their trash talk whatsoever in the chat, which is enjoyable to see, and I hope everybody here is enjoying these matches so far. Again, this is not to send anybody home. Winner moves on to phase number 2. That was the beautiful shot that we saw from Jigsaw. You got to imagine the Kaid wants that one back, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward moment in the midst of that, but in the end, like, both teams had some awkward deaths in the midst of that early round, right? Like, Jigsaw sure gets a free pick over the top floor and an ace, but then kind of gives himself
So what
away.
does the
right
guy
afterwards
that's just
by
walking
peeking the
around
game
do?
score, like,
Say
3 times in a
motivational
row. So
quotes
it's
while
like,
they play?
There are some messy moments on both
Nah, he can't
sides,
even.
and that's
You're
kinda
talking
how
about the
you have to play
coach?
in a game like this, you know? You've got two
You're talking about the
young-ish
coach. They
teams
can
who
only,
have
so
not
they
got
just
the most
record like
experience in
what's
the
going
world,
on, what
but
strats
who
are
like
working
to
and what
play
don't.
active, who are
And then when
known as
they
more aggressive
call their
teams,
technical
so
timeout,
you
they
kinda
kind
have
of
to
just
play into
talk
that
to the
one way or
players,
the
but they
other.
can't talk to the players
So far,
any
it's
other
been Los
time.
who've been a little bit better, I think, in the early game,
Halftime
but
and the tech
Enterprise has
pause,
done a good
or
job
the
putting their
tactical
foot
pause
down
are the
and
only
not letting
times they
this
can talk to
spiral
the
to something
players.
far worse than it could be.
I keep seeing Cairo's name, and I keep thinking it's Kino.
Yeah. That's about all they do.
What are you doing there? You shouldn't be there.
He'll be playing in a few days.
Yeah, he's here on Dark Zero.
It's a lot
Those
more
that
helpful than you
have
think.
not watched
Like there are a
Kickoff,
lot.
those
Those
that are
tech
otherwise
pauses or
unaware,
attack
Kino's
pauses
no
are a
longer
lot
on an
more
M80 team, so
helpful than you would
he's been
originally
playing
think.
on DZ, doing very, very well on that North American team. M80 failed to qualify for this event, but they will have a player at least here. As that's Hot and Cold is substituted for Adrian, who still might get his U.S. visa at some point. We are awaiting information, but if Adrian is unable to play, Wildcard do have Hot in here as a substitute. I'm sure it's probably bittersweet for Hot and Cold to be participating. As he
Yeah,
was
Leah,
just
there's
benched
no
by
more
Anubi,
pizza up
but
there,
hey,
bro. You're not eating my
you'll
shit.
take it when you can get it. Dark, the first one to die. Enterprise picking off the Deimos yet again. A devastating loss of operator for Los. They'll have to trudge through the rest of this round. Perez, though, guns down Brendo, and we are back to a 4v4.
Mission Impossible set up the Aruni, the
Oh
Denari.
my
It makes it
God.
so difficult to get in, but Nuxka's found a way.
What
Use
the
that nade to clear the Denari, trips, but loses the fight.
Wow.
Jigsaw with the Miro window is able to take down that Blackbeard, and that Diffuse Kit dropped in the middle of the site. They have to recover it, but it's not easy when Tuhan's playing these long angles, and he's not giving things up for free.
Perez has a premonition about them, but can't hit the shot. Tuhan will give him nothing, and now Dafo swinging on in. Dafo was 6-0 if memory serves correctly. He'll be 7-11, but oh boy, just
Let's
simply
go,
too
bringing
many
it back,
for Enterprise
2-2.
for him to deal with. The Aussies will win
Bringing it back,
another
2-2.
one, Jesse, and tie the game. The comeback beginning in front of our very eyes.
I think the adaptations have been really strong from Enterprise on this map, Parker. First, of course, it's to kind of take back control in the early round in round 3, but then in round 4, Los kind of go for a similar push, right? It's very focused on the solar side. They don't want to take much map control. They don't have many players around the map. So what Enterprise do? They just stack up utility. It's a Miro window facing solar. It's Denari tripwires facing solar.
Two in a
all
row.
Of this utility
2 in a row,
is
brother.
specifically designed to make it so hard for Nuxka on these shields
2 in a row.
to make that
All
entry
right.
play, to get that space,
If they can
to
just
enter
keep this,
into the bomb
keep
site.
this vibe,
Even
keep
if
this
they have solar
pressure.
control. They don't fight for solar. That didn't
I
work
can't
for them
lie.
back in
Whoever
round
got
one, so they said, fine. You can
fucking
have control of
yeeted through the
solar,
wall
but
there,
we're
got
not gonna let
blessed
you
because
into
they
the
just
site
got a
from that
freebie
point.
on the
It's a
Blackbeard
really
there.
good read onto how Los were playing, and it ties the game for Enterprise.
Freebie on the Blackbeard.
Have we had confirmation as to the maps, by the way? As to who picked what?
As to who picked what? Not as far as I'm aware, Parker. I don't want to make a call one way or the other. I don't want to say one way or the other.
That's fine. That's fine.
Knowing for sure.
You don't need to speculate here. So we did just get confirmation that Los did actually pick Bank. It was reversed. Okay. It was reversed very temporarily on one of the assets shown on the screen, but we had some guesses as to whether or not Los had actually picked Bank.
Okay, so this is Enterprise's map.
Ultimately,
yeah, Blackbeard saw them,
winning
just did not capitalize it. Yeah, I know.
A question of, are we certain of that? And I mean, hey, Davins do a good job, but there are lots of times where I will see a team win their other opponent's map back and forth and go, are we sure we got this right? Are you sure? Either way, a
good run
Cairo.
out.
Down goes Dash. Opening picks have been terrific through these last
good
few rounds.
hold.
They will continue to go
I don't even
better
care,
and better
Bappin.
and better. Dash and Perez in
Huge.
the ground. Bappin, the only one on the side of Enterprise, gone. So the Aussies will have the lead by 1.
This is a good hold.
Lots of information from Dark, who has managed to outlive the first minute of action, something he has failed to do in the previous 2 rounds.
Bit of a messy entry. I mean, they're not going to be happy with that going down in numbers after they take the space, but the time is still pretty good for them. They got in quite quickly. Now they've got to deal with these players.
They have
up
nothing
towards
to.
Library, up towards
2 nades. Do they have a
Mezzanine. This is
Jaeger on
kinda
their
where the
team,
snake
or
comes
what
in
am
for
I?
information. Dark will have
No.
these players positioned.
They can nade out both
Losing
shields
Perez
pretty
really
easy.
hurts because those Grimbees were your primary tool for clearing out these positions.
Sure, they can nade
They've
out the
gotta be able
shield
to
pretty
nade
easy.
the
They got
shield
2
out,
nades,
and
3
once
nades,
that's gone,
4
they need to
nades.
be able to push together because they will not have the extra util from the
They got
pings
4
and they're
nades. They're just
hoping to
wasting
have
time
them
on this
first on
fucking
floor.
shield situation. Huge L. I don't think they're going to be able to
We
capitalize with
switched
that
on
either.
at the perfect time, and I was like, oh my, is he just going to keep firing forever? Has Dafo been sent into the void? Dark will take care of
Huge.
Cairo. I second-guessed the Nitro cell and ultimately dies because of it. Lead goes back for the Australian squad, who are looking for their 3rd round in a row. Los
Wow.
had a great start.
Wow.
Now without Canuxka, who's fighting his demons
Jigsaw
upstairs.
getting that kill is
Debilitating injury
insane.
caused by that Razor Bloom, and now he will limp his way towards the site. A minute to go. Enterprise showing good restraint at this point in time. Nobody wanting to engage with the Lion of Nuxka as he makes an unholy racket walking down those library stairs. He does hold the defuse kit, but I feel like that's not top of mind for him, Jesse. He needs to get a pick
Nice.
or 2 for an opening. He'll get neither. Jigsaw sealing the
3-2.
deal. That's 3 in a row for
3-2
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
They take the lead.
What a response. Enterprise, despite looking lost through the first 2 rounds, have bounced back in a dramatic way. 3 straight, as you say, Parker. And it comes down to
Typically
just
they
really
run
good
their
play
like
on that
team
early game.
skins or
Again,
just whatever they're
close to the
feeling.
same thing as they did previously on that bomb
Like
site.
their
They try
teams
to
have their
enter
own skins,
quickly.
so typically
they
they
try to
just
take
run
that
those.
map control relatively for free, and what happens? One guy walks
I
into a
assume
dread
there's
mine,
also
gets
like,
fried. One
like
guy
if your
jumps into
team
a
does
shield,
have a
gets
skin, I
fried.
assume
They
there's
trade
part of
out
your
one of those
contract
picks,
that's like
but
you need to
it's
be
not quite
wearing
good
our
enough at
team
the
gear.
end.
It's my guess.
Are we? I was. We wait on the admin's call here for a potential rehost, but Enterprise are saying that I believe they called a timeout. And there was some confusion, and Mag looked a little confused as well. I don't know what the ruling will be. Maybe we ball, but seems to be some confusion coming from the side of Enterprise, who might have wanted to use their timeout. We do know that they will get a reprieve when this round ends. I mean, maybe that is actually a blessing for Enterprise, unless they feel like this round is do or die.
Yeah.
If they say we absolutely need to go into the second half up 4-2, then you use your timeout and you hope that you can translate that to a round victory, because you do get a timeout when we hit round number 7. So no matter what happens, you're going to get a timeout in the next 3 minutes. Enterprise just might be worried about what happens in that second half.
Yeah. I mean, they can absolutely
Hell
pull
no.
ahead here and get that 4-2
There's nothing up there
split.
for
That
you.
would be massive for them to be able to try to take things home. They've gone towards the bottom floor bomb site, Parker, not a site that we've seen from them so far, and it looks like it will be a tech issue that prevents, or that allows the rehost to come through. So a little bit of an issue getting it through, but there we go. So that will be a slight reset to come through between Los and Enterprise.
Oh my God.
Nice to see that coming through again with the lead. That 3-round answer is so important from EP. You know, they looked like they were lost in those first 2 rounds. They were so dominant to start things off. And now you start to put the shoe on the other foot. You start to think, okay, well, the response to how Los have been playing has been phenomenal. The reads from Enterprise have been really, really good. The adaptation's been perfect. And you start to ask the question of, like, are Los a little bit lost? How do they respond onto some of these sites?
Yeah, they look a little defeated as well. I know that the banter's been going back and forth in the chat, but I mean, that's, you know, what's the crying behind the smiling face?
Sure.
If meme that everybody knows about, that could be what's really occurring here. Mag looked like he might have been having some headset problems. I saw maybe some disparaging remarks about Super in the Shopify Rebellion game, taking off his headset and talking directly to the teams.
Yeah.
There were some people speculating, and it was idle speculation, that they were doing that to get around the listen-ins. Super took to Twitter shortly before this series began and said that there were problems with his microphone, and because of that, he was just told to talk directly to the team. Mic issues between the coaches and the players are unfortunately a thing that has we've run into a few times here.
For sure.
Fabian had issues with it on M80 at Paris SI, if memory serves correctly. There have been a couple teams that have had to wait, and we've had to go to tech pauses before.
I just noticed here, I've seen in other games how people use double headset earbuds. Why is it
we are on a
that?
tech pause, not a tactical timeout.
And what audio
there shouldn't be any
goes to what? So
communication
the
kind of between the
earbuds are
players
the
unless
actual
it is
in-game
directly
audio, and the
about
headset
solving
is the
tech issues.
communication to
And
the other
in
teams.
case you were worried,
Or
you know,
it's
Los have
just
been on a
like
bit of a streak. Do they
noise
call it
canceling,
tech?
but typically
Well,
it's
let's just know,
like
of
it's
course,
both.
that
It's
was
noise
Enterprise
canceling
that
and
called it
audio to the
anyways.
other teams.
So we're
And then
not
your
so worried
earbuds
about
provide
that
the
going
in-game
through
audio.
between these two teams, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how things do play out. I think an important note as well.
Some people
you
don't
talked
like
about the
rocking them.
headset
Some
that
people
Super
do.
was
You'll
having,
see
maybe
like
it's a bit of an issue,
a bunch of
but
different people
they're not
doing different
sharing
things
headsets
for the
by
most
any
part.
means. Every team is in their own room. It's not like they're moving in and out between these games. It's helped us speed things up a little bit. You'll notice the break between BO1s especially was quite short, and a big reason for that is the fact that players are all in their own practice rooms playing, which makes things a little bit faster versus when you have to switch your PC, set up all the peripherals, set up all the stats, and the gadgets and everything, you know, makes things a little bit nicer. Here's an Enterprise tactical timeout, and we'll get it from Mag here ahead of round 6. And I can't hear what he's saying, Parker, but the pointing is very aggressive.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been unable to listen in a couple times now. Interesting.
So it's no listen-ins for the actual TAC timeouts. It is only the halftime timeouts where we will be listening to the players, Parker. So that's why we haven't heard anything in these timeouts called by the players.
Okay.
We'll hear from Mag soon enough. Give it 3 minutes or so, 3 or 4 minutes.
I would have loved to have known what he was saying. He was very pointed the first time around, but alas, that's the way she goes.
it's a really weird.
Why can't we
time
listen to the
play without
coaches?
timeout,
You
right?
can
I mean,
sometimes.
they've just won
Their
3
audio's kind
straight
of bugged.
rounds.
Also,
Spriggly
during
just put
tech
a great
pauses, the
graphic on
coaches are
Twitter
still no
going
longer
over
allowed to
the
communicate with.
round win difference in 3
The
rounds
coaches are
before
still
attack
no
timeouts
longer
versus
allowed
3
to communicate
rounds
with the
after attack
players. It's
timeout. That
only
was
during
data
the
from the Six
tactical
Invitational.
timeouts or the
And
halftime.
frankly, if he does the same
And
that timeout's
Light
not gonna do
Yagami,
Mag
they are
any favors
playing
because they
in
had a
Salt Lake City right
100%
now.
win rate
It's the
coming into
first
that
step
timeout,
of
so he
the
can't
or
improve
first
it,
stage of the
even
major.
if they do win the next 3 straight. But I'm sure he's not.
Whoever
calling it for
wins
the
this
stats. He clearly thinks
makes
there
the
is
next
some
stage.
issue
Whoever
going
loses
wrong with
this drops
Enterprise,
into
and
the
he wants
losers
to get
bracket of the
fixed,
first
even though
stage.
they'll have just a single defense round left.
Yeah, I mean, if you're burning your timeout right now, this
Light
must be
Yagami,
a
if you're new,
very
bro,
critical
go ahead,
round
drop a
in
sub.
your eyes,
Would
in your
appreciate it.
team's eyes, right?
Try
Because
to
you're
join the
certainly not
Discord.
using
I have
this
it
timeout
linked.
to talk
If
about
you
the second
can't,
half,
though,
because
I
we
know
literally
Discord's
got
kind of being
another
buggy right now. I
timeout
don't know what's going on.
in just a matter
That's
of
totally
minutes.
fine.
So in 2 minutes and 55 seconds, both of these teams will be able to talk to their soldiers and align themselves for the second half, at which point Enterprise will go on to attack and Los will go on to defense. So far, things have looked good for Enterprise.
What you
as
missed,
pointed out.
Enterprise
3
won map
straight
1.
round wins. The first
They
2
won
rounds were
Los's
very
map.
dominant, seemed to catch Enterprise
Looks like
off guard.
Enterprise, hopefully,
But
we're
there has been a
hoping they
recovery
take
now
this
from the
because we want to watch
Australians,
the
and because of
Shopify Rebellion game, which is next up.
Los have been the ones
That's
finding themselves.
Spoit and Ambi on that team and Canadian.
Well, they initially were choosing to play on the basement. They had a cap can. It was a bit of a wild setup, but they will rein things back in on the side of Enterprise. Kitchen and Dining is going to be the only other site that is unlocked for them to play, so of course they will go here. I know in Ranked the meta is a bit different, but in Chalet you really don't see pro teams going to the bottom floor very often. It is the top 3 sites that see the most play by far. So very standard coming through from Enterprise, a standard rotation across all 6 defense rounds. They've given up a lot of this mid-floor map control. Dark inside of Games and Bar very, very quickly try to take this space.
Is that the Discord, Matthew?
No
Is it
such
working?
player exists, but there are a lot of guys playing inside of Master, playing inside of Office, extending themselves directly above the bomb sites. And if Enterprise don't clear those players out, they could have an issue. But look at this, Parker. They're just going to block them off as they start
I think
pulling
Discord is
them
good
off.
now. It's giving me the
And
option to invite people.
explosives
All right,
galore. I
sweet.
think they might have got the
Yeah, go
settlement
ahead.
as
Join the
well.
Discord if
All
you're
of
new.
that expended
Drop a
by
sub
this
if you're new.
Los team, and none of it really ends up working. They're going to try the exact same strategic setup. Door is already frozen back open, and they might have got the Selmas on the wall too. There goes the extra
Nice,
charge. It's
brother.
also frozen. Really good response here by Enterprise.
Yeah, Two Brow playing in Office is one of the most annoying
Yeah, if
things
they
to
can go
play
up
in all
4-2 on this
Rainbow
half,
Six
that's
Siege. Jigsaw's done a
they can
great
go up
job. He's
4-2
out
on this
until
half,
now.
that's
They
huge.
Just have the DMR to try to hold on to this position. The wall will get open from Nuxka as well as
I don't think
from
they know
Bash,
there's a
assuming his
flank coming
third
up from the
Selma does not
Jaeger.
get shot off, but the guns will start flying, and that'll be the critical moment where Lowe's trying to take top
Huge.
Jigsaw swings the breach. Excuse me. Down goes Perez. A huge opening pick for Enterprise as these teams jockey to strike first.
And they
So far,
still
the
have
counts,
Vert.
3
Yeah, bro.
for
This is
Los, 3 for Enterprise.
borderline unwinnable for Los right now.
That doesn't inspire much confidence here for this Los team, though, as they are down.
That's
a man.
totally-
They
that's
will
like literally
immediately trade
fine,
that one
though.
back, though. Jigsaw dies at the hands of Dash. Very critical of Dash's contributions, especially from some of these Enterprise players, but that's a high-impact kill.
35 seconds, though, Parker, and where's the map control? They've got the walls open, but
This
this
is
is gonna be
zero
a
map
chaotic
control, bro. This
attempt
is gonna
for
be
a plant.
impossible.
They have no smokes to cover this
2
either,
people
so
on
they're
Vert.
hiding behind the bomb chassis, and they have to hold top floor control.
And Nukta just took a bit of damage, as now they walk ever closer.
Yeah, this is literally impossible.
Dark behind all the rest of them, a Congo line forming as they all want to head through this breach.
Yeah, bro.
Cairo playing over by Lobby, now rotating over towards West Main. He's good enough for one, Tuhon on the ground. Diffuse Kid getting planted by Daffo. The coverage, good, but Cairo just walks right in, guns them all down, and they'll win the round off a time. Enterprise calls their timeout, and
They still had
works
vertical control.
wonders. 4-2 the scoreline for the Aussies through the first
Like, they
half.
still had someone
And we're gonna get
upstairs
to
that
hear
could have
from the
denied
coaches
plant.
at halftime.
Or just, or like, because
All right,
they had that
guys,
entire
0-0
vert opened up.
again. We were setting.
Yes, sir.
Let's listen up. Defense, okay? Their defense. They're going to be spawn peeking and running
Huge.
out, okay, guys? I want us to make sure we're
Huge.
checking spawn peeks off spawn. Basically, they either have an extended setup and we go direct, or they have a fucking Kaid fucking tub setup, and then that's when we sweep. Okay? Remember, on bar they like to extend a lot of the time, and they like to run out big garage like Relays does. Okay? Let's make sure we're ready for those runouts.
Yeah.
On Master, we should just go direct if we do see Rios on fucking Games Wall and a heavy Mez setup. Okay?
Yep.
When they go bar, they also extend, so we can either bring. They also go Denari and Big Rush to run out, like I just said. We should go direct if we see heavy setups. Okay, guys.
Okay.
They also did compact setup against Int, and that's just when we fucking sweep.
Yep.
Remember on our kitchen...
Mag again coming in, Parker, with so much good information and so much prep work for the guys on Enterprise. Unless there's somebody who's working who has not been announced, they don't have any support staff other than just Mag working behind the scenes. And Mag has not been a coach ever other than at the start of kickoff for the last month or two. So he really is not experienced in this position. But despite that, the info that they have against their opponents coming into the second half seems really, really strong. And that's been a consistent trend throughout both their first match against EDG and the first map that they played here, Bank, against Los as well. So I really want to commend Mag for his prep work that he's had coming into this series. I know it's been something I've talked behind the scenes with, Mingran, the former coach of Enterprise as well, that they don't have the same support that other really big orgs have from North America or Europe or South America. They work with a smaller budget, but despite that, the prep work seems really, really good on the side of EP, and I think it's a big reason why they're just 3 rounds away from the Phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting awfully close, aren't they? And we don't speak Portuguese, so we're not able to know what Los is talking about. We can't give any credit to Hugzord as much as we might want to. I do know that he came under fire for some of his timeouts when he was on that old Team Liquid Alienware roster. But, I mean, obviously his involvement, his experience is going to pay off a lot and do wonders for a younger team, and that's exactly what we saw with Los continuing to steadily improve. And now top 4, and dare I say it, the most competitive region in Siege. Los are here for good reason. But was it Manchester was 2 years ago when we had E1 come in as the 4th place team? Now, I don't think there's a lot of comparables between Los and E1, if I'm being completely honest with you. But just because the team is top 4 in Brazil does not mean, and you said this before we even got into map number 1, does not mean you are one of the best teams, and it does not mean you are unbeatable. In fact, right now, Los is looking entirely beatable from the scoreline across both maps, but also here on Chalet with Enterprise leading.
Yeah, and I mean, Perez was on that old E1 squad, if you'll remember, so he kind of knows what it takes to be an underdog and make it to a big international event anyways. He's kind of going to be a guy that we look at to step things up. He was the main driver behind that 2-round lead that Los had to start this match off. He has really gone kind of quiet.
All right, let's go, Enterprise.
5-5
Come on.
overall KD.
3 rounds. We just need 3 rounds.
The rehost, but trust me on that. He's gone back to even despite starting things off so
we just need
strong
3 rounds.
in those first 2 rounds. I want to see him roar once again. I want to see Perez get more active here on these defenses for Los. He's a player that they have relied on all throughout the kickoff, all throughout this tournament so far. And if they're going to go far, if they're going to make it to Phase 2, if they're going to complete this game against Enterprise and bring us all the way to Cafe and beyond, they need Perez to be fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was their secret weapon through kickoff. And there's going to be depth on every single Brazilian team. Let's not kid ourselves here, but we need to see more from their best players. And if memory serves correctly, Perez did not have the best stats in Manchester either on that team. But
what is wrong? Hey.
Nobody did. So I mean, it's a tough one. You go back and forth. You can have a really terrible team and one guy just kills everybody that he runs across, or you have a terrible team and everybody's numbers look really, really poor. A good bounce back from Los here now in this very first opportunity of the second half. Technically, Enterprise struck first, but it's been a series of trades all the way down. Dash, Feld, Daffo joined shortly thereafter, not before Jigsaw and Brendo were picked off. You look at the operators that are lost, passive versus active gadgets.
I think it's easier to attack or defend, which you like better.
A big loss for Enterprise when it comes to their
it depends on the map, man.
I think definitely you'd
like
rather
some maps are way more attacker-sided than others. Some sites are more attacker-sided.
Trade 60 seconds in, it's not bad by any means for Enterprise.
That's kind of a loaded question.
Time to figure out this 3v3, right?
I'm not actually sure about Chalet.
The clock, which is currently
which one it is.
Enterprise as arguably
I don't know. And then it also switches up too, like what's more attacker-sided and defender-sided, depending on the region as well. Because regions play this game way differently.
They decided to use it to pivot, right? This initial push came over towards that solar side, and now most of these players have moved over towards library. Nuxka, the only real player on this side of the map, watch out for him, because if he gets fried on this angle, that could really start the domino effect for Los and make it an Enterprise round. But if he gets a pick, oh boy.
There's a world in which Tuhan hops in and immediately gets gunned down. That's Diffuser surrender. That would be devastating for Enterprise, and a great read from Los, as they just need to sit and just wait it out. Perez and Bappin now doing battle. There's Nuxka to eliminate Tuhan. Our speculation came correct.
Oh.
And Nuxka somehow manages to get Cairo too from that position. It looked like his bullets were a mile away. Maybe he was bending them with his mind, Jesse. I'm not entirely certain. Bappin will have his hands full now as Los all but assuredly will take a position now. 1 round down of Enterprise. Bappin does have a death mark remaining and a nade, so he could dislodge one of these defenders, could work his magic and information, but he's running out of time. 20 seconds left. There goes the nade over towards top blue.
Damn.
And 2 separate players will look for the kill. Nuxka credit with that huge round at the end for Nuxka.
Never knew that. I just figured it was
Nuxka
always
really
easy to
standing
defend.
tall in
Nah.
that round. Parker has a
Nah, there's
massive
some maps
lead
that
to
are way more.
recognize
Some
that
maps and
rotation,
sites that are
right?
way more
We
tech
started
sided.
with a really heavy focus downstairs on Kitchen and of course on Solar as well.
When you think of a map
Nuxka's
that's
that
like
guy
super
who sticks
attacker
around
sided.
over towards Library. He says, I'm not going to let these guys just take in the other side of the map, recognizing that there could be a pivot about to come through on the side of Enterprise.
I don't
So
know.
really
I
good
can't think of
read
one
to
right
come
now,
from
but there
him.
are definitely some
Has
maps
a
that are
nice
way
little
more
round
attacker
there
sided.
on the defense, and we will start to see that comeback begin from Los. That 4-2 lead, it's so deceptive, isn't it? Because it feels like a lot when you enter through the halftime. It feels like 2 rounds is a great buffer. But especially when you swap over to the attack with a 4-2 lead, the defense now all of a sudden, they get to play the best bomb site and the second best bomb site back-to-back before you've seen any of their strats. It's a really dangerous lead to play with 4-2 because it can evaporate in seconds, and we're starting to see that now, 1 out of 2 from Los.
We have a tech issue that seems to be an issue with something on the side of Los. They were quite late to all connect to the lobby. I mean, that could be just that they were selecting their operators later, but it is hard to say. And really, we can't gain much from looking at these bright white monitors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really certain about that one, but
it's definitely a Los issue. I'll promise you that.
Yeah, there we go. It might be a headset problem.
It's great detective work.
Thank you.
I also think it could be a headset problem.
They're dealing with his headset right now. I don't know if you know this, Jesse, but it looks like it might be a bit of a headset problem here. You know, it just might be a headset problem.
Well, it seems like they might be getting it figured out one way or the other, though. So nice to see things playing out quickly here to get things sorted. It's been a very close game. I mean, the scoreline is 4-3. I guess it's been streaky is maybe the better way to say it because we saw 2 rounds straight from Los where they looked dominant to win those first couple of rounds. Then Enterprise 4 straight, including attack timeout after 3, to make it a dominated position to win that half despite going down 0-2. And now Los seemingly have been able to flip the script a little bit. But I will say, you compare Enterprise's first 2 defense, or Los's first 2 defensive round wins to that round win there, right? It's a little bit closer compared to what we saw at the start of this game. Enterprise by no means back to where we were in rounds 1 or 2.
No, of course not. And I mean, there's going to be an ebb and flow, right? I don't think either of us saw these teams and expected
Can we resume
one of
the
them to
game,
walk
please?
away with it.
No.
I think after map number 1, with how back and forth those rounds got, we had a good idea of these teams' capabilities, and they are very, very similar now. Now, you can obviously talk about whether the best team in Australia being, as good as the 4th best team in Brazil is a good thing for the region, or what their potential. Look at like that. How did you get the kill there? I don't understand. Yeah. But I mean, Enterprise have always been quite a solid team, and to your point, yes, they did make a coaching change. Yes, they did get a new player on the squad. But the core identity of this team has largely remained unchanged.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of veterans on the team. They've got tons of depth. They've got good flexibility on attack and defense. Going up against a team that is on paper quite good, but is still gelling. Yeah, you've got a bit of a window where you might be the better team, but give Los more time.
Yeah.
Just give them a longer incubation period. Same with some of the NA teams that we cover.
Yeah.
Right? You look at a team like Wildcard. Kind of looked like, blah.
Sure.
No, they didn't look the best. And then the longer the kickoff went, they slowly started to look better and better and better. Sometimes it just takes a couple games for you to
Super
get
accurate.
back
Super
up to
accurate. All right.
We're back in the
Enterprise,
game, thankfully.
please.
And
Let's
the
get this
tech
game
pause
going.
wasn't too long, so
Please,
thank
please,
you all for
please.
sticking with us. It is very close between Enterprise and Los, but the Australians remain just 3 rounds out from making it to Phase 2 of the Major. Loser of this will go down to the lower bracket to play tomorrow for their lives, but they can't be worried about that just yet. This is a great position from Perez. He actually just found a player who's pinching him in through Big Garage. He's about to get droned, And we'll know that now.
Ah,
as
bro, he's kind of
fucked
fucked
pinched
now.
on 2 angles. One's a Blackbeard. This
Perez
is so awkward
yeah, Perez
for
is
him.
fucked.
Don't know if Perez was thinking he was going to
Yeah.
nade or melee
Nice.
or what, but yeah, he's hunted.
Way to
down
isolate and
inside a
fuck
garage,
the
and they'll park him in
Solus.
there
That's
for the next
huge.
2 minutes.
Can you text
You
Ubisoft
mentioned
and tell him to
Perez, you
speed
said
it up,
he
dude?
needed
I
to be
wish, bro.
good. He needed to
I
be
wish.
strong. Well, unfortunately for him,
Where
need
is
a bit of a rough
Darkest
go
going?
of it. This round shaping up very effectively for Enterprise. Jesse, they've lost a little bit of HP on Cairo, but Dark and Perez are both in the grave on the side of Los.
Yeah, this is kind of devastating now from
Where
Los.
is
They've gotta
Darkest
find
going,
some way
bro?
to get back into this round, and probably that means
This
getting
is a
aggressive.
bad,
That's why Dafo is going for
bad
such
defense.
aggressive peaks down here in the blue hall. Did see a player just on the breach at the end, and they are heavily droning this. I think Enterprise have read correctly that Los are going to want to get aggressive from this position, down 2 players.
This isn't.
This is going to be an opportunity.
Blackbeard's
now for them
pushing
to
in
just use
first.
Cairo
Good, good,
once
good.
again on the Blackbeard. He entered first on the BB, found that early pick. Now can do it once again. Hunt down the player down below.
No way,
once more,
Ace
and
just walks right in, bro.
Finds the kill.
And Dafo is taken down. Dash now gone.
Nice,
we have
Brendo.
not seen a flawless round, Jesse, until this moment. No flawless round between these teams on Bank. Definitely none here on Chalet. But they make it work, and only 2
Huge.
rounds for Enterprise
Huge.
to be the first team to clinch a spot in
Homogenous.
phase 2.
You know, Mag is running back to his headset because the enemy team just called attack timeout. You know, during the 25-minute
Yo, if you
stall
are
that Paul
new,
and I had before
be
this
sure to drop
major
sub.
kicked off, before the first game that Enterprise
Try
played
to
today,
try to
we
join
talked a
that
little bit
Discord.
about
I believe the
meta
link
and
is
how
still
the
in
attacking
chat.
Meta has gotten so much more powerful
If you want
over
to,
the last couple of months.
and
With the
enjoy some
introduction of
fucking
Snake,
pro
but you
ranked
combine all the
or
tools,
pro
the
Rainbow
information
Six Siege.
offers
My
like
fault, my
Deimos,
fault, my
like
fault.
Dokkaebi, the shields like Blackbeard, like
We got
Monty, and then, of
Shopify
course,
Rebellion
the
coming up
Sharks
next, so
as
that's
well.
Spoit,
You've got Yin,
Ambi,
you've got
Big
Grim,
Bad,
Capitao, you've
Madian,
got so many
playing
good
against
operators. It makes it
Falcons,
so
Shikos,
difficult to be a
previous
solo
team. He's
roamer
now
on
on G2.
defense. That has kind of been the biggest position that has been hurt
It's
by
gonna
the
be a
meta
good game.
changes over the last
Next
few
next
months, and I think
next
that
game is gonna be
really
good.
did
Right now
showcase
we're
Perez there inside
we're
of Big
cheering for
Garage.
Enterprise.
What's he supposed to do? You know, playing alone by himself inside a garage, no way to get out, 2 players pinching you from 2 different directions, and he just got droned out. You know, I mean, all he really had in that moment was to not be there in the first place. And I think when you go back to things and you go back to the strat pick from Los, maybe those are the type
Hey,
of
can you
positions
guys-
that you
hey,
just
hey,
have to
Leia,
eliminate
Penny.
when you're playing against strong roam
Chill,
friendly
dudes.
teams like
Chill, homies.
Enterprise. It makes it so difficult playing in that position.
Eesh.
His best case there is probably go 1-for-1.
Yeah.
You know, like that is ideal, and
Huge.
even then, that's unlikely given that there's a Blackbeard on the board, you know? So it just looks like a really good
All
player
right.
from Enterprise.
They
Los,
Enterprise wins this next
not
round,
much
they're on
they could've
match
done
point.
differently, I feel, in that round, other than
And they
just
automatically
set
secure
things up
OT for
differently
this
from the
match.
get-go, you know?
We also ask the question quite often, if you're going to solo
Yep.
roam, what is the
Matthew, you're
purpose
right.
of that roam?
Sure.
Are you there to waste time? Are you there to kill drones? Are you there to get away and maybe go for a run out? Having a Solus downstairs in garage is not unheard of. It can be quite commonplace. You can impact the garage doors. You can go for a run out if somebody's over towards that piano window. If somebody's or rather over towards the blue window. If somebody's maybe playing over up on
No,
rappel,
Stompin
working
does
in the
not play
Solarium.
today.
There's lots of
Stompin doesn't
things
play
that you
for
can
another couple
do.
days.
But it was read
They
effectively
made the
by
the
Enterprise.
second
And I mean,
tier
you saw
of
how
this
much prep work Mag
by
had done. Maybe they've
being in the
seen
top 3 in their
Perez or somebody on those solo roam there.
and
And
quals.
the biggest problem with solo roaming is that if
You
are
need,
not
in order to
able
make
do
the major,
your
you need to
job
be
at
top
all,
4.
you
The
have
top 3, however,
wasted
make it to the
your
second stage
life
immediately,
in that
while
round.
as the bottom, like the
Threw
4
out
out of 4
an impact
team
grenade did a
per
little bit of damage to the Blackbeard, but beyond that,
per
what else
region
could you
is
see
playing
from
in
him?
this right
Pretty
now, which
much
is like
nothing.
another, I guess,
So,
kind of mini
a
tournament
complete
to make
blunder from
the
Perez
group
in that
stage.
position, and if there was somebody there to support him, we never saw that materialize.
Kitchen coming out from Los for the first time here in this game. They'll run the same setup that they ran back during the SAL playoffs on April 19th when they played onto this site. We'll see if it works out a little bit better for them. Again, with Enterprise's prep work, they should know how to break this push apart. They should know where these players are going to be playing. Couple here on the top floor, quite a bit of an extension up above the bomb site, as you typically tend to see. Dark over on blue will get naded out, and you can see, I mean, the droning's been good, the intel prep has been good as well, and it'll be Nuxka the first to fall.
Nice
Opening
Jigsaw.
bloods for
Oh.
this Enterprise team. There's now 6 in a row. But
3v3.
hold on a second. Perez is there exchanging most of his HP.
Perez is
for
low
GK.
as hell.
If anybody can get
Yeah.
the job done, it'll be him. But now Enterprise is up in numbers once again. Dafo and Perez, the last 2 standing, and Perez is on borrowed time, Jesse. Dafo 0-3, no kills since coming back from this rehost. The 3 remaining players on Enterprise, all at full HP. They've got utility to spare. They've still got drones, and they have case control. That's about as best as you can hope for the Aussies with a little bit over a minute left in this round.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better setup for the final 70 seconds. They've found now the castle on the drone. They know where Dafo is. Perez has come up to join him, by the way. Was in the basement.
Yeah,
He's
I'm hoping we
rotated up
do.
Solar Stairs, so they want to play together. I think that's the right call. They've got Vert to play with as well. If they do just go for a plant, Dafo can use that shotgun to try to deny the plant with the verticality. But there are also so many plant spots here, Parker. They've got the Capitao smokes. They can fake one. They can plant in a different position, and that's why Perez is rotating back now. He knows that denying from above is not going to be their best strategy, so they've got to find some way to win on site.
Dafo's going to go for a long rotate. He'll join
Damn,
Perez
they're
in the
they're
basement
letting
as they've
plant go down.
Completely forfeited that main floor control. Cairo getting Diffuse Kit down successfully allows Perez and Dafo time
Interesting
to get back
strat.
towards
It's like this
site.
castle
Site
doesn't realize that
unseen.
this shit's been
There's
castled.
Perez still fragging. Oh, time will run out. Only good enough for one kill. What can Dafo muster? Dafo, to his credit, incredible over on Bank. He hasn't had the best run here on Chalet by comparison. I think the bigger issue, Jesse, is just watching this clock. 20 seconds left. Cairo and Jigsaw have completely fallen off. So Dafo will hunt
Yeah, no,
through
he's
this
already
entire
cooked.
map. Really rude words being put in chat. Cairo gets the final kill, and Enterprise moves to series point.
Yeah, it's just not the defense they need in that 2v3, Parker. Perez and Daffodil. Vitor and Victor, the two Vs on the team. And I just feel like they overcooked it, man. Like, they have full top floor control, but they say, okay, we don't want to deny from above. Fair enough. So they go
What
to
do they
main
want to
floor. They have
deny
full site control. We don't want to deny from site. Okay, they both drop to the bottom floor and try to
Weird.
retake up West Main and Blue Stairs. It's just complicated. It's messy. And while Los are going through all these different rotations to try to catch Enterprise off guard, are we upstairs? Are we in the basement? Are we in sight? Enterprise just planted the kit. They just went in sight and planted, Parker, and Los are all over the map trying to find some unexpected angle. And great, Perez walks up blue and catches a player off guard, but he's insta-traded. It doesn't do him much good. Plant still went down. Just feels like the kitchen's on fire with how overcooked that final couple of rounds, couple of seconds went. And now Los will have to be perfect for 3 rounds straight, or it will be Enterprise succeeding all the way to phase 2 of the major.
You have to imagine that Los will opt out of playing Bank if absolutely necessary moving forward, right? This will be their 4th time playing it in a month, give or take.
Yeah, they've played it 3 times. They're 0-3 so far.
And now it's a rough go of it. So now you come to Chalet, Enterprise's map pick, and we have a much more, I guess you could say, understandable scoreline for the Aussies.
Yeah.
So Enterprise now will only need a single round in order to move on. Los have only won 1 round of the last 7. They will need to win 3
Yeah,
in
for
a
real.
row. Los sprung out to an early lead, going up 2-0, but it was Enterprise pretty much all the rest of the way, other than dropping the first round of the second half. Enterprise has been dominating. They've been striking first. They have 6 consecutive first bloods. They've been doing very good from an elim standpoint, trading each other out effectively. There's been good objective play. Neither of these teams are perfect, and I mean, there's a reason why both of these teams are here competing in the play-ins and not in the Swiss stage, but Enterprise have just simply been a cut above, which shouldn't be a surprise, but to many just might be.
They've banned out the Deimos. They get 1 ban to try to make this 4th quarter all their own, but Deimos only brought 1 time by Enterprise so far. That was by Bappin on this very site. He'll rotate over towards the Dokkaebi and immediately gets blown up by Dash. That's a nice frag outside the front door. Hungry for more.
Nice.
Little over eager though.
Oh my
Shoot
God.
The body right after, and there's the bot com. Why not? Still plenty of round to play. I mean, it's an aggressive move from Dash, maybe ill-advised, but in the end, his team is still in a good position, Parker. They've got most of this map under their control. No one from Enterprise.
Bro, they're
just yet.
chalking
You
Los'
gotta wonder
mental right
yourself,
now.
you know,
It's
does Dash need
crazy.
to make a move like that? Maybe not, maybe so. Takes a risk. Sometimes you have to do that down 6-3, but it's up to his teammates now as the captain's in the grave.
Frags finding themselves quite easily on the side of Enterprise. Everybody positive in KD except for Tuhan. Enterprise could change that in a hurry as Los is suffering through this assault. The midway point of the round, both Dark and Nux now softened up in their positions. They know that Tuhan is fast approaching. They hear that proximity alarm go off. Brendo picked apart by Dafo. Los with something that's a bit rare, Jesse. It's a player's number advantage.
Baby.
Yeah, pretty shocked to see this, but Enterprise, they've kind of just been
You
playing
good?
so passively. There's the
All right.
opportunity that they've been waiting for. The passivity pays off. Jigsaw 6-2 since the rehost.
Damn, was that half
finds
wall?
Watt Frag onto Nuxka and now makes things really awkward with just 50 seconds to go.
Not a lot of kills
This is a
remaining.
good
Everybody
hold
not
from
named Perez on the
Daffo, I
side
can't
of
lie.
Los. Enterprise need to manage this clock oh so effectively. Jigsaw takes down Perez. Daffo losing some HP in the process as he guns down Tuhan. Tuhan hoping to go positive. Well, if his team wins this, I don't think it'll be a concern, but he will not succeed. 30 seconds left, and it's a 2v2 with Enterprise still sitting on match point. That was a bit of a failure from Daffo to pop that Goyo canister. Now he'll just have to go for the direct gunfight.
Ooh.
Missing his opportunity. Dark is there for insurance. And now it's up to Jigsaw to clutch with 10 seconds left. Los holding case control. Jigsaw with the pistol out, running out of time, and Los will fall back as fast as they can. No opportunity whatsoever, and the Brazilians will hang on for at least one more round.
Much better late round from Los. Much better. And they needed that. You know, the last round that they lost, the fashion in which they lost it feels really, really bad. This time around, different circumstances, of course. I would say far more advantageous for Los in those final 60 seconds. But even still, they just play
What you playing,
simple.
Overwatch?
They don't overcook. They don't crazy run around the map. They just say, we'll play in sight. We'll swing together on the solar player. The last couple of guys on Enterprise, a little bit disconnected.
tough.
Something we haven't seen so much from them on this on day, honestly, since the major began. They played really well as a unit. That time around, not able to do it so much. Despite some, I would say, ill-advised positions coming through from Los, feeding some free kills over the way of Enterprise. They keep enough players alive. They play it smartly for the end of that round, and they're able to lock things down, bring themselves to within 2. If you're Enterprise, and I don't mean to ring the alarm bells prematurely, but I'm going to be dramatic, you got to keep in mind, you don't have your tack timeout here, Parker. They've already chosen to use it. So if this starts to spiral, if we start to see Los win round after round after round, there might not be a handbrake on the side of Enterprise.
Parachute, another thing that we often refer to as no ripcord to be pulled here. Nothing to slow the descent of Enterprise. It will just be a straight free fall. But I don't get that vibe right now. I don't get the vibe.
Sure.
Even that round was way too close for comfort for Los. The 2 rounds won by Los here on Chalet have been really tight.
They can take
3 players survived back on their victory in round number 7. 2 players survived the most recent round. These are not dominant, confidence-inspiring rounds. These are scrappy, hold on by the seat of your pants style rounds. And that is not the type of thing that should give anybody confidence that they'll be able to pull this one out. Enterprise still looks like the much sharper team. They've changed things up on this advance. If they can catch somebody from the side of Los off guard
Yeah,
early,
if Enterprise
that just
first
might be
picks, bro,
curtains
I'm
for the
pretty sure that's
Brazilians
it.
in this matchup.
Yeah, you've got to keep your head on straight, I think, if you're Enterprise. That's the biggest thing. Like, you've been playing better. You've been the better team. You just cannot get in your own head about it. They're going to enter in through Big Garage. Snowmobile. Very similar to what we saw
It's a big
from them.
garage, Jesse.
I think it's actually technically bigger than Big Garage.
As a Torontonian, that garage would go for $4,000 a month. So I get it.
We got Big Garage on Bigger Garage. Maybe we got to get a rename coming through the comms. But in any case, it's a similar push from Enterprise. They try to work their way
if
from
they
the basement
first
towards the site. This is a surprise from Cairo. Not expecting the Fenrir, and Perez not ready for the play. I think he's worried the player above him, but the Blackbeard's the bigger threat, and he goes down.
I don't know if the silhouettes are giving me false confidence, but it looked like the Lion of Brendo was somewhere nearby, and he was concerned about that one.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he was a little concerned about the Lion. Thank you very much to our fearless observers.
If I'm
as
Perez, bro,
always.
I'm fucking
We don't usually say
fuming
that.
after
Yeah, they're
that, bro.
fearless. All
Okay.
Fuming.
They've never been scared of anything in their life.
I don't disagree. I just thought it was an interesting word.
Darky's also on
would you call him?
on 50 HP.
Beautiful.
You called me beautiful earlier. Talented. 1 minute remains, and we are at a bit of a slow period in the round as Brendo now will assert himself walking in Mudroom.
What are you doing?
Nuxka going for
Swinging
the
that
ego
with an
challenge
SMG
on
11.
smoke. I mean, I suppose if
Hell
you're worried
ego.
about sitting too passively in the site, things will go bad. Nitro Cell goes out. Down goes Cairo.
Damn.
The brawl is 2-on-1.
3v2, 3v2. Let's chill. 3v1. Nice. Here
It's
we
all
go.
up to Dark now in a 1v3, but Jigsaw will shut him down. And Australia will survive the play-ins. Enterprise's day is
That's what I'm talking
done.
about.
We'll see them at the Swiss phase as they are the first team to make it out of phase 1.
It's a beautiful morning in Sydney and across the country because the Aussies have just gone
Mag just went for a high five and
straight
totally
maps
got
in phase 1.
totally got ignored.
Confidence over EDG and dominant over Los.
Well, we'll want to hear from our winners after this break, and then we'll get into our final matchup of the day.
Bro is playing with no
versus
shoes? Why are they
Shopify
playing with no
Rebellion. Sit
shoes?
tight.
Yeah, dude, that was so much. Nobody playing with shoes on? That's a little weird. Drone skins are literally one of the most ignored things. Who the fuck buys a drone skin? I'm sorry. Like who actually is like, you know what, I really want to buy a drone skin. Okay. Alright, next up, gents. Oh my god, dude, it's fucking lagging again. Lagging again, bro. There we go. Got these two up to bat in a decent chunk of time, gentlemen. Shopify and Team Falcons, baby. Okay, wait, so who else? We had Los, Wolves, Enterprise, EDG, Falcons, Days, or something. All right, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. When I first came to Siege a month after, or a month away, even I knew drone skins were trash and useless pay-to-lose skins. Yeah, dude, for real. Let me just give the thing that I want to conceal from the enemy a bright blue fucking color on it. Like, what? I got you. A month ago. Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Enterprise are now into phase 2 of the Salt Major. I'm here with Jigsaw, the MVP of this series. And you guys are now undefeated through kickoff. You still haven't lost a game here in SLC. You're undefeated on the year, essentially. What's the secret?
Good energy, good vibes from the fellas. You know, we're all like really, really good and close friends. So, you know, it's just like it makes everything so much easier, especially in person. Like everyone's so uplifted and just super happy to be here.
Is the trash talk a part of the strategy a little bit?
Of course, of course. I mean, there's a secret tweet that Kari deleted a while ago, but he said don't get into a shit-talking fight with an Aussie. So, you know, that might be the source.
All right, well, that is it. Enterprise move on to phase 2. Big moment for them as they move on.
Why he looking like that? Why he acting
SLC.
so
Back to you
awkward,
guys.
bro? Ooh.
Very, very good performances so far from Enterprise, I think it's fair to say. Tim, we had the pleasure of sitting down and watching that game from behind the scenes, but very impressive. Who would have thought it? They've not lost down to the lower bracket.
They've let me down on my predictions. Make sure you're checking out the Ubisoft official predictions, of course. I did mine, and I had Enterprise going through, but in the lower bracket. They've surprised everybody. They've beat Los. They've gone through. Honestly, they've been brilliant so far. I expected them to be nice and organised with Mag in charge. Great players across the board as well, and really impressing so far.
When I spoke to him before the tournament, he was saying the big thing they want to prove here is they're the best
I almost
team
forgot.
in
Why
Oz.
does your
He's
stream
really
room
got
have
his
so
eyes on
many
beating
doors?
some other local teams, I think it's fair to say. And
It's
of
only
course,
got 2.
establishing
Oh, well,
themselves,
actually,
and
that's not
was
true.
certainly
There's
one
like
hell of a way to
those
do it.
2 back there are
Next game we've got
closets.
coming up
This is
on
a
the floor, touching
bedroom.
on
We
real
just
quickly.
converted our spare
Falcons
bedroom
versus
into a
Shopify
gaming room.
Rebellion. What a game that's going to
There's
be.
2
Yeah,
closets
it's a
and then a
big one, isn't it?
bathroom.
And honestly, with the way
and
they
then
both
the door to the
played
living room
in
right there.
in kickoff here in the game we've seen the best of 1, I'm really not sure who takes it.
And the last time we were there, it took map 3 and all 15 rounds to decide who came away the winner back at SI 26. You don't want to miss this one. Back with you in just a few.
Oi.
Why is it saying next match? Enterprise versus Los. Like, bruh, let's fix the UI, gents. UE. Let's, Yo, R6esports.com. Should we check that out? R6 Esports. Should we check out the match stats? I've never been to this website in my life.
Fuck you, bro. What kind of team is this?
There should be a major here. Pretty sure there is. I don't know.
What can you say is you wanna do?
How do I... So we got a standings maybe?
Not even a single kill.
Where's Shopify, bro? Did you watch SAL? I think it was a month ago. I did not. Holy shit, there's so much happening here. What the fuck is going on here? I don't... Sure, we'll check the roster. Is this their overall? What's EPS? What does that mean? Oh, eliminations. That's probably why Shaq goes as high, because he's got...
Welcome back to the Salt Lake City Major, where we're going into our last game of the day.
Should we check fucking...
Get breath there, mate.
I tell you what, I went for a piss during the break. It is about half a mile away.
Should we check fucking Shopify's shit?
3 minutes says it's quite away. It's alright, I'll get a jog on.
15,
I jogged
12...
there, and then I thought, I can't
7,
really
And
jog
then
back.
you remembered you've not
'Cause I'll be
jogged for 10
knackered.
years.
9.
And it was a problem.
That was a big problem.
27,
It's a bigger problem
23.
coming up though, Tim, and it's a phenomenal game coming up, as we've already said before, the break between Falcons and Shopify Rebellion.
Look at the KD,
Last
bro.
time they played each other was back at
Look
SI
at the Canadian
26 in the
KD,
first
bro.
round of the playoffs, and they took to map 3, round 15. the Falcons to eventually win. Classic EU versus NA. What more
That's
could you ask for?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an absolute cracker, to be honest. It's hopefully everything that we're wanting for the end of the day. We've got our map bans in there as well. And again, what a great... I look at that and I just, you know...
I try to watch the NAL, SAL, all the like...
that come in. I love our chance. I love Lair, but I look at that and I think...
all the seasons, but it's a little bit difficult to get to all those games. They're also typically all best of ones, which are slightly less interesting.
Really? Could not have all
well, maybe
the
I could
maps.
have, but I think it's... I just like that it's really
Are we playing
classic
Bank first?
It is a really, really good map series, especially because what we saw earlier on, of course, was Falcons playing on at this very map where they were put to task by Daystar, to be fair to them. It was a very, very good game, but we heard at the halfway mark, Leakerfax saying, guys, something weird's going on here. I wouldn't quite call it we're nervous, but it's not quite at what we're used to. So hopefully they've had a little bit of time here to go away and collect themselves, ready for what could be bit of a preview of a game.
Bro, they need to fix the UI.
I think the problem around expectations
Why are we
and
still
Falcons at the minute is
low
they've had the player
Enterprise, bro?
switch, and normally we'd come in there and we'd be like, yeah,
I don't
we're
even
gonna
know whose
need
map
time,
this is
even
now.
just one player, it takes time
Can't even
to,
tell.
like, you know, settle in and get used to everything. But they came out so strong at the beginning of kickoff. It was like settling in. What's that? Like they just came out so fast, and I think we've
There we
kind
go,
of
they just fixed it.
forgotten that fight. That it's like, hang on a
So
minute.
this looks
yeah,
like
they've had a little bit of
Falcons
a
map?
wobble. They've ended up in phase one rather
Are we
than
on Clubhouse
going through
first?
the
What the
upper
fuck are we doing?
bracket Kickoff and everything else. And I think,
Clubhouse is
you know,
Shopify's map.
realistically,
That's
they've
next.
got a new player in there. They're going to take a little bit of time.
The
There's a little
decider's
bit of
border, I guess?
unpredictability
I don't
coming out
know.
of them. Like, you know,
I don't know
like
what's
say,
going on.
Like Leakerfax said there, maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of, you know, they're just not quite
Blast
familiar with the
R6 is having
situation
some
as a
trouble
five,
here.
and we'll see how they get on. But I think Shopify Rebellion are really going to put them to the test here, Des, because I thought, although it was run close, there was times on border where they just looked really good as a team. Really, really nice as a team.
All right, here we go.
You know, we saw some real good interplay between
All right, the UI is incorrect. Falcons has not won a map yet.
We saw a lot of good interplay from Daystar.
0-0.
It wasn't quite enough to
Zero,
overcome
zero.
Falcons. We'll see if that
All
is
right.
the difference maker here.
So we got Big
They
Bad
haven't
Nadian on the
played
Sens. We
Falcons
got Ambi
over
on
half
the
year. Haven't seen them play the last 3 times they did. M80
Dokkaebi.
SSG, all
Spoit.
3 games went 8-7.
Spoit
fair to
is
say, I
on
think we've
the
got even some
Damos.
fireworks if
Rexon
they
on
wanna keep that
Lion,
streak
typical.
that we've seen
Surf
from
on
them before.
Habana, typical.
Here's Falcons starting down on
Let's
the
see if Big
defense
Bad
now.
Nadian
Let's
can
go touching
even
on real quick as well with the Monty and the Ying
do
being
some
taken
crazy
on the
shit.
other side. I'd say it's pretty stock standard.
I
We saw a lot of
believe
two-round
last
game
time
early
we
on out of Falcons,
played
so won't be shocked to see
Falcons
the rest
and
of the Rebellion
Secret
team
because
have
they have
looked at that and
Joom
said,
from the
well,
old Secret roster.
let's
I
take
think
that
we
off that then,
lost.
'cause it's been a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, we
But
saw
I'm
some
not
great
sure.
surprise
It was
play
either.
out of Shopify
I don't think we
Rebellion,
lost
so it
like
wouldn't
super
surprise me if
convincingly. Like I think it was still a
Falcons
close
don't
game.
see them bring it along.
Let's go Big Bad
because,
Nadian.
yeah, we
Let's
had
go big.
a
Humbe,
great
Humbe,
play there,
Humbe.
and air jab was frozen
Humbe.
out with the Zoto canister, and it allowed Spoit on a run out. And yeah, some really good again.
Dude,
like,
if we can
interplay,
just
some really good
like
team play.
fucking
But
fist
having a
them
look
hard,
at
bro,
the
right off
position
rip.
of the defenders at the minute, we've got almost everybody downstairs, but Leakerfax.
Shopify Rebellion, bro. Shopify Rebellion. They're my team. They're my team, bro. I glaze, bro.
The usual sort of cafeteria staff, they will drop away when the pressure gets too much. But Leakerfax, he's here to try and make a difference.
What a bitch.
Well droned and well dealt with by Shopify.
Leakerfax, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a
One's
bitch.
finished off droning. The second player's got on drone. Then
Ambi,
push him down here
Ambi,
as well.
he's in there.
Can waste a bit of time, but has to be so careful not to lose his life. The more time that they can waste those,
He's gonna drop.
earlier on against Daystar.
Solus is gonna
the more
drop.
success both teams were finding in the dying
Yeah.
moments of the round. Finally
We
pushed
knew that
away
was coming.
as the challenge comes on through. Now Spoit's the one, of course, rounding off towards the right-hand side here alongside Ambi, trying to ensure
Oh
they've got
my
this
God.
base there
This
cover.
is
Solus
horrifying.
still hanging around inside
Dude,
of
they're
it
playing
open.
all hatches
About a minute
open,
45
bro.
left for the team. It's around this time you want to be looking to drop away, so they
Oh,
won't feel too beaten
fuck,
about it.
come on. Fuck you,
Rexon going
Joom.
down by Joom. That's
Fuck.
not looking good. Joom's got himself too. Got aggressive on towards Archives, not towards that top floor as well, which you would assume the Rebellion was safe. Turns out, no, it is not.
And look at who he's
fuck
taking
you,
down.
Joom.
Capitao
Sit down,
and
bitch.
Hibana, two huge
Hatches
operators
are
there.
closed.
Hatches are going to stay closed. We've got no hard breach utility there. So now Shopify Rebellion on the back foot here. They need to think about their alternatives, and they need to do that quickly.
They know they can just say pre-fire onto him here. He know that he's stuck on the other side of smoke. If he pulls back, he dies, so he can't afford to move his feet, and Canadian falls down. Nice early aggression overall, I'd say, out of Falcons. Right onto the blue stairs. Joom, as we spoke about, around square. It's just completely shut down what looked like a really good round start for Rebellion.
I hate Bank.
Gotta
This
be
is why I hate
critical of
Bank, bro.
Canadian there, unfortunately, that gunfight. He can't be losing that to Smoke, just sort of taking a swing with
Okay,
the
we're just
SMG.
inside. They don't
putting
care.
him down.
All right.
Brilliant stuff from him. Falcons looking very solid down on this bottom four. It is all up to Spoit. He's going to get taken out by users, and that is going to be the round. And that was comfortably Falcons. A big play from Joom in the middle of the room. And
Not good.
It was looking
not
really
good,
nice
bro.
from
Not
the
good. Not good.
team
Not
there.
good. Yeah, if you're new, drop a
Yeah,
sub.
more than anything
Fucking
else,
try
it
to
was
join the
Joom
Discord if
upon
you guys
Square on
can.
Square that really got the damage done because on Rebellion side,
I believe
like,
this is the
I
last
think actually
game
it
of
was
the
game plan
day.
as well
That's
by
the
the side of
three
the
first.
Falcons.
It's the first
Rebellion,
map,
once they know they've
contrary
got
to what it
control
says
of
at the
top
top
lane,
of
they
the
start thinking,
screen.
cool, all right, we've got main stairs, no one's going to come and
Their
hit us on the
UI
side
is
of
still kind
Square
of
here.
bugged right
We
now. I
could
guess I don't
start
really
getting
know.
ourselves ready to open up hatches, for example. But that is when Joom has then struck onto Square, brought down the two key players
Alright,
that you
come on.
mentioned in Rexon and Surf.
I don't know
Tampa
what the
Town and
plan
Byron
was there.
respectively.
Bro,
And
Joom
that
is a
has just
demon.
completely shut the round down. So
Joom
although,
is a
yes,
demon. We
everyone
need
got a bit involved
we
in
need
that
like
round, it felt,
Ambi and
at least
Spoit to
especially
just
across
fucking
Yuzu, Spride, and Joom. It was Joom's play
be the
that
first
got
person
that
Joom
one
sees
done.
and shut him
Up
down.
to the top floor we go, Tim.
Because if Joom finds Rexon, Surf, Canadian, like 9 times out of 10, he's
I
murking
think
him.
they could, I think getting themselves on the board now would be a very good thing. The last thing they want to do is
Canadian,
fall
it's
behind
almost
to
10 times
Falcons,
out of 10,
'cause
bro.
I feel at the minute, and I could be completely wrong in this, it is just a feeling, but I feel like Falcons, they're a confidence team at the minute. And if they get a couple of rounds, if they start building that confidence up, I think they do just run through games. I think it's the
I'm
ones
telling
where
you,
they
they
do
need to
get
mental
pressured,
chalk
where they
Licky
do
back.
lose a couple of rounds.
Mental
they have
chalk
that
Licky
wobble,
back.
I think there's
And
maybe
Shopify's
that
got
nervousness
this.
creeps in.
If
like
we can
with
chalk
Fast
Licky back,
so
we
I feel
win.
like they are a team that are really benefiting from confidence at the minute. So yeah, if you let them get 2-0, 3-0, they will just snowball then and run away with it. So yeah, Shopify Rebellion, I think, wanting to get themselves involved in this pretty quickly.
Fair to say we've cast them a few times to in grand finals
God,
over the
I
last
fucking
18
hate this
months or
map,
so.
bro.
Falcons this
I hate
season.
it.
Silence is the enemy. It's the best way that I can summarize.
But, bro,
it.
I'm not gonna lie,
Think
dude.
about it earlier on
Shopify
the
definitely
cast, saying,
watched.
You look at the dropped heads.
The only reason why I'm okay with Shopify playing here
halfway towards Solosov, the other three
on Bank is
really
because
keen to see
they
if that changes
watched
with Joom on
the
side,
Daystar
of course, that get
game
themselves in towards
when they
these
played Bank.
high-level
They
games
obviously
towards
felt
the
they
back end of the
could
competition, assuming of course they can get there.
bring some
A
shit
long
to
road ahead
fucking
of them, and of
counter
course, first means getting through this best
Falcons
three.
play
It's not
here.
coming out, but
Like
not quite the spot
very,
I'd imagine they want.
like they
More
have
forward to try and
confidence
get an
going
angle
to this
through,
map
thinking
after
towards
it's
those
been
that
won
slowed
by
the line, but gets
by
rid of
Falcons.
absolutely nothing. Bit of a bait
That's a
ball
good
and everything
thing.
else, but now they've got
That's
the
a
full
good thing.
info. And this isn't the first time we've seen Brid pull out this double setup with the mirror inside of Janitor as well.
Did you get a new one?
Have the utility
Babe.
being thrown in already to
Baby.
start putting pressure on from these windows.
Did you get a
In
new one?
comes the repel shield in front of the
Here.
face. Damage is taken by Surf. Users manages to find a Nitro onto Spoit elsewhere, and this
Fuck
isn't
me.
going all Shopify Rebellion's way just yet. They do lose the shield as well. They still have Rexon available on the Raura, so they can play with that utility, close off areas that they might have planned to do so, but having lost the glass.
Oh, I was gonna
and
say,
the
bro, if
Bla-
Canadian
the
sold
Blitz,
that, bro.
That's really tough.
That's kind of what you're looking to make use of the Raura for, right? You know, Blitz's weakness is that it's very
Attaboy,
exposed to
Rexon. Let's
close
go!
ranks. If you can get
Let's
a couple
go,
of Rauras
Rexon.
down and then have the shield
You're
charge
just
these
better.
corridors that you've established, that's when he's at his most effective, facing forward, flashing out players. And
Let
going
Ambi
forward from
take the
there.
fight to
But even with
Joom.
it,
Canadian,
looking
go
like
for the
it
plant.
pulled
Or
apart
no,
him,
you can't go for
they've
the plant.
managed
You guys,
to
you
recover
guys gotta
in
take the,
a-
you gotta
a
take the
3 versus 1
2v1s.
at this point.
Two on
All
repel.
by himself, 2 players on the window, 1 down towards behind him. It's going to be rough, especially with 60 seconds still to play. And Ambi,
That's what
rounds
I'm
the
talking
corner
about.
and a
That's what I'm
single
talking
shot
about.
Is enough to get Rebellion on the board.
Yeah, I think the other important point to remember about the Raura
Yeah.
there is,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah,
just
fuck with Ambi,
carrying
bro.
that DMR.
Fuck
and
with
Rexon
Ambi, bro.
just doing fantastic work with it.
I'm part
in
of the
middle
team.
the round when Shopify Rebellion
I'm part of the
desperately
team.
needed it really, because it was a round that looked like it might be going in Falcons' direction. As we said, having lost that blitz, having lost
Huge.
that class, a really tough
Huge. You're right,
combo
Matthew.
to see
You're right.
go from the
Obviously
board.
right
So,
there.
Rebellion get themselves one. No, the North Americans fight back.
Big
It is
dobs, brother.
1-1.
Big dobs.
Okay. I don't know that C4 out of you. I don't think anyone would. Straight down towards bottom lobby. Spoiler thought, cool, I'm working my way up here. I'm going to start getting some kills. And then no, there's a C4 straight to the face. It was a great read. And one of the things that suggests Falcons know how Rebellion are going to play this. That was beautifully placed because they knew what an execute looked like.
No,
in the
I'm
same way
saying
they were
use
spraying
this
through the
one.
smoke on towards where the blitz was coming in. They had a good read onto it. That doesn't mean you can still overcome and stop them, unfortunately.
I'll
So
get
one
you one
apiece.
tomorrow,
We'll
okay?
see how the quarter ends out.
Why?
Looking in towards the Mozzie coming out from Solosov here as well. Of course, looking to deny away the information. And on the other side, their response to him, shock horror, is let's
Babe,
go
this
towards
is bro-
the
this is
solid
not good.
snake.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wait, this is
think,
good. Did you
I
find
think
it?
It's interesting.
Baby,
Of course, there's always value.
you find
in
this
Solid
one?
Snake. It's just interesting to
Oh,
bring
nice.
it along in round 3. I just want to have a look back to round 1. one and see if we saw it, because it's one of
Where
them
was
that I
it?
think like, you might actually attract the ban
Where in your card?
onto the Solid Snake for the next
We had one in our
part.
game earlier.
Yeah, you might
Dude, I
now
tore that shit
attract the
apart,
ban in
bro.
round 4 if you do particularly well, and you've only got that one use out of it. So it's one of them. Do you maybe keep it in the bank until round 4? So you think, oh,
All right, let's go, baby. Ambi on the snake. What am I saying, bro? Put Ambi on the snake. Ambi fries on snake.
But look, we know the value of the operator.
Ambi
the scanner,
fries on the
you know,
snake.
enables him to be able to clear large areas quickly, solo, doesn't really need too much drone support, especially a player like Ambi who can go in and win those fights as well. Up on top floor, something that Falcons are going to have to be very aware of, but they also need to be aware of the push in, and it is Solitov this time.
That
in
sucks.
from Archives, manages to find
harder.
himself a beauty to take Canadian down. Spoit having a rough game, that continues, the glass is lost, but here
Ambi,
goes
big dubs.
Ambi on that Solid Snake, uses there for the trade, 3v1.
They just seem to know everything Rebellion are going to bring at them, Tim. It's almost like they've sat there at the start of the day ahead of the tournament and said, oh, fair chance we face Shopify Rebellion later. We know we want to qualify. Let's prep everything we could possibly come into. It's a brilliant read. It's a brilliant swing coming out as well that's done all the damage they need. Rexon left in a 1 versus 3. I don't think even he can recover this one despite the strong end to the round that Rebellion had in round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. They know exactly where he is as well, of course. That sound cue from the barbed wire will have
Sitting
told
on the
him
mirror.
that. Playing into mirrors. Like, everything is stacked against him. Not impossible, but unlikely, it is fair to say. Well, I think at the minute I'm loving what I'm seeing because we're just getting good rounds from both teams. You know, that's why we've got a 2-1. It's not been down to mistakes. It's not really been down to big problems. It's just that they've both come out and won rounds, and we're getting a really competitive matchup. I think this is largely kind of what we would expect. Falcons, you know, Bank was their map pick. It's not one that we see Shopify Rebellion necessarily excel on. So the fact that Falcons have got a good grasp of everything that they're going to throw at them, I think it's just a good understanding of the map and a good understanding of how it's going to be played. So yeah, I think, you know, all's kind of even at the minute, really. I know Falcons are 2-1 up on the leaderboard, but on the scoreboard, but I don't think Shopify Rebellion will be too concerned.
I think Falcons have just done really good counter prep from what we've seen so far. Those last 2 rounds.
This isn't fucking. This isn't Shopify's map. They go to border, which I don't think they're both great at.
Get taken offline. Imagine
they're both like heavily mid on.
As well. It's been, I wouldn't quite say a massive headache for them. No. Going to be the DKB that we saw in those first couple of rounds. On the other side, it's going to be the Solus that we only saw in the first round, Tim. But clearly they know, as we all do, that Leakifak is a best for that operator.
Yeah,
bro, Canadian needs to live longer than 2 seconds, bro. Let's start there, bro. Canadian needs to live longer than 2 seconds into the round.
Still be available with the
Especially if he's playing the shield, bro.
Well, we might see it, but we're not seeing it picked out immediately yet. And it surprises me a little bit because I feel like Solid Snake is actually, given what happened in the last round as well, you know, with the movement from June, we had Leakifak up on the top floor with the Solus. I feel like Solid Snake could actually be a really solid pickup. You know, it'd be such a good pickup for this site. You know, it's perfect for it. Just get him straight in. You know, through maybe CEO windows or something. If he repels across CEO windows with his scanner, he can see that the majority of CEO meat and janitor are clear. Get in there, take top floor quickly, move down, pressure onto staff very quickly, and I feel there we go. We're gonna have Ambi bringing it along actually. So I'm glad that he's done that after I've gone into 30. I was
back on the snake. Thank you.
I was chancing my arm as I thought they are gonna re-pick into it here. I thought it might come along. So we'll keep
Canadian
a
just
little
is
bit
too
of
old,
kind
bro.
of one eye on Ambi throughout this and see exactly how effective he is with that.
Yeah,
Solid
Canadian
snake.
is
But,
he's just too
otherwise,
old.
Yeah, I mean,
Shopify is like a
keep an eye on Rexon
ragtag
as well.
group of
He's
just
gonna
like
be, on a little crouch walk in
misfits.
by ATMs by the looks of things at the minute.
Yeah,
It's really interesting Ambi being the one running around on Snake. You know, I wouldn't say it's common that we see like, entries being the ones that run around and play on it. It's more, as we see on the side of Falcons, it's Leakifak as the IGL making good use of the operator more often than not. I think part of it comes down to the gun, the fact that it will be a great entry with the F2, but also because you're quite at the front line of what's going on inside of a round. Of course, being able to make use of that gadget at any moment is 100% going to let you move forward with more confidence, but also get you into better positions to make use of that gadget in the first place. I'm seeing things being opened up here. I think off towards his side, there's some actually very, very close inside of elevators. Not quite sure he knows about it though.
Bro, please.
Maybe
Please tell me you know this.
drone, but maybe not at the same time.
Oh.
Leakifak hoping to find someone, but so far being given nothing.
Spoit, you know.
Needs to
You
be
hear him.
cautious here because Rexon's actually got himself inside of Archives, and I think that's actually the cutoff. There you go. He's moved into Tellers as well. That's the cutoff that he was looking for. He doesn't manage to find his man, but he did get in there. There is an option for him to drop this hatch as well. They are going to, I think, be aware of his position now, though, so they will be cautious over that vault drop. They're not just going to allow that to happen for free.
Where's
Although
Ambi
saying
lurking,
that,
bro?
having a look, there's not
Oh
really
my
anybody
God.
in this position. There's only a Users on the Echo that is there and ready to fight back, and he's going to be chased down by Canadian on the Blitz. Who manages to
Attaboy,
get a big
Canadian.
kill. This is a great attack.
One on the flank,
from
one on the flank.
Shopify
One gold,
Rebellion,
gold.
creating space in
Canadian.
mid lobby with the knock and then using it.
But then there's the problem, Tim. It's Doom. He might have let the shield go past him, but he'll still pick off 2 lives afterwards. Rexon, who drops in behind Canadian, finished off. And, of course, the Blitz has gone at the same time. That was their
Canadian.
investment in this round. This was what they really wanted to work out for them. And, yes, they've got 2 kills, but they've lost 2 key players at the same time. So now down in the 3 versus 3.
Your teammate
We've got to see
just
Rebellion find
dies.
a way through.
Yeah,
From
that's it.
one,
They're in danger
only
of
one
stalling out a
possible
little bit
location.
here, I
Your
think, and
teammate
just
just
being
dies
held
from
up.
one possible.
It's going to be Doom who's doing
They had
it.
the bees on him, Tim, and he still swings for the
Doesn't
kill and
matter.
gets it.
Doesn't matter. Doom will find them one
my.
after another. Make it 4. Could be an
Oh!
ace. First ace at Salt Lake City, I think.
Yep.
Goes to Doom. There we go. Phenomenal performance from him in the round. And it's a shame for Shopify Rebellion because that was a really solid. I like what they did there. Rexon got in, tried to cut off Leakafac's movement. They then dropped the hatch. They recognized that the space was involved.
Really,
What
Canadian?
a response from Falcons.
Your teammate dies
Wonderful
from
stuff,
only
honestly.
one other
And again,
location.
Doom barely having to move his feet there.
And your
to
thought
get that ace in the
process
round. Spectacular stuff.
is
Those
to
5
turn
kills
away
puts
from
himself
that
at the top of the
location
leaderboard, surprising no one after only 4 rounds.
and get shot in the back of the
so
head.
far. Rebellion calling their attack timeout because
That's what we're doing.
Super
That's what we're
thinking,
doing.
it's
Yo,
probably time we
give me a
sort this one out
contract.
'cause it is not
That's
good
what we're doing.
enough.
Give me a contract. I'll do that all day, bro. My word.
Get
Canadian.
to hear this one, Tim.
No,
unfortunately,
it doesn't
God
look that way.
damn, bro.
No, not for tacticals.
There
Just
we
at the
go.
half. Just at the half. There we go. There you go.
It's
We
like,
were
do we
both
forget
very
how to use our
expectant
mouse?
there.
Also, like, do we
Oh,
forget that
Super's
the
got a
fucking
headset back. I believe
left
his headset
click
was faulty earlier. So
is
I
to
was like,
shoot the
Super's
gun?
got his headset back. Cool. Oh no, we can't listen into this one. But we
I
will
don't-
be,
I don't
getting
understand.
a chance at halftime, hopefully.
I don't understand.
But yeah, look, that was like I said. I actually feel for Shopify Rebellion.
I don't understand.
Because I feel like the attack was well worked. It was something a little bit different on a site that gets attacked a lot. Through server, through square. Didn't like go into that. Recognize the space involved.
That was a
down there.
fucking
Canadian
L,
did a great
bro.
job of getting the kill onto users, taking the Echo out. But how do you legislate for a player like Doom?
Dude,
That's
like,
the problem.
what
He's
is
just got
that
superstar
strategy,
power
bro?
where he's able to kind of turn it on. Like you say, he's getting kills whilst he's tracked by the
Christ, bro.
Grim
Headshot,
Bees.
headshot,
Just-
headshot, headshot,
it's
headshot.
such
Doom,
a
fuck you.
difficulty dealing with a player like that. And Shopify
Yeah,
Rebellion,
Spoit is 0-4,
you
bro, I
could
guess.
really-
Holy
like
fuck.
I say, you could forgive them for coming away from that round thinking, this should be 2-2. This should absolutely be 2-2, but for Doom.
That damn Doom, Tim. That damn Doom.
I'm telling you, Spoit
Almost like they
and
picked him up for a
Ambi
reason.
need to
Imagine
shit
that.
all over Doom's face
Well,
in order for us to win
Falcons,
this game.
Rebellion, as you
The
saw,
rest
had
of
their
Falcons
attack
can get
timeouts.
walked.
Not too surprised there. Super, I imagine.
Rest of
thinking,
Falcons
well,
can
if
get
this carries on
walked,
the way it's
bro.
going and we go down 4-1, 5-1, it is going to be a very miserable second half. We saw how Falcons attacked
Again,
earlier on
mental
against
chalk,
Daystar.
mental
This
chalk,
map will
licky
be
fack,
over
you
and
win,
done
bro.
with. So they desperately
Mental
need
chalk,
to
licky
find,
fack, you win.
Ideally, 2, you'll accept 1, but really
My
they're
word.
looking for the 2 here. Tim. They need that 3-3 split.
Immediate attention towards stock from Shopify Rebellion, but it is going to be that man once again, Doom, that they will need to deal with. It's going to be
I'm pretty sure when Doom was on Secret, he was shitting on
Shopify
Shopify.
onto his position just to try and prevent him, because otherwise Doom is going to sit behind that deployable shield for as long as they let him. So need to think about getting those Selma charges out, which they do. So good, fast progress, and we can see that that is Doom's call to just back it up a little bit.
He's played Thorn 3 times throughout this game as well so far.
Yeah, because he's
Lamar
a
and
ratty
Azami,
little
the other
bitch,
two,
bro.
but of
Jim's a
course,
ratty
Azami
little bitch.
is the one running around on the Azami. So
Jim's a ratty little bitch, bro.
I'll have to ask him later on if it comes down more to choice of weapons and it's his personal choice to play the operator, or if the team
Nice,
just need it and
bro.
he'll play
Nice.
they need. We've already
Fuck.
spoken about the trap meta being in full force.
L
so
trade.
far at Salt Lake City. One piece so far as Leak.
We took their bandit.
Deimos going
They're
down.
not even,
ideal,
like-
I was thinking at the start of the round, so it would be great here to get a track on towards Doom and try and
L
punish him because
trade.
He was playing in such an aggressive spot. You'll take that. Him being gone is massive.
Nothing too wildly unusual being done by either team here. Ambi's got a definite concern about Archives there, but there is nobody underneath, as we can see at the minute for Falcons. And this is very much that the battle lines are drawn, Des, and they are shaping up against each other. You've got Ambi and Spoit trying to work stock and top square, and then you've got Canadian and Rexen both on the rappel. As I say that, Canadian actually has got himself in through the window towards top square. Diffuser
The good thing
in
about
hand,
Canadian is he's not afraid to fucking hop in the side, bro. He is not afraid to hop in that side at all.
One of them has been taken out, so Breede's position is now a little bit more precarious. There could be an opportunity to get this diffuser down.
Nice.
I was about to say Breede inside of
Nice. There goes
June.
June.
That's why Ambi has been the one to come in from behind, shuts him down, and remove the ability
Ambi's got
to
control.
deny
Yeah, yeah.
the
All right, this is
plan
our
to
round.
4 versus
100% this is our round.
Much better round coming out of Rebellion. Very execute focused, making use of all the gadgetry, and that was sublime. A brilliant attack, and they get their second on the board.
I'm pretty sure it goes to the defender.
They didn't do anything. This isn't meant to be critical.
Pretty sure it goes to the
They
defender.
didn't do anything like wildly special. They just did everything they did really well. It was, you know, it was pretty much one-sided push. There was no pressure coming in from spiral stairs. There wasn't really much pressure from the windows. They had Rexen on there, but he was on his own on the windows most of the time. And they didn't ever really get kind of active control of stock until the end of the game. But Ambi was just able to walk down, pressure Janitor. It was all
Good plays.
about
Good plays,
timing
guys.
from Shopify Rebellion.
Huge.
It was all about, right, have they got enough
Spoit drop 2.
problems to
Spoit drop
think
2. There you go,
about
Matthew.
elsewhere that
There you
I
go.
can now exploit that space?
Spoit drop 2.
You know, where's the key positions that they hold in? Doom in
We
holding,
can't- we
he's
can't-
dealing with Spoit does that.
Dogs
with
are
the
going crazy.
salvage
Dogs
charges.
are going
Just
crazy.
Really
Dogs
good
are going
stuff
crazy
from
right now.
them. Just, you know, solving the few problems.
All right,
that
2-on
Falcons set
2-on
them
attack
up,
is
finding
not
the
bad.
space that they needed.
2-on attack is not bad. Obviously, 3-3 split,
Right,
great.
now we get that
2-on
big
attack's
question
not
that we had
bad.
after that attack timeout. Can they get that 3-3 split they're looking
Sorry,
for?
guys.
The Falcons
Sorry.
rally and get
They see
themselves
something
back
outside.
on top. We'll find out as we're in staff and open area for the final round of the first half. On the attacking side, Tim, not too much changes. We've seen an awful lot of Nook in this half. We've seen a lot of Deimos, seen a lot of Snake coming out, and it looks like they're leaning into exactly the same again. You know, for a long time it was Dockerby that was the sort of go-to intel operator. It's starting to feel like we're seeing Snake taking that spot in the lineup now for a lot of teams. Deimos just
All right, who
a
we
bit
bring?
too good to
Ambi on the Nook is going to definitely go for a late one.
Yeah, exactly. That.
We know
Especially on
that.
Bank. There's
Using the
there's a lot of
FMG too.
opportunity, so
Kind of
long as you're
crazy.
not playing onto basement,
Surprised.
there's a lot of opportunity for Vertigo.
Good. I like Spoit. I like Spoit on the fucking Deimos. Canadian on the Twitch, so we can deal with the mirrors. Nice.
The Surf bringing the solid
And the
snake along
thorns.
this time. Ambi is the
Hey, hey,
kind of got
hey.
the eyes lighting up at the minute. On the knock,
Henny.
where is the sneaky
Henny.
play going to come from?
You got Leaf playing out on the air quotes Rome here above. It's not really a massive Rome, more just the ability to drop down that hatch and be back inside the site is nice and easy. Normally
My
it's really that
goodness.
we see playing on the mirror, but that change
All
over
right.
here, I think it's because it's Leaf playing out on the Rome, and he's got both of them set up around Janitor. One, interestingly,
Henny's about to
from
go
Long
home,
Desk
bro.
into Janitor, one from Janitor itself in towards CEO. So from there, can of course
All right.
observe the windows, but has that ability to step back.
These are
as
kinda-
and when
yeah, these are
required,
kinda
make it
nutty
hard to
mirrors,
push
bro.
him from this side of the map in a way. Rebellion needs to come from the other side here in order to be
Nice.
able to shut him down. But they've got rid of one. The trade
Ambi
back
getting
the way, and
felt
that
is
has
not
led to
great,
Leaf
but at least it's the
immediately
game. Or at least
towards
it's
site.
Falcons
nice,
well
Spoit.
aware of the possibility of the knock pushing through main lobby, dealt with it quickly, but Spoit was there for the late trade onto Solotov as well. 4 versus 3 advantage now to Shopify
Nice, Rexen.
Rebellion, and that is doubled down as Rexen manages to pick up Leakerpack. 4 versus 2. Falcons in trouble here,
Oh,
and
June's
despite
cooked.
looking at times like the better side on the defensive bank, they are now facing an even split of a half, and that is not going to suit them down to the ground,
That's
to be
not
honest. But
good.
how about this? Breede
Bro, no
gets
way.
aggressive on site like we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, I love
What a
that for
bitch
Breede.
using Thorn
You have to
Shotgun.
go aggressive here. You sat in the 2 versus 2. You know they'll overwhelm you in a 4 versus 2 if you give them time. So being willing to identify there's an opportunity there to get an isolated kill. Could
That was
die to a
ballsy
player
as hell.
upstairs if he ain't careful.
Guys,
But
one
Breede's
shot
down
on
there,
June,
gets a
bro.
freebie, makes
That
it
you
2
need
versus
one
3.
shot on
And we
June.
saw earlier on.
You need to
I wanna
tickle
say
that,
it was
bro.
Breede and June. I could be wrong. Both on
Canadian
1
can
HP
shoot him with a
managed to win out a 2 versus 3. This is another 2 versus 3 they find themselves in, but you are against
Canadian
the
can shoot
team.
him with his fucking Twitch drone and down him, bro.
Breede just
Please.
still
June's
holding
going for the
same
flank.
position
Someone have a
inside
drone
of
up there.
site At the minute, Rebellion are setting themselves up there towards that triple wall and looking to get it open. They do that,
Yes.
enable
There we
then
go.
Falcons to do anything. As soon as that wall gets open, Breede's in serious
Little sigh of
trouble.
relief right there.
You can see it's actually the Solid Snake of. I think it was
There's a
Solid
Glacier
Snake.
for you.
Snake, he's just going to wander in and manage to get himself that final kill.
Well, let's have a listen and then Tim Sow. We see what they're saying at the halftime.
Oh, you texted Spoit? I got you. I got you.
Not a lot, apparently.
Okay, good guys. Same thing as the other match.
They play kind of similar, no? If even that was old info.
They play
kinda
They do
similar,
the exact same. Like they showed you what they do, but I swear, even on defense, if they play turtle, they're gonna turtle. Like they usually shove everything. Like
they don't bait.
The main thing is this: check how is the setup, you know? If they wanna fall back, if they wanna play aggro, and watch out that they can play tellers as well. But besides this,
The only thing they changed on Benga is compared to before, they play just more meta. That's it. Like the phase attack, the solid snake every round, trying to go for gaps when they push fast. The idea was the same, but they just play more meta.
They should take the eye out of it, dude. It throws
so
it
maybe
off.
on basement when they full turtle, they maybe will not put
They
like
should just leave it as
cages
bleed
for touching
green.
cab. Just going to see. Maybe play
It already
more
doesn't look great, but
or
they
we
should
just play
take the
like
eye
Kiss
out.
Cream, you know? If they full room, we go my controller, we push faster rounds. Like,
Yo, if you're new to the stream,
if
be
they
sure to
get
drop a
turtle,
sub.
We just take exec.
We should be
clear
watch
them,
partying
just
like
going
all
exec
pro.
backside or
For the
server
most
side.
part.
And adapt as we go. Okay, if we have a really good defense and they show that they don't, it doesn't seem like they have an answer for it. I'm okay running it back and not swapping to a different thing else. Okay.
Okay, Willie, if basement clashes up, go top, okay? I'm gonna go
Question, do we want to ban the
Alright,
Monty
FK
first so it doesn't look like we're changing our bans?
We're not gonna do Monty. We're gonna do Monty third. We're gonna so.
But do we want to do Ace first then? To like
do
make it-
Ace. We'll do Ace first, and then Snake, and then assuming they leave Clash up for us, we'll try to run our Clash stuff in the first half. We'll third ban Monty, and then we'll just go to our other stuff. Okay.
Heard that.
That's all we need to do, guys. We're playing great. That was a great recovery. They
Dude,
got a
this is
couple
this is
rounds 'cause
actually
we're
gonna
a
be
little-
like
we're a little sleepy. It's okay, right? We're locked in the fucking game now.
Let them
Remember,
run them rounds.
every
Holy
round on these
fucking
defenses,
shots,
guys, we're making plays to win, problem solve, talk about win conditions. I don't
Oh,
want
yeah.
us to, at any point at the end of these
Oh, yeah.
rounds, not having a plan.
Heard that.
Whether
you
it's
guys
playing
can
off
use each
info,
other, bro.
retake, let's go.
Use your
Oh,
teammates.
yeah,
How can
tell
I help
him.
my teammate? How can
Tell
my
him,
teammate
Super.
help me?
Exactly.
Use that,
Exactly.
okay?
Let's fucking go.
What's rap?
Better.
Ask myself that question all the time, Tim.
This
How
entire
can I
time I
help
thought
my
it was
podcaster
just
and how can he
bleed
help
green.
me?
I know, dude. That's what I was thinking too. That's what I was thinking
in
too.
my head. I haven't actually found
That's
an
what I was
answer to
thinking
the
too,
question
100%.
yet,
They're
but
sleepy, Des.
I ask it.
They're sleepy. They've been a little bit sleepy. I'm a little
Yeah.
bit sleepy.
Yeah.
The jet lag's kicking in.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, it is a
Oh,
little
is it
bit.
catching you? Oh no!
Yeah,
what time
what
is
are
it?
we
It's half past
talking?
4.
4, 11 at home.
Oh,
I'm
here we
usually
go.
heading for my bed by now, you see. So I feel you, Rebellion. But
We
this
heard-
is- if you're going to wake up, now is the time.
Falcons are saying it a little bit earlier in their attack timeouts as well. They were speaking of, well, Liquifat was the one to say, like, look, again, we're not nervous, but something's happening there. It's first game, shake it off. It's first day. This is the blessing for them, I think, is they will come into the next few days quite warm. Not forgetting that after tomorrow, when we'll see a few teams sent home, we'll go into the next day where all the other teams then start playing. And all the ones that have qualified from day 1 and day 2, whichever the winner of this game is, they will already qualify. They're in a spot where they're warm. They're ready. They've had their little warm-up. They've had a chance to
Canadians
play
got
around
2
the course of
kills,
a couple
baby.
of games and figured things out.
One of
and
them's
get
a-
themselves in the groove. They could come
Is
out
one of them
really
on
hot
Jew?
on day 3. Either of them.
Yeah, I'd fully
Is one of them
agree
on
with you. I'm very much enjoying this game so far. The fact that it's 3-3 at the
Yeah,
half
dude.
as well.
Literally,
I
bro,
think
they're
it's-
mental
it's
chalking Liquefact. Look at him, 0-5. 0-5, I'm telling you, mental chalk Liquefact, you win the game.
Good rounds, that they've won. We've had some really solid siege on both sides.
You mental
No
chalk
sort of
Liquefact, you win.
glaring or wild
100%.
mistakes or anything, nothing silly. I think this has been a great game so far, and I think both teams are looking really good. I think, to be honest, history is going to be very kind to these two as well. That you will look further in and be like, how were they both in phase 1?
Yeah.
Like, I think you genuinely are with the way
I
they're
had
playing
to
at the
blink when I
minute.
first sat to my prep for the tournament, and I was like, hang on a minute, is this really right?
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Come on,
yeah.
let's
I think
shove
genuinely
Falcons
the way
into
they
the
are both
lower
playing
bracket. Let's go.
And the way, if they can continue doing this, they're going to have at least reasonable runs into the tournament. I don't want to get carried
They
away.
left
but I think
Clash
they
for
have
Canadian
I think,
is
how on earth did they make
wild,
it
bro.
phase 1?
Leaving Clash for Canadians wild.
Interestingly, relying solely on the hard
That's
breach
like
gadgets
that's the
in
only
their
operator
pocket
he's
of
like
Monty and
will
Sensia
100 like
from
90% of the time be effective on.
We saw and heard the speaking from
Nah, bro,
Rebellion
I'm
about
telling you,
batting
you
away
mental
the
chalk.
aces
That's
just
what I'm
before
saying,
seeing
bro.
them.
You
For
mental
a
chalk
long
Liquefact,
time,
they
saw there was a
lose, bro.
pairing coming out.
That's
But
why.
maybe
That's
now
why
with the-
Falcons won.
The changes that are coming around, the flexibility that a lot of teams are finding, and saying, "Oh, you ban those 2 away." We'll just run this
Liquefact's a
instead."
rager,
It's
bro.
not
Gets
like
red
a,
in the
you
face.
must ban 2 hard breaches. You must ban 2 shields. Today already, I've seen quite a few teams mixing and matching the types of operators they take away.
What are they yinging?
Ooh, that was cheeky, too.
Oh, they almost
I rate
just-
that, Baiting almost out the clash, we're looking in towards Copy, and then trying to swing in with a shotgun at close range. Gets a cheeky couple of shots onto Canadian, who's down to about 70 HP now, but I like it. I rate it.
Canadian's still up,
This
though.
is good quick
Canadian's
work from
still up.
Falcons as well. They've taken a lot of the map over. We're
They took
only
hella
a minute
sight
15
fast.
into the round. They're now going to start pressuring onto Cerber as well. There's Canadian has relocated to the bottom of blue stairs. You can see the bottom of your screen there, the silhouettes. He's just trying to support Rexen inside a server. We see the first of those toxic babe canisters being deployed.
Rexen's about to get
as well.
ISO'd.
Second one has, I don't know if that's the second one detonated or the second one has now been thrown out. But he's
This is
got
a
one
weird
left in
play right
pocket,
here.
So still holding him at bay, but it doesn't really matter too much for Falcons.
One's
because they've done
one's
all that
literally
early
going
stuff
dirt
so
to go
quickly.
fucking.
Canadian is in a really frustrating position, I feel.
Yeah,
for
Canadian's
both sides to
cooked.
deal with. And look at that. They acknowledge and say, right, rotate off. This is going to be a nightmare to break through. They've already lost a lot of time. It's been away.
Yeah.
Rexen has kind of got the benefit of the smoking, wasting time. And then they haven't had to worry about them fighting without utility because the rest of them have just backed away and gone for
They're
a different hit
dropping
instead. Really the one I'm
with-
looking towards here, really, inside the lobby. Watch where he goes because, of course, with the diffuser in back pocket, he's the one most well-positioned to make something happen.
Yeah, nobody's really focusing
Nice.
on that area.
Down
at the
goes
minute.
Tomb,
He
down
drops
goes Licky
down
Pack.
a couple of
Boom.
kills that
Licky
come in
Pack
on Servant's
0-6.
Fight. That actually really
0-6.
frees Rebellion up to be able
I'm
to
telling you.
focus towards that
This
rear
is why you
side.
don't give
Like I said,
this
they've
is why
just
you
got
don't give Big
nothing
Bad
to deal
Canadian
with the
fucking
clash at
the
all.
clash.
Brede does
There
manage
you
to
go.
find one. Canadian
Fuck,
onto
that's not
Solotov
great.
Users, brings it back to a 2v3, 30 seconds.
Oh, this
later.
isn't good
This
either.
is still doable, Des.
They've managed to recover.
They
this
don't
in
have
a
sight.
spectacular. I think
They don't
Solotov
have
missed
sight.
the
They
memo
literally-
there on
yeah.
the rotate
This
away,
isn't
but they've
good.
got full control of the
Bro.
other side of the map here, and now
There's
they've
no
got
way
to try and
this-
push their
there's
way
no
back through.
way.
No idea this is going on, but they pulled off an absolute blinder, Tim, into a 2 versus 2.
Brede's gone into the vault, and like you say, it's just an absolute heist, isn't it? He's managed to get himself 2 kills and put the diffuser down, and now they've got Canadian who has to flip to his weapon, does so and finds the kill, and all of a sudden it's
Yes!
Rebellion with the advantage.
Boom!
And they managed to
You
secure
mental
the
chalk
round,
Licky
Rexen
Vac,
with the
and
final
you
kill.
fuck Falcons,
And it is
baby.
a solid defense. I love what Falcons did, but it always felt like more of the Hail Mary, whereas Rebellion were solidly in control for a lot of that round.
Just a wild round overall, wasn't it? I thought. Like, we started out with what looked to be
I thought
a
they
pretty
just sold, bro.
standard take, but the presence of Canadian
I thought they
on the
just
clash
sold.
just forced Falcons to scatter. They sort of said to Solotov, sorry, mate. Got to deal with the clash by yourself there, I'm afraid. And Canadian did a great job of wasting time. He got the kill, converted it into a second once he rotated in towards Garage. And I just think, for Rebellion, brilliant recovery, because I really thought Falcons would have that one nailed down. They're now ahead for the first time in this game, Tim, up 4-3. At what point do Falcons start panicking?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like I said, so long as it seems like,
Bro, giving
you know,
dude,
through kickoff,
dude.
so long as you can
What-
stop
what is it?
Falcons kind
3
of building
rounds?
that
So-
confidence and getting themselves too much breathing room, that's where you start
Falcons
to get
fucked
your
up, bro.
opportunities against
Falcons
this
fucked
team.
up
And
big
let's
time
not
giving
forget,
them
this is
them
Falcons'
clash.
map pick. It's not one, you know, that Rebellion are necessarily known for playing too much. Or
This
to
is
see
dude,
too much
that's
of. It's not
dumb
a
as
high
fuck,
preference
bro.
map
Don't
for
give
them.
Big Bad
So
Indian
this
clash,
is going
bro.
to be huge for them if they can come away, and it just feels at the minute like
They
the
they
vibe in
literally
the team is just seems
Falcons
brilliant.
literally
Like,
wins
they seem
that
very
if
calm,
they ban
very
Clash.
collected, very focused, and I think it's showing in the server. I really like what I'm seeing out of Shopify Rebellion.
100%.
Stupid.
Certainly can't count Falcons out yet. You know, again, it's only the one round there that came down to it, and that could have been an either way 2 versus 2. It's just that Rebellion played it far better in the moment. Now we're going to find ourselves well, not starting out on the top floor, but that's where the defense is going to get set up. We are inside a staff and open area 4.
Yeah, they can, but
it's
it's not like it's not like after each round you ban like in ranked. It's like you ban 2 operators and then you have to wait till the 3rd round to ban the 3rd. So them not banning out Clash first was a mistake because you kind of just give Nadian like Clash 3 rounds in a row.
It was the stuff of dreams.
If he wants it, he used the first round, not using it this round. Maybe he brings it next round. I don't know. But that was a dumb move. That was a dumb move.
Going to get that long angle open. That's going to give the option to control the elevator's position for users. He'll be able to do that from the windows, but I don't think that Shopify Rebellion are going to be too worried about that. Ambi's playing a little bit deeper. He's with Rexen inside of meeting.
Dude, I'm telling you, if we can keep Licky Fac at a fucking donut, game's ours. Regardless of how good Joom is,
blue stairs maybe
that sucks.
later in the round, but it's going to be Solotov picking up Ambi. It's that top floor clearance coming in from Falcons. Rexen now all alone. He's in Janitor, and he's going to have to try and hold his position for a little bit longer. Yeah, I think.
Even
from the
honestly,
outside,
even
really
if
it's onto how much more can they get away
Falcons
with. You've wasted a good
takes,
chunk of time. Rexen's dropped, and now Spoilers, but no, into the waiting arms of Licky
he just
Fac,
died to Licky
who was
Fac.
there and waiting for him. Another freebie picked up, and it's a
That
5v3 with
That's an
half a round to play. Surely This is where Falcons could find themselves taking control of the round and seeing it over the line.
Yeah, we didn't know whether Leakerfact would be a blue stairs or a main stairs push. He's chosen perfectly. Gets himself up marble, manages to find an easy one onto Spoit. 5 versus 3. Falcons need to convert this round. This is a great opportunity for them now.
Solotov and Joom are their best fraggers. We can't let Solotov get active. Joom is clearly already active.
Hold on to it now. They're just
and we need to keep shutting down Leakerfact. So this is already an
The
out.
clock is against them, really.
Not really
I was gonna say if we win a round,
like
if we win a round and Leakyfact still doesn't, or if they lose and Leakyfact still doesn't get a kill or anything positive, like he still gets slammed, like that's still
really
fine.
Good use of Deimos and Dockerby together to clear their way through the map here, swapping out the Deimos for looking in towards the Grim Bees instead. Fantastic, of course, for controlling parts of the site, but also for forcing players to move up on that top floor, and that's exactly what they have got away with. No, there's one inside of Archives. You can see the yellow ping coming out on your screen. They know that he's there. Doesn't mean you can always get the kill for free, though, Tim.
No, absolutely not. You can know where they are, but it's whether you can find the line.
Canadian just killed
Joom.
Joom.
To take down Joom. 4 versus 3 now. Shopify Rebellion holding on, but it's maybe just a little bit too little too late. Surf manages to find users, but it's a 1v3. He's got about 8 seconds to survive. Can't do more than one as Leakerfact cuts him down. And that's going to be Falcons leveling things up. And this one continues to be close at 4-4.
Leakerfact playing that round beautifully. I can only imagine gelling his team through the whole thing as well. Both of his kills prior to the final one on towards Surf came from him just patiently waiting, holding angles, waiting for players to drop into his waiting arms and collecting them when they were forced to move by the rest of his team. So very, very well thought through. And I think after they got the first 2 kills upstairs, there was very little chance they were going to see that one slipping through their fingers and giving another round over to Rebellion. That breaks their 3-round loss streak as they get one on the board, as you say, Tim, up to 4 apiece.
There we go, Big Bet Canadian back on the clash. That's what I'm saying.
Go all the way.
Yeah, it's certainly giving.
He won them that round
that
in basement solely based on the
clash.
clash.
Extra rounds out of this one. And I think, to be honest,
also Canadian outfragging Spoit, problem there.
Be, given, sort of
serious problem
on the map. Like you said, a lot of overtime usually the case for Rebellion, so it would be kind of par for the course to see them go to those extra rounds. But right now, I don't know if kind of back to the wall. I had to pick one team that was going to win this one. I still would land on the side of the North Americans right now.
Yeah. I'd say after the first, maybe first 3 or 4 rounds, I was more in favour of Falcons. I thought they started out sharp, but since attack timeout, Rebellion just had something a little bit extra about them. They're really starting to shine, really building into the game, and just feel like they've got a good game plan in the back of their heads. Now, Leakerfact, nice and early. Last time round, it was on the Dockerby. He came in through Garage and worked his way up from there. Here, straight into
They're just not droning Leakerfact in, and he is not being punished for this whatsoever. Still no drone. Still no drone.
Of him being in a great spot here, he may
still no drone. He's literally in there for free.
Careful. One off towards his right.
You have to hear him, Ambi. Or Surf, yeah, Surf hears him.
Sat nearby. I'm pretty sure has no idea that he's here.
No, Surf heard him.
How long is this going to be persisting? Because there's only
Surf,
who can really win in this situation, because Leakerfact is watching that clock tick by. But the big key factor is limiting that Solis's movement underneath, but I don't know if he knows that Surf has moved away. Breeder does manage to pick up Rex, and that's going to be the smoke off the board, so a lot of loss of utility there as well. Just having a look at what's going on with Surf at the minute. He's got himself back upstairs and into the elevator, so he's not going to be able to play below for that denial that he was hoping for. Leakerfact is still underneath, and I think the plan here is Leakerfact stays there to prevent any impact from that Solis.
Well, this is the thing. Surf really wanted to be downstairs, right? You want to try and play for plant denial if there's an execute coming on through. But I think Falcons have approached the game very much more around. Let's get a couple of kills on towards the Roamers here. And of course, they've got rid of one. Getting rid of Rex on the smoke is absolutely massive. And now we'll try and collect a couple more. I don't think this is going to be strictly a very heavily focused plan.
Nice, Surf. Fuck you, Joom.
That's a bit of a stinger.
Solotov's just moved up spiral stairs and managed to pick up a kill onto Spoit. He's on the backside. It's a brilliant backstab as he takes down Surf as well. Leakerfact onto Canadian, and Falcons, it's all down to Solotov. Undoes them with a 3K from the spiral stairs.
What I love about that was that hit coming in from the lobby stairs was delayed. He didn't go up at the same time as everyone else. It would have been so easy when Joom pushed forward and towards Janet to say, oh, that's my time, that's my go sign. But he held. He was super, super patient. And then managed to get Spoit, who was just none the wiser to what was going on. He thought lobby was clear, as you would when you've had no pressure for the last 20 seconds or so. So that delayed little moment really set up the rest of the Falcons team to also push in, who now find themselves up 5 and 4. As we heard Super speaking about at the halftime, Monty coming through as the third band. The
Henny,
the castle
calm down.
taken away
Hey.
from the other side.
You need to calm down.
Really just taking their eyes off the ball a little bit.
You
there.
need to
They
calm
got
down.
Themselves
Okay.
convinced that much like their
You need
attack,
to relax.
all the pressure was coming from
You're
square
okay.
and windows and from that side of the map.
Leave her alone.
Falcons spotting the opportunity,
Stop
taking
annoying her.
full advantage of it, and it worked absolutely
Yeah,
beautifully.
exactly.
And they get
Not
themselves
what
back
not to
into
do
the
there.
lead
Leia.
again. And this one continues to flip-flop from one side to the other as to who has
Henny, come
got
here. Hey.
the advantage. But
No.
in round 10,
Henny, come
we're
here.
going to be heading down to the basement again.
Good.
It was something that we saw Rebellion defend really, really well last time. This time they're going to be moving more towards, rather than the Clash smoke setup,
Gotta be petting
it's
both
going to
dogs.
be
They both don't get
the
jealous, bro.
Warden Tachanka smoke setup that we all no one loves so well at this point.
Oh, you love it. You sat and went through the absolute death of how to do it, Tim.
I did, you're right.
Got some little fun knowledge
I'm here.
facts you could drop on us about.
Well, we've seen it done well once recently. So the big difficulty with this defense, for anybody who doesn't know, what you try and do is you'll play behind a deployable shield inside
Alright.
of lockers with Tachanka, roughly this position. And what you want to be doing is at
They
about
banned
a minute 30, a minute 20.
the
you can
castle,
start
not the
burning out
Clash.
entire rest of the round.
Interesting.
He's got a
If this game
phenomenal
goes to
ability
OT,
to be
Nadian's
able
going
to
back
burn
on the
out
Clash,
that
just so you
default
guys know.
camp spot for
100%.
much longer than Smoke can. But in this case, he's actually backed up by the Smoke as well, so they can do even longer, or they can do
Interesting
multiple
they felt
positions.
that the
But big
castle is
difficulty
more of
with this
a-
is keeping Surf
a
safe.
deterrent.
So you've got to keep that shield in front of him, so it's no surprise to see the Kiba barricade being put in that position, because it helps keep that shield safe as well as the Tachanka. It's
That
about
the actual
keeping
Clash
main
was,
stairs
that's
and
interesting.
garage under your control. Elevator.
I mean,
under
I guess
your
the Clash
control.
is
When you're
was
that
only really
Tachanka,
effective
those are the
bottom
areas
floor,
you're
but
worried about. You're focused on server,
I don't know.
and you've got to know that those other areas
Shopify
behind
just
you
needs to
are
keep
dealt with and are
this
taken
game
care of. And
convincing.
So a lot of utility and a lot of focus from
Like, they
Rebellion
just need to
will
stay
go
in
into
this game
protecting
so that they can...
Right now, the big focus from
Like
Falcons
this
to
is
make sure
Falcons
they
map,
get
so
these
if they
episodes
put up a fight on Falcons
start
map, that's
actually
good,
looking
bro.
into
It's an
towards
automatic
server
chalk.
downstairs, and then start worrying about what's going on with the Tachanka. You know, commonly, you'll see
It'd be a better chalk,
coming in
obviously, if
from
they
Garage,
won
as
it,
you
but still.
referred to, Tim, not seeing anyone yet put the focus on that for Falcons. But I imagine they've got a plan in mind on how to deal with that. We've seen
Free day
teams
on the
before just go
fuse shield.
all out and drop really aggressively down
brother,
hatches and try and push into the
please.
player that way. There are options
Stay
available to them.
alive.
The first phone call comes
You're
out
4
from
and 8.
Davey.
It is a little bit one-sided as this attack
You're
so far.
spoilt.
It's not to say that they can't get it done, but that would be my concern, because they are allowing the Tachanka to be able to focus. There's no alternative pressure here. I'm looking across the utility. They've nothing that's going to easily
They're
remove
100%
that
gonna
shield
power
from
blow.
in front of him. The
They're about to
Capitao
power
could maybe
blow.
do a little
Yeah,
bit of
Blue's
work
about to get
to
powered.
prevent him going in behind it, but here comes the
There we
server
go.
control.
Yeah,
A
bro.
big double there,
Fucking A,
taking
dude.
down both Spoit and Rexon. However, they still have the Shumika launcher to deal with, but Leakafak is on a backstab. He's looking for marble stairs, I think.
Don't even need it at this point, Tim. They've managed to chew their whole way through. Yes, Surf can burn a lot of time down, Tim, but they can aggress onto him just as
Nice,
easily.
Ambi.
Getting rid of Yuzu, though. That might give them a little bit of pressure relief, but the plant is still going through, I'm sure. Maybe not, just going in for the kills instead. Jumon for a double in the round. Traded out by Surf, but Leakafak is there for the close. Beautiful play from Falcons in towards server itself to get that clearance out, taking down 2 players. Wonderful stuff.
I was a little bit concerned, as I said, partway through the round there.
Literally
that it was a bit
fucked,
too
bro.
one-dimensional, but in the late round, Leakafak just rotates, recognises that fact, down marble, picks up the final kill from there.
I feel like my
Great
world
stuff
is gonna
from
end if
Falcons.
Shopify doesn't
It's
win.
Like I say, just dealing with those parts around the Tachanka. You don't need to worry too much about him, because as soon as you get the other kills, he can't do what he wants to do anymore anyway. And he
Genuinely,
has
I
to
feel like
come
my
out
world
fighting, and
will
that's when
actually
you take
spontaneously,
care of
like,
that
implode.
final sort of step, which is the Tachanka.
So it's beautiful how they execute
Please.
server, especially
Please.
again. Like it's very, very risky because you've got Spoit playing really. This is why a lot of teams will leave the player that's on blue stairs in Narnia by himself. They know they
Yeah,
can't
dude,
really
they
help
just
him. They'll let him
powered
play his
the
life, burn through all
fuck
the
out of
smokes,
him.
Try and use the shotgun to get whatever kills he can, and hope for the best. Spoit there by trying to play so aggressively, and to be fair, with the right idea, playing in behind the keepers to give him a bit more security. Right idea, just couldn't quite punish because those Candelas, once they ripped through from Doom, left him staring at a white screen, and before you know it, a very, very grey one. As he was finished and punished by the other Falcons players. Beautiful set piece from them to get that execute moving, and now they're at 6 and 4.
They've won
It's
one
2 rounds
defense,
in a row that
and it was
Rebellion need to
downstairs.
find.
And they got
Falcons will
walked
take map 1
in the other
Clubhouse.
ones.
We will head to next.
Yeah, it's certainly looking
They
like
got
Falcons have
walked,
found,
bro.
another gear in the last couple of rounds. We'll see whether that is enough to propel them forward and give them the advantage here. With a lot of people expecting to see Falcons qualify.
Surf,
through
did you
to
just
phase 2 today.
not place that
But
down?
I'm sure there's North American fans that would argue.
Does Surf know he didn't place that down all the way?
As capable, and it's difficult to suggest anything otherwise with the way that we've seen them play. Both teams putting up good performances so far. So let's get into round
The dog want
11.
Kia.
Falcons, they're going to want to get this done.
Skin
here
is
and
wild.
Now the top floor clearance from them.
Considering
last
I'm
time
pretty
was
sure
really good.
BDS
We've got
literally
Amber
has their
Rexon up there
own
again on that top floor. Falcons had no problem whatsoever
weapon
dealing
skin
with
for that
and
gun?
then pressuring on towards
Oh,
site.
it's not BDS.
So that's
Falcons
going to be
doesn't.
one area to watch
JK.
for. Are Rebellion able to just get a little bit more value out of that top floor?
We'll say it's a great recovery from Leaker
Dude,
back as well. I'm
the
pretty sure he was
fucking
0 and 6
utility
when he got to
usage
the
here
half.
is insane.
Since then,
Rexon's
hasn't
cooked.
died. Don't want to jinx him, Tim. He's going quite low here in the challenge, and no! Manages to win out against Ambi. 2 more kills out of seemingly nowhere. Falcons moving at quite the pace and have punished the 2 players up on this top floor. This could already
Like
be done,
Shopify,
Tim.
can you do?
Yeah,
Can
the
you
top
put up a
floor
fucking
hold just
fight, please?
ineffectual once again. Solotov and Leakefak on a pinch. Solotov comes in through CEO window. Leakefak up spiral stairs, and they just get them either side. Rexon and Ambi taken down.
These
Beautiful
guys are
stuff.
buns.
Falcons in control of the top floor just after the first minute had passed, and that now leaves a situation similar to the last
they're
time we saw
fucked,
this
bro.
side, where Rebellion
They're
are
fucked.
just defending from within the
Joom
side.
on the
and Falcons
fucking-
now have time above to try
Nice.
and work
Sir.
these angles
Fuck
to
you,
try
Joom.
and push Rebellion
Good
into
pick, good
bad
pick.
spots, but that is going to help. Surf manages to take down Joom. That's
They
the
still have
glass
Spoit on
off
the board.
and Rebellion can just breathe a little easier. Not completely easily yet, but it gives
Solotov
them
is still
something.
fragging harder than Joom right
being
now.
in
So
there
they're
against Joom,
like,
really, isn't
that's
it? I don't think he was aware that Canadian had pushed outside and was inside of Archives itself, and it's where a lack of intel could come to bite Falcons. However, I can't help but look towards, again, their bread and butter operator in the DKB with that call in back pocket and a couple of drones still to play with for them to make this push happen.
how many
But they
yin
need to make sure
canisters?
they're stacking up
It's got
for a
one
2v1.
yin can
You've
dollar,
got
so
these
it's
numbers
not
advantages.
huge.
Look to punish the players that are playing aggressively, and
Bro,
sure enough,
Canadian,
there's a freebie
shoot
from
your
Solotov.
gun.
This should now be
Are
far
you
too
fucking
easy for
slow?
them in a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to
Yeah,
go.
it's
That's the
good.
one
Yeah, this
element
is-
that Falcons need
this
to
is
be
cheese.
careful of here is the clock. They don't want to give an opportunity over to Rebellion by waiting for the last 10 seconds for that push. The drone is going to see Spoit inside a sight. They'll know that he's playing the bomb chassis, but they are being held at bay
Each
a little
time,
bit here
yeah,
at
you're
Falcons.
cooked.
However,
Poor
the
Spoit, man.
Candelas come in. Leakerfact manages to find the kill, and now
Yo.
it's all up to Surf to try and hold on. He can't do it. Reloads at an unopportune moment. Final kill comes in, and that is going to be Falcons taking the first map.
Congrats, Falcons. You
I
won your
feel
map,
so
bro.
bad for Spoit. So many times this game, he's died to a C4 coming out. He's died with a full white screen. He's just had the tough end of things, I think it's fair to say. But Falcons up at 7-4, a dominant first show. Fair to say, I think they're shaking off a lot of the nerves they had in game 1 earlier on today, Tim.
Yeah, 23 kills from Joom and Solotov. And I'll tell you what, it's not just the players that are going to need a break. I think we need one as well, Des, before we get into that next map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, that was demoralizing. That's a cringe phase charm. Just gonna say it. That's a cringe phase charm. How do y'all chat? How do y'all feel that went, huh? How do y'all feel that one went?
Alright, be ready for ults.
I mean, my word.
Oh no. Run, soldier! Oh my god! phone who's calling that shit. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Baby girl.
God, dude, that fucking blew.
Fuck. Baby girl. Let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl. Impress me, big girl.
Leia. Danny. You need to calm down. Do not. Hey. All right, 25 seconds till we figure out if we're just fucked. If we're just fucked. "25 seconds till we figure out if we're just fucked." God, I'm praying.
Welcome back, guys. We'll be going into map 2 very, very shortly, but we hear, much like my loo break before map 1, toilet break, if you don't know what the loo means, that the Falcons players have gone out what? Do you think people around the world say loo?
No, I don't think they do.
Exactly.
That made me laugh.
But loo break, I don't know, whatever. Falcons players have gone for quick break as well, so when they're back, we will get into the game. So it gives us a chance to have a conversation about what went down on map 1. Because it was a game of ebbs and flows, really. It started out strong from Falcons. We saw a brilliant fight back, 3-round win streak coming out from Rebellion.
Tough.
And then in the second half, it all fell to tatters.
I feel like the Falcons just had a little bit of an extra gear. It was like the 2 times that we saw Open and Staff defended, for example, like the top floor clearance from Falcons was just brilliant. They were just clinical. They went in there, quickly got them dealt with, got a couple of kills along the way, and then just had a major advantage through the round. So, yeah, I think being that it was Falcons map pick, it's kind of exactly what you expect. But obviously that leads us to think about the maps. And Clubhouse being the second pick, I was just looking at the stats in the break, and I think, I'm not really sure about this from Rebellion. It's like, I get it that it's not a map that Falcons play, generally speaking, but they played it twice at SI. I know that was with Shaiko, not Doom, but they played it twice at SI. They beat Furia and they beat Wildcard, 2 good teams on there. And then you look at Rebellion's record and it's 4-5. And I think, you know, it's, I don't know. I look at it and I'm a little bit concerned for the North American side here.
We can talk about, of course, the implications of what happens after this game. We'll take a quick look at our bracket so you can see exactly what that looks like and how things are currently going. In case you have missed all the games today, there's a nice little recap for you at the top. But tomorrow, Tim, got some fun games coming up in Daystar versus 4 Angry Men. We've got Edward Gaming coming up against, I believe, the loser of this game as well. And then Lost coming up against one as well. So lots to look forward to, I guess, on that side of things. And for one at least, I don't really know which way you can call it, because we've seen some of those teams in the lower bracket actually playing pretty well. Daystar, as I referenced earlier on, I've been really impressed by. So I think there's probably a world there where they could beat Lost if it came down to it.
I would say my sort of takeaway from day 1 of phase 1 is I'm actually pleasantly surprised by, and this isn't to down talk anybody, but I'm pleasantly surprised by the high bar that has been set by a number of teams here in phase 1. I think it's actually been really good, and it's you know, setting us up for a brilliant phase 2 as well.
And potentially some upsets tomorrow as well, because the
always
loser of
an
this
upset.
game, they drop down. They've got to then go and play against those in the lower bracket. They'll have a bit between their teeth and a point to prove. Just don't quite know which way to go. It'd be really exciting to see. Either way, that'll be tomorrow, and then we have 3 days of phase 2. Yep. So when we go into our Swiss stage. Swiss is fantastic.
Love Swiss.
Because for those who haven't seen it before, you have to get 3 wins to make it out. If you lose 3, you're done. But your elimination games are always best of 3, so it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, It's always brilliant. I just love the chaos. I love that. That's where you really start getting the upsets, is when you get into Swiss.
Absolutely. And I believe we've got something else we can show you here as well, if producer's got me right on this one. There we go. Let's take a look at our veto to remind ourselves where we are going. You're speaking about Club a second ago. Border is waiting for us as map 3. We'll talk about that if we get there. Club, as you were saying, it's not a map that Falcons like to play. It's one of their most banned maps. If we look at their preference, which is based on when a team bans it in the veto, is it banned against them? Does it ever be a decider? Do they ever pick it themselves? They've never picked it themselves, Tim. It's always picked against them. But like you say, they've won it both times that teams have gone, yeah, they don't like that map, at least based on their banning history.
Come on.
We'll play it and beat them there. It's one of our favourites. And no, they've shown they can throw down on that map and put on quite the performance.
Yeah, this is it. You know, I look at Shopify and the defensive and attacking win rates aren't great. We've got 36 and 48%. So on both sides of this map, over the last 6 months or so, they are winning less than they are losing on both sides. And look, I don't know. I'm sure they've got a plan. I'm sure they've come in there.
Come on.
Picked it for a reason. We're about to find out,
Rebellion,
I guess.
bro.
But yeah, I think with the way that if Falcons can carry that energy and momentum that they had in the last couple of rounds of Bank, particularly I'm thinking like the Solotov backstab up Gold Stairs was brilliant, and then the Leakerfax Solotov pinch on Rexon and Ambi up on top. If Falcons can continue with that kind of momentum and energy, then yeah, I think this could be tough for Shopify Rebellion. But on the flip side of that, I don't want to make it all doom and gloom for them. They've impressed me so far. I think they've been very structured. A lot of the siege has been solid. We've seen, the vibe in the team seems to have been very focused and relaxed. And so, they absolutely can come out here and take us to a third map. But it's not going to be easy for them, I don't think.
No, I mean, based on the first map, again, they've shown that they can fight their way through. Might need a little bit more of a guiding hand by Super, their coach. On the other side of things, at least for what we've seen so far, Falcons look far more comfortable. What?
Please,
yeah,
bro.
I think I agree with you.
Please.
I think
Tim was gesturing, and I was like, what's he on about?
Don't worry about it.
You're just pulling funny faces, mate. I'm used to pulling funny faces.
I think the Falcons have looked more the comfortable team. And yeah, at the minute, I wouldn't give them a huge advantage. I'd go maybe 60.
If you're new to the stream, be sure to drop a sub. On the Discord.
I think
should
it
be
all
working right
comes
now.
down to how much and how specifically of
Shopify's down
Rebellion
one
prepared for a
map
Clubhouse against Falcons.
currently.
Is
They
that
lose this
why
map, they
we're
go into
seeing it
losing
brought
bracket.
out? Because they're just very confident that we've got their number here. We see what they're doing, and I think we'll know within the first few rounds whether they are coming in and just like really taking advantage of it or not.
I think a big one will be really down to the prep done by both sides. I spoke about it like back on Bank, and as you were referencing a second ago, we watched a few moments there where it felt like Falcons just knew what was coming out of Rebellion. They'd recognized the attack. They've seen it before. They're like, cool, here's how we respond. We spray that. We throw a C4 there. We do this. We do that. They always had some idea about what was coming at them. And I'm really hoping we see a similar level of prep coming out from them on this map as well. Again, given that we've seen this map played 9 times by Shopify Rebellion over the last 6 months or so, there's a lot of tape to go and study. And admittedly, not tons on the other side. Only from back at SI on Falcons is what they'll have to work with. So it does feel like at least the European side might come out on top. And of course, you'll see the players now on your screens. They're just getting themselves a little bit prepped up, a little bit of chat before we dig into things. Coaches stepping in and having a few words and comments before we do get ourselves into game. Thanks for bearing with us. We shouldn't be too far off. Tim, you know what? We're at that point where we've talked enough about the game and about Siege at this point. Let's talk about Salt Lake. It has been beautiful.
Salt Lake is absolutely beautiful. I said this morning,
Come on,
we got
can we get the game started, like, for real?
in an Uber on the way to the venue. We were, heading over it, and we sort of came onto, like, I don't know, it was a road. I think it was like a highway. And like the mountains were just laid out like behind you. I think another thing, XR Troika was talking to me earlier as well, that we were very surprised about. We didn't realise the level above sea level that
4,000 feet, wasn't
over
it?
4,000 feet above sea level, which, where I come from, it's like 400 feet above sea level. It's so absolutely, yeah, I just didn't even realise, coming out here. But the city is absolutely beautiful. It's
on a bit like a plateau surrounded by mountains, realistically, aren't they, I guess?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
But it was very weird waking up where it's like 25 degrees Celsius outside, and you look at the mountains and they're snow covered still.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? It's crazy.
Yeah.
But then I also know Salt Lake's like a really big like ski place as well. Like during the winter, loads of people come here to ski. And I'm like, well, take your pick of the mountains. There's about 20.
They had the Paralympic Winter Games here.
Yes,
I think
they did.
So yeah, they've done that. They've got. I think the Olympics are coming here in.
Bro, enough of the yapping. Let's get to the game, bro.
Here before, and I think the actual Olympics.
We get it. You can ski and snowboard in Salt Lake.
Very the sort of diversity with lots of different stuff.
Park City.
What did
That's
surprise
exactly
me
where
was
this is,
actually,
bro.
like how small the city is. Like from being outside and I was driving around and looking around, I was like, wow, it looks absolutely massive. It turns out there's only like 300,000 people that live here.
Okay.
Which surprised me. Like I was in Vegas a week
Oh
and a
my
half ago.
word, bro.
That was like 3 million people.
I was
and
going
it
to say,
looked
like, what's New York? I think New York's
our biggest city's been. Like, what does a couple of our cities together to get into?
I was way behind. I was 30 seconds behind. Oh my god. All right, there we go.
They'll have to fight for their place in the tournament on just day 2.
Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, be sure to drop a sub.
Let's get into these bands then.
Drop a sub, join the Discord.
Out of
Put
the
your clips in the
ordinary.
chat if you guys want to. Up to you.
Standard, what we would expect.
Right now, typically we're playing ranked.
So, yep, no surprises
Typically we're
there.
playing ranked.
And I don't think,
right now we're watching
I'm
Pro League
interested.
though.
I think we'll maybe have. Could be the Bandit alongside the Kaid just to make that upstairs as difficult as possible to defend. Yeah, there we go. So it's always, I think it's always an interesting double ban as this. Obviously, we know the reason for the Electro Bros being taken out. It's about speeding up that entry and it's about making it more possible to breach. And you know, for the top floor, for example, here it makes it a lot more difficult to defend. But of course, there is always a trade-off in Siege, and the trade-off here is you're now playing with 3 rounds. Azami is available, Mirror is available. You know, you've got these big operators that can be real sort of problems. You've got
All right, this is Shopify's map. We are Shopify fans. We are down 1 map though. We lose this map, we got to lose this bracket.
Something to watch.
We lose this map, we got to lose this bracket.
Rebellion have taken the choice to take those, you know, wall denial operators away. So now, in order for those bans to be successful, we have to look at their attack and say, how quick are you able to be here? Are you able to take advantage of that, or are you losing all your advantage by the rest of the utility that you have to play into? So if you're going to take you know, Bandit and Kaid away as your bans, you've got to show a good ability to deal with that alternative utility that you're going to be playing into.
There's a lot of utility to run into up on this top floor, Tim. We've seen the mute jammers going down, rotations set up, reinforcements going down up there. They're looking to burn as much time as they possibly can while Brede gets those final couple of Goyo canisters down inside the basement itself, ready to hold off any would-be aggressors from putting their way down dirt or any potential rushes that might come on through. On the other side, we've dropped away from Solid Snake that, of course, we've been very used to seeing throughout this series so far. Instead, going back to Ye Old Faithful. Deimos and Dockerby both coming along, and the Sens once again makes a return.
Come on.
Very focused
Come
on
on.
the use of that on bank on the
Canadian
top floor.
pushing
Here,
alone
of
is
course,
kind of
looking to make use
sus.
of it
Not a
on
huge
the
fan.
downstairs as well, but they need to clear out this top floor first. I'm seeing here, what, 3 different players all hanging upstairs. You've got one in Solotov out towards Garage. It's not quite what we call an SSG hold back in the day, or a full map hold, but it is certainly intended to waste a hell of a lot of time.
Sorry if you guys can hear Kylie, my girlfriend, is raging on Overwatch right now.
Present just outside in logistics. Needs to be dealt
She's
with.
playing right
needs
next to me.
Cleared. There's Luca back. I mean, we've seen Falcons do this so many
Nice,
times.
Rexen.
Waste so much time, but we need to be careful here because there could be an opportunity.
On to Solotov,
for
that's
Rebellion
huge.
To just kind of speed things up and get very quick.
Bro, it was the
towards,
Solotov Joom
you know,
show
getting
last
aggressive,
game, so.
and seeing if they can just kind of catch them out on sight. That's why we see users
Canadians.
transferring back there to help Brede. Doom has dropped down from
Oh,
Garage
no.
as well, and on his way manages to pick up Ambi. That's going to be the Deimos gone. 3 versus 3 as we get a flurry of action.
Yeah, Ambi's gone a little bit too keen there, I think, in the reverse track onto him, giving his position away. It was a freebie for Doom. Leakerback finally makes his descent down from the heavens and gets 2. And Surf is all that is left alive, does not have the diffuser. It is over on the other side of the bottom floor. Looks for what he can and gets rid of at least 1. 2 to go. Uses a Liquefact. Still stood in his way. He's got loads of time to work with Tim. As long as he's coming out at least 1v1, suddenly things start to look very interesting. As one comes down main stairs, off towards his left. And they get the crossfire they need. Round 1 goes to Falcons.
Oh my god.
A good start, a good solid start. Exactly what we'd expect. Falcons on defence, Church and Arsenal, one of the most defender-sided and favourite defensive sites in all the maps, I would suggest. So we would certainly expect them to be picking up on it and getting it their way. But
really no bueno there.
Rebellion
Really
here,
no
if they come
bueno.
away with a 3-3,
Matthew, you still here?
I think that'd actually be
Dude,
a
I would
great
be
start
shocked if
for
you're
them
still
on the
here, bro.
attack.
It's gotta
Given
be
that they've
late
chosen the
for
map,
you.
I would expect them to have serious plans for the defense. So I think that's kind of the threshold in my mind that I'm setting for them here. If it goes to a Falcons 4-2 half, it would be understandable, of course, given that they're on the defense. But I think that's when the alarm bells sort of start to ring for the North American side. Then if it's 4-2 on the half, you're kind of looking towards at best maybe coming away with an overtime, and then it's kind of anybody's.
It could well be. Clash from Doom being wielded in this round. Sort of being employed quite an awful lot back on Bank, to be fair, and I imagine it's going to be somewhat of a similar story here while it's available. Could even see it banned away at the end of round 3 when we get that third operator ban for the half coming on through. No second. Well, as I said, there was no second. We saw the KB being dropped away, but instead we got Spoit coming. What am I saying? Spoit, not Spoit. Rexon coming along on the Snake, so they have got that double intel operator again. I think because they've seen such aggressive roam games so far coming out from Falcons, there's that acknowledgement of, well, if we're going to clear the map, we're going to need utility. We're going to need our way to get the information that we need to sniff our way through to pick off these players that are being a little bit of a nuisance. And sure enough, in this round, the one to keep an eye on really is going to be Doom, currently down on that first floor, just working his way through Garage, no doubt back up Catwalk as well. But that's a bit of a headache they're going to have to work their way through, because although they've got a ton of nades, they're going to have to make him dance, try and pick him off and at least get a bit of pressure going.
Well, I thought Canadian was going to drop logistics then and get really aggressive, but he hasn't done for the time being. He's going to drop himself away and get onto the drones instead. But this is actually really quick progress from Rebellion. We've got walls being opened, we've got pressure being applied, we've got defenders being moved around. The only thing that I would say that I'm a little bit concerned about in terms of the North American side is there's no pressure whatsoever over to CCTV and Cash yet. Solitov is able to play on that window. He's looking down. It
nice,
could be
Canadian.
an issue for them. Canadian does manage to get one from logistics, and it could well be that Rebellion managed, so long as they don't want to use those windows, they should be fine. But saying that, Ambi is actually heading across here to try and pressure the Goyo now.
Yeah, taking a massive risk there by not having control of Cash CC. You really need that on side to be able to play on the south balcony, but sure enough, keeps himself alive, drops down from there. Now in a kind of weird stalemate where all they've really got to work with is Jacuzzi. They'll need to retake control of the east side of this top floor if they want to make effective use of it. There's a couple of players actually on the side of Falcons still scattered out there, so it's a weird one. Like I said, they've got to fight for it, and sure enough, Ambi steps up and gets one. If he could convert onto the second, it would have been a dream, but I'm afraid on the other side, Solotov's a bit too wise to it, backs away and looks to rejoin his team.
Yeah, more importantly for Rebellion, they've got control of the Cash and CCTV side, so it now means that Spoit is opened up to be able to play on
y'all are
those
new.
windows.
Be sure to
I'm
drop a
just
sub.
hoping that they haven't left it too late.
Join the
to do
Discord.
that. There was a lot of
Let's go,
pressure early
sir.
on towards
Let's
the
go,
breaches.
baby. Come
They
on.
are looking good at the minute. 45 seconds left to go as they find themselves now in a 5 versus 2. I think that kill from Surf was really the one that turns the round and, you know, stops you worrying about those little things like the timer. Users does manage to find one. It's actually the Razor Bloom that does the job. Ambi backing up the shield, manages to find 2. Really nice attack from Shopify Rebellion.
What I really like about it was they didn't actually then make use of the Cash CC side once they cleared it out. They rotated back under to main, but everything came from Ambi. He was the one who pushed up red, got himself the freebie on towards top stairs, forced the Goyo to run back towards site, then regrouped with his team. That's the crucial part. Regroup with the team to play for frags off each other and finds himself 3 in the round. Wonderful stuff. And just like back on Bank, we saw 1 round go to Falcons. Now 1's gone to Rebellion. All things square after 2.
Yeah, keeping it very close and both looking good for the round that they won. And so it goes on. We move to Cash and CCTV next of all.
Look, he's so
wonderful. So good. He really is.
Played off the shield for both of those kills as well.
Absolutely
Wonderful.
Brilliant stuff. Like I said, I was a little, when it was 5 versus 3, I'm thinking, you know, maybe Falcons hold on here. There's only 45 seconds. But then as soon as they get that first kill to 5v2, you think, no, it's too much to do now. And Rebellion, they smelt that and just applied the pressure massively and got it done in 10-15 seconds after that point. So we're going to have quite a setup as well over on the master bedroom side. CCTV and Cash is going to be the whole, but we can see we've got Jacuzzi wall reinforced. We've got some reinforcements, partial reinforcement between Master and Jim. There's rotations opened up as well. And then we've got Doom, who's going to be playing out on the balcony. I think he's the Azami, and he's got support from Likafak with those ADSs as well.
Now getting themselves focused onto the actual site wall. That being opened up gives a lovely little, it's only like a Monty-sized hole, I'd say, but of course Monty's banned away. Which means they've got full coverage there to be able to sprint in, if so required, in towards that default plant spot. And a second one opened up to give them a better angle in towards red. So there's no one playing super tight on that angle to give them a spot of bother. But with that done, now it looks like the attention is turning towards Garage, because we've got, what, 3 or 4 drones all racing around. Getting a lay of the land, sniffing out on where players are, who is playing where, and it is going to be the Azami up top with the support, of course, of those ADSs from Likafak. Haven't got tons of frags to work with, admittedly, here. Looking towards Ambi when I say that. A lot of flashes to burn the ADSs, but then they've got to be able to make sure they capitalise and get rid of the Azami. After fire up top, Doom forced to move away, and they get in from the breach. Wonderful start from Rebellion, converting it into another. A swing on the breach from Likafak gets one, but again, there is another trade waiting. Rebellion really showing up here in round 3 and pulling off what's been a beautiful attack so far.
Yeah, textbook take of Garage there. They get control. Canadian now using that space, moves along with Diffuser in hand, and he's going to be ready to get in and try and put that plant down. But they do need to worry about Lounge, and worry about it they will, as Rexon manages to find Solotov. So pressure is now released from Rebellion. They can think about going in and getting a plant. They can think about finding the final kill. Breedy going to take a ton of damage there. Droned out as well. Flashbangs coming in. It is all stacked up against him. 1 versus 4. Not going to be pressured from Red Stairs yet.
Oh, man.
Shopify know that they don't need to. Instead, just apply the track and try and create a situation for a bit of space where Canadian can put the diffuser down. Rexon manages to pick up the final kill, and that is a very solid round of attacking Cash and CCTV. If you're not sure how to get it done on that site, go and have a watch of that round back.
You've half-stole what I was going to say. Yeah, I used the word in the round there, textbook. It's how I can best describe it. It was a textbook attack. At least for those first 3 kills. They found the last 2. Of course, we started to see Falcons moving around, figuring things out a little bit there. Okay, how do we get our way back into this round? But it was absolutely sublime from Rebellion. Completely with you. If you want to see how to attack that site with your stack, that's one to go back and watch. The crucial thing, Tim, is they're up 2-1. Falcons have an attack time out here because this game has not started the way that I imagined they envisioned.
No, I would agree. I think, well, it's, as we've said, not to give them excuses, but it's a map that they don't usually play. I've said it countless times. I think any good team needs to have at least, you know, functioning clubhouse. I don't think it's a map that you can really completely ignore, and hasn't been for years in Siege. But Shopify Rebellion, I said as well, if you remember at the beginning, they must be coming in here with a clear plan. You know, there's a lot of confidence behind that pick, given their recent record on it, 4 and 5. It was up and down for them in kickoff and at SI. They certainly look like they have done exactly that. They have come in here. They know what Vulcans are going to do. They know what the setups are. They've got the answers. They're moving around the map really fluidly. I love what I saw on that bedroom attack, where it was like, right, we've actually still got a problem with Solotov and Cash, so we're going to take the time now to deal with that. We're going to then come back to what we were doing. And it's just that sort of fluency of getting around the map. Absolutely loving that from Shopify Rebellion.
Also, our bands come through as you get these replays from the last round playing out before your very eyes. You've had Solid Snake banned away and Mute, interestingly, coming away from Rebellion. It was only really in the first round I thought that we saw the Mute have a massive impact because it was wasting so much time upstairs. It's the beauty of the top floor of Club is there's so many single doorways you have to work your way through. Drop a Mute Jammer on the other side of it, and the attacking team kind of struggle to work their way through. You can toss nades in to destroy out those Mute Jammers if you want. Otherwise, your drones are a little bit impeded, and maybe you've got to try and push your way through with a shield instead. So that being offline should mean that Rebellion can move that bit more fluidly. At the same time, Falcons have slowed things down there by getting rid of that Solid Snake. It does mean maybe you'll see more Dockerby being brought out here to pair up along with the Deimos, but not at least in round 4.
Now Likafak just setting himself up still on that top floor. We've seen it countless times from him. He knows every angle between Garage and Jim. And he will make as much of a nuisance as himself as he can, but this is a big question for me from Shopify Rebellion here. They're starting to pick up a bit of momentum on Clubhouse. How well can they deal with Leakafak and that top floor? How well and quickly can they track him down and get him cleared out? They know that he's going to be there. He always plays in this position. So what is the plan here? What is the method by which they go in and deal with him? At the minute, kind of surrounding him a little bit. They've got Spoit towards Jacuzzi Wall. He's opened himself up a little bit of a hole there, and they have managed to force Leakafak to drop away. So this is good. It's good from Rebellion. They've done that without really exposing themselves to too much danger.
Yeah, I also like how the approach has come out from Falcons here. Like, you can see one, they had the double barricade inside a bar off towards his right, but also had one off towards the left as they dropped down from Moto in towards bottom main, so they knew they weren't going to be exposed. It was quite a safe avenue back in towards site, and of course having a player there also looking to support is a big part of it too. But it has been relatively handily dealt with now. We're about halfway through that point in the round. And as you can see, Rebellion are inside the building. They're spreading through it like rats, Tim, getting a full lay of the land and making sure they've got this first floor to control to start thinking about what an execute might look like.
Nitro ready in hand. I think just waiting for that little bit of noise, that little bit of sound cue that they can get something done above. Surf is just waiting to get himself into kitchen. Will proceed now. Needs to be careful because the Nitro, of course, is primed and ready to go. That soft breach is going to help him actually considerably because it makes it more dangerous for Brede to play under that position. Ping comes out. That's actually just setting himself a pre-place, but I don't know whether they're going to have too much more attention back into kitchen.
I don't know if they have the time for this anymore.
They are working elsewhere, so it's important that Brede keeps himself alive here if they want to be able to make use of that utility later in the round.
While looking to work his way through blue, of course, you get that wonderful long angle on towards the church wall, where we currently have the mirror window set up. Imagine that will get dealt with at some point soon. It's Rex in here, as you can see, who's got that angle sorted out. Once again, running around on the sensors. He has done quite a bit throughout this series. He's isolating something through a player off towards the left. I believe it's the smoke of users that's tucked in tight there. Needs to force him to move, and look at this. June looking to go aggressive. In there for the trade! No! Ambi finds two. Finally shut down, but the damage has been done. Spoit exploding forward into a 2K as well, and Brede is all that is left. Rebellion rising up here and looking to put themselves up with a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, Diffuser was going down there, but Spoit decided they didn't need that. He would find the final
what
kill.
What a play by
Spoit
Ambi, bro.
Ambi with 2. And
what's up,
as
Matthew?
you say, Rebellion really getting these players online now and functioning, and it's looking a little on.
What the fuck just happened?
Out as well, they find themselves so.
It's definitely down to the dead to end. Has got a player inside a church and then immediately flicked onto the second. A very, very close range. Granted, he's still here. Oh, June will be kicking himself. That should have been a kill every day of the week. But Spoit capitalized on the chaos as well. Yes, Usy's got the trade and got rid of Ambi, but that was when Spoit exploded forward as another problem for Falcons to worry about. Same as we said all day about a number of these teams, Tim. The team play has been phenomenal so far today.
Yeah, it has. I think particularly from Rebellion. You know, I'm looking at the way that they are supporting each other. We even heard it, didn't we, in the half-time in the last map. You know, what can you do for your teammate? What can your teammate do for you?
What can I do for my co-caster? What can my co-caster do for me?
Exactly that.
Get me a coffee anytime you want, to be fair, mate.
Can I? Yeah, I bet I can. You know, and it's that mentality, and you can see it in the server as well, and it is translating really, really well for Rebellion at the minute. Very, very impressive teamwork.
All right, onwards we march. Falcons, it's not looking too pretty. Yes, you didn't choose to come here, but you knew it was going to be a reality. And as we've seen, Tim, got a pretty good record on it, despite never really wanting to play it themselves. But Rebellion have just come in and look like they're a level above. Their executes have been absolutely fantastic. They've dealt with all the problems before them. Textbook was used to describe them a little earlier on. Falcons might find themselves in a very, very bruising half here if they can't turn this one around. There are a few players to deal with.
Everybody on Rebellion going positive right now.
And here we go.
Minus Canadian, who's
if he gets this cut off Tim
even.
And gets even a single kill, the other two players are in major jeopardy.
Big dubs there.
I would agree.
Oh,
the Shield
shit.
is going to start getting aggressive.
This is
Canadian
what the fuck is happening. This is a fucking.
This is just, it's uncomfortable to watch, let alone be on the receiving end.
What the hell is going on right now?
Certain Falcons just having to scramble.
Genuinely, what is happening?
Do what they can to try and keep themselves alive here. Doom is going to get taken down. Users taking half health as he tries his best to escape. and that is going to be a successful push into Cash and CCTV.
What's going on?
For
What the
Rebellion.
hell?
Spoit with a double 4 versus 2 as Leakerfact manages to find Surf, but you just have the feeling that nothing is going to stop the North American side at this moment in time.
It's just overwhelming, isn't it? You looked at how much was being tossed inside of Cash there. The 3
What
players
the
from Falcons
fuck?
that were present. They had a pretty miserable time, but to be fair, Solotov and Leakerfact, they planted their feet here. This could be a freebie. No, you had to get the kill. Between the two of them, they finally managed to secure it down and now can try and double back.
3v1,
But
come
like
on.
that, Spoit has hopped inside of sight. He's on for a 3 in the round. His second 3K in a row and could yet look to make it 4. Leakerfact into a 1v1 against Ambi, who has not stopped hitting shots all day. Today, won't be able to quite find any, but on site itself, Spoit and Canadian are getting the business done. The diffuser's going down.
All right, come on, this is
gonna be a
literally
hard recovery
unlosable.
effort for Leakerfact.
I like this rotation from Leakerfact. Just tries to change up his angle of approach. They would have known that he was going to possibly come through that construction door, so decided not to in the shower.
Oh!
He knows, but the cover is
Yeah.
there. Canadian and managed to get onto the window just in time. I think Spoit stood in the shower thinking, come on, get into place, Troy. I need you there. I need the cover. And he gets it just in time. Leakerfact taken out. Shopify Rebellion getting themselves another attack. I said 3-3 was the bar for them here on attack. That's 4-1. They've improved on that.
Who did they play? No, they
even
played
better now with a 5
1 of
on half.
30
And if that
here to
happens,
make it to this.
I'm not sure there's a way back into it for Falcons.
And there's been 3 separate players on the side of Shopify Rebellion that have been working absolute magic. Ambi with a 3K, Rexon with a 3K, Spoit with a 3K, Spoit with another 3K. It's just a little bit of heartbreak for Leakerfact, who hits a quad kill in the round. But the one kill that you needed is the one you could not find. 4-1 to Rebellion. Up and singing. And as you said, Falcons have got to find a way into him. It's starting to feel already like it could be a little bit too late. I'm always a big proponent of 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things could be very, very different. Falcons could be brilliant on the attack. But as it stands, I feel like it might require Border to see this one over the line.
What a bloodbath Border's going to be as
Oh,
well
phenomenal.
between these two. It's just going to be, we saw it already from Shopify Rebellion earlier in the day, but it's going to be absolutely chaos if this goes to map 3. A reminder of what is at stakes here as well. We are in phase 1 of the Salt Lake City Major. This is a best of 3 match. Anybody, whoever wins
Shopify's
this, qualifies through to phase 2. That's it. They're done in phase 1. They don't have to play
But
again.
I don't know, dude. I'm
We
pretty
get
sure
into that
Falcons is pretty good on Border,
stage.
and
So it
Shopify's
all
meh.
on the line. It's exactly what both of these teams are going to be wanting. Nobody wants to go down into the jeopardy of that lower bracket.
Absolutely. Can you imagine? Oh, like I said, against some of these teams that, I think everyone looked at this bracket and saw Falcons Rebellion. Oh, those two are making it out of this easy. Is it going to be that easy? Both are playing really well, but I equally don't really fancy dropping down to play against some of the teams down there. In Falcons, Daystar earlier on today is a great example. Daystar played really well. They just lost a couple of 3v2s that, if they'd won, could have seen them getting over the line against Falcons. Now, I think for both of these teams, they'll be fully warmed into tomorrow, so it is a big ask for these teams in the lower bracket to be able to bring them down, but
Not good.
I certainly wouldn't count them out. Jume bringing down Canadian to start things out as the call rings on through. Uses literally fighting for his life, making use of the impact to remove
The hell
away
is
the
going
sense.
on
That
here?
is beautiful because we've seen
Oh.
Rexon using it so much throughout this game that why not find a way to deal with it at the same
That was
time?
dirty
A
by
4v2,
Leakerfact,
make it a
can't even lie.
4v1. The Spoit has got it all to do, and he will not get away with it. Solotov collecting the closing 2. Round 6 going to Falcons.
That was a Church and Arsenal site, by the way.
Yep.
All the fighting done up on the top floor. An impressive defense from Falcons.
Cool though. They were sent and I didn't even have like good headholds, so he couldn't even see me.
Yeah, you started wallbangers and handles, and then I impacted the wallbang.
So guys, need to attack to defense, but they're really boiling on defense, so just go round around, okay?
So-
The main thing is just check fucking clash plays, you know. I think it's really easy when you are able to just check their comp, you know. You check their comp, you check their reinforcements, like it's so easy to play against them like this, you know. So
Yeah.
if you
in
can,
my opinion, their clash pace was boiling. Like,
yeah, no, their
if
defense
he's
is
playing
really boiling. Like,
clash, if he's playing clash,
This
I
is
would
this-
actually love that shit, by the way.
just for us to know if
Yeah,
they have,
yeah.
you know, like.
The thing is, if we play like too slow, too default, we're going to lose because this is what they want. So in my opinion, like I said during when I did the prep, we either go fast to cut the rotate on the map control on basement, or we do the phase. On gym, we either fast around and try to find gaps, or we go default, but the early round, we make it like the early round is for the late round. Open jacuzzi wall, open this.
To fight, okay? Don't leave people behind. Make plays to win the rounds. Make plays to win the game. That's the biggest thing. Okay? I don't want anybody left behind unless we've got that advantage. We're helping each other as much as we can. talk, especially for these basements on the fakes, make sure that we're identifying how they're trying to finish the round. Does it look like it's an armory? Does it look like it's in Moto? Does it look like it's like dirt? Like, make sure we're calming that, okay? Expect Monty, expect Grim, play our game. That's all we got to do. Make plays to continue to put pressure on them and to continue to win. That's all we need to do. Try to make plays to win. Don't play scared, okay?
Heard that. Yep. Go, boys.
That was a great half. Yeah, great half, guys. Now we reset and we have another one.
Yeah. Overall, though, like, keeping in mind, they're not great at executing. Even if they have the cheese stuff, they're still not great at it. It's actually pretty clunky usually.
Yeah,
they're very reliant on, like, getting the picks and making you move and hitting the lurks and all that shit.
Yeah, don't.
Some really interesting comments coming out throughout that, to be fair, Tim, for me. Like, especially they're saying, have the confidence to make the plays. Often it's about reining players in and saying, no, don't try and be the hero. Like, play as a team and play off each other. But no, the kind of permission there from Super was get up in their face, disrupt them, slow them down, do what you can.
To quote Demo, make the play.
Indeed.
Sometimes.
Timeless classic from probably 2018 I first heard that line.
Yeah. Sometimes you've just got to take that front foot, and especially when you are already in the driving seat, when you have the momentum, that to me is a mentality of a top team. And we can get into discussions, about where Rebellion will finish in the tournament and everything, but I'm talking about mentality-wise. That is a top team mentality, and it's the shark smelling blood in the water. It's
all right, we're on the defense. 3 rounds. Come on.
We are better than them here. Go and make your plays. Go
if
and
you're
win
new,
your plays.
you're new.
You're
Be sure to drop a sub to the
this
channel.
One, and it is that mentality.
I don't know what the hell's going on with the lighting right now.
A team's on the ropes a little bit and going for the big knockout.
Maybe that'll help a little bit.
We'll see if that
Yeah, if you're new, be sure to drop a
exactly
sub, join the Discord, whatever you want.
Up on the top floor, getting down those mute jammers that we've spoken about already. I don't think he realised he caught a jammer inside the hole already from June there that had just come crawling in off towards his side.
We're on Team Shopify Rebellion 100%.
The round. So it's very similar to what we saw coming out of Falcons. It is playing up on the top floor. It is wasting time. It's forcing them to play through you and have to come to you rather than focusing strictly on the site itself.
We can also, of course, follow through, what Seth has said there in that time out of try and decide what the execute is going to be. Let's try and recognize it, and then let's play for it. Let's help each other, and let's make sure we set for it. And, of course, we're uniquely positioned here watching the sport to be able to see both sides of that, so we have a good idea of
Canadian
what
on
so you can keep an eye on that at home.
The Bandit today has not been great.
What is that execute? Where are they shaping up? Where are they softening up? You can then start looking at what Rebellion doing. How are they reacting to that? Are they aware of it indeed?
It's a bit crazy, the Ambi there. I think just seen through the drone hole on the drone, of course. Could have lost his life there if the shots were just a couple of pixels off to the left or the right. Would have found his head, and it would have been like a how on earth did you kill me there moment. But he gets away with his life, drops back down towards Oil, and can then look to rejoin his team on site, or potentially look to go aggressive once more. Only one player left really upstairs here for Rebellion. It is Rexon, who's dancing around inside a storage, holding tight with the shotgun. Otherwise, everyone's back on site, and that means 2 minutes of Falcons to get themselves set up for I hope it's going to be a pretty convincing execute.
Yeah, that's it. They should have plenty of time. So now they can, as soon as they recognise, I think they are comfortable at this point that they've got everybody chased away. They just see the man there on stairs, but Surf is going to get himself back down to the bottom and more towards site. So Falcons can now confidently start moving through. Surf does go back, take the drone out, but then he's going to say that's enough for me. I'm going to look to just get myself back on into sight. So looking at the way that Falcons are shaping up at the minute, it's very much towards those main stairs, bar and kitchen. So the question now is, do Rebellion recognise that? How do they start looking to counter that? We can see that we've got one playing out into dirt. Spite is doing that because, you know, we're looking at, there's a bit of pressure on main stairs, a bit of pressure towards Moto. Maybe they'll come for kitchen hatch. They could try to pressure dirt. They're fairly confident at the minute that there's nothing coming towards blue, and so a lot of the focus from Rebellion has now shifted towards this other side.
Again, bearing in mind they had 2 minutes to work with here. It's been a bit of a slow setup overall, I think, for Falcons. They weren't 100% confident the top floor was clear. We saw a lot of those jammers that were placed down by Surf earlier. Just
40
impeding
seconds.
drones. They weren't 100% confident, but
five.
once they got to the stage now,
Nice.
of course, they know for certain.
Rexon has one canister left.
Start doing work on the other side. Still a C4, still a smoke, a bunch of impacts they can work with. A lot to
Oh
play
my.
behind here. And
Bye,
Sean Harrison,
June.
we're seeing Falcons trying to go for a drop execute. We've seen it so many times, and they were ready for it. Smoke perfectly placed. Rexon with a shotgun at the ready too for the push coming in from blue, but it's down to a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds to play.
I like this from Falcons. They haven't allowed them to just watch that one side. They've moved in and actually got their success from main stairs. And Moto side manages to pick up Rexon 2 versus 1. Canadian in that final position trying to hold on. Plant is going down. Nitro goes out. Shot out of the sky. Will not be successful. Breedy with the final kill. I think a few bullets land in there from Canadian, but just not enough through the soft wall. And Falcons, I like what they did there. So it kind of plays in. They don't know this, but it plays in perfectly to almost counter what Super said, where it was try and recognise where is the plant coming from? Where is the final execute coming from? Let's play towards that. Falcons, they really mixed it up. There was a lot of pressure towards that bar hatch and main stairs. And then we saw the rotation away. 2 go down blue. It wasn't successful, but it did mean that Rebellion had to shift focus. And then we have pressure from Kitchen Hatch, so Rexon and Spoit deal with that. But that creates the gap for Breedy to walk in. Really nice, like triple face of an attack there from Falcons. And it just made it so difficult for Rebellion to do what they wanted to do, which was recognise where are they coming from and let's focus on that. There was no possible way to focus on everything Falcons were doing.
Bit of a heartbreaker, I think, for Canadian, who was so close there to forcing out the 1v1 and to use this, and with the plant going down, a very good chance that he comes out on top. There were only a few seconds left in the round. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite collect the closing man. As I said during the round as well, they knew that that was going to be the plant coming out of Falcons. That drop through Kitchen in towards the default plant. They do it so often. I've seen them pull it off dozens of times at this point, and they just looked ready. Still can't get it over the line, though, and that opens the door for Falcons to close that gap to just a single round. They get this one done, Tim. I'm starting to feel nervous for Rebellion then, because if you're down 2-0 on your defenses to kick things off, after having such a successful first half, you're going to start to feel a little bit nervous, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I would agree with you. They certainly don't want that kind of chipping away at. Breedy going to be getting very aggressive on that breach there. They're going to be looking, of course, to get towards cash and CCTV. The site is bedroom, but it's about that top floor clearance and about getting control
Come on,
of that.
Shopify,
so
let's go.
Use the balcony and the windows to pressure directly on site now. Then I'm not sure that drone was aware of Surf. Nitro goes
close.
out. Solotov was fleet-footed and managed to get himself out of the way. No damage taken. We're going to see Surf just disappear off into the bowels, but that's again something that Falcons need to deal with here, and they're going to do that by way of a Deimos track.
Yeah, it's going to force him at least to move away, which is the crucial part there, but there's still
Nice,
those in the
Spoit.
basement. They're going to have to keep an eye on him. Spoit with a freebie on towards Jumu. I think was trying to pull off a bit of a play there. A solo pushing towards VIP, in towards construction, sorry, through the single wall. Not quite the play his team are looking for. Didn't quite manage to capitalise on the back of the info that Snake was giving him. A second kill coming from Spoit, really warming into the series. He started out quite rough.
Ambi.
0-5 back on map 1. Grew into things, really started to shine, and he's doing more of that now. Canadian getting Solotov. It's a 1 versus 4. This is much better coming out of Rebellion.
Yeah, really good defense from them this time. Like you say, Spoit just absolutely alert and alive from the very first second of the round, and he's cut down 2 really important paths of attack for Falcons there to give them now Shopify a really good advantage.
Canadian, bro, with 2?
With Deimos, but Canadian is there to shut it down, and that is going to be another round going to Rebellion, and they can play this game now. They've got themselves that advantage already. They can go for 1-for-1. Doesn't matter. It leaves them with a win.
We've got Leaky Fack in all chat being like, yo, Canadian. Oh, okay. I wonder what was going to follow that. I thought he'd have a question or something, but he just said no. Yo, Canadian, you are terrible, bro.
Canadian's laughing. I don't think he's too worried about it.
I don't think he's too bothered. I think it was more about the gunfight itself that was just a bit of a whiff coming out from Canadian. He was like, okay, my bad. He's laughed in response. All is well and good, as you've probably come to expect by now. These guys have seen each other many a time. Admittedly not played against each other as much as you come to think, but only twice have Falcons and Shopify Rebellion faced off. I imagine back in the old days of, maybe not quite back in the SSG days for Canadian, but the DZ days and the BDS days, a bunch of times they've faced off as well. Either way, we're into that crucial round now, Tim. Round 9. Rebellion take this one. They've got a 3-round lead, and it's hard to see how Falcons can battle their way back in, given they'll have lost 2 rounds back-to-back. If Falcons win it, well, they're only 1 round behind, and suddenly you start thinking, well, could they bring this one back to OT? Could they potentially even jump over Rebellion and get the map win? It's a tall order, but it's very, very possible, Tim. So for me, at least, the winner who comes out on top of this one, I think will determine whether or not Rebellion take the map, or if we find ourselves going to OT in a few rounds' time.
I think Rexon just wanting to see if he could put that DMR to early use there. Isn't able to, but might still yet get the opportunity. Falcons need to be concerning themselves with that catwalk position. We saw a really good clearance from
Rexon's a demon up there on catwalk.
Trying to deal with this. So are we going to see a repeat in the reverse as the Europeans try to show they are just as capable? Interestingly, Lower Garage wasn't reinforced. And the reason for that is this extension that we're seeing out in towards Master and Bedroom. So if you sat at home thinking, why on earth have they not done Lower Garage? They can just open it with soft breaches. It's because they've reinforced Jacuzzi Wall and because they've done 2 reinforcements between Master and Gym with some rotation space in there. So the commitment to the extension out there has weakened the Garage hold a little bit.
I was trying to C4, but the player had moved away, so not quite going to find what he was looking for. Solotov.
Canadian,
that
bro.
shotgun blast saw him go down and thought, what's Canadian up to now? Aggression onto the wall. 2 players stacked up on each other, and Canadian's the one looking to go aggressive. Swing moves. Hello? No! They must have known. They must have known there were 2 players in their team, but that was definitely a massive miscom that's only come back to bite Falcons. And this looks to be that 6-3 scoreline that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's got to be a mistake there. Surely you're aware of the players inside a bathroom. They're moving about. You're going to be able to hear them. They're trying to challenge you with the shotgun. Not good from Falcons. Really
crazy, bro. June with his pants down.
Here who are more than happy to take it. As I often say, a mistake is only a mistake when the other team capitalizes on it, and that's exactly what Rebellion were able to do. We're going to have users just managing to recover that diffuser, but now I love this from Rebellion as well. They know that the damage is done, so what have they done? They've dipped themselves back towards site. You're not going to get anything easily here, users. Spoit is there ready on the door, finds his kill, and Shopify Rebellion move themselves up to map point.
I think from both teams we've seen one very dominant map so far, and I really can't call which way Border would go. If Rebellion let this one slip now, it's an absolute disaster. I can't see why it happens. They've played this beautifully. As you heard Super saying at the half, brilliant first half, just keep it going, and that's exactly what they've done. Yes, they lost round 7, but those last 2 have looked absolutely sublime. Now we find ourselves with our extra little ban coming on through. I don't really know if there's a ban here that's going to really help Falcons out of this hole that they find themselves in. They take away the Bandit. The other side, they remove the Ace. Don't think it's going to be too much of a bother, but we have seen it for 2 of those 3 rounds. Otherwise, it was the Habana that we saw in the previous one, which I imagine now Brede will be stuck on for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the remainder of this game could be short-lived, as it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Shopify Rebellion get this done here and now, given that they're in Church and Arsenal.
Yep.
You know, one of the strongest defensive sites that we have. That's where they're going to look to close things out.
And what must have happened there? They had, because one player swung on the jacuzzi side of that bathroom wall and knew that there were 2 players in there. They had loads of bullets flying at him. Surely the call must have come, oh, 2 players in bathroom. But clearly it wasn't. Like, the call wasn't made. And it was just a little bit of a collapse. And I won't be surprised if Falcons in their own minds here are already writing that map off. That's a big error if you wanted to be able to get this done in 2. So for me,
I think I'm ending stream after this map.
I'm
sorry, gents.
We don't often see
tired.
too many changes or kind of innovation on Clubhouse.
I'm sorry, y'all. Matthew, if you're still here.
You know, been refined.
I encourage you to just go on YouTube.
Just that extra
R6 Pro League.
out to the Master and Gym hold with the reinforcements there, sacrificing
Hopefully,
Lower Gym's reinforcements to allow you
we're
to
hoping
hold with
Shopify
greater strength. Certainly seems
stays
to
in
be
it.
proving problematic to teams at the minute.
Closes out pretty
it's
soon.
Something that really worked out for Rebellion in that round. So let's see how we go here. Church and Arsenal is the site. We saw it won on the attack by Falcons back in round 7. So Rebellion going to need to find a way to try and stifle the Falcons attack. If you remember last time around, it was about being multifaceted. It was about keeping Rebellion guessing, not letting them focus on any single point. There was 3 points of attack from Falcons, and I think that's something hopefully that they recognize was where the success came from, and they will try and repeat it this time.
I've got to give a nod towards Spoit especially. I know he's had a bit of stick lately in some of his games where he hasn't really had a great performance, but in this game, 3 cases walked away with, and every single round his team have come out on top, even in the one round where Leakyfat managed to net a 4K. It's a big performance from him overall. I'm not saying it's the only reason they're winning, but at 12-4, you really can't deny the impact that he's been having.
No, he played well earlier as well. He's having a good day, and I'm sure that Rebellion fans will be hoping to see it continue. As it stands, we are halfway through the round. Falcons have got themselves control of the map. Shopify Rebellion are all pushed back into sight now. They're going to try and hold their positions. Ambi's going to take some damage inside of Memo. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get too aggressive. The hatch is still closed above him though, so that's only going to be a matter of time now as we hear the Hibana pellets being applied. But he just needs to be careful. He does manage to just get himself across there, back to safety, but still, it's all progress for Falcons.
The key difference this time around for Falcons, by the look of it at least, I imagine someone will rotate over, is Noah trying to push down blue. If they want to send Zoom in through dirt, which is very, very typical, it's either the drop in towards kitchen or it's someone getting on towards the doorway itself of dirt, you need someone coming in through blue. So someone's now rotating over by the looks of it and looking to make sure they've got that sync up. It'll be
Third's about to get murked.
Weakerfax taking a drop
Braxton's
into
about to
Memo
get
as
felt.
well. He's currently holding that position. Ambi manages to take him down. That's a massive kill there for Shopify Rebellion because it just removes completely one of those angles of attack for Falcons. It means they can focus up elsewhere. Users does manage to find Surf. 4 versus 4 as it stands, and Solotov is on his way down blue, Des.
Yeah, that was towards dirt. I think Surfy was trying to be aggressive on towards Jum, who's now going to capitalise off the back of his teammate finding a kill to push on through. At least one goes the way, but 2 fly back. Ambi on for a double. Spoit finds another. Is now down his backside, and Diffuser is going down, Tim. It's a temporary 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I don't see how Rebellion are able to do anything about this, especially with Jum on the cover. He's going to circle around. The comms will be there because Spoit was in position.
Hit that.
We'll just see Breeder looking to try and get something going with Jum here. They've separated themselves well and might just be able to fight their way through. Breeder finds one, but it's going to be Jum to find the last. Falcons, another successful attack onto B.